As for whether or not the Piltdown Immortal Alliance would investigate the validity of Mo Wuji's claims, that was simply a joke. Even if the words that the honorary elder said were fake, the Piltdown Immortal Alliance would take it as the truth. Moreover, this honorary elder was also an honored grade tier 4 Pill King. Even a fool would know the future potential of an honored grade tier 4 Pill King. Otherwise, the Piltdown Immortal Alliance wouldn't give Mo Wuji the title as an honorary elder. Wasn't their motive simply to tie Mo Wuji, this honored grade Pill King, to their Piltdown Immortal Alliance? Fortunately, he was acute previously. He didn't offend this deceivingly young elder. Elder Mo, there were many misunderstandings. I hope that Elder Mo would be magnanimous to forgive us lowly ones, Fujinsong bowed and said, his heart was trembling with palpitations. If the other party was determined to destroy the Empty Mirror Immortal School, then it would be useless even if he acted as the other party's grandson. Do Hualong also stopped and subconsciously turned to Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji also knew that if he forcefully got Do Hualong to go to the Piltdown Immortal Alliance now, Fujinsong might possibly jump the gun and attack him now. He naturally didn't fear Fujinsong, but it was indeed difficult for him to gain an upper hand against a Grand Immortal. Moreover, Mo Wuji also knew that even if he brought his jade tokens to Piltdown Immortal Alliance, the possibility that the Piltdown Immortal Alliance would help him was very slim. This was because he didn't know anyone in the alliance. It might even be simply because Nong Yong appreciated him, which was why he got this title as an honorary elder. If the casual words of an honorary elder would get the Piltdown Immortal Alliance to eradicate a sect, then the Piltdown Immortal Alliance wouldn't have lasted to this day. Fujinsong was so afraid because this matter involved his Empty Mirror Immortal Dao, and the name of the Piltdown Immortal Alliance was truly too imposing. If Mo Wuji wanted to destroy the Empty Mirror Immortal Dao, he could only depend on himself, and not the Piltdown Immortal Alliance. His current actions of threatening Fujinsong were merely using the guise of the Piltdown Immortal Alliance to act for Tianji sect. Was Tianji sect destroyed by your Empty Mirror Immortal Dao? Mo Wuji did not continue to ask Do Hualong to leave. Instead, he asked that question in a cold tone. Even if Fujinsong was an idiot, he knew that Mo Wuji should be related to Tianji sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared so much about Tianji sect and even name his pill house the Tianji Pill Court. No, Tianji sect offended the Great Sword Path. It was Great Sword Path's Elder Sagian that destroyed it. My Empty Mirror Immortal Dao merely accepted Elder Sagian's order to chase after the surviving disciples of Tianji sect, Fujinsong answered as cold sweat trickled down his back. Mo Wuji knew of the Great Sword Path. It was also a huge sect with incomparable power. Even though it might be slightly weaker than the Piltdown Immortal Alliance, it wouldn't be weaker to a huge degree. How many Tianji sect disciples has your Empty Mirror Immortal Dao caught? When Mo Wuji heard that Tianji sect wasn't destroyed by Empty Mirror Immortal Dao, his tone became better. 2. Elan was the third one that we were pursuing. Fujinsong was especially cautious as he spoke. He had truly been terrified by Mo Wuji. In his eyes, Mo Wuji wasn't doing this to scare him. Because with Mo Wuji's status, all his threats were truly possible. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539, Mo Wuji's Disappointment. Chapter 539, Mo Wuji's Disappointment. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. At this instant, that blonde girl finally understood that her choice was right. This elder Mo was indeed biased towards Tianji sect. She hurriedly said, Senior Mo, Senior Brother Bien Huayu and Senior Sister Su Roer has been locked up in Empty Mirror Immortal Dao's merchant house. Mo Wuji's eyes turned cold as he turned to Fujinsong and said, I give you half an incense's time. Bring the other two people here, perfectly unharmed. Yes. If Mo Wuji said these words when he just arrived, Fujinsong would have taken it as a joke. However, Fujinsong no longer had such thoughts. In his eyes, Mo Wuji's words were more tangible than gold. He immediately took out his communication bead and sent a message, then he stood by the side and smiled. He could not help but be afraid, even if Mo Wuji wasn't a honorary elder of Pil Dao Immortal Alliance, his identity as a honored grade tier 4 Pil King was enough for him to casually join any supreme sect. For a honored grade tier 4 Pil King, it wasn't impossible got a supreme sect to destroy his empty mirror Immortal Dao. Elder Mo, I really came to the right person this time. At this point, Duju finally came forward and clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji with a face full of smiles. Brother Du, I had some minor matter just now, which was why there was a delay. I wonder if Brother Du has anything you need of me? Mo Wuji's expression became warmer as he asked that question. Duju looked a little awkward as he said, I have a friend that's stuck at the great circle of the Xian Immortal stage. He's just lacking a Grand E True Pill, and I was just intending to ask Brother Mo to help me concoct a batch of Grand E True Pills. With that, Duju took out a storage ring and passed it to Mo Wuji. This contains the immortal herbs for the pill. Mo Wuji accepted the ring and discovered that besides the immortal herbs for a batch of Grand E True Pills, there were also 200,000 high-grade immortal crystals and 10 pieces of smithing materials of considerable grade. Clearly, the additional items were his remunerations. Mo Wuji accepted the ring and chuckled, Brother Du really came at the right time, I happen to have some Grand E True Pills here. As he spoke, Mo Wuji brought out a jade vase and handed it to Duju. Duju scanned it with his spiritual will, and a hint of pleasant surprise immediately emerged on his face. This is too much, I only need half. Mo Wuji's jade vase actually contained 6 Grand E True Pills, which was indeed too much. Usually, it was already not bad for a pill refiner to give the customers 40% of the batch. A full batch of Grand E True Pills contained 12 pills, and Mo Wuji gave him 6, which was equivalent to half of the full batch. But this wasn't what startled Duju the most. What startled Duju the most was that all these 6 pills were unique grade. The value of these 6 unique grade Grand E True Pills vastly exceeded a full batch of high-grade Grand E True Pills. Usually, it was already considered a huge fortune to be able to get a Pill King to concoct a batch of Grand E True Pills, much less unique grade ones. In the market, most of the Grand E True Pills were intermediate grade or low grade. Occasionally, some high-grade pills might be sold. As for unique grade Grand E True Pills, they could only be purchased in auctions. His little bit of remunerations were completely not worth mentioning in front of these 6 unique grade Grand E True Pills. Mo Wuji patted Duju's shoulder and said, I will be leaving for a trip soon. I will need to trouble you to help take care of my store. Duju knew that Mo Wuji was merely saying words of courtesies. Mo Wuji was an elder of the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance branch here in Sharphorn. Why would his store need help taking care of? He still said emotionally, Brother Mo, rest assured. I will definitely come here frequently to take a look. With that, his gaze turned to Fujinsong. In his perspective, the taking care that Mo Wuji mentioned was to prevent blind idiots like Fujinsong from causing a ruckus. By the side, Fujinsong saw this scene with shock in his heart. A Pill King was truly impressive. Even an immortal king couldn't casually take out a vase of Grand E True Pills. The two continued to chatter for a bit until a middle-aged man hurriedly brought a man and a woman in. Mo Wuji didn't care about the middle-aged man. He knew that this fella must be from Empty Mirror Immortal Dao. His gaze landed on the man and the woman. The man looked young, his aura was disturbed. Clearly, he had yet to fully recover from a heavy injury. The woman had pretty features and looked much more mature than Elon. Her injuries were clearly not light as well, but her expression was very calm. She wasn't uneasy or uncertain. Sister Ro, senior brother Huayu. Seeing the two, Elon forgot her fears and anxiously charged over to support the two of them. Elon, what's going on? The woman asked calmly. She saw that the knife-scarred and the slightly cultivators were standing outside with injuries, and Elon looked a little excited, so she immediately asked this question. Elon hurriedly said, Elder Mo was the one that helped me. She didn't continue any further. At this instant, Fujinsong was standing respectfully in front of Mo Wuji with an anxious expression on his face. Elder Mo, we've brought them over. Fu Jinsong's voice was filled with uncertainty. Mo Wuji's expression was slightly ugly, but he didn't say anything. It wasn't because he didn't want to say anything, but because he was too helpless. His cultivation was too low to discipline these fellas from empty mirror immortal Tao. Tianji sect was truly tragic. Back in the cultivation world, it was also destroyed, and the survivors found him to become Tianji sect's sect head. Supposedly, after ascending to the immortal world, he should be supported by the Tianji sect here. Unfortunately, he still needed to act as a nanny here. Seeing Mo Wuji's silence, Fu Jinsong hurriedly took out 3 storage rings and passed them to Elan and company. These are your storage rings, the extras are my compensation. Dian Huiyu and Su Roer did not hesitate to take the rings. Even though there were many additional things in their rings, these rings were originally theirs. Elan's ring, however, wasn't taken, but when she saw her seniors accept the ring, she took the ring as well. Seeing the 3 accept the ring, Fu Jinsong heaved a sigh of relief and turned back to Mo Wuji. Get lost then, Mo Wuji said solemnly. Even though he had a lot of grievances in his heart, Fu Jinsong could only clasp his fists and hurriedly brought his subordinates away. He anxiously wanted to inform his sect head of this matter. If Tianji sect had a backer like Mo Wuji, then it wasn't something that could easily be trifled with by their empty mirror immortal Tao. Moreover, the one that asked for the destruction of Tianji sect wasn't the Great Sword Path itself, it was merely an elder of Great Sword Path. Even though this entire matter hadn't been settled, it was best if their empty mirror immortal Tao leaves before their grievances with Tianji sect got too deep. I will also take my leave. In the future, if Brother Mo needs my, Duju's, help, feel free to instruct me. Duju also took the opportunity to leave. His rewards today were not small. Not only did he get to know of Mo Wuji's true identity, he also obtained 6 unique grade Grand E True pills. After Mo Wuji sent Duju away and retrieved his 2 jade tokens from Do Wolong, he said to Lin Gu, wait for me downstairs. I will come back down soon, then we will leave Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. After that, he turned to Elan and company, the 3 of you follow me up. The 3 of their lives were saved by Mo Wuji. Moreover, Mo Wuji's pill house was called Tianji Pill Court. Even if Mo Wuji didn't call for them, they wanted to know of the situation. Tianji sect's Bien Huiyu, Su Roer, and Elan thanked Senior Mo for your saving grace. The moment they got to the 2nd floor, Su Roer led the 3 of them to bow and thank Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji waved his hands. All this isn't important. Who can tell me when was Tianji sect destroyed? And who exactly destroyed it? Su Roer explained, the sect head's disciple, Uao, offended a genius of the Great Sword Path and even killed a disciple of Great Sword Path's elder Sujian. As a result, in his anger, Sujian brought his men to Tianji sect and razed the entire Tianji sect to the ground. When did this matter happen? And what was the exact reason that the Great Sword Path was offended? Mo Wuji still had some doubts. Su Roer answered, the matter had already happened over 600 years ago. Uao liked a female cultivator from Great Sword Path, but that female disciple didn't like him. So he raped that girl, then killed her. Because of this, the Great Sword Path's Grand Elder was angered, and the Grand Elder brought his men over to destroy Tianji sect. Mo Wuji's face turned ugly. If this was the reason, there was no need to talk about how the other party was the elder of a huge sect. Even he would have killed his way to Tianji sect. Then what about that Uao? Did the Tianji sect head hand Uao over, but that Great Sword Path's elder ignore that? Mo Wuji's tone had noticeably turned cold. Su Roer could naturally feel Mo Wuji's change in attitude. She sighed in her heart as she answered, because Uao is our Tianji sect's #1 disciple, the sect head's disciple, and had a grand immortal cultivation before he was even 100 years old, so it was possible for him to realize the Tao and become an immortal emperor. So the sect head and several elders were not willing to hand Uao over. Moreover, the Great Sword Path's elder was determined to destroy Tianji sect. It was unknown whether handing Uao over would stop that elder. My master tried to reason with them. She said that even if it wouldn't change the outcome, Uao must be handed over. It wasn't simply because she wanted to preserve her life, but because my master thought that a person like Yuao should be killed, even if he was a genius. Mo Wuji's face eased up. Then what happened? Su Roer's voice went downcast. Then, my master was killed by the sect head and several elders. They said that she was betraying her honor just to save herself. She did not deserve to be a member of Tianji sect. The few of us decided to escape from Tianji sect. Even though we no longer wish to be a part of Tianji sect, the Great Sword Path Bat already considered us to be one of Tianji sect's evils. It's already been hundreds of years, but they're still chasing after us. Junior sister Elan was only accepted as a disciple by my substitute master a few decades ago. She isn't even from Tianji sect. Then have the other people from Tianji sect been killed? Mo Wuji suddenly felt disappointed. The reason why he liked Tianji sect, besides the previous Tianji sect head from the List continent, it was also due to the motto of the sect. If Tianji sect only had that motto, and ignored the heinous crimes of its disciples because of talent, then this sect truly deserved to be destroyed. I heard that they weren't. A few elders and Yuao managed to escape. However, we have already left Tianji sect by then, so whether they managed to successfully escape isn't our concern, Su Roer said resolutely. Mo Wuji nodded and he didn't ask any further. He only said, if you don't have anywhere else to go, then stay in my store. I will be leaving for a few years before I return. Of course, if you don't want to stay, I'm fine with that. If this was before, Mo Wuji would definitely have asked for these people to stay here to wait for him to come back and rebuild Tianji sect. Now that he discovered this, even if he was to rebuild a sect, he wouldn't necessarily rebuild Tianji sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, The Origin of the Tianji Pull. Chapter 540, The Origin of the Tianji Pull. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. May I ask why Senior helped us, and is there a reason why Senior named your pill house, Tianji Pill Court? Seeing that Mo Wuji was about to leave, Su Roer braved herself and asked. Mo Wuji turned back and said, because I was the sect head of Tianji sect, however, my Tianji sect is in the cultivation world. Ever since I entered the immortal world, I never heard anything of Tianji sect and I always thought that there wasn't a Tianji sect here. Because of that, I was actually prepared to establish a sect under the name of Tianji sect. But after I heard of the character of your Tianji sect head, I no longer have such intentions. Even if I want to establish a sect, it will be under a different name. As for this pill house, I may even rename it. As they heard Mo Wuji's words, Su Roer and company went into a daze. Immediately, Su Roer kneeled down and said, Su Roer pleads Senior to rebuild Tianji sect. When Bian Huiyu and Elan saw Su Roer kneeling, they quickly followed suit. Mo Wuji looked at Su Roer suspiciously and asked, Su Roer, when I saved you just now, you didn't kneel. Why is it that you've already detached yourself from Tianji sect but you're still kneeling to ask me to rebuild Tianji sect? Su Roer sobbed, because Tianji sect didn't used to be like that. In the entire immortal world, there is only one sect that wasn't established by people, but formed naturally. That is our Tianji sect. What do you mean? Mo Wuji asked. Su Roer slightly adjusted her emotions before saying, according to legends, when our Tianji sect's first sect head, Yuan, discovered Tianji sect, he found a naturally formed sect stone tablet. Sect head Yuan discovered that the stone tablet was actually a Xiantian treasure. There were only 2 words on the stone tablet, Tianji. Eventually, sect head Yuan tried to forcefully refine the Xiantian stone tablet, but it was to no avail. In his anger, he punched the stone tablet. He never expected that this stone tablet, which he couldn't refine, would actually get shattered by his punch. After the stone tablet broke apart, it actually formed 5 different items. What 5 items? All right, sit down first. And the 2 of you, also sit down properly. After Mo Wuji asked that question, he gestured for the three of them to stop kneeling. Su Roer sat down and continued, "There was a longsword called Tianji sword, a pole made from some unknown material called Tianji pole, and 2 tokens, one black and one white. Additionally, the section of the stone tablet which inscribed the 2 words Tianji still remained. Sect head Yuani discovered that there was a map in the black and white token, but that map was too blurry and completely indiscernible." Mo Wuji suddenly thought of his Tianji sect head token. Didn't that white token contain a map? Could the map that he couldn't understand be the same one that Yuan-Yi obtained, and it somehow entered the cultivation world? Otherwise, how would the Tianji pole also have ended up with him? Sect head Yuan-Yi faintly felt that the item from the map wasn't simple. He spent thousands of years studying the map before he finally came to a conclusion. That was to obtain rewards, he would need to work for it. For him to clearly understand the map on the tokens, he would need to establish Tianji sect. However, after he established Tianji sect, the map remained blurry. Sect head Yuan-Yi did not believe that his conclusion was wrong, so he passed his position as the sect head to his disciple, while he prepared a separate body to enter the cultivation world and establish a branch of Tianji sect there. As she said this, Su Roer looked at Mo Wuji and said, "Senior is from the cultivation world's Tianji sect. That should be the sect successfully established by sect head Yuan-Yi's separate body." Mo Wuji hurriedly asked, "Since that's the case, did that sect head Yuan-Yi eventually find the place where the map led to?" Su Roer shook her head. "During that time, he brought the white token, Tianji sword, and Tianji pole. On the other hand, he left the black token behind as the sect head token here, and it had always been passed down till now. After 10,000 years since sect Yuan-Yi left, he sent a message. Sect head Yuan-Yi said that he would die soon, and pointed out that the Tianji sword and the Tianji pole were the keys to opening the map. Ever since then, we no longer received any news of sect head Yuan-Yi, nor any information of the Tianji pole and Tianji sword." Mo Wuji knew that the Tianji pole and the white token were with him, while the Tianji sword was with Lei Hongji. "You just said that Tianji sect didn't used to be like this. Then tell me about the current sect head." Mo Wuji was now interested in the blurred map. He also felt that the map wasn't simple. Ever since he came to the immortal world to cultivate, he became cognizant of the importance of fate and opportunities. Su Roer caught her breath and continued, "The current Tianji sect head is called Yuan Gu. My master was killed by him. This person didn't even deserve to be the Tianji sect head. He only got this position by plotting against the previous sect head Yengichin." "Explain in detail." Mo Wuji's face turned serious. "He was the Tianji sect head of the cultivation world. If the Tianji sect head of the immortal world had been plotted against and had his position wrested away by someone, then Mo Wuji would no longer be courteous. Sect head Yengichin had a forthright personality and an approachable character. However, he had many Dao companions. One of his Dao companions was called Yuan Feilu. Yuan Gu was Yuan Feilu's nephew, and he was brought by Yuan Feilu into Tianji sect. My master told me that even though sect head Yen had a good disposition, he didn't really care about the sect matters, which was why the sect became very messy. On the other hand, Yuan Feilu's nephew Yuan Gu had exceptional talent. His cultivation rose at startling rates. Because of his relationship with Yuan Feilu, he could even gain access to the most secretive places in the sect. Following Yuan Gu's rise in power, his desires began to expand. He secretly got rid of the loyal elders that opposed him. Eventually, 90% of the upper echelons of Tianji sect were his men. There was one time that Tianji sect was accepting disciples, and a female disciple with exceptional talent and gorgeous beauty was taken in. Yuan Gu had his eyes on her, but that girl's principles were very strong and she rejected Yuan Gu. In his anger, Yuan Gu extracted her soul and refined it. He never expected that sect head Yen would actually chance upon this scene. Sect head Yen was enraged and immediately wanted to kill Yuan Gu. However, Yuan Gu's wings had already hardened. With the help of several elders, he surrounded and killed sect head Yen. After sect head Yen died, Yuan Gu became the sect head of Tianji sect. If not for a gratitude from Tianji sect, my master would have already left Tianji sect. She never thought that she would still die in Yuangu's hands. Su Ro'er explained the entire story at a single go. Because she started to reminisce her master, her voice started to choke. No wonder why they would defend you, AO. So it's an entire gang of snakes, Mo Wuji sneered. Actually, Mo Wuji was thoroughly disappointed in Tianji sect. But after he heard Su Ro'er's words, his idea to rebuild Tianji sect was reignited. If the guess of the first Tianji sect head was right, then he would also fulfill the criteria. The cultivation world's Tianji sect had been completely destroyed and he was the one who rebuilt it. If he also rebuilt the immortal world's Tianji sect, then wouldn't he fulfill sect head Yuan Yi's first conclusion about opening the map? It is exactly because of this that I plead senior to rebuild Tianji sect. I don't wish for Tianji sect to end up in the hands of a person like Yuan Gu. Su Ro'er's voice was filled with anticipation, as well as a hint of imploration. Mo Wuji nodded, the three of you can stay in my Tianji pill court. No one here would dare to touch my pill house. I have an urgent matter which requires me to leave, it will take 2 to 3 years. When I return, I would rebuild Tianji sect. Hearing Mo Wuji's promise about rebuilding Tianji sect, Su Ro'er and company were incomparably emotional. 2 days later, Mo Wuji concocted large amounts of low-grade pills and handed them to Do Wolong, then he left Sharphorn Immortal Ruins with Lin Gu. Most of the transfer arrays in Sharphorn Immortal Ruins were to the Broken World. Thus, Mo Wuji and Lin Gu had to take a flying ship to Yongying Immortal Domain before taking another transfer array. The moment Mo Wuji entered the flying ship, he immediately formed seals and handed the ship over to Lin Gu to control. He wasn't going to cultivate, nor practice with pills. With his current pill standards, he didn't even need any last-minute grinding. He wanted to refine the 2 pages of the Book of Luo. Even if he couldn't refine both of them, he would try to refine one. In Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, he was the branch elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Those with higher cultivations than him also wouldn't dare to touch him. For example, that Fusion Song had a higher cultivation but he still had to bow to Mo Wuji. However, the moment he left Sharphorn Immortal Ruins and entered some remote area, no one would recognize who he was. If he had another clash with a Grandee Immortal like Fusion Song, that Grandee Immortal would probably try to kill him straight away. Mo Wuji had personally experienced the greatness of the Book of Luo. Now that he had plenty of time and he had 2 pages of the Book of Luo, he would be an idiot to not refine it. Even though he already knew that refining the Book of Luo would be difficult, he only knew exactly how difficult it was when he actually started doing it. An entire month passed but he had only scratched the surface. Half a year passed. Mo Wuji estimated that he had refined 10% of one of the pages at the very most. At this point, he received a message from Lin Gu that they had already arrived at one of Yongying Immortal Domain's fringe cities, Longsun Immortal City. Mo Wuji kept the 2 pages of the Book of Luo inside with emotion. With his current cultivation, he would need close to 10 years just to refine one of the pages. And this was if nothing went wrong. If a problem arose, then the time would extend indefinitely. However, after refining 10% of the first page, Mo Wuji was especially clear of the Book of Luo's value. Because he didn't refine it much, he still didn't know the attack capabilities of the Book of Luo. However, there was one point that he was sure of: the defensive capabilities of his Book of Luo was multiple times stronger than that chopping board. Seeing Mo Wuji emerge, Lin Gu kept the immortal equipment and asked, "Brother Mo, there's a transfer array to Yongying Immortal City here. Should we gather some news from Longsun Immortal City, or head directly to Yongying Immortal City?" Mo Wuji did not hesitate to say, "Naturally, we would first go to Yongying Immortal City. The alchemy competition is only a few months away but we still don't know anything about how we could take part in the competition." "Alright, then we would immediately go to the transfer array and head to Yongying Immortal City," Lin Gu said promptly. In her eyes, as long as Mo Wuji was a cultivator of Yongying Immortal Domain, then it would be extremely easy to take part in the competition. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, Hello Wenlianxi. Chapter 541, Hello Wenlianxi. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Most of the Yongning Immortal City's transfer arrays were built outside the Yongning Immortal City itself. When Mo Wuji and Lingu walked out of the transfer array, the area outside the Yongning Immortal City was overcrowded with people. When he first arrived at the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, Mo Wuji felt that the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins was the most crowded cultivation city he had ever seen. Presently, the number of people outside the Yongning Immortal City was no less than the number of people in the Sharphorn Immortal City. Mo Wuji was well aware that this was only because of the upcoming alchemy competition. The moment this competition ended, the numbers in the Yongning Immortal City would decrease rapidly. The difference between the Yongning Immortal City and Sharphorn Immortal Ruins would be that the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins would always be overcrowded. Another difference between the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins and the Yongning Immortal City would be that while Mo Wuji was standing outside of the Yongning Immortal City, he could already feel a type of emperor aura from this city. The Yongning Immortal City was evidently much more majestic than the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. With violet energy shrouding the area, two ethereal jade pillars under neon lights looked extremely grand. Normally, there would at most be 2 guards at the entrance of an average immortal city. However, in front of the Yongning Immortal City's entrance stood 2 teams of immortal guards. They were all wearing the same apparels, carrying the same magic treasure, and looked imposing. Mo Wuji and Lingu walked into the Immortal City, and there seemed to be even more people on the inside than the outside. In an overcrowded place like this, accommodations must be really tough to find. Mo Wuji wasn't worried because as long as he could find the Pildao Immortal Alliance, he would have plenty of accommodations readied for him. However, Mo Wuji had no intention of doing so yet because his main priority would be to find out how to register to participate in the alchemy competition. Big brother Mo, where are we heading to now? Are we going to find the Pildao Immortal Alliance? Lingu's trip here was solely to accompany Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji shook his hand. No, I will go take a look at which powerhouses will be participating. Wait, I see a familiar figure. Wait for me while I go say hi. Lingu noticed 2 women in front of them, so when Mo Wuji said this, she guessed that it should be these 2 women. She hesitated for a while before saying, My master was pretty infamous here, so why don't I go look for a place to settle down and wait for you to call for me? Mo Wuji pondered for a moment before agreeing. He knew that Lingu's purpose was simply to accompany him and that Lingu had nothing to do with his participation in this alchemy competition. At the thought of this, Mo Wuji handed Lingu his reputable elder's identity token. If you couldn't find a place, look for the Pildao Immortal Alliance and say that you're looking for a rest house for me. Lingu knew that there was no reason for her to stand on any ceremony at times like this, so all she did was to accept the token, thanked Mo Wuji and then bid goodbye. Mo Wuji took a few steps forward and walked towards a tall lady in a blue dress before clasping his fists and said, Greetings, senior sister. I wonder how senior sister Wenlianxi is doing now. Mo Wuji had no idea what this tall lady's name was, but he recognized that back when Wenlianxi saved his life, this tall lady in blue was standing beside her. One reason why Mo Wuji came forward to greet her was indeed because he wanted to thank Wenlianxi. The second reason was because Mo Wuji wanted to find out which powerhouses that were participating in the alchemy competition were still lacking in pill refiners. Mo Wuji just arrived here, so he didn't even know anyone here. You are? This tall lady was held up by Mo Wuji, so she simply stopped and looked at Mo Wuji in doubt. My name is Mo Xingha. Mo Wuji was a little awkward as he didn't expect her to not remember him at all. Even though this woman had beautiful eyes, she used her spiritual will to scan Mo Wuji's storage bag back then, which resulted in Mo Wuji's not so good impression of her. Ah, I remember you now. I really didn't expect you to be here in the Yongning Immortal City. This woman didn't continue her sentence, but Mo Wuji could probably guess what she wanted to say, which is how unbelievable it was to see him here. As for changing his name from Mo Wuji to Mo Xinghe, this woman didn't find it strange because she probably didn't even remember his name from the onstart. Yes, that's me, and I really wanted to thank Senior Sister One for saving me. May I ask if she is here in the Yongning Immortal City too? Mo Wuji said while smiling. Mo Wuji still had very good impressions of Wen Lianqi, and even though he had no idea why she even took back a pill furnace from him in the end, Mo Wuji didn't really put it to heart. He wasn't the type of narrow-minded person to only remember the bad sides of people. Furthermore, the pill furnace originally belonged to Wen Lianqi, so she had every right to take back what was hers. Just based on the fact that Wen Lianqi saved his life once, Mo Wuji was already extremely grateful. Additionally, after she no longer needed his help, there was no need for her to help him detoxify the toxin in him, but she did it anyway. More ruthless cultivators would never do what she did, or at least, they wouldn't even take the initiative to help him in the first place. The blue-dressed woman calmed herself down before saying faintly, "Senior Sister One is doing fine, so you don't have to worry. I still have something on, so I can't continue chatting with you, but..." As she finished her sentence, she signaled to the woman beside her and left immediately. Mo Wuji's mouth remained wide open at the rude actions of this woman. Following which, Mo Wuji shook his head because without mentioning that he looked extremely ordinary now, even if he was wearing majestic clothings, she probably wouldn't regard him highly. There were numerous people in this world like her, so Mo Wuji didn't mind at all. There was still some time before the alchemy competition, so Mo Wuji decided to head to a rest house to find out more news about Zui Xian or Song Hung. If Zui Xian and Song Hung made it back alive, they would definitely visit the Yongning Immortal City upon hearing about it in the Yongning Immortal Domain. Back in the Broken World, he had helped them massively, so he was confident that getting a slot for him to participate in the competition shouldn't be too unreasonable. Wenwei, that person knew Lianqi? After leaving far away from Mo Wuji, the woman beside the woman in a blue dress asked. The blue-dressed woman replied, "He is a rogue cultivator from the corner of Yongning, and Lianqi saved his life out of goodwill back then. At that time, he should only be in the earthly immortal stage, and I really didn't expect him to be that capable to advance into a heavenly immortal in just a few years' time. On top of that, he even managed to come to the Yongning Immortal Domain from the corner of Yongning. But I feel that he looks very ordinary, and I couldn't even feel a tinge of spirituality from him. A person like this can advance into the heavenly immortal stage?" the other woman asked doubtfully. The blue-dressed woman answered, "He probably got really lucky, but I suggest we leave a person like this alone. Back then, it was because Lianqi helped him that he managed to make use of her. Jiaying, we have reached." As the two spoke, they reached an entrance of an extremely high-grade hall. The two of them took out their name cards, and there was already someone guiding them in. The hall was already filled with over 40 to 50 people, and about 80% of the people there were females. Beside everyone was a fragrant immortal fruit and immortal wine. Everyone was simply chatting casually or sitting down and enjoying the wine with each other. "Wenwei, I was about to send a message to you, and I certainly didn't expect you to have reached so early," a soft voice could be heard from a young woman in a faint green dress. "Lianqi, you've gotten skinnier again," the woman in blue said helplessly. Even though this woman in a faint green dress was not wearing any veil, Mo Wuji would definitely be able to recognize her as Wen Lianqi if he was here. Wen Lianqi smiled but didn't say anything, while the other woman chuckled and said, "Lianqi is troubled because of love, and I really wonder who would be this fortunate to be able to be on Lianqi's mind. Oh yes, we even met an admirer of Lianqi on our way here earlier on. He was even asking about you, and if it wasn't for Wenwei, he might have followed us all the way here." "Who is it?" Wen Lianqi asked casually. The woman in blue dress replied, "It was that rogue cultivator we met many years ago in the corner of Yongning. The Mo guy who kept boasting about him being a pill monarch?" As she said this, the woman in blue dress couldn't help but chuckled. Maybe that fella heard about this Yongning Immortal Domain pill alchemy competition and is preparing to participate in it. Ah. Following this, when Lianqi glared and grabbed at the woman in blue, "Wenwei, where did he go? Hurry, tell me now." When Lianqi spoke so anxiously that her words couldn't even be heard clearly. Her anxious tone and trembling hands were evidence of how unstable her emotions were. Lianqi, you. Wenwei looked suspiciously at Wen Lianqi. Wenwei, hurry up and tell me now. Wen Lianqi was so impatient that she almost cried out. Seeing how anxious Wen Lianqi was, Wenwei didn't dare to ask anymore as she replied, earlier on, Jiaying and I met him on the streets and he called out for me to ask about you. I didn't bother about him and he didn't continue pestering me. Wenwei hadn't complete her sentence and Wen Lianqi had already rushed out. Wen Lianqi was so desperate she wished her spiritual will could scan through this entire place. However, in this place streets that were further away would be obstructed by some spiritual will restrictions. A slightly familiar back view flashed across her spiritual will and following which, that back view entered a rest house by the street. When Lianqi's heart which already beating very quickly started to jump around wildly as she hurried to that rest house. She totally didn't consider if her actions were embarrassing or appropriate. In the years that Wen Lianqi had lived, she didn't recall herself ever being so excited. Many people entered and left the rest house constantly, so when Lianqi's eyes swept across the entire hall once. The moment she saw a familiar figure at the corner of the hall, tears started to form uncontrollably at the corner of her eyes. In just a few steps, she dashed forward and stood in front of Mo Wuji. You? Mo Wuji saw Wen Lianqi standing in front of him, and even though this was a face he had never seen before, he felt a deep sense of familiarity in her. In just a few moments' time, Mo Wuji recognized her and realized that the person standing in front of him was the woman she had been asking about earlier on. He didn't expect that Wen Lianqi would appear right in front of him when he was still searching for her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, Grand Alchemy Competition Slot. Chapter 542, Grand Alchemy Competition Slot. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Your senior sister one, Mo Wuji said in joy and then hurried to point to the chair opposite him. Senior sister one, I was just asking around if you came to the Yonging immortal domain. When Lianqi's excitement had yet to die away, but as she recalled how she treated Mo Wuji previously, her face blushed. When Mo Wuji called for her, she hurried to bow and then said, Pillmaster Mo, please don't address me as senior sister. If you still respect me, Pillmaster Mo can address me directly as Lianqi. Alright Lianqi, please take a seat. Mo Wuji didn't mind because in terms of cultivation, he was still slightly higher than Wen Lianqi. In terms of status, he was not too far off to address her as Lianqi. Only upon hearing this, when Lianqi sat down cautiously before saying, Pillmaster Mo, I was blind to have thought of you as a cheater back then. Mo Wuji hesitated for a while before saying, actually, you were not wrong because I did lie to you back then. Ah. When Lianqi looked surprisingly at Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji explained helplessly, back then, I was a peak grade tier 3 pill monarch and could also be considered to be a low grade pill king. However, I claimed to be a tier 9 heavenly pill master, which was a lie. Only Mo Wuji was aware that his statement of his was the lie and his claim back then held more truth. However, he had no choice but to lie because there would be problems if he didn't lie, and then went on to display the skills of a pill king in the Yonging Immortal Domain Grand Alchemy Competition. If he were to mention that he was a tier 3 pill monarch previously, it wouldn't be too much of a surprise for him to have become a pill king now. I know, and I have truly let Pill Master Mo down. Back then, When Lianqi spoke and was about to stand up, Mo Wuji used his hand to prevent Wen Lianqi from standing up before smiling, we shall let bygones be bygones, and if it wasn't for your life-saving grace, I wouldn't even be sitting in front of you now. This was the main reason why I didn't put that incident to heart, so you don't have to worry about it. One look at Wen Lianqi's expression and he knew that Wen Lianqi was apologetic about poisoning him back then. However, Mo Wuji really didn't mind the fact that she placed a poison in him, not because she wanted to harm him but because she didn't know him. Anyone else, including himself, would have done the same. Moreover, when Lianqi did take the initiative to hand him the antidote, because if he didn't receive the antidote, he wouldn't bother sitting in front of her now. It was solely because of the antidote which made Mo Wuji extremely grateful for Wen Lianqi. Back then, he still wasn't fully aware of the uses of the elemental storage channel, so without Wen Lianqi, he wouldn't have any idea on recovering his cultivation. In a place like the corner of Yongning, if he didn't have any strength, he would be killed by others easily. Furthermore, if it wasn't for Wen Lianqi, he would never have gotten the grass, wood, stone. One must know that the grass, wood, stone was of massive help to Mo Wuji, and it was one of the main reasons why he could advance so quickly to become a pill king. Of course, the other main reason would be his own extraordinary pill Dao. There were far too many people in this world who only remember the bad of people. Even if someone were to treat one well for the entire life, as long as one did something unsatisfactory, the same person would remember it for life. As for the good, one would completely forget it immediately. Back on Earth, Mo Wuji watched an interview before. It was about a young girl who left house after being reprimanded by her mother. When she was starving and freezing on her own outside, a kind-hearted uncle gave her a bowl of noodles to eat. After that, she was extremely grateful and believed that this uncle treated her better than her parents, and even wanted to acknowledge this uncle as his father. At this moment, she forgot how she came to this world and who fed her through her growing years. This was a bad habit deeply rooted in a human's heart, but Mo Wuji was definitely not someone like that. He would never forget Wen Lianqi's kind acts over some unimportant matters. Because of this gratitude, he would completely forget all the other unimportant matters which made him different from the rest. "You knew back then that I placed poison in you?" Even though she knew the answer, Wen Lianqi still sounded it out. Mo Wuji chuckled. "Back then, I was after all a pill master who was close to being a pill king, but what made me glad was the fact that you brought me the antidote eventually." At this moment, if there was a gap on the ground, Wen Lianqi would force herself through it to avoid the embarrassment. She wasn't restrained by Mo Wuji's act of stopping her as she stood up and bowed. "Thank you, big brother Mo, for your magnanimity to forgive a clueless person like me." When Lianqi understood Mo Wuji's words, which meant to say that even if she didn't hand him the antidote, the poison wouldn't have affected Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji said that he was grateful that she handed him the antidote, but it wasn't true gratitude but a confirmation of her character. Otherwise, she wouldn't be qualified to be talking to him like she was now. After she finished, when Lianqi continued, "The reason why I came here today is because I wish to ask big brother Mo for your help." Mo Wuji nodded. "Say it, as long as it is within my means, I will go all out to help you." When Lianqi sat back down, and even though she was slightly embarrassed to say it, for her father and for watering Immortal City, she had no other choice. "Big brother Mo, are you aware of the upcoming Grand Alchemy competition held by the Yongning Immortal Domain?" "But." "Yes, I am aware." Mo Wuji was definitely aware, because this was also the reason why he was here, and even if when Lianqi didn't ask, he would ask her about it. When Lianqi didn't find it surprising, because to her, Mo Wuji might have already become a pill king now, and his trip here would definitely be for the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Actually, other than the Yunxian Immortal Valley was another important reason for the Grand Alchemy competition. When Lianqi continued. "What reason?" Mo Wuji asked. When Lianqi regained her composure before saying in a gentle tone, "Because after this competition, a few lower-grade immortal cities of the Yongning Immortal Domain would turn into subsidiary cities of other cities and lose its sovereignty. If they performed well, the lower-grade immortal cities could advance to become an intermediate or even top-grade immortal cities." Mo Wuji inquired curiously, "What does that mean?" "I know there are 3 grades of immortal cities, but I have never heard of subsidiary cities." Mo Wuji wasn't completely clueless as to the grades of immortal cities. In the Yongning Immortal Domain, the Yongning Immortal City was considered to be a first-class immortal city, a Heavenly Emperor's immortal city. Following which would be high-grade immortal city, intermediate-grade immortal city, and low-grade immortal city. The best high-grade immortal city could even be as strong as a Heavenly Emperor's immortal city. For example, young Castellan Zoetian came from the Sea Canopy Immortal City, and it was of similar status as this Yongning Immortal City. When Lianqi knew that Mo Wuji should have just arrived from the corner of Yongning so he wouldn't know too much about all these hints, she wasn't too surprised. She simply explained, subsidiary immortal cities are intermediate or high-grade immortal cities' vassals, and the castellan of these subsidiary cities would listen to every order of the intermediate or high-grade immortal cities. Normally, the castellan of the subsidiary cities would be killed and every output produced from the subsidiary cities would belong to someone else but themselves. My father is the castellan of the watering immortal city, and if my watering immortal city were to turn into a subsidiary city, my family would have no escape route. Even my mother and I would have to be attached to someone else, and my father would most probably be killed. Therefore, I would like to request Big Brother Mo to represent my watering immortal city in the competition this time round and save my entire clan. Mo Wuji finally understood why Lianqi was so anxious when she first saw him. Mo Wuji had originally intended to look for a powerhouse to represent so that he could participate in the Grand Alchemy competition. This would be the perfect opportunity for him to help Lianqi. As he noticed how nervous Lianqi was as she grabbed onto her dress tightly, Mo Wuji chuckled, "I was still wondering what could it be. I was intending to participate in the competition, and since this is the case, bring me to meet your father." Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Lianqi handed a jade token to Mo Wuji excitedly, "There is no need to meet my father. My watering immortal city has 2 slots for the competition and my father gave me one, which made me free to choose anyone." Lianqi had no other choice, which was why she was at the Yongning Immortal City's Celebrity Immortal Conference. The conference would gather a few more notable and reputable young cultivators, which she hoped to find someone capable. Eventually, she heard news of Mo Wuji, was why she hurried over. Mo Wuji took over the jade token and comforted her, "I have accepted your request, so do not worry." "Oh yes, are there any restrictions for the Yongning Immortal Domain Grand Alchemy competition?" "There are only the age and domains restriction. The first condition would be that one must come from the Yongning Immortal Domain, and the second condition would be that one must not be older than 500 years old. In the competition this time round, one must aim for the top 50. The rock in Lianqi's heart was finally removed as she saw Mo Wuji accepting the token. Mo Wuji was someone who Pil King Lian Tan admired, so he mustn't be too poor. Mo Wuji pondered for a while before saying, "Previously, I've done something in the corner of Yongning, so I wish to change my name to Mo Xinghe to represent the watering immortal city this time round." Lianqi hurried to say, "I'm aware of all those incidents, but those aren't important right now. After the incident regarding the lifeless river, nobody bothered about the incident at the corner of Yongning. Even though someone complained to the Heavenly Emperor didn't have any reaction too. Furthermore, the people you killed back then were some unimportant people, so naturally, nobody paid too much attention to it." Mo Wuji knew that Lianqi was a little too simplistic, as he was friends with Zui Xin and Sung Hung. He knew that the incident involving the corner of Yongning and the Yongning prison was not that simple. Even if the half-immortal domain collapsed and the corner of Yongning wasn't given as much attention as the past, he would still invite a lot of unnecessary troubles the moment he was found out. However, Mo Wuji wasn't fearful of that, because he came to participate in this grand alchemy competition with something to depend on. Given his status as an honored great elder at the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance, nobody would dare to touch him even if they knew he came from the half-immortal domain. He wanted to change his name only because he really didn't want too much troubles. After finding a slot for himself to participate in the competition, Missouri Wuji's spirits was lifted as he stood up. "Since this is the case, I will head back to rest first, and when the competition starts, I will definitely not waste any time." Mo Wuji was desperate to find a place to refine his book of Luo. There was still about half a year before the competition begins, so it would be a waste if he didn't make full use of this spare time. Lianqi stood up together with Mo Wuji, and she was also feeling much better than when she first arrived. Before she had a chance to bid goodbye to Mo Wuji, her communication bracelet lit up. Just as Lianqi's spiritual will landed on the bracelet, her face turned pale instantly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, Offending the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Chapter 543, Offending the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. What happened? Mo Wuji asked curiously. After all, when Lianqi was still the young castellan of a low-grade immortal city, and now that he had agreed to help represent her city in the competition, what else could cause her to be this worried? Something happened to the Yongning Grand Alchemy competition. When Lianqi found it hard to say these words, and she seemed to have lost the power to be assertive in her speech. Mo Wuji's heart turned cold because he was more concerned over this competition than anyone else. What he was concerned about was the opening of the Yunxian Immortal Valley after this alchemy competition, so if something happened to the alchemy competition and they decided not to open the Yunxian Immortal Valley, where could he go to find his underworld heartflower? What happened there? Mo Wuji managed to regain his composure very quickly. My father sent me a message saying that the Heavenly Immortal was pressured by a lot of experts to change the conditions of the competition. To remove the restriction to the domains and the age limit. When Lianqi's voice was filled with disappointment. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief because the competition wasn't cancelled, and the only change would be that the stature of pill refiners participating would be much higher than before. However, he should still be able to participate in the competition, right? So why was Lianqi so disappointed? After pondering for a while, Mo Wuji finally understood why Lianqi was as disappointed as she looked. The removal of these restrictions meant that any pill refiner of any immortal domain would be able to participate, and even pill emperors would be eligible to participate. In such a scenario, when Lianqi believed that Mo Wuji would no longer be able to get into the top 50 with this increased level of competitiveness. Try imagining who wouldn't want to visit a place like the Yunxian Immortal Valley? Even some pill emperors would be interested, so let alone the members of all the other huge sects and sky lords. What did it signify for one's future the moment one managed to obtain a tier 9 immortal herb? Lianqi, you don't have to worry because this wouldn't affect us too greatly, Mo Wuji comforted her with this sentence. Mo Wuji was truly not worried because he was after all an honored grade tier 5 pill king who could even concoct low grade tier 6 pills. This meant that he could also be considered as a tier 6 pill king. Given his present strength, even if all the pill refining experts in the immortal domain participated, it shouldn't be too huge a task for him to get into the top 50. Mo Wuji was well aware that there wasn't too many pill emperors even if you looked across all 7 immortal domains. Furthermore, the pill emperors might not even participate in the competition, and so what even if they do lower their ego to participate? He only had to get into the top 50 and not the top 5. Mo Wuji could also guess the reason why the Heavenly Emperor was pressured. It should be because experts from the other domains were jealous of the Yongning Immortal Domain's Yunxian Immortal Valley, so they pressured the Yongning Immortal Domain's Sky Lord to increase their odds of earning a slot to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley via the competition. My father requested for me to return the Jade Token immediately. When Lianqi found it hard to break this to Mo Wuji. Initially, it was extremely tough to find a strong pill refiner to represent the Watering Immortal City, but now, there were simply way too many pill refiners that could help them, such that the Watering Immortal City didn't even need to go looking for them, and these experts would come looking for them. Mo Wuji was able to empathize with Lianqi because there were indeed way too many pill experts from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, and even he was from the Alliance. Mo Wuji was certain that all the strong and experienced pill refiners of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance would be going around looking for participation slots just like him. Mo Wuji didn't continue to promise Lianqi anything because there were way too many experts around, and even if he was confident he could get into the top 50, he wasn't 100% certain as well. Moreover, he had already told Lianqi that it wouldn't affect their odds of getting into the top 50, so if Lianqi really wanted to take his participation slot back, there was nothing he could do. However, he believed that even without Lianqi's Jade Token, he would still have his ways of getting a slot for the competition. At the very most, he would just take out his Pill Dao Immortal Alliance Honored Great Elder's identity token. Noticing Lianqi's pale face, Mo Wuji continued, I am 70% certain that I could get into the top 50 for the Watering Immortal City. Also, let me say something which might not be too pleasant to your ears. Even if you were to take this jade token back and give it to someone else to represent you, the outcome wouldn't be any better. Why would Wen Lianqi not know how true Mo Wuji last sentence was? Without the restrictions put in place, the Watering Immortal City's competitive strength would not be very high. All the decent pill kings would have been taken away by the others and they could only choose from the pool of below-average pill kings. Normally, Tier 4 or 5 pill kings were considered to be quite incredible, but in this competition, they wouldn't mean much and could even be considered to be the weakest among all the other competitors. Big brother Mo, I trust you. You should stay here first while I go talk to my father. When the time comes, all you need to do is to represent the Watering Immortal City in this competition. When Lianqi finally made up her mind. She had already made a mistake once, and if she were to make another mistake yet again by asking for the jade token back, it wouldn't be a misunderstanding anymore. It would be a problem with her character. After saying what she needed to say, Wen Lianqi bowed to Mo Wuji and left. Mo Wuji hurried to stop Wen Lianqi. Hold on, let's exchange messages for communication purposes. Wen Lianqi shook her head. It's okay because I am worried that my father might force me to spill the beans. I have to leave now, so thank you big brother Mo in advance. Wen Lianqi was truly worried because even if his father didn't force her, her mother would be nagging by her ear to get her to reveal Mo Wuji's identity. Watching Wen Lianqi hurrying out of the rest house, Mo Wuji sighed. He recalled the equally stunning Jiyu and how she was constantly using others. Be it Jiyu or Morong Xiangyu, their characters were simply not a match for Wen Lianqi. Just as Mo Wuji was about to send Jiyu a message, he received Jiyu's message saying that she didn't use his identity token and found an accommodation at the Yugue Immortal Rest House. She had even booked a room for him. Ying Valley Immortal Rest House was the #1 immortal rest house in the Yongying Immortal Domain. Whether it was the location in the Yongying Immortal Domain or grandness of its architecture, it was second to none in the Yongying Immortal Domain. Even though Watering Immortal City was only a low-grade immortal city, the Castellan, Wen Ho, was still qualified to stay in the Ying Valley Immortal Rest House. Presently within a room on the 4th level of the Ying Valley Immortal Rest House, Wen Lianqi stood in the center with her head lowered and hands by the side. There were 4 people seated on top, and other than Watering Immortal City's Castellan, Wen Ho, there was also Tier 4 Pill King Tan Liang, who was supposed to help the Watering Immortal City in this alchemy competition. Even though Tan Liang was only a Tier 4 Pill King, he was the representative of the highest alchemy standard for Watering Immortal City. One of the other 2 people seated was a man wearing a crown who was expressionless as if he didn't bother about anything. The last person had an air of arrogance around him as he looked at Wen Lianqi loftily. Even Wen Lianqi's mother could only sit somewhere further away from them. Lianqi, hurry up and greet the 2 Pill Kings from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, Pill King Gengji and Pill King Di Baishang. The moment Wen Lianqi entered the room, Wen Ho hurried to remind her. Wen Lianqi bowed obediently. Wen Lianqi greets Pill King Gengji and Pill King Di Baishang, but Gengji didn't react as he appeared as though he didn't hear Wen Lianqi's greetings, while Di Baishang simply maintained his proud face before nodding at her. Wen Ho said in a hurry, Lianqi, quickly take out the jade token for the alchemy competition. Pill King Gengji and Pill King Di Baishang are both Tier 5 Pill Kings of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, and it is truly our Watering Immortal City's blessing that both of them are willing to represent us in this competition. How about Uncle Tan? Wen Lianqi was shocked as she temporarily forgot that she couldn't take out the jade token and was worried for Tan Liang instead. Tan Liang had been giving his all for the Watering Immortal City, and kicking Uncle Tan Liang out immediately after someone slightly more capable wanted to participate in the competition seemed a little too absurd, right? Tan Liang heard that Wen Lianqi was concerned about him, so he hurried to laugh it off. Lianqi, don't have to worry about me. I am happy now that we have Pill Kings from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance to help represent our Watering Immortal City. Wen Ho nodded. Lianqi, you don't have to worry about all these, so just pass me the jade token for the competition. Father, I am sorry, but I cannot get the jade token back anymore, but When Wenho heard this, his face turned solemn because he passed a jade token to his daughter, a daughter he adored so much and a daughter who knew it was impossible to find a better participant than Tan Liang. If even Tan Liang couldn't get into the top 50, why would any random pill refiner that Wen Lianqi found be able to do so? Now that the watering immortal city had some glimpses of hope, how could he allow his daughter to give the precious jade token away so casually? Furthermore, how could he offend these two people beside him? Lianqi, you have to be understanding and quickly hand the jade token over. Even when Lianqi's mother, Yan Shenling, couldn't help but to comment. When Lianqi lifted her head and said sincerely, "Father and mother, I am truly unable to get the jade token back because I've met a pill refiner who said he will represent my watering immortal city in this competition, so I gave him the jade token. When we parted, I forgot to ask him for a communication bead, so even I have no idea where he is now." After when Lianqi said this, the few people in the room exchanged glances. The nonchalant Gung Ji finally opened his eyes widely as all he did was grunt with a face of unhappiness. Since the watering immortal city has someone so capable to participate in this competition, you shouldn't need us anymore. We shall make our move first. Immediately after he said this, Gung Ji stood up and soon after, Di Baisheng followed suit. "These two pill kings, please hold on because I will definitely find the jade token and send it directly to both your hands." Wenho stood up anxiously as he said this. "Since this is the case, find us after Castellan." When had found the jade token, immediately after this, Gung Ji and Di Baisheng no longer cared about Wenho as they simply left their seats and left the room. "Lianqi, you are in huge trouble." After the two pill kings left, Yan Shenling sighed. She couldn't understand why her obedient daughter would ever make such an absurd move. "Father and mother, since the Yonging Immortal Domain Grand Alchemy competition loosened up with the rules, even Pill King Gung and Pill King Di might not be able to, When Lianqi was kind in nature, so she didn't say that they would not be able to earn the slots even if they were to enter and represent us." Wen Ho's face was still serious as he didn't bother about Wen Lianqi. Yan Shenling sighed once more before saying, "Lianqi, do you know how serious the consequences would be now that we have rejected the help of two pill kings from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance?" AI. When Lianqi's heart turned heavy as she had forgotten that those two were from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Even the Yonging Immortal Domain Sky Lord had to be respectful to the pill kings from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Now that she mentioned she no longer had a pill token with her, they must be thinking that the watering immortal city was messing with them. The watering immortal city was already filled with troubles, but now, she had offended two more important figures. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544, A Messier Situation. Chapter 544, A Messier Situation. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Noticing that her daughter was in a loss, Yan Shenling's heart ached because this daughter was her husband's sweetheart. Moreover, their daughter's actions were for the good of the watering immortal city as well. Yan Shenling hurried to add in, "Husband, when Lianqi was not wrong because even if we were to let them represent us, it would be extremely hard for two Tier 5 pill kings to get into the top 300 let alone top 50 with the lack of restrictions now. I was wondering why don't we let big brother Tan Liang represent the watering immortal city? Since we are going to fail, why should we give this opportunity to outsiders? At the very most, we would leave the watering immortal city immediately after the competition." When Lianqi regained her composure and said, "Father, I think mother is right because there is no need for us to curry favor with the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance since we have already offended them. It would at least be a good experience for Uncle Tan to participate in this competition." Tan Liang sighed, "I have no objections to this. If I were to participate in the competition with the previous rules in place, I will still have a slight chance, but I am certain that I would not have any chances now." After remaining silent for quite some time, Wen Ho finally spoke, "Lianqi and your mother are right. Brother Tan, you and I are like true brothers, so you shall represent us in the competition this time round. In the event that we lost, we shall leave immediately. I believe there would be some time before the watering immortal city turned into a subsidiary city, so we should be fine as long as we leave before that happens. Everyone fell silent because everyone including Wen Lianqi knew that Wen Ho's words were to comfort them only. After the competition ended, those who left the city would be dealt more severely if they were caught. Only after a while, Tan Liang answered, "All right, we would at most leave together. I will also take a look if I have any chance of entering the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance if all else fails." Wen Lianqi felt extremely horrible at the sight of her father and mother's dejected looks. She recalled Mo Wuji's guarantee and was hesitant as to whether or not she should let her parents know. However, she was fearful that after she said that and if Mo Wuji failed, it would only make them even more disappointed. "Lianqi, are you still hiding something from us?" When Lianqi's mother, Yan Shenling, knew her own daughter extremely well, so she could tell that when Lianqi appeared as if she still had something to say. Even Wen Ho could tell, so he chuckled, "Lianqi, things couldn't get any worse, so just speak your mind freely. No matter what happens, our family will never be split apart. I, Wen Ho, had been in the immortal world for so many years, so what have I not encountered before?" When Lianqi agreed, so she replied, "The pill refiner who I invited told me that he was 70% certain." Hearing Wen Lianqi's words, even Tan Liang didn't look too pleasant. 70%? After the changes of the rules, even a tier 6 pill king would not dare to be 70% certain of earning a slot, so could he be a pill emperor? "Lianqi, please don't tell me you're cheated," Yan Shenling furrowed her brows. When Lianqi hurried to say, "No, it was the pill refiner whom I met at the corner of Yongying, and even Uncle Tan praised him. Who knew that I would meet him at the Yongying Immortal City?" "It's him?" Tan Liang's expression looked slightly better as he simply sighed. Before the changes to the rules, he would definitely be 70% certain of getting a slot. No, should be 90%. However, after the rules change, even pill emperors would be participating. Sigh. Wen Ho also got excited as he hurried to ask, "Brother Tan, previously, you felt that the essence he extracted was 100% pure, and normally, pill competitions require competitors to purify immortal herbs." Tan Liang nodded. "I dare to guarantee that in time to come, this pill refiner would be a pill emperor. Only an unbelievable genius would be able to purify a herb to 100% purity, because even a tier 6 pill king might not be able to do so. The pity was that before he could fully reach his potential, the rules had to change now. My guess is that even the person who came in 50th would be at least a tier 6 pill king. In a competition of such high standards, even if they were required to purify herbs, it would be immortal herbs which are tier 4 and above. The difficulty of purifying such herbs would definitely be incomparable to lower grade herbs." As he said this, Tan Liang paused as he looked at Wen Lianqi before saying, "Lianqi, whether we succeed or fail, you have to introduce him to me after the competition. This person has limitless potential and would definitely be someone who many will look upon in the near future." Yan Xianling suddenly thought of something as she looked at her husband. "Husband, what do you think about letting Lianqi and that Mo Wuji fella get married?" Wen Ho's eyes lit up because he trusted Tan Liang's judgment, and since Tan Liang said that his potential is limitless, it would definitely be limitless. The moment the Wen clan has a pill emperor as a son-in-law, who would dare touch them? Even Heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyun wouldn't dare to touch his Wen clan as he wished. As for Wen Lianqi, the couple was very confident because she was gentle, knowledgeable, and was the watering immortal city's #1 beauty. "Mother, what are you talking about? I have only met him twice." Wen Lianqi's entire face blushed. Following Mo Wuji's closed-doors cultivation, the originally crowded Yongying Immortal City transformed into an even messier situation. The main reason was because of the new changes to the rules, which allowed every pill refiner to enter, compared to the previous rule which only Yongying Immortal Domain's pill refiners who were below the age of 500 could join. The reason why pill refiners took so long to progress was because pill refining had always been tough. A good pill refiner would have went through tens and hundreds of years of hard work to gain the experience and knowledge. One could imagine how many incredible pill refiners would come forward to join as soon as this new rule was implemented. This was especially so for pill refiners stuck in the world of cultivation solely for the opening of the Yunxian Immortal Valley. When the new rule was implemented, the fight for the slots to participate for the Yongying Immortal Domain was comparatively more reserved. After all, the Pill Kings from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance just needed to visit the lower-grade immortal cities, and the castellans of these cities would welcome them with both slots readied for them. All they needed to do was to represent these cities in the competition. Till the end, when the participation slots were getting lesser, even Pill Kings had to fight among themselves for a chance to participate in this competition. Even if all of them were from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, they were ruthless to each other when fighting for their slots. Geng Ji and Di Baishang, who both left the watering immortal city's castellan's residence angrily, had no choice but to find him again. Even if they didn't have both slots, one slot would suffice. Wenho greets both Pill Kings. Wenho's family welcomed both Pill Kings back to their living room, and if Wenho was anxious to not these two leave previously, he was hoping that these two didn't visit him once again. Geng Ji nodded his head and asked faintly, "Castellan 1, have you found that slot?" "Ah, I couldn't find it," Wenho sighed sincerely. The reason why he sighed was not because of the loss of the slot, but was because these two were here again. Geng Ji furrowed his brows and said, "Since this is the case, why don't you just hand us the remaining slot? Don't worry, because both Baisheng and I are Tier 5 Pill Kings of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, so we would definitely do our best to produce the best results." Wenho started to feel embarrassed, because even if Tan Liang was his friend, he shouldn't keep changing his decision and treat him like a disposable as when he wished. When Lianqi, who was standing by the side, Lianqi greets both Pill Kings. "My father was enraged at me for being foolish to give someone else the slots and for causing both of you to not have a slot to represent us. Therefore, he had given up on this alchemy competition and simply gave the remaining slot to someone else." Geng Ji was furious, as he really didn't expect Wenho to be so daring. If Wenho hadn't offended them previously, he certainly did now. "Very well, then I hope your watering immortal city would find an expert to get a good result." Geng Ji couldn't even be bothered to take a seat, as he simply left with Di Baishang. Wenho sighed once more. "What is destined to happen will happen, and since something like this is cursed to happen to our Wen clan, we wouldn't be able to avoid it anyway." The Yongying Immortal City was filled with hustle and bustle, and the few months-long fight for participation slots finally came to an end. Furthermore, the Yongying Immortal Domain's Grand Alchemy Competition had drawn its curtain. Mo Wuji was called out by Lin Gu, and he had already refined 30% of the first page of the Book of Luo. Mo Wuji couldn't help but to sigh at the worthlessness of time, because he had already been behind closed doors for over a year. "Thank you, Lin Gu." Even if Mo Wuji had already greeted Lin Gu previously, he still felt the need to thank her. This alchemy competition was the most important event to him now, so he would never be able to forgive himself if he missed it. Lin Gu smiled. "For the competition this time round, I've even seen Immortal Emperor's experts here. Two of your Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Pill Emperors were also here, and even the Vice Alliance head of your Pill Dao Immortal Alliance was seen in the Yongying Immortal City. Let's go, let's head towards the competition venue. Even though I am from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, I have no idea who the Vice Alliance head was, and I only knew Pill Emperor Nong Yong. I wonder if he is here today," Mo Wuji said while packing his clothes. "He isn't here yet, as it seems. One of the Pill Emperor is called Gong Yangxue and the other one is called Hong Jun. Both of them seem to be representing two different immortal cities," Lin Gu continued to explain while Mo Wuji packed. Mo Wuji was full of regrets, because he joined the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance not because he liked it a lot, but because he needed to find a place to protect himself. He had yet to meet the important figures of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, as well as the president of the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins branch. Mo Wuji had only met Nong Yong, and if Pill Emperor Nong Yong was here, he was intending to thank him properly. Now that Nong Yong wasn't here, he could only regret. The venue for the alchemy competition this time round was the biggest open roof plaza in the Yongying Immortal Domain. Yongying Immortal Domain's largest plaza would naturally be the Yongying Immortal Plaza. Even if millions of people were to gather here in the Yongying Immortal Plaza, it wouldn't appear clustered and was even slightly spacious for everyone here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545, First Round of Competition. Chapter 545, First Round of Competition. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. At this instant, there were at least 1 million people here in Yongning Immortal Plaza. Because there were too many people, several of the seals around the plaza had been opened. This was to make things more convenient for the cultivators here to spectate the grand alchemy competition. When Mo Wuji and Lin Gu arrived, this place was already filled to the brim. If not for a pathway specially for contesting pill refiners, the two of them would have to squeeze their way through go enter the competition area. Fortunately, every contestant had an identity token which gives them 2 seats at the front. Thus, even though Mo Wuji and Lin Gu came relatively late, they were still able to find seats with the identity token. Even after the two sat down, the alchemy competition didn't begin. People were continuously streaming to the seats at the front, and soon, the seats around Mo Wuji were filled with people. Many of these people carried a heavy pill fragrance. There was no need to ask them to know that they were the pill refiners taking part in the competition. The two did not sit for long when a person actually came to Mo Wuji's side and asked to buy his identity token using immortal crystals. Naturally, Mo Wuji did not hesitate to reject him. Fortunately, they were in plain view, otherwise, his identity token might actually get snatched away. In front of where the pill refiners were sitting, there were 2 distinct regions. One was a stage that was roughly 1 to 2 meters higher than the plaza. It was quite spacious and there were rows of earth fire entrances. Mo Wuji only needed a single glance to know that this would be the competition area. Further in front, there was an even higher altar. Mo Wuji guessed that it was for the judges and other big figures to sit. After waiting for 4 whole hours, 10 people walked up to the main altar. As they were walking up, the originally noisy plaza quietened down. Even though there were more than 1 million people here, they were so quiet that you couldn't even hear the sound of their breathing. A middle-aged man with a forthright appearance and a powerful aura walked to the front of the main altar. He first clasped his fists to the crowd before speaking loudly. As the Heavenly Emperor of Yongning Immortal Domain, I, Kuei Fengyun, represent Yongning Immortal Domain to welcome the immortal friends that come from the various other immortal domains. Even though I am the Heavenly Emperor of Yongning Immortal Domain, today, I am like everyone else, a spectator, spectating the most outstanding pill refiners in our entire immortal domain display their prowess. This is my honor, as well as my Yongning Immortal Domain's honor. This was Mo Wuji's first time seeing a quasi-emperor level expert. This Kuei Fengyun did look like a heroic figure filled with courage and valor. However, he didn't know whether this Kuei Fengyun was just as Lin Gu said, a fake gentleman. As Kuei Fengyun got to this point, he slightly retreated backwards. He waited for the people behind him to stand forward before he continued. At the same time, I welcome Pil Dao Immortal Alliance's Vice Alliance Head, Immortal Friend Hu Jinyu, Luoling Immortal Domain's Quasi-Emperor Moe, Mahasvara Immortal Domain's Quasi-Emperor Song Yang, Vast Ocean Immortal School's Schoolmaster Wan Fan. But everyone that was introduced by Kuei Fengyun was either a powerful figure or a quasi-emperor expert. Mo Wuji paid special attention to Wan Fan. This fellow was the schoolmaster of Vast Ocean Immortal School, and Mo Wuji's enmity with the Vast Ocean Immortal School was not shallow. There was no need to talk about how Bai Chi Tian was killed by even that Fu Bei had been sent fleeing because of him. He would need to be careful of this fella. If this fella were to find out about the things he had done, then there would be trouble. My Yongning Immortal Domain values fair competition. In this current alchemy competition, we specially changed the rules of the competition, allowing pill refiners from any immortal domain to participate in the competition. However, because of the limited places, there would still be some pill experts that are unable to participate. I, Kuei Fengyun, would like to express my apologies for that. As he finished speaking, Kuei Fengyun bowed. Mo Wuji thought that this was really laughable. This fella must be angered horribly. Allowing pill refiners from all immortal domains to participate definitely wasn't this Kuei Fengyun idea, it was definitely due to the pressures from the other immortal domain. It was understandable that he wanted to say some high-sounding words about this. I, Kuei Fengyun, have always been open and candid in the way I do things. So, to ensure the fairness of the competition, this competition will start in the fastest of methods and end in the fastest of ways. Mo Wuji saw the disdain in Lin Gu's eyes. Clearly, she knew that this fellow was lying. Mo Wuji also knew that Kuei Fengyun should be lying. According to what Lin Gu said, Kuei Fengyun should be at the edge of realizing his immortal emperor Dao. The reason why he's organizing this competition wasn't due to the competition in itself, but it was because he really wanted to sieve out the true experts in pill refining and drug refining. Kuei Fengyun's primary goal was probably to obtain the various herbs form the Yunxian Immortal Valley and pave his way to become an immortal emperor. Kuei Fengyun urgently wanted to realize his Dao, so naturally, he wouldn't want this alchemy competition to be long and complicated. It was expected that he wanted it to end as soon as possible. There will be 3,630 contestants in the Grand Alchemy competition, and we are looking for the top 50. The competition has 2 rounds. The first round would determine the top 300 people. These 300 people will go on to the second round where we will determine the top 50. There will be 60 places to enter Yunxian Immortal Valley. The top 5 will be given 2 placings each, while the rest of the top 50 will be given 1 placing each. My Yongning Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Mansion also has 5 placings. Only those with the placing Jade tokens can enter Yunxian Immortal Valley. It doesn't matter what's your background or identity. As he listened to Kuei Fengyun's words, Mo Wuji finally understood how difficult it was to enter Yunxian Immortal Valley. There were close to 10 million people here. Most of these people were definitely here because of Yunxian Immortal Valley, or at least, some high-tiered immortal herbs from Yunxian Immortal Valley. On the other hand, no one really minded the fact that Yongning Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Mansion had 5 placings without competing. After all, the Yunxian Immortal Valley is in Yongning Immortal Domain, so it was perfectly normal for Yongning Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor to have some placings. Because this alchemy competition is the foundation for the various immortal cities in Yongning, so after this competition, the low or intermediate grade immortal cities that obtain the top 5 places would directly be advanced to the high grade. Low grade cities that obtain the top 50 would advance to the intermediate grade, while intermediate grade cities would advance to the high grade. The high grade cities that are in the top 100 will remain in that grade. High-grade cities that are from places 101 to 200 will be downgraded to the intermediate grade, while those outside of 200 will be downgraded to the low grade. The later part of Kuei Fengyun's announcement was basically Yongning Immortal Domain's private matters. Yongning Immortal Domain was primarily using this alchemy competition to reorganize the grades between cities. Except for a few immortals from Yongning Immortal Domain, most of the immortals didn't care much about it. Mo Wuji was one of those that paid attention. When he heard that low-grade immortal cities that obtain results outside of the top 500 would be downgraded to becoming subsidiary cities, he knew that even if he didn't get a placing in the competition, he would not cause Watering Immortal City to become a subsidiary city. In this alchemy competition, my Yongning Immortal Domain has specially invited the Vice Alliance head of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Now, may we invite Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Vice Alliance head who to preside over the competition. Kuei Fengyun had finished announcing the rules of the competition, and he retreated back. Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Vice Alliance head Hu Zhenyu walked to the front of the main altar. Mo Wuji was completely unable to discern this person's age. Perhaps it was because of his high status, or because of his attainments in the Pill Dao Alliance head Hu Zhenyu looked like he was an immortal standing within the clouds. Hu Zhenyu didn't utter a single word of nonsense, he didn't even speak a sentence of courtesy as he directly said, "This competition would not have a judging panel, we will directly use a magic array to determine the points. The first round of the competition will now begin. May contestants with the competition token enter the competition area." Mo Wuji stood up and walked to the competition area. Even though that Lin Gu said that Kuei Fengyun was devious and cunning, and wasn't as forthright as he appeared, but Mo Wuji could understand this Heavenly Emperor's woes. If he was the Yongning Immortal Domain's heavenly emperor and other immortal domains come to snatch your things away without uttering a single word of thanks, it would be weird for him to feel comfortable. The thousands of pill refiners quickly found their spots and they each took their places. Then, Hu Zhenyu continued, pill refiners would use their own pill furnaces for this competition. The pill fire would be the earth fire at the competition area. The first round would be the purification of immortal herbs. We will be purifying the Tier 4 Jade Pomegranate Immortal Grass. According to the pill refiners' purification results, we will be picking the top 300 participants. Everyone would send the purified essences into the designated jade vases and inscribe your name and the immortal city you're representing. The competition will now begin. As he finished, Hu Zhenyu waved his hand and a pile of immortal grass was scattered out. Soon, a strand of immortal grass and an empty jade vase appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji saw the immortal grass in his hand. It was indeed the jade pomegranate immortal grass. Mo Wuji was very familiar with this immortal grass. It was one of the less valuable immortal herbs in Tier 4. It was mainly used as a supporting ingredient for detoxification pills. However, there was a unique characteristic of this immortal herb. It was relatively harder to purify. It would already be not bad for an average pill king to purify the essence to 85%. If this was an ordinary competition, Missouri Wuji might have concealed some of this power. However, since this competition affected whether he could go to Yunxian Immortal Valley and whether he could save Tsinshuin, Mo Wuji did not have any intentions of holding back. The moment he ignited the earth fire, he placed in all his effort to purify the jade pomegranate immortal grass. Because there wasn't a time limit to this competition, even though Mo Wuji could purify the jade pomegranate immortal grass in the shortest time possible, Mo Wuji still continued to perfect his purification. He took close to an incense's time before he finally extracted the jade pomegranate immortal grass essence and sent it into the jade vase. Then, he inscribed his name and his representing city on the jade vase, watering Immortal City. Even though Mo Wuji's pace was multiple times slower than his usual speed, after he finished, more than half of the pill refiners were yet to be completed. Among the front rows of the audience stand, Yan Shenling whispered to her daughter, Lianxi, point to me that pill refiner you were talking about. Even though when Lianxi said that she had only met Mo Wuji twice, Yan Shenling still remembered Tan Liang's words. Mo Wuji was a future pill emperor with limitless potential. If Mo Wuji was really not bad, she definitely wanted this future pill emperor to be her son-in-law. When Lianxi knew what was on her mother's mind, she awkwardly pointed in the direction of Mo Wuji and said, "That's him." "So young? And he has already finished?" When Yan Shenling saw the incomparably young Mo Wuji, her heart was filled with indescribably shock. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546, Mother-in-law looks at the son-in-law. Chapter 546, Mother-in-law looks at the son-in-law. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Among the thousands of pill refiners, Mo Wuji was indeed inconspicuous. Even though he had fixed the seals in his pill furnace, advancing it to become a grade 6 immortal equipment, it was only average among the many pills refiners. Almost all of the 3,000 over pill refiners here were pill kings. Don't feel pity because there were extremely few pill emperors in the 7 immortal domains in the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. There was no small amount of pill kings. Especially Tier 4 and Tier 5 ones were in large supplies in all the immortal domains. This time, because of the interference of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance in Yongning Immortal Domain's alchemy competition, the level of the pill kings participating had gotten even higher. There were even some Tier 6 pill kings. After another incense's time, Hu Zhenyu stood back up onto the main altar and announced loudly, "The first round of the competition has ended. May all pill refiners place your jade vase in the transfer rune in front of you. The transfer rune will send your essences into the sorting array and the results will be displayed on the display screen. If you use an old medicinal essence, no points will be awarded and you will be immediately eliminated. Names will appear from the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. After the names appear, those that are not in the top 300 and those that do not obtain a placing are to leave the competition area. After Hu Zhenyu finished speaking, a void transfer rune appeared in front of Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji placed his jade vase on the transfer rune inside in his heart. This sort of method of using the array to judge the level of an individual's medicinal essence was truly hard to cheat. However, Mo Wuji was also sure that this sort of sorting array had limits. The moment the purity reached a certain degree, an average array would be unable to accurately determine the exact degree. After all the jade vases got transported away, a huge display screen appeared at the corner of the main altar. This array display screen was four-sided, so no matter where one was sitting, they would be able to clearly see what was on the screen. At this instant, Yongying Immortal Plaza was pitch silent. Everyone's eyes were glued on that huge display screen as they waited for names to appear. After another half an incense's time, the display screen started to flash. All the cultivators in the plaza knew that the names would be appearing soon. All the contestants in the competition area began to look at the display screen with greater anxiety. It would soon show whether they would have the chance to enter Yixian Immortal Valley. All the pill kings that came here were only here because of the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Even if they didn't personally enter, being able to obtain a placing would earn him many high-tiered immortal herbs from Yunxian Immortal Valley. After the light flashed a couple of times, the display screen lit up completely. A name appeared on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. There was no placing in front of the name. Clearly, this person did not achieve any results. Behind the name, there was even the word eliminated. After this name appeared, one of the pill refiners in the competition area left dispirited. There were only two reasons why a contestant didn't obtain a placing. One was complete purification failure, and two was cheating. If a pill refiner didn't purify the herb on the site, and used some prepared essence, it would be considered cheating. There wasn't only one contestant that didn't have a placing, there were more than 200 of such contestants that were eliminated without a placing. After over 200 of such names, the first placing appeared. 3417th place, participating Immortal City, low-grade city, Sea Orchid Immortal City, participating pill refiner, Eugene Song. Points, 32.203. Eliminated. The moment this name appeared, Mo Wuji heard a pill refiner near him sigh and leave the competition area. Mo Wuji knew that these points definitely wasn't an ordinary score, it must have been due to a failure somewhere in the purification. 32.102 points would mean a purity of only 32.102%. After Mo Wuji was done with his own purification, he had observed his surroundings. Even though he didn't specially take notice of Eugene Song, he knew that Eugene Song should be a Tier 4 pill king. However, even the worst of Tier 4 pill kings shouldn't only get 32.102 points for the Jade Pomegranate Immortal Grass. This Eugene Song must have lost his calm, causing his purification to fail. 3416th place, participant Immortal City, intermediate grade city, Dragon Dance Immortal City, participating pill refiner, Ling O. Points, 36.915. Eliminated. When this name appeared, Mo Wuji started to hear some murmurs in his surroundings. Even though the words were scattered, Mo Wuji could still hear the main gist. Ling O was actually a Tier 6 pill king from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. A Tier 6 pill king actually only for 36.915 points from refining the Jade Pomegranate Immortal Grass. From the looks of it, this Ling O was the same as Eugene Song, they both failed their purification. Thereafter, Mo Wuji saw a disappointed middle-aged pill refiner walk out. Mo Wuji guessed that this person should be Ling O. Seeing how this pill refiner looked as though he had lost his soul, Mo Wuji knew that this pill competition would have an adverse impact on this fella's Pill Dao. Unfortunately, this pill refiner would probably be unable to advance beyond the Tier 6 level. If he was lucky, he could grudgingly concoct a Tier 6 pill. If he was unlucky, he might even fall to Tier 5. As for the Pill Emperor tier, he could forget about it for the rest of his life. Unless he was able to open his heart, he would never be able to cast away this shadow. Thereafter, the points gradually got higher. Mo Wuji was clear that those that didn't get more than 60 points basically failed the purification. Not far from Mo Wuji, Tan Liang was also staring at the display screen in palpitation. He knew that it would be hard for him to enter the top 1,000 with his results, however, he still held on to some hope. Because in his entire purification process, he didn't fail at any step. Moreover, he had performed better than usual during this purification. In his usual practices, he wouldn't have purified the Tier 4 Jade Pomegranate Immortal Grass to today's level. When he saw his name, his heart turned completely cold. The display screen wrote, 2315th place, participating city, low-grade city, watering immortal city, participating pill refiner, Tan Liang. Points, 75.209. Eliminated. Under such circumstances, purifying the Jade Pomegranate Immortal Grass to 75% was already above his usual standards. Unfortunately, in this sort of high-level competition, his results really weren't worth mentioning. Hayes, Brother Tan failed. As he looked at Tan Liang leaving the competition area dejectedly, the disappointed in Wenho's eyes was no less than Tan Liang himself. There was a hint of gray in the corner of his eyes. Even though he expected such results, he discovered that he still couldn't accept it when it really appeared. At this instant, besides bringing his family to flee to some faraway place, there was nothing he could do. Unfortunately, he knew that he was completely not able to escape. The moment his front foot left Yongning Immortal City, his back foot would probably be grabbed and he would be thrown into a prison. Sorry, Wenho, I failed. Tan Liang walked to Wenho's family and sat down. His voice was filled with disappointment and dejection. Yan Qianling suddenly said, Lord Husband, we are definitely not able to leave. I can faintly feel a spiritual will locked onto us. The moment we leave, the consequences will be disastrous. Wenho blankly nodded his head, not saying a word. When Lianqi suddenly said, Father, Mother, Uncle Tan, we still have someone on the stage that hasn't come down. Perhaps Brother Mo might actually be able to charge into the top 500. Only when Lianqi said those words did everyone recall that watering Immortal City was not completely devoid of hope. At least, there was still one pill refiner on the stage. Tan Liang recovered a bit of his spirit as he asked urgently, Lianqi, that pill master Mo is still there? Where is he? Hurry and point him out for me to see. When Lianqi pointed in Mo Wuji's direction and Tan Liang naturally saw that Mo Wuji was still on the stage. Moreover, the display screen still hadn't shown Mo Wuji's name. The names on the display screen appeared in an ascending order. The later the name appeared, the better the results. Since Mo Wuji's name had yet to be shown, it meant that Mo Wuji still wasn't eliminated. From the looks of it, he had really advanced to the Pill King level. Could it be that his words of 70% certainty were true? Tan Liang stared at Mo Wuji and muttered. Yan Qianling softly whispered to Lianqi, Lianqi, does that Mo Wuji really not have any special opinions towards you? For example, when he's with you, does he always subconsciously come close to you? Or does he always try to find common topics to talk to you? Oh right, did he invite you to do anything? Mother, can you not talk about such things? Brother Mo really doesn't have any interest in me, he only wanted to thank me for helping him once. That was all. When Lianqi really didn't know what else she should say. Lianqi. You can't always let others take the first step. Sometimes, when you meet someone you like, you need to be proactive. Even if when Lianqi's skin was any thicker, it wouldn't be able to August in this. Moreover, when Lianqi's skin was super thin. Looking at her daughter's expression of embarrassment, Yan Qianling finally ended the topic and glued her eyes on Mo Wuji. Indeed, that saying is true, the more a mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more pleasing she would find him. Even though Mo Wuji still wasn't Yan Qianling's son-in-law, she grew increasingly fond of him. Father, look at that Tier 5 Pill King, Gung Ji. I don't know where he got his competition token from, but he has already failed, and is only in the 1700s. Luckily father didn't invite him to help us. After some time, when Lianqi finally regained her countenance, she immediately discovered that Gung Ji had been eliminated. When Ho nodded, I saw it. You're right, we were indeed lucky that we didn't call him to help us. A placing in the 1000s and a placing on the 2000s had completely no difference to watering Immortal City. The number of people on the stage got lesser and lesser. Even though he knew that his results were not bad, the anxiety in Mo Wuji's heart continued to grow. This alchemy competition was truly too important to him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547, Who is he? Chapter 547, Who is he? Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was clear that he needed to get high points during the first round. The second round should be a pill concocting competition. He wasn't even able to concoct an intermediate grade tier 6 pill, so his points would definitely be dragged down. If he didn't get enough points in the first round, he would very likely be kicked out after the second round. Mo Wuji saw that the display screen had already showed the 300th placing. Participating city, intermediate grade city, Wind Plains Immortal City, participating pill refiner, Matian. Points, 90.112. Advanced into the second round. Mo Wuji was inwardly celebrating in his heart, celebrating that he had his own unique methods of purifying herbs. Otherwise, he would already have been eliminated in the first round. As a pill refiner, Mo Wuji knew that it was already relatively impressive to refine the jade pomegranate immortal grass to 90%. Even though the difficulty of purifying the jade pomegranate immortal grass could not be compared to the heavenly desolate grass, its difficulty was renowned among immortal herbs below tier 7. Even many tier 6 herbs weren't as difficult to purify as the jade pomegranate immortal grass. However, a person almost got eliminated despite exceeding 90%. Even though he wasn't eliminated, he was the 300th place and was on the fringe of being eliminated. Father, Brother Mo's name still hasn't appeared. That means that our watering Immortal City gas entered the top 300 in the first round. Even if he doesn't participate in the second round, we would still retain our low-grade Immortal City position. Seeing the 300th placing come out, when Lianqi almost stood up in her excitement. She was especially anxious when it came to her watering Immortal City's results. When Ho tightly clenched his fists, the excitement on his face exceeded his daughter's. If not for the fact that the number of the people left on the stage tallies with the placings, he would have suspected that this was fake. Impressive, truly impressive. I truly didn't judge him wrongly, this person's potential simply cannot be measured. Tan Liang stared at Mo Wuji and muttered to himself. Uncle Tan, do you think Brother Mo can enter the top 50? Unconsciously, when Lianqi clenched both her fists tightly. Even though she wanted to calm herself down, the agitation in her voice couldn't be concealed. Tan Liang took in a deep breath. Entering the top 50 might be very difficult. Even if he were to enter the top 50 now, it would still be impossible for him to obtain that in the end. Because the second round will be a pill concoction round, pill concoction is very different from purification. A low-tiered pill refiner would be able to purify an immortal herb to a high degree, if he has exceptional talent. However, even if he has incredible luck, a low-tiered pill refiner would never be able to concoct a higher-tiered immortal pill. The results can't be cheated, and luck simply won't help much. Your friend is able to purify the jade pomegranate immortal grass to above 90%, that is extremely, extremely impressive. It's something that I can never compare to. It wouldn't be an impossibility that he would surpass average pill emperors in the future. Do you know that pill master Matian that just got 300th place? He is actually a tier 6 pill king, and even among tier 6 pill kings, he is among the top. When Ho glanced at the conversing pair and an idea, which was the same as his wife's, popped up in his head. If this Mo Wuji could become his son-in-law, how good would that be? This display screen had already showed the 294th place, participating Immortal City, Low-Grade City, Lightning River Immortal City, participating Pill Refiner, Fei Yuan. Points, 90.216. Advanced into the second round. 293rd place, participating Immortal City, High-Grade City, Luyun Immortal City, participating Pill Refiner, Gongku. Points, 90.219. Advanced into the second round. Ever since the 2000th placing, the point difference between contestants was extremely small. Even those that aren't pill refiners know that this was expected. In the purification of immortal herbs, even a minuscule raise in purity was a difficult challenge. Some pill refiners would never be able to increase the purity from 90% to 91% in their entire lives. Sometimes, this sort of purification could not be improved simply because of practice. There were only 300 people left on the competition area. Knowing that they have advanced to the second round, some of the pill refiners heaved a sigh of relief and started sizing up the other pill refiners around them. Usually, pill refiners that managed to get to the final 300 were basically the top among the top. Most of them recognized each other. Mo Wuji's young and unfamiliar place instantly caught the attention of some of the relieved pill refiners. Who was he? He was able to get into the top 300 at such a young age? These pill refiners tried to search for Mo Wuji's name on the display screen, but when they looked, they only saw familiar names. The display screen was already at the 120th name, participating Immortal City, Intermediate Grade City, True Cliff Immortal City, participating pill refiner AO Shiluan. Points, 91.051. Advanced into the second round. Even the 120th place had appeared, but there were still no unfamiliar names. Many of the pill refiners started to discuss among themselves, who was Mo Wuji? He was actually able to get into the top 120. When Mo Wuji saw the 120th place True Cliff Immortal City, he suddenly recalled that he knew this immortal city. There was a young castellan called Zhongjin who he met in the lifeless secret domain. That guy was not bad and helped him once. Seeing that True Cliff Immortal City managed to get 120th in the first round, Mo Wuji was also happy for Zhongjin. Names continued to show up on the display screen. It was now at the 51st place, participating Immortal City, High-Grade City Lu Jie Immortal City, participating pill refiner Yuan Feng. Points, 91.671. Advanced into the second round. 11th place, participating Immortal City, High-Grade City, Sea Canopy Immortal City, participating pill refiner Chai Shao. Points, 91.899. Advanced into the second round. Sea Canopy Immortal City, yet another familiar immortal city. Mo Wuji knew Sea Canopy Immortal City's young castellan, Zui Yixian. That Zui Yixian was also not bad, and his Sea Canopy Immortal City actually got 11th place in the first round. As long as Zui Yixian came back from the broken world, he would definitely come back to Sea Canopy Immortal City. Perhaps, he could visit Zui Yixian after this competition was over. The display screen was already at the 7th place, participating Immortal City, High-Grade City, Pingyi Immortal City, participating pill refiner Lu Tiao. Points, 92.232. Advanced into the second round. 6th place, participating Immortal City, Intermediate Grade City, Red Emperor Immortal City, participating pill refiner Fei Gao. Points, 92.301. Advanced into the second round. 5th place, participating Immortal City, High-Grade City, Baiding Immortal City, participating pill refiner Guangzhou. Points, 92.411. Advanced into the second round. By this point, whether it was the pill refiners on the stage, the pill refiners off the stage, or anyone who understands the situation, could not help but be engaged in their own discussions. Almost everyone who didn't know Mo Wuji was now casting their eyes on him. This was because they knew who was that 5th place. Guangzhou, a half-step pill emperor from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. At a place where almost all the experts in Pill Dao and the entire congregate, it wasn't particularly astonished for a half-step pill emperor to obtain 5th place. What left everyone astonished was that a person that everyone didn't recognize, Mo Wuji, still hadn't had his name appear on the display screen yet. This unreasonably young fellow was actually in existence in the top 4? Who is he? He actually entered the top 4? He surpassed Senior Quang? Could something have gone wrong with the display screen? Or is there a problem in the grading array? A few eliminated pill refiners stood up in agitation. If there was a problem in the grading array, that would mean that the first round was faulted and everyone could compete again. There was no need to talk about those pill refiners. Even the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Vice Alliance head Hu Jinyu was staring at Mo Wuji in astonishment. He also didn't recognize Mo Wuji, and he knew that Mo Wuji's name had yet to appear. As for the display screen, he knew that there definitely wouldn't be a fault. Father, could there have been something wrong? Brother Mo's name still hasn't appeared. If when Lianqi was pleasantly surprised previously, then now, she was in slight fear. Wen Ho was also confused. He, himself, did not believe that Mo Wuji would perform better than a renowned half-step pill emperor. Tan Liang stared at the huge display screen before he said hesitatingly, that might not be the case. One must know that this Master Mo previously purified a Tier 8 spiritual herb to 100%. Tan Liang directly raised Mo Wuji to Master Mo Wuji. But that's a Tier 8 spiritual herb, a thing of the cultivation world. Now, we're talking about one of the hardest immortal herbs to purify in the immortal world, the jade pomegranate immortal grass. Wen Ho stopped speaking, because the 4th place just appeared. 4th place, participating Immortal City, Intermediate Grade City, Saint Class Immortal City, participating Pill Refiner, Wu Yunsheng. Points, 96.009. Advanced into the 2nd round. The moment this name appeared, the entire area, both on and off stage, went into a buzz. There was a huge qualitative jump between the 4th and 5th place. 5th place Quang Jiao only got a little more than 92 points, but 4th place Wu Yunqing actually got more than 96 points. One must know that in the purification of immortal herbs, every increase in 0.x was already a huge improvement. There was no need to talk about 4 whole points. Moreover, the higher the purity, the harder it was to improve. However, no one felt that this was a problem, because Wu Yunsong was a true pill emperor. He was one of the few pill emperors that did not belong to the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Even though Quang Jiao was a half-step pill emperor, he was still a distance away from a true pill emperor. He surpassed a pill emperor, he actually surpassed a true pill emperor. Because of the murmurs of discussion, even those people who didn't know the situation now knew that there was a young pill refiner in the competition area that still hadn't had his name appear on the display screen. This sort of thing was extraordinary. How could anyone not take notice of Mo Wuji now? Even though many eyes were on him, Mo Wuji remained calm. He had completely no fear. Even though the jade pomegranate immortal grass was hard to purify, he had displayed his full capabilities in this competition. If not for the competition limits on the fire, he would have even brought out his scholar's heart. 3rd place, participating Immortal City, High Grade City, Lujie Immortal City, participating pill refiner, Hongjun points, 96.163. Advanced into the 2nd round. Hongjun was also a pill emperor, but Hongjun was a Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's pill emperor. By this point, everyone was already numb. An unknown young man had actually exceeded 2 pill emperors. Now, only 2 names were left. One was this young man, while the other was another Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's pill emperor, Gong Yangshuit. No one believed that Mo Wuji could really enter the top 2. In some of the audience's hearts, they were wondering how the organizing committee was going to fix this mess. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, What Pill to Choose? Chapter 548, What Pill to Choose? Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. At this instant, the array display screen had already showed the second place. It was displayed clearly: second place, participating immortal city, high-grade city, long-light immortal city, participating pill refiner, Gong Yangshua. Points, 97.711. Advanced into the second round. Gong Yangshua was one of the top pill emperors in the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. The number of pill emperors that exceeded him could be counted in one hand. However, this pill emperor only got second place. There was still one more name. Even a fool would know that the first place was this unknown, young pill refiner. If there wasn't anything wrong with the arrays, then this pill refiner must have cheated. This alchemy competition was not the biggest to have been held, but its importance was one of the top. Even the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance wouldn't want to cheat in such a competition. Even if the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance was any stronger, if it dared to cheat in such an important competition, it would only be digging its own grave. Even Gong Yangshua, Hong Jun, and the other pill emperors were looking at Mo Wuji. They also wanted to know how things would turn up. The involved personnel, Mo Wuji, was not a half-bit flustered. When he saw that Gong Yangshua only had 97,711 points, he knew that he was definitely first place. Under normal circumstances, he could purify Tier 5 and Tier 6 immortal herbs to a purity of over 99%. Even though this round's Jade Pomegranate Immortal Grass was hard, it would not dip below 99%. The originally noisy site was now silent. Everyone was waiting for the first place to come out and wait for the organizers to give them an explanation. In the concentrated stares of the crowd, the first place finally appeared. As everyone expected, it was an unfamiliar name. First place, participating immortal city, low-grade city, watering immortal city, participating pill refiner, Mo Xinghe. Points, 99.361. Advanced into the second round. Boom! Almost at the same time, everyone burst into noise. Everyone was discussing and everyone was staring at the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's vice head He Jingyu, as well as Yongying Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyun. They wanted these people to give a reasonable explanation for such results. The people, who were supposed to be happy, the Wen family, were now having pale expressions on their faces. They were naturally happy that Mo Wuji obtained a good placing. But Mo Wuji's placing was too good to the point where they're afraid, too good to the point where even they couldn't accept it. The moment there was a problem with the placing, the first person to be killed would naturally be Mo Wuji. After Mo Wuji was killed, the blame wouldn't be borne by the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, nor Yongying Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor, but his watering immortal city. In other words, he, Wen Ho, as the Castellan of Watering Immortal City, would be the second one to be killed. After he was killed, the rest of his family would simply be ants left to be stomped. Hu Jinyu walked to the front of the main altar. The crowd had quietened down as they all stared at Hu Jinyu. Hu Jinyu's gaze moved from Mo Wuji to the people in the plaza, then he said loudly, "I know what everyone is saying. I am now explicitly telling everyone, the first round is true and effective, the results are accurate with no errors. There is no problem with the grading array, nor is there any problem with the display screen. Of course, if any pill refiners feel that there is a problem with your score, you can stand forward. We will allow your medicinal essence be publicly graded." As he said this, Hu Jinyu's gaze swept across some of the eliminated pill refiners, then he said with greater solemnity, "If there's indeed a problem with your score, then there's no need for you to take part in the second round and you would be allowed to enter Yunxian Immortal Valley. Of course, if the score turns out to be correct, then you would be directly killed. Now, any pill refiners with doubts over your score may come forward. We will immediately score your products. Everyone's eyes turned to the seats where the pill refiners were. A whole half an incense's time passed, but no one believed that their scores were wrong. A pill refiner had a firm understanding of their own capabilities. They all knew very clearly that the results from the array were correct and accurate. It might even be more precise than their own estimations. After waiting for half an incense's time and no one stepped forward, Hu Jinyu nodded, looks like all the pill refiners are clear that the array is correct. So the results from this round are effective. Since that's the case, we will not waste any more time and begin with the second round. The second round was about to begin. This meant that there weren't any problems with Mo Wuji or the grading array. Many people began to look at Mo Wuji with envy. Mo Wuji was able to pass the first round with almost a full mark. As long as he could obtain a set score in the second round, he would very likely be able to enter the top 50. Of course, if Mo Wuji wasn't even able to obtain a good score in the second round, then that would mean that his first round results might be fake. Father, Brother Mo's results are actually real. He actually obtained first place with 99.361 points. Now, our watering immortal city definitely wouldn't be some other city's subsidiary. If Mo Wuji's second round results are good, we might even be promoted to become an intermediate grade city. When she heard the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Vice Alliance head declare that the results were effective, Wen Lianqi stood up in emotion. Yan Shenling and Wen Ho were also incomparably excited. Yan Shenling hurriedly grabbed her daughter's hand and got Wen Lianqi to sit down. Watering Immortal City had obtained first place in the first round, but it was still better for them to remain modest, lest other people find that they had gotten carried away. Impressive, impressive. Tan Liang muttered to himself. He did not think that Mo Wuji's results were false. From the moment he saw the 100% purity dregs in the pill furnace, wasn't he also in disbelief? If he could be in disbelief once, then there would be a second time. A few of the Castellans nearby came to greet Wen Ho. Even if Watering Immortal City didn't get promoted to the intermediate grade, Watering Immortal City knew of such an impressive pill refiner, which made them worth befriending. Wen Ho, however, looked at his daughter and said, "Lianqi, thank you. If not for you, our entire family would become some other person's vassal." Father, we should be thanking Brother Mo. If not for Brother Mo, how could we sit here in such relief? Even high and intermediate city Castellans are taking the initiative to greet us? When Lianqi's face was red in excitement, up till now, the red still hadn't receded. Wen Ho nodded continuously. Right, we should thank Pillmaster Mo. Without Pillmaster Mo, we would already be the subject of others' disdain. From afar, Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Tier 5 Pill King Gengji couldn't believe that Watering Immortal City had obtained first place in the first round. His gaze swept towards the incomparably excited Wen Ho and he snorted coldly. A mere low-grade Immortal City, even if they found a pill refiner and managed to find first place in the first round by luck, so what? In the eyes of a Pill Dao Immortal Alliance Tier 5 Pill King like him, it was still nothing. Slightly far away from the Wen family, a young man agitatedly spoke to the middle-aged man beside him. Father, I know that Mo Xinghe. Ah! Zhong Muqiao, who was staring at Mo Wuji, unconsciously uttered an ah, before immediately turning to his son in excitement. Jenaire, are you speaking the truth? This young man was exactly the Zhongjin who previously helped Mo Wuji once. He nodded and said, it's true. During that time, Blade Scar Mountain's Go Xinghe was causing him trouble and I helped him get out of that pinch. I really never expected that his purification skills would be so impressive. It's simply to the point of disbelief. Good, good. Zhong Muqiao uttered continuously, you did well, you did well. After this competition ends, you must definitely invite him for a short chat. Originally, Zhong Muqiao wanted to ask his son why he didn't get Mo Xinghe to represent them. However, when he heard that his son didn't know of Mo Xinghe's skill, he changed his words. Sitting by Zhong Muqiao's side, another man sighed, after this alchemy competition, Missouri Xinghe's reputation will simply soar, his status is no longer ordinary. I'm afraid that there would be as many high-grade immortal cities trying to talk to him as there are hairs on a cow. And our True Cliff Immortal City is only an intermediate-grade immortal city. Zhongjin hurriedly said, Master Huai, that Mo Xinghe looks like he has a good character. He should not forget the ties that we had. Hu Zhenyu was still speaking on the main altar. The second round will still require contestants to use their own pill furnaces and use the earth fire from the competition area. This round will be a pill concoction round. Pill refiners will decide for themselves what pill you wish to concoct. Even if you want to concoct a Tier 9 immortal pill, it will be entirely up to you. It's just that you must provide your own immortal herbs. If you are unable to take out any immortal herbs, then please leave the competition area, because you have been eliminated. Now, I announce that the second round of the competition has begun. It was indeed very simple and straightforward. The second round was a pill concoction round, and the herbs used will be provided by themselves. However, everyone knew that this round also couldn't be cheated. If anyone dared to use a prepared pill and place it into the grading array, they would probably be eliminated, like what happened in the first round. Mo Wuji swept around with his spiritual will. From the immortal herbs that the others took out, he gathered that basically all the other pill refiners here chose to concoct Tier 6 pills. Only an extremely small number of them chose Tier 5 pills. Ostensibly, a majority of the pill refiners here in the second round were Tier 6 pill kings. As for those pill emperors, they also chose Tier 6 pills. Don't just see that they're pill emperors, even pill emperors couldn't casually concoct Tier 7 immortal pills. Firstly, the ingredients for Tier 7 immortal pills were astronomically expensive. Secondly, the success rate of forming Tier 7 immortal pills was very low. To them, even if they concocted Tier 6 pills, they would still secure positions in the top 5. There was no need for them to take a risk. Even though Mo Wuji could also concoct Tier 6 immortal pills, he knew that if he truly concocted a Tier 6 pill, he would definitely be dancing on the line between success and failure. He was different from other pill refiners. For other pill refiners, if they could concoct unique grade Tier 5 immortal pills, then they would at least be able to concoct half a batch of high-grade Tier 6 pills. But for him, he could concoct Tier 5 immortal pills, and while he could concoct Tier 6 immortal pills, he wasn't even able to concoct a single intermediate grade one. Exactly what pill should he choose to ensure a position in the top 50? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549, The End of the Second Round. Chapter 549, The End of the Second Round. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. The pill must be a Tier 5 immortal pill. He could only concoct unique grade Tier 5 pills. However, unique grade Tier 5 pills alone might not guarantee him a spot in the top 50. After all, most of the people here were Tier 6 pill kings and they were concocting Tier 6 pills. Moreover, during the first round, he didn't pull his score away from the rest. A 6 to 7 point gap in purification was huge, but the moment pill concoction was added in, then it wasn't anything. If a batch of high-grade Tier 6 pills was scored at 80 points, then a batch of high-grade Tier 5 pills would only get 30 points. Perhaps concocting an entire batch of unique grade Tier 5 pills might be equivalent to a batch of high-grade Tier 6 pills. However, this was just a might. Mo Wuji didn't know the exact scoring criteria. But since he could only concoct Tier 5 pills, then his batch of Tier 5 pills couldn't be too simple. This batch of Tier 5 pills must fulfill 2 conditions. 1. The immortal pill must be hard to concoct and have a high value. 2. The entire batch must be unique grade. After further contemplation, Mo Wuji decided to concoct the most pricey Tier 5 pill, the Soul Cleansing Granji pill. The Soul Cleansing Granji pill was a pill that provided a 20 to 30% chance of allowing a Great Circle Grandi Immortal advance to become a Granji Immortal. If a Great Circle Grandi Immortal had prepared himself, had some treasures to support him, and have a certain level of understanding to his own Tao, then using the Soul Cleansing Granji pill would definitely help him enter the Granji Immortal stage. It was exactly because of this that the Soul Cleansing Granji pill was the most valuable pill among Tier 5 immortal pills. Most importantly, the difficulty in concocting the Soul Cleansing Granji pill was the top among all Tier 5 pills. The main ingredients for the Soul Cleansing Granji pill were the Immortal Cleansing Fruit and raspy half-leaf grass. Mo Wuji just returned from the Broken World's 3rd level, so he had these 2 spiritual herbs in excess. Not only that, he had concocted several batches of this pill before. The ingredients for the soul-cleansing Granji pill were extremely expensive. If not because of saving Sinshuin, Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't be taking out such precious herbs for a trashy competition like this. That's right, Mo Wuji saw this grand alchemy competition as a trashy competition. A true alchemy competition shouldn't be able getting quick and fast results. Instead, it should be able comparing the true pill Dao standards between pill refiners. The organizer of this current competition, Yongying Immortal Domain, only wanted to determine the results as quickly as possible, then open the Yunxian Immortal Valley. The presiding Pill Dao Immortal Alliance also wanted the competition to conclude quickly so that the Yunxian Immortal Valley could be opened. To Mo Wuji, he naturally wanted the competition to end quickly as well. But from a professional point of view, this competition indeed wasn't worth anything. Strands of immortal herbs were taken out by Mo Wuji and stacked in front of him. At the same time, Mo Wuji started to clean his pill furnace in preparation for concocting the soul-cleansing Granji pill. I'm not seeing things, right? He's actually going to concoct the soul-cleansing Granji pill? There were already people in the plaza who recognized the immortal cleansing fruit that Mo Wuji took out. Tier 5 pills weren't anything special. In this second round, the worst pill was already a Tier 5 pill. What left everyone surprised was that Mo Wuji was going to concoct the soul-cleansing Granji pill. The main ingredient for this pill was extremely expensive. Even though it was a Tier 5 immortal herb, its value exceeded average Tier 6 immortal herbs. One must know that pill refiners had to take out their own immortal herbs for this competition. Many people started to believe that this young pill refiner was very wealthy. Some curious people even started to suspect Mo Wuji's identity. If Mo Wuji was an ordinary pill refiner, could he take out the immortal herbs for the soul-cleansing Granji pill? One strand of immortal herb after another got sent into the pill furnace. To Mo Wuji, purifying Tier 5 immortal herbs was even simpler than the Tier 4 jade pomegranate immortal grass. Mo Wuji didn't know exactly how many Tier 5 pills he concocted. He had even concocted several batches of this soul-cleansing Granji pill before. Even though this earth fire wasn't as effective as his scholar's heart, with Mo Wuji's current standards, he should not meet with any difficulty with concocting the soul-cleansing Granji pill. He went through the familiar steps, dissolving the immortal herbs, removing the impurities, separating the essence, forming the pills, condensing the pills, gathering spirituality. Because of the level of the fire, Mo Wuji's speed was slower by quite a bit, but his pill quality did not fall. Different from others, Mo Wuji could purify immortal herbs to the peak. Just with this point alone, the quality of his pills was much better than others. 2 hours later, Mo Wuji's spirit storage channel began to start on the pill collection technique. Light blue pills were swiftly sent into the prepared jade vase. Thereafter, Mo Wuji inscribed his name and his representing Immortal City, and kept his pill furnace. Mo Wuji's pill technique was completely different from other people, which was why his pill concoction was especially fast. Because of the fire that he used, his speed was already much slower than usual. However, he was still the first to finish among all the contestants. Even though he was the first to complete, Mo Wuji was rather contented with his work. A full batch of soul-cleansing Granji pill contained 12 pills. He managed to concoct a full batch and all 12 of them were unique grade. If he still couldn't enter the top 50, then he could only blame his fate. Because Mo Wuji's speed was the fastest, and his pill collection technique was really quick, many people did not manage to notice the pills that Mo Wuji concocted. The cultivators on the plaza that noticed Mo Wuji began to murmur in discussion again. The difference between a Tier 5 and a Tier 6 pill wasn't especially big. Mo Wuji was actually able to complete his pill concoction faster than the Tier 6 pill kings and even some pill emperors. This was simply the greatest possibility was that Mo Wuji was not even able to concoct a Tier 5 pill. Thus, it didn't matter whether he finished first or last, his points wouldn't be able to get him a placing, which was why he decided to end it as soon as possible. What left many people confused was that if Mo Wuji was going to concede, why would he use the ingredients for the soul-cleansing Granji pill? After all, the value of those ingredients were astronomical. He's done with his pill concoction? Yan Chenling doubtfully retracted her gaze and turned to Tan Liang. When Lianqi also stared at Tan Liang in confusion, Mo Wuji was concocting the soul-cleansing Granji pill. Why would he finish so early? Even the Pill Dawa Mortal Alliance's pill emperors Gong Yangshua and Hong Jun had only just completed. Tan Liang hesitated before saying, he should have finished concocting. I saw him collecting his pills. It's just that because of the seals on the jade vase, I'm unable to see the quality of his pills. I can only say that he would definitely be able to get some points in this second round, but I'm not sure exactly what he points would be. Tan Liang was a tier 4 pill king. If even he was unsure, then Wen Ho and his family could only sit and wait. Mo Wuji obtained first place in the first round. To say that they didn't have any expectations, they would be lying. They naturally hoped that Mo Wuji would be able to charge into the top 50. If Mo Wuji was able to enter the top 50, then their watering immortal city would be promoted to become an intermediate grade city. The moment they got promoted to the intermediate grade, watering immortal city's status and resources would increase by multiple folds. Mo Wuji waited for close to 4 hours before Hu Zhenyu walked to the front of the main altar and announced, the second round has concluded. May all pill refiners stop whatever you're doing. At this instant, it would be useless even if the pill refiners didn't stop what they were doing. This was because right after Hu Zhenyu's announcement, the earth fires were all extinguished. Even the best pill refiner would fail in his batch if the fire was extinguished. After Hu Zhenyu announced the end of the second round, a small array rune appeared in front of the pill refiners. May all pill refiners place your pills into the transfer rune. The second round will also be graded based on an array. Just like in the first round, the last place will be shown starting from the bottom right-hand corner of this display screen. All pills need to be newly concocted. If old pills were used, the total points of both rounds would be reduced to 0. The moment Hu Zhenyu finished speaking, he waited for the contestants to place their jade vases into the transfer rune. Mo Wuji followed along with the rest of the pill refiners, placing his vase of soul-cleansing Granji pill into the transfer array. After all the jade vases got transported away, Hu Zhenyu continued, after the results of the second round are shown, a new set of placings will appear on the display screen. This new set of placings will show the final top 50 contestants. The top 50 will be decided by the sum of the scores from the 2 rounds. With that, Hu Zhenyu retreated from the main altar. At this moment, everyone in the plaza were looking at the display screen. A black horse like Mo Wuji appeared in the first round. Thus, as they waited for the second round results to emerge, even a few of the Tier 6 Pill King experts were slightly nervous. After an instant's time, the display screen began to flash. Everyone immediately went silent as they stared at the display screen, waiting for the second round results to appear. Soon, a row of words appeared on the bottom right-hand corner of the display screen. 300th place, participating Immortal City, High-Grade City, Luyan Immortal City, participating Pill Refiner, Gongku. Pill Tier 6 Immortal Copious Pill. 4 pills, 2 failed, 2 low grade. Points, 31.276. When Mo Wuji saw these results, his confidence rose considerably. Even when he concocted the Immortal Copious Pill, he wouldn't have such pitiable results of only having 2 low-grade pills. From the looks of it, the quality of these Tier 6 Pill Kings were so good. Father, brother Mo isn't the 300th place. When Lianqi saw Gongku's name, she instantly turned her head to her father in glee. When Lianqi wasn't the only happy one, even Wen Ho and his wife were rejoicing. If Mo Wuji wasn't 300th place, it would mean that Mo Wuji's pill concoction had been successful. Even Hu Zhenyu glanced at Mo Wuji in astonishment. Mo Wuji was the first to finish his pill concoction and was even the first place in the first round. He never expected that such a young pill refiner wouldn't be the last place in the second round. There was only one explanation: this young pill refiner was really a Tier 5 pill king and had succeeded in his soul-cleansing Granji pill. This sort of talent, no matter where he came from, must be pulled into the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550, The Watering Immortal City That Rose to the Top in a Single Step. Chapter 550, The Watering Immortal City That Rose to the Top in a Single Step. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Even though he was still presiding the competition, Hu Zhenyu had already sent Mo Wuji's information to the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance headquarters, requesting for the headquarters to investigate on this person's origins. With Hu Zhenyu's foresight, how could he not know that Mo Wuji would definitely be a Pill Emperor as long as he didn't die? The Pill Dao Immortal Alliance was lacking young blood. Now that Hu Zhenyu had spotted a future Pill Emperor, how could he simply let this talent go? After another 20 to 30 names appeared, Mo Wuji's heart gradually settled down. He discovered that among those pill refiners whose names had already appeared, almost all of them had concocted Tier 6 pills, but their pill success rate was pitifully low. On average, they were either intermediate or low-grade pills. And there was no need to talk about a full batch. It was already rare for them to obtain a third of a full batch. A few refiners that tried to concoct the relatively hard-tied 6 pills practically only managed to get 2 to 3 low-grade pills. Mo Wuji soon understood the underlying reason. It wasn't due to the incapabilities of these pill refiners, but because of the fire. The fire here was limiting their capabilities. They should originally able to concoct 6 pills, but because of the fire, they could only obtain 1 to 2 pills, and the quality of the pills was really lacking. Mo Wuji secretly thought to himself that he had the greatest advantage in this competition. He wasn't picky about his flames. A better flame would cause his pill concoction to be faster and his quality to be better. But even with a bad flame, he could still successfully concoct the pill. Even though there was definitely an impact, it wasn't to the point of other pill refiners where he would fail his concoction. Mo Wuji did not recognize any of the names on the screen. He was also not interested in knowing these people. He only hoped that his name was in the top 50. As long as his name was in the top 50, it meant that he had succeeded. The display screen soon came to the 51st place, participating Immortal City, Intermediate Grade City, Red Emperor Immortal City, participating Pill Refiner, Fei Gao. Pill Tier 6 Immortal Copious Pill. 8 pills, 4 high grade, 4 intermediate grade. Points, 71.315. When Mo Wuji saw that he wasn't the 51st name, his heart completely settled down. He knew that he had definitely advanced into the top 50. He was in the top 50 in both the first and second rounds, so he would definitely be in the overall top 50. Mo Wuji knew this Fei Gao. This fella obtained 6th place in the first round. He never expected that this fella could be so good at purification, but his pill concoction would be so lacking. Don't just look at this fella's 6th place in the first round. Because he didn't get into the top 50 in the second round, it was still uncertain whether he would eventually end up in the overall top 50. In the first round, everyone's point difference was extremely small. The point difference between the first and 100th place was only a little more than 1 point. It was exactly because of the tiny point gaps that Mo Wuji previously did not dare confirm that he would enter the top 50 even though he got first place in the first round. Actually, with this sort of competition format, the top 50 in the second round would basically be the overall top 50. At this instant, the 50th place also appeared, participating Immortal City, High Grade City, Puluo Immortal City, participating Pill Refiner, Wenqingbu. Pill Tier 6 Sword Chi Domain Splitting Pill. 6 pills, 5 high grade, 1 intermediate grade. Points, 73.521. The moment this score appeared, Mo Wuji knew that the Fei Gao that obtained 6th place in the first round had been eliminated. This Wenqingbu's first round score was still at the other display screen, 91.461. Even though he didn't get into the top 50 in the previous round, his total score still exceeded Fei Gao. If even Wenqingbu got more than 73 points, it would be harder for Fei Gao to get into the top 50. Indeed, the 49th place had a score that was more than 75 points. When Fei Gao saw this score, he could only sigh in emotion and sat down dejectedly. He was only behind by a little bit, just a little bit more, and he could have gotten into the top 50. However, this little bit was extremely hard to get. Knowing that he had definitely gotten into the top 50, Mo Wuji didn't care any further. He also sat down and closed his eyes. At the same time, he was considering how he should leave Yongying Immortal Domain after he entered Yunxian Immortal Valley and obtained the Underworld Heartflower. When the 50th place came out and it still wasn't Mo Wuji's name, Water Ying's Castellan Wenho could no longer hold it in as he stood up in excitement. Ever since he became the Castellan of Watering Immortal City, he never thought that there would be a day when Watering Immortal City would be promoted to an intermediate grade city. At this instant, Watering Immortal City's promotion was set in stone. They only needed to wait for all the results to be flashed. Lord Husband. Yan Shenling tightly grabbed Wenho's hands, pulling him to sit down. Only she could best understand her husband's heart. Ever since the Yongying Grand Alchemy competition began, Wenho's heart had been on tenterhooks. He was clearer than everyone else that if Watering Immortal City failed in the competition and got reduced to become a subsidiary city, their lives would be especially miserable. Thus, ever since the announcement of the competition, he searched everywhere for pill refiners to compete for him. It was also because she wanted to ease her father's anxiety that when Lianqi went to the corner of Yongying to search for pill refiners. Unfortunately, besides his old friend Tan Liang, his Watering Immortal City wasn't able to find any other suitable pill refiner. As the saying goes, a watched flower never blooms. Just when Wenho had given up hope, his daughter found him an extraordinary pill refiner. Not only did this pill refiner obtain first place in the first round, he even entered the top 50 in the second round. With such results, would Watering Immortal City ever have to worry that they would become a subsidiary city? As the Castellan of Watering Immortal City, Wenho was now thinking of the important matters to settle when Watering got promoted to the intermediate grade. Wenho and his family weren't the only excited ones in the plaza. The other person that was incomparably excited was naturally Lin Gu. The reason why Lin Gu asked Mo Wuji to help her was because she didn't know any better Pill King and because she knew that Mo Wuji was a honored grade tier 4 Pill King. Even before the second round ended, Lin Gu knew that she had made the right choice. In the first round, even Pill Emperors weren't a match for Mo Wuji. He was simply an existence that defied the logics of heaven. Perhaps, he might actually be able to treat her mother. While Mo Wuji was nonchalant towards the results on the display screen, the other cultivators were staring at it eagerly. At this point, almost everyone wanted to know Mo Wuji's exact placing in the second round. Mo Wuji concocted a tier 5 pill in the second round. Even though he chose the Immortal Cleansing Granji pill, which was one of the most valuable and difficult pill to concoct in tier 5 was nonetheless tier 5, there was a definite qualitative difference with a tier 6 pill. If a tier 5 pill could obtain one of the better placings, then people actually began to suspect that Mo Wuji's results were not real. The display screen quickly came to the 6th place, participating Immortal City, High-Grade City, Pingyi Immortal City, participating Pill Refiner, Lu Tiao. Pill Tier 6 Huang Jade Pill. 11 pills, 10 high grade, 1 intermediate grade. Points, 87.762. 5th place, participating Immortal City, Low-Grade City, Watering Immortal City, participating Pill Refiner, Mo Xinghe. Pill Tier 5 Immortal Cleansing Granji Pill. Full batch of 12 pills, 12 unique grade. Points, 90.000. When these results came out, the crowd began to discuss with further fervor. Now, no one thought that the results were fake. This was because the concocted pills were all here and it couldn't be faked. A few people in the know knew that when the second round results were fully released, the seals over the top 50 pills would be removed and everyone would be allowed to see them with their spiritual wills. In the second round, the highest point a tier 5 pill could get was 90 points. This meant that Mo Wuji's Immortal Cleansing Granji pill managed to obtain all the points. How startling was that? Congratulations, old brother Wenho. In the future, you will also be a high-grade immortal city like us. If you're free, do come to my Luyun Immortal City for a visit. The moment Mo Wuji's results came out, Luyun Immortal City's castellan took the initiative to greet Wenho. Mo Wuji, this heaven-defying talent actually had relations to Watering Immortal City. There was no need to talk about how Watering Immortal City was going to become a high-grade city. Even if Watering Immortal City wasn't a high-grade city, he also would have come to form relations with Wenho and Mo Wuji. After Luyun Immortal City, various other high and intermediate grade city castellans came to greet Wenho with smiles plastered on their faces. Their tones and attitudes were courteous to the max. This was different from the previous round of greetings. Now that Mo Wuji was set to enter the top 5, these castellans were so warm that you would think they were old bosom friends of Wenho. Even though Wenho was grinning the whole time, he was still feeling rather delirious. Since when did he get such treatment as the castellan of Watering Immortal City? In the previous gatherings of castellans from the various immortal cities in Yongning Immortal Domain, he had the fortune of participating in 2 of them. Don't just see his status as a castellan of an immortal city. In that sort of gathering, he could only stay at one corner. Occasionally, some people would come to him and speak a few passing words, but most of the time, he was ignored. Now, many high-grade city castellans had come to greet him, and intermediate and low-grade city castellans came to praise him with a humble attitude. As he awoke from his bliss and honor, Wenho became especially clear that none of this was earned by himself. All this prestige was brought to him by the unreasonably young pill refiner on the stage. The display screen had already shown the 4th place, participating Immortal City, high-grade city, by Ding Immortal City, participating pill refiner, Guangzhou. Pill, Tier 6 Void Indigo Pill. Full batch of 12 pills, 1 unique grade, 9 high grade, 2 intermediate grade. Points, 91.549. Void Indigo Pill was considered one of the hardest Tier 6 pills to concoct. It was already extremely impressive that Guangzhou was able to concoct a full batch of Void Indigo pills. His score of 91.549 was very fair. 3rd place, participating Immortal City, intermediate grade city, St. Glass Immortal City, participating pill refiner, Wu Yunsheng. Pill Tier 6 Ice Soul Heaven Dust Pill. Full batch of 12 pills, 3 unique grade, 9 high grade. Points, 93.322. 2nd place, participating Immortal City, high grade city, Lujie Immortal City, participating pill refiner, Hung Jun Pill Tier 6 Huang Jade Pill. Full batch of 12 pills, 9 unique grade, 3 high grade. Points, 95.413. 1st place, participating Immortal City, high grade city, Long Light Immortal City, participating pill refiner, Gong Yangshue. Pill Tier 6 Serpentine Soul Pill. Full batch of 12 pills, 6 unique grade, 6 high grade. Points, 97.339. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551, Deficiencies in the Pill Dao. Chapter 551, Deficiencies in the Pill Dao. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Don't just see that Hong Jun had more unique grade pills than Gong Yangshue. In reality, among the top 4 pills, Hong Jun's Huang Jade Pill was considered the easiest to concoct. The difficulty of the other pills all exceeded the Huang Jade Pill in difficulty. So, it went to say that the array had been very fair in the scoring. By the time the top 50 of the 2nd round were announced, Hu Zhenyu got news of Mo Wuji's origins. Mo Wuji, cultivator from Yongning Immortal Domain, accompanied Morong Xiangyu to Sharphorn Immortal Ruins. At Sharphorn Immortal Ruins Pill Dao Immortal Alliance branch, Mo Wuji entered the Pill Dao Pagoda and participated in the assessment. Then, in a matter of days, he went from an unknown pill refiner to an honored grade Tier 4 pill king. It was because of this which earned him Pill Emperor Nong Yong's appreciation, and he was granted a position as an honorary elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance headquarters. At the same time, Mo Wuji was also a full-fledged elder at the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance Sharphorn branch. Mo Xinghe was clearly Mo Wuji's alias. When Hu Zhenyu got wind of this, he almost chuckled out loud. He suddenly felt that he should give the Sharphorn branch some rewards. It was actually able to pull such an outstanding pill refiner into the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Pill Emperor Nong Yong indeed got more acute as he got older. He was actually able to see Mo Wuji's great potential. But that's also rather expected. Mo Wuji was a honored grade tier 4 pill king at such a young age. It would be weird for him to be simple. Even Pill Emperor Nong Yong wouldn't know that over these short few years, Mo Wuji was already a honored grade tier 5 pill king. He must also be at the level of a tier 6 pill king as well. Hu Zhenyu, who felt slightly uncomfortable at Mo Wuji's impressiveness at such a young age, now felt that Mo Wuji was talented and outstanding. Since Mo Wuji's relationship with Watering Immortal City did not seem shallow, perhaps he should give Kuei Fengyun some hints to reward Watering Immortal City. Indeed, a person's attitude was everything. If Mo Wuji wasn't in the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, it would be weird for Hu Zhenyu to be so elated with Mo Wuji's stellar results. No matter what, the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance must obtain the first place, albeit in overall placings, or in the individual rounds. Hu Zhenyu walked to the front of the main altar in carefree spirits. With a brilliant smile, his gaze swept across the crowd as he said loudly, "Even though the overall scores have yet to come out, I believe everyone is already very clear about the top 50. May the pill refiners outside of the top 50 please leave the competition area while the top 50 stay behind." Following Hu Zhenyu's words, the display screen showing the overall placings started to flash. This time, it didn't start from the bottom right-hand corner, but from the very top. First place, participating Immortal City, High-Grade City, Long Light Immortal City. Participating Pill Refiner, Gong Yangshui. Overall points, 195.050. Second place, participating Immortal City, High-Grade City, Lujie Immortal City. Participating Pill Refiner, Hongjun. Overall points, 191.576. Third place, participating Immortal City, Low-Grade City, Watering Immortal City. Participating Pill Refiner, Mo Xinghe. Overall points, 189.361. Fourth place, participating Immortal City, Intermediate Grade City, St. Glass Immortal City. Participating Pill Refiner, Wu Yunsheng. Overall points, 189.331. Fifth place, participating Immortal City, High-Grade City, Baiding Immortal City. Participating Pill Refiner, Guangzhou. Overall points, 183.960. The top 50 placings were soon shown. Except for a rare few intermediate grade cities, most of the top 50 cities were high-grade cities. Mo Wuji's Watering Immortal City was the only low-grade immortal city. Mo Wuji was also very satisfied. He only intended to get into the top 50, he never expected that he would enter the top 3. He even beat a Pill Emperor, even though it was a mere 0.03 points, it was still considered a victory. However, Mo Wuji was also very clear that these points did not represent his actual ability. Perhaps he might be in the top 3 when it came to purification, but in overall terms, he definitely wouldn't be in the top 3. This was because the Pill Emperors and a few Tier 6 experts did not display their full prowess in this competition. Just the level of the fire alone had already limited a majority of their capabilities. On the other hand, he was still at full power, without much obstacles. When the overall placings came out, the clamoring crowd quietened down once more. Everyone was paying attention to who was in the top 50. After all, everyone was paying attention to the 55 placings for Yunxian Immortal Valley. Mo Wuji, in particular, received much attention. Mo Wuji's origins were unknown. It was very likely that he was a genius rogue pill refiner. This rogue pill refiner actually had 2 placings to enter Yunxian Immortal Valley. How could it not incite the covetion of others? Hu Zhenyu continued, "Let me first congratulate the top 50 pill refiners who obtained the rights to enter Yunxian Immortal Domain. You can hand your placing to others, or you can choose to enter the Immortal Valley yourself. Before giving out the Jade tokens for Yunxian Immortal Valley, there's still one thing I need to do. That is, the pills for the top 50 pill refiners will be publicly displayed and seals removed. Anyone can use their spiritual will to observe these pills. As he said that, Hu Zhenyu waved his hand. 50 jade vases appeared in mid-air. At the bottom of the jade vases, there was a trail of words. The words showed the name of the pill refiner that concocted that pill. At almost the same instant as when the 50 jade vases were revealed, countless spiritual wills landed on the third jade vase. That was Mo Wuji's immortal cleansing Granji pill. Mo Wuji, on the other hand, had his spiritual will land on the tier 6 pills of the pill emperors. When he saw these tier 6 pills, he knew that he was completely unable to even concoct them. Even though he could concoct low-grade tier 6 pills, those pills did not contain spiritual aura. On the other hand, these pill emperors' tier 6 pills were brimming with spiritual aura. He only needed a single glance to know that they were top-grade stuff. In particular was the first-place pill emperor Gong Yangshua's serpentine spirit pill. The moment Mo Wuji's spiritual will landed on it, he could feel a sort of spiritual resonance. This sort of pill was clearly very good for the primordial spirit in the soul. He truly deserved to be a pill emperor. At the same time, Mo Wuji also knew that of his own deficiencies. Even though the immortal cleansing Granji pills were all unique grade, it was lacking a sort of Tao energy. It was a sort of Tao energy that couldn't be described by words. Previously, this energy felt blurred and he didn't really understand it. After seeing the pills of the pill emperors like Gong Yanshue, Mo Wuji seemed to have opened a new window. Previously, Mo Wuji thought that he had lost out by giving that batch of immortal cleansing immortal pills to the organizers. But now, he no longer thought in such a manner. From this alchemy competition, he didn't merely obtain the chance to enter Yunxian Immortal Valley. If he had the chance to converse with the pill emperors, he was sure that it would have many benefits to his pill Tao. At the same, Mo Wuji also knew that if an array wasn't used for the scoring, his immortal cleansing Granji pill shouldn't have obtained 90 points even though it was unique grade. After Mo Wuji saw the tier 6 pills concocted by the pill emperors, he started to develop some dissatisfaction towards his own pill. The other cultivators, however, were especially keen towards Mo Wuji's pills. After all, where else could they find unique grade immortal cleansing Granji pills? In a short period of time, the entire crowd went wild. It wasn't because they thought that Mo Wuji's pills were lacking. In fact, in the eyes of many cultivators, each of Mo Wuji's pills were brimming with spirituality and revolved by a great Tao energy. Clearly they were peak unique grade immortal cleansing Granji pills. One could imagine that the moment these pills got sent to a merchant house, it will definitely incite a frenzy. In comparison, the pills concocted by the pill emperors, such as the serpentine spirit pill, and the ice soul heaven dust pill. Even though these pills were more valuable, higher tiered, and harder to concoct when compared to the immortal cleansing Granji pill, these pills weren't commonly used. Are these pills for sale? Someone from the crowd cried out. Hu Zhenyu waved his hand, collecting all the pills, before he said, all these pills belong to Yongning Immortal Domain. However, the pill refiners that concocted them are all here. Since they could concoct such pills under such conditions, if they had more time and a better fire, I believe that they would be able to concoct better pills. For those who want pills, you can find these pill refiners later. Now, I want to award the pill refiners with the jade tokens to enter Yunxian Immortal Valley. Everyone stared with envy as Hu Zhenyu sent out the white jade tokens. Mo Wuji got 2 of these tokens. The jade token was cold to the touch, but Mo Wuji's heart was burning. After distributing the 55 jade tokens, Hu Zhenyu continued, a few geniuses also appeared in this competition, such as Mo Xinghe who obtained 3rd place. Mo Xinghe is so young, but he is able to obtain 3rd place despite being surrounded by experts. He would definitely be a pill emperor in the future. At this point, I would like to specially congratulate Pill Master Mo Xinghe. Congratulations! Those that obtain the jade tokens to enter Yunxian Immortal Valley will head to the Immortal Valley in 3 days. This alchemy competition has now come to its conclusion. After this, Yongning Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor will be rewarding the respective immortal cities. Hu Zhenyu retreated in the hearty applause of the crowd, while Yang Ying's heavenly emperor walked to the front with slight doubts. He didn't think that Hu Zhenyu would be interested in the trivia of his Yongying immortal domain. However, that thought was only fleeting as Kuei Fengyun didn't think twice about it. Many thanks to all the pill refiners that came throughout the immortal world to take part in my Yongying immortal domain grand alchemy competition. After this competition, I would like to specially mention two immortal cities. One is low-grade city, Watering Immortal City, AD, and the other is the intermediate-grade city, same class Immortal City. What left me shocked and pleasantly surprised was that a low-grade city and an intermediate-grade city was able to enter the top 5. To commend these two cities, I now announce that the two cities will be promoted to high-grade cities and will have 15 subsidiary cities under their administration. May Watering Castellan Wenho and Saint Class Castellan Julie come up and accept their emblems as high-grade city castellans. Following Kuei Fengyun's words, an intense applause ensued. With the accompaniment of Wen Lianqi, Wenho stood up excitedly. At this instant, he felt that his blood was boiling. When Hu Zhenyu saw the beautiful Wen Lianqi beside Wenho, he turned to Mo Wuji and nodded his head. He seemed to understand why an outstanding pill king like Mo Wuji would want to help Watering Immortal City. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552, Daring to Take the First Slash. Chapter 552, Daring to Take the First Slash. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Thereafter, the promotion ceremony for the various immortal cities took place. Mo Wuji did not even have a single interest about it. Don't just look at the fact that he represented Watering Immortal City in this battle. In reality, he didn't even know that Watering Castellan Wenho. Helping Wen Lianqi's Watering Immortal City get promoted from low grade to high grade was just a tiny favor. To Mo Wuji, this was repaying the favor that he owed her, nothing else. The trivial ceremony ended in various applauses and ceremonial cannons. Thereafter, Mo Wuji immediately left the contestant area. From afar, he waved towards Lin Gu, gesturing for her to first return to the rest house. Mo Wuji had already left the plaza before the castellans and pill refiners that wanted to talk to him could notice. There were still 3 days till he entered Yunxian Immortal Valley. On these 3 days, he would have to discuss with Lin Gu on how they were going to leave Yongying Immortal Domain. It was true that he was an honorary elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, but the moment he left Yongying Immortal Domain and entered into the void, no one would know who he was. At that point, people would only care about the peak-grade immortal herbs that he had with him, and perhaps his function as a pill refiner. Yugue Immortal Rest House. Before Mo Wuji could go up, he was stopped by 2 people. Of the 2, one of them had grinning eyes and a carefree expression, looking as though he didn't have a care about the world. The other had cold eyes and a proud look. With Mo Wuji's understanding of the Pill Dao, he only needed a single glance at the 2 of them to know that they were pill refiners. Not only were they pill refiners, they were quite accomplished ones. The man with the grinning eyes clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. Pill Master Mo, you're truly a promising talent. Let me first introduce myself. I am Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Tier 5 Pill King Gengji. This is Di Baisheng, he's also a Pill Dao Immortal Alliance Tier 5 Pill King. When Gengji finished speaking, he stared calmly towards Mo Wuji. The reason why he was the first to find Mo Wuji was because he was sure that Mo Wuji didn't have any special background. The 2 of them had met Watering Castellan Wenho before. They knew that Wenho didn't have any powerful backers. When he met Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's Tier 5 Pill Kings like them, he didn't even dare utter any bit of nonsense. Thus, how could a place like Watering Immortal City find a pill refiner of great origins? Mo Wuji had gotten 3rd place in the alchemy competition and had even obtained 2 placings to Yunxian Immortal Valley. Countless of people had eyes on those 2 placings, but before those people could do anything, they would definitely investigate on Mo Wuji's origins first. But by the time those impressive pill refiners find out that Mo Wuji didn't have any outstanding background, he, Gengji, and Di Baisheng wouldn't have any chance. Now that Wen Ho had been promoted to a high-grade city castellan and was still engaged in trivial business, they naturally had to take the chance to grab Mo Wuji's Yunxian Immortal Valley placings. According to Geng Ji's experience, after he reported his identity, Mo Wuji would immediately bow down and call them Senior Geng and Senior Di. What they never expected was that Mo Wuji would only calmly look at them and speak slowly. "Oh, is there any special matter?" Mo Wuji's unexpected actions almost choked Geng Ji. However, he was quick to react and he spoke with a slight baleful aura. "Pill Master Mo, I'm not going to bear around the bush. Your placings to Yunxian Immortal Valley is of use to us. State your price, we will buy them from you. Take it that Pill Dao Immortal Alliance owes you a favor. In the future, if you need anything, you can come find me, Geng Ji." "Is that all?" Mo Wuji's face turned cold. Actually, Geng Ji did not necessarily need Mo Wuji to hand the 2 jade tokens over. As long as Mo Wuji gave one over, they would have succeeded. Now when he heard Mo Wuji's reply and saw Mo Wuji's change in expression, he knew that things wouldn't be so easy. His tone also turned cold. "Yes, that's all. Feel free to state your price, my Pill Dao Immortal Alliance can afford anything. F***ck off." Mo Wuji did not even wait for Geng Ji to finish before he shouted angrily. A mere Pill Dao Immortal Alliance Tier 5 Pill King dared to be so arrogant in front of an honorary elder like him. This fella was clearly courting death. Di Baisheng, who didn't speak the whole time, also turned cold. "Mo Xinghe, did you just ask us to F***ck off? Do you know what's the consequences of that? If not for Mo Wuji's current reputation which made him afraid of acting against Mo Wuji, Di Baisheng would already have struck out. This time, Mo Wuji was too lazy to even saw a ring. He retrieved his saber from his ring and swung it towards Di Baisheng. These Di Baisheng and Geng Ji had lacking cultivations, they were both in the Grand Immortal stage. They probably had spent most of their time concocting pills. Mo Wuji really didn't have any fear towards 2 ordinary Grand Immortals in a place like Yongning Immortal City. As long as the other party wasn't able to insta-kill him, he didn't need to have any fear. Crack! The saber light immediately caused the defensive array within the rest house to emit cracking sounds. And even though there was a defensive seal in the rest house, Mo Wuji's saber light was still able to reach Di Baisheng's forehead. How could Di Baisheng ever have thought that Mo Wuji would have such balls to attack him here? In his state of disbelief, he didn't dodge and a trail of blood emerged from his forehead. In terms of combat power, Mo Wuji was no weaker than an ordinary Grand Immortal like Di Baisheng. Moreover, Mo Wuji had attacked suddenly, thus, it was no surprise that Di Baisheng was injured by that slash. "You dare!" Di Baisheng didn't even manage to utter a third word before Mo Wuji took another step forward and cleaved downwards. Geng Ji also never expected that Mo Wuji would be so vicious, to simply attack without a single warning. He could only display his domain, and at the same time, pull Di Baisheng to the side. PFF. Di Baisheng's arm was like tofu, as it got smoothly cleaved off my Mo Wuji's saber. The limb that got cleaved off exploded in mid-air, forming a fog of blood. Mo Wuji didn't kill Di Baisheng with those 2 slashes, so he didn't continue to make another move. If he continued, then things would be hard to handle. He slowly moved his saber backwards and placed it on his back. "Mo Xinghe, you dare to challenge my Pill Dao Immortal Alliance? Even if you are in the top 3 for the Yongning Grand Alchemy competition, you will need to pay the price," Geng Ji shouted angrily, and at the same time, he threw out a flying messenger sword. As pill refiners, his and Di Baisheng's combat power was like rubbish, they were among the lowest among Grand Immortals. Mo Wuji was able to injure Di Baisheng with 2 simple slashes, so he also didn't dare to make a move. At this instant, Yugue Immortal Rest House was already filled with spectators. Even Yugue Immortal Rest House Deacon appeared in the first floor hall. This matter involved Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, so he completely didn't have any rights to get involved in it. "Brother Mo. When Lianqi's voice suddenly broke the atmosphere, thereafter, when Lianqi pulled herself put from the crowd. Behind her, there were a man and woman. They were watering Immortal City's Tier 4 Pill King Tan Liang and Wen Lianqi's mother, Yan Shenling. Tan Liang had come here to seek Mo Wuji's guidance while Yan Shenling had come to meet her son-in-law. As for Wen Lianqi, she came to express her gratitude to Mo Wuji. As for Wen Ho, he had various matters piling up which he couldn't extricate himself from. Your watering Immortal City is really impressive. To actually know a pill refiner that dared to kill a Tier 5 pill king of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Impressive, impressive. Gung Ji's eyes swept across Wen Lianqi and company, then he turned and stared coldly at Mo Wuji. He saw it now. He couldn't underestimate Mo Wuji because Mo Wuji was young and did not seem to have any spiritual aura around him. This Mo Wuji's power was just like his Pill Dao standards, strong to the point of disbelief. He did not dare make a move against Mo Wuji, so he could only wait for experts from Pill Dao Immortal Alliance to come. When Lianqi wasn't a fool, when she saw the trail of blood on the floor, the pale and angry Di Baixing and the saber on Mo Wuji's back, how could she not guess what happened? At the same time, she was also sure that Mo Wuji definitely wasn't an earthly immortal when she first met him. At this instant, there were more and more people in Yugue Immortal Rest House. Most of these people were here to visit Mo Wuji. When they witnessed Mo Wuji's clash with the people from Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, they all waited by the side for a resolution. What Wen Lianqi could realize, could also be noticed by Yan Shenling and Tan Liang. Both of their mouths were agape but no words came out. If they were dealing with ordinary people, now that Watering Immortal City was a high-grade city, they would definitely be able to stand up and speak for Mo Wuji. But the other party was from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, and they were Tier 5 Pill Kings at that. These fellas definitely weren't ordinary people. If they handled the matter wrongly, Watering Immortal City might be destroyed in Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's fit of anger. Pill King Gung, Pill King Di. Yan Shenling and Yan Liang uttered the two's names, but they didn't know what else to say. On the other hand, Gung Ji and Di Baixing didn't even turn to see Yan Shenling and Tan Liang. Their eyes were fixed coldly on Mo Wuji. Lianqi, you're here. There's no problem going on. You can go back first. Alright, if you need the placing to enter Yunxian Immortal Valley, I am able to give you one. Mo Wuji did not care much as he smiled and nodded towards Wen Lianqi. Wen Lianqi was soft on the outside, but tough on the inside. After guessing what had happened here, she didn't even greet the two Pill Kings but bowed to Mo Wuji. Brother Mo, I have to thank you for your help. I also want to apologize to you. Mo Wuji stared at Wen Lianqi quizzically. What's there to apologize for? Noticing Mo Wuji's confusion, Wen Lianqi's gaze turned soft as she explained, previously, when I received my father's message, I hesitated and even thought about taking back the competition jade token that I handed you. Fortunately, I didn't do that. At the first time, I gave up on you because I didn't understand you. That was my mistake. If that happened a second time, not only would it be a mistake, it would also be a reflection of my stupidity and poor character. Brother Mo, you truly did it. You helped our Watering Immortal City become a high-grade city. When Mo Wuji heard these words, he smiled and waved his hand. That's just a small matter, it's not worth mentioning. When Lianqi smiled sweetly, then turned to face Gung Ji and Di Baixing, I know that the two of you are Pill Kings from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Perhaps Brother Mo might have offended you two Pill Kings, and my words may not could for much, but my Watering Immortal City is an esteemed high-grade city. Brother Mo's business is my Watering Immortal City's business. If there's anything, come charge towards my Watering Immortal City. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, Cannot be offended. Chapter 553, Cannot be offended. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Lianqi. Yan Shenling stared at her daughter in shock. Her daughter was simply courting death. So what if Watering Immortal Domain got promoted to a high-grade city? Against a behemoth like the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance, it was nothing. Mother, you often tell me that a wise man looks after his own hide, but also to never be ungrateful. Without Brother Mo, our watering immortal city would have become a subsidiary city. What would have happened to Mother and I then? When Lianqi looked calmly at Yin Shenling, her voice was warm but it was filled with determination. Yin Shenling startled, but she immediately went forward to hug her daughter and say, Lianqi, you're right. She felt proud to have such a daughter. She had seen many vile and filthy things in the immortal world. Because of treasures, or because of their Tao, many people forsake their own friends and relations. On the other hand, because of gratitude, her daughter was willing to pull watering immortal city into a whirlpool. Tan Liang sighed emotionally by the side. Lianqi is the kindest girl I know. She is right, if a person doesn't even know of gratitude, how can they seek the great Tao? If Pillmaster Mo is really being threatened because of his placing to Yunxian Immortal Valley, then I, Tan Liang, am willing to speak up for him. Mo Wuji thought in his heart, this one Lianqi and her mother seem not bad. And this Pillmaster Tan Liang had a much better character than Gung Ji, at least he wouldn't say words that betray his morals. Just when Tan Liang's words were uttered, two shadows landed within the Yugue Immortal Resthouse Hall. The surrounding people went silent, they only needed to look at the emblems on their robes to know that they were from the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance. Don't just see that they were in Yongying Immortal Domain. Even the Yongying Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyun didn't dare utter nonsense in front of enforcers from the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance. Who dares to insult our Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance and injure our Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance's Tier 5 Pil King? Two people had come and one of them, who had a huge beard over his face, shouted angrily. The other person had pale white skin. When he came, he only swept his eyes across Mo Wuji but he didn't speak any further. When Gung Ji saw the two of them, he hurriedly said, this is the pill refiner called Mo Wuji. Just because he was on the top 3 in the alchemy competition, he actually dared to attack our Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance's Pil King Di Baisheng. He even cleaved off one of Baisheng's arm. As for the reason why Mo Wuji attacked, he didn't mention a single word. Mo Wuji sneered, you think that cleaving one arm is the end? This matter is only just beginning. Mo Wuji detested such people, they used their backing of the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance to be arrogant and oppress others. Luckily for him, he had joined the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance and was an honorary elder. Otherwise, what could he do if he encountered these two Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance Pil Kings? Besides complying, he could only flee. But if he fled, then wouldn't he have to give up on his underworld heartflower? As he thought of this, Mo Wuji started to have lingering fears and the anger in his heart grew. The two Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance enforcers originally wanted to bring Mo Wuji away. But when they heard those words, they immediately changed their ideas. The bearded man clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji and said, even though Pillmaster Mo obtained great results in the alchemy competition, publicly cleaving the limb of one of our Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance's Pil King is considered challenging our Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance. We request for Pillmaster Mo to follow us to the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance Yongying branch to give an explanation for this matter. Everyone knew that the moment Mo Wuji went to the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance Yongying branch, there would no longer be a need for explanation. Even though Mo Wuji got 3rd place in the competition, he would be able to leave. As for those two placings, they would naturally end up with the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance. What are the two of your names? Mo Wuji swept his eyes across the two of them. He estimated that they shouldn't have reached the level of Immortal King. They were very likely Grand Luo Immortals. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, that bearded man's face turned solemn as he clasped his fists and said, the two of us are enforcers from the Pil-Dao Immortal Alliance Yongying branch. I am Li Bin and he is Suong Kong. May I know how I may address this friend? Mo Wuji had obtained 3rd place in the Yongying Grand Alchemy competition, his name was known by everyone here. It was complete bullshit when these two enforcers asked for Mo Wuji's address. What they wanted to know was Mo Wuji's origins. Mo Wuji threw out a jade token and said, this is how you will address me. This was a purple jade token. At the top left-hand corner was the word honored, and by the side, there was the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's emblem, a pill furnace with a fire on top. Thereafter, there were the words Tier 4 Pill King, followed by another row of words Pill Dao Immortal Alliance Honorary Elder. By the side, when Gung Ji saw Mo Wuji's jade token, his face turned pale white. Di Baishang, whose face was already pale white, was now completely devoid of blood. They also had a jade token, but their jade tokens were green. This Mo Wuji in front of them actually had a purple jade token. What did the purple color mean? They were Pill Kings of Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. They knew better than anyone else. It represented the existence of an honored Great Pill King. Even in the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, how many honored Great Pill Kings were there? Don't just see that Gong Yangshui obtained first place in the competition. The current him could, indeed, easily concoct a full batch of unique grade Tier 4 pills, but he still wouldn't earn the honored title. If he wanted to be honored, he would need to take the assessment for the Tier 8 Pill Emperor. Only if he concocted an entire batch of unique grade Tier 8 pills, would he become an honored grade Tier 8 Pill Emperor. The chances of that was close to zero. There was no need to talk about Gong Yangshui. Even the most impressive Pill Emperor in the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance wasn't honored grade. Moreover, this young man in front of them wasn't simply an honored grade Tier 4 Pill King, he was even an honorary elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Whether it was grade or status, Mo Wuji vastly exceeded the two of them. They had really struck a metal board this time. Gung Ji's and Di Baishang's faces turned deathly pale and started sweating buckets of cold sweat. Gung Ji was in such regret that he wanted to immediately strike his head on the ground. Mo Wuji was such a talented Pill King, how could the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance have missed out on him? Why did he let his greed cloud his reason? Li Bin respectfully passed the jade token back to Mo Wuji, then he asked sincerely, Elder Mo, how should we deal with these two? If Mo Wuji was strong enough, he would have directly wasted Gung Ji and Bai Dishang. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough, and he didn't wish to borrow others' power. Before Mo Wuji could say anything, Gung Ji and Bai Dishang walked in front of Mo Wuji and bowed. Their heads almost touched the ground as they said, "We have eyes but no pupils. We actually dared to offend Elder Mo, please punish us." This was the rule of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. When they offended a Pill Dao Immortal Alliance elder or above, they wouldn't beg for forgiveness but punishment. Mo Wuji wasn't very interested in this. He directly said to Li Bin and Su Angzhang, "These two men tried to use the name of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance to force me to give up my jade token to Yunxian Immortal Valley. Take the two of them away and punish them according to the rules of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance." Yes. The Pill Dao Immortal Alliance enforcers hurriedly responded and swiftly brought Gung Ji and Di Baishang away. Two Pill Kings had some status in the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. But no matter what status they had, they went to offend an honorary elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. They were simply courting death. When the surrounding people found out that Mo Wuji was an elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, they came to an understanding. Except from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, where would such an impressive, young pill refiner have come from? When Lianqi, however, lowered her head. Mo Wuji was so young, and so capable, but he wasn't overbearing and imperious. If she said that she didn't even have a bit of feelings towards him, she would be lying. Even though she called her mother's suggestion absurd, she did have some expectations in her heart. Who didn't want their Dao companion to be strong? Who didn't want their Dao companion to be capable? In the gatherings with disciples of other schools and sects, she did meet quite a number of handsome men. However, she had never met such a young and capable expert like Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji wasn't an honorary elder at the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, she might actually have a future with Mo Wuji. But now, it no longer seemed possible. Such a young honored grade Pill King, even a fool would know that his future was immeasurably bright. "Everyone, please disperse." Mo Wuji waved his hand towards the crowd. The crowd dispersed with goodwill. Even though they could get to acquaint themselves with such a young Pill Dao expert, only a fool would stay behind and offend this honored great pill king. A few cultivators that were coveting Mo Wuji's jade token now gave up on their idea. With Mo Wuji's identity, if they did such things, they would either get brought away or have their schools and sects destroyed. Elder Mo, many thanks for helping my watering immortal city. Yan Shenling also had a change in attitude. If she thought that Mo Wuji and Wen Lianqi were suitable previously, she no longer had such ideas. Mo Wuji was a Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's honored grade pill king and an honorary elder. This sort of status was even higher than the castellan of watering immortal city. Why would an esteemed elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance care about the ordinary Wen Lianqi? It's true that Wen Lianqi's looks could be among the top in Yongning immortal domain. But when immortals looked for Dao companions, looks were one of their last priorities. From Wen Lianqi's words, Mo Wuji knew that this elegant woman was Wen Lianqi's mother. He hurriedly clasped his fists and said, "Senior is too courteous. Why don't we go over to my rest house for a chat?" Mo Wuji guessed that Yan Shenling didn't come over with Wen Lianqi simply to thank him. They probably wanted one of the jade tokens to enter Yunxian Immortal Valley. Anyways, he had 2 jade tokens on him, so there was no harm in giving one to Wen Lianqi. "Ha, Elder Mo, you're a fast runner. Hung Jun and I wanted to look for you but you were already gone. So now, we have to be the unwelcomed guests knocking on your door." On the way, we met brother Wu Yunqing, so we came together. A loud chortle could be heard. Thereafter, Mo Wuji saw Gong Yangxue. Behind Gong Yangxue were the 2 other pill emperors, one was Hung Jun and the other was Wu Yunshang. Mo Wuji immediately knew why these fellas had come. Just like how looking at their pills opened doors for him, these pill emperors were also shocked at his ability to purify herbs and probably wanted to learn his methods. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, Pill Dao Discussion. Chapter 554, Pill Dao Discussion. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. It is truly my fault that I have to let these pill emperors visit me here at my residence. If you needed the help of a small fry like me, the few of you should have just called out for me and I will be wherever you want me to be. How could I trouble important figures like the few of you to come over personally? Mo Wuji appeared enthusiastic as he took a few steps forward to pay his greetings. Even though Mo Wuji said this, if these pill emperors really called out for him via a letter, he would treat these letters as non-existent. He was currently an honored grade tier 5 pill king, and the truth was that in time to come, he would definitely be a pill emperor like them. Moreover, these pill emperors came over for his guidance, so Mo Wuji didn't really raise their status to be any higher than Yan Shenling. Yan Shenling is Wen Lianqi's mother, and Wen Lianqi saved his life before. Additionally, Mo Wuji truly admired Wen Lianqi's character, so he was even willing to address Yan Shenling as senior. However, these pill emperors were here to learn a few things from him, so he would be considered kind if he didn't demand these few fellas to address him as teacher. As for him addressing them as seniors, Mo Wuji would not be willing to do so just yet. "Ha, old brother Mo, we shan't address you as elders, so you needn't think of us as important figures because it would just make us feel distant. Why don't we all address each other as brothers? What do you think of this suggestion?" Gong Yangxue was the most experienced, so how could he not notice that Mo Wuji was polite but had a lack of respect for them in his tone? This proved that this elder Mo didn't even treat them as seniors but people of the same level as he was. Since this is the case, I shall accept this suggestion deferentially. Since these 3 old brothers are here, why don't you head in together with me? Mo Wuji waved his hand and displayed a welcoming posture. Seeing the arrival of the 3 pill emperors, Yan Shenling knew that there was a vast gap in statuses, so she hurried to say, "Elder Mo, you are very busy now, so we will drop by some other day to thank you." Mo Wuji chuckled, "Lianqi and I are friends too, and she even saved my life once. Since everyone is here today, let's just head in together." Mo Wuji noticed the Tan Liang's desire to talk freely and listen to these pill emperors. A casual sentence from Mo Wuji was actually something Tan Liang would never dream of happening in his entire lifetime, so why not help a fellow friend out? Now that Mo Wuji had invited them, Yan Shenling would naturally not reject him. No matter what, being able to talk to these pill emperors would be an eye-opening experience for them. Observing how Mo Wuji was bringing the few pill emperors up, everyone in the rest house was filled with jealousy as they paid their respects from far away. No matter where a pill emperor went, he would be greeted with much respect from everyone around him. Yugue Immortal Resthouse Deacon was trembling in excitement because even though the Yugue Immortal Resthouse was decently popular in the Yongning Immortal domain, it was still a few grades off the better resthouses in the same Yongning Immortal domain. Presently, 3 pill emperors were here in his Yugue Immortal Resthouse. What kind of honor was he receiving? Moreover, the top 4 of this grand alchemy competition were all here in his Yugue Immortal Resthouse. Despite the deacon wanting to ask if Mo Wuji would like the Yugue Immortal Resthouse to serve them the best immortal tea and snacks for free, he didn't dare to act rashly. Even though Mo Wuji was not a pill emperor yet, he was still an honored grade pill king and even an honorary elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. This status was no weaker than a pill emperor, so he would definitely not dare to interrupt Mo Wuji and the few pill emperors. The moment Mo Wuji returned to his residence, he realized that Lin Gu was already back. Evidently, she knew that Mo Wuji had guests over, so she had already prepared some immortal tea ready to be served. Yan Shenling saw a delicate-looking lady in Mo Wuji's residence, and despite her knowing that she shouldn't ask, she couldn't help but ask, "Elder Mo, this is?" Mo Wuji smiled and said, "This is Lin Gu and she is a friend of mine. She is staying here because I had some things which I needed her help with." There were simply too many people here and even some pill emperors, and because Yan Shenling wasn't that close to Mo Wuji, it was wise not to continue probing. Gong Yangxue was the most experienced, so he would naturally not be too bothered with Yan Shenling's worries as he simply greeted her before asking, "Old brother Mo's understanding of the purification of herbs is something the few of us could never compare to. Our visit this time round is to ask for some guidance in that aspect." Mo Wuji knew that this was coming, so he replied without any hesitation, "I am not worthy to provide the few of you with guidance, but I would love to exchange some ideas and knowledge. I am indeed pretty knowledgeable in terms of purifying immortal herbs, but my understanding of Pill Dao will definitely be extremely far off the 3 old brothers here. I was also hoping for some guidance from the 3 of you." This was equivalent to mutual exchanges of knowledge and understandings because Mo Wuji's capabilities wasn't achieved overnight. Mo Wuji created his own technique and even opened meridians for cultivation. His understanding towards Pill Dao and purification was definitely more unique than other people's understandings. The moment he started to explain, the few pill emperors realized how Mo Wuji managed to show them a new path in terms of their understanding of Pill Dao and more specifically, purification. As he was enraptured to Mo Wuji's sharing, even Gong Yangxue couldn't help but to scratch his head in excitement. It wasn't just Gong Yangxue, but even the 2 other pill emperors, Hong Jun and Wu Yunsheng, were all captivated by Mo Wuji's understanding and had completely forsaken their last strand of doubts for Mo Wuji. As for Tan Liang, who accompanied Yan Shenling here, he was even more enraptured and couldn't stop trembling excitedly. Ever since he started learning Pill Dao, he had never learned so much and even understood a new logic to purifying immortal herbs. Even though Mo Wuji was very capable in teaching, he would definitely not forget about learning too. After explaining for a while, he would take the initiative to change the topic to pill refinement. The 3 pill emperors initially had an attitude of providing some tips to Mo Wuji, but when they started sharing some pointers of the Pill Dao, Mo Wuji would deduce a few points that was not any weaker than what they had learned before. In fact, it covered an even wider scope, which was why these pill emperors threw away that initial attitude they carried with them. As the 5 pill refiners were deep in discussion, every one of them was eagerly learning something new. The one who talked the most was Mo Wuji, while the one who was the quietest was Tan Liang. Because his Pill Dao was the weakest, he could only continue learning. Even though Yan Shenling, Wen Lianqi and Lin Gu, who were seated by the side, were extremely impressed by Mo Wuji's ability to teach the 3 pill emperors, they were starting to get bored. After all, the depth of the discussion about Pill Dao was something amateurs like the three of them would never understand. Feeling helpless, the three of them moved further to the side and started chatting in another room. Yan Shenling found out that Lingu really had no special relations with Mo Wuji and that Lingu had only invited Mo Wuji to help cure her mother's illness. Yan Shenling was even more impressed with Mo Wuji's character because he said that Lingu was helping him when he was the one who was supposed to be helping her. Just like how he helped Wen Lianxi, Mo Wuji seemed to have no intentions to appear like a hero and asked for gratitude to be shown. The three Pill Emperors, Tan Liang and Mo Wuji, started their discussion and it lasted for 2 full days. If it was not for Mo Wuji's concern over the opening of the Yunxian Immortal Valley, the discussion might have carried on for a few more days. Gong Yangxue was also aware of Mo Wuji's intention to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley, so after Mo Wuji stopped the discussion, he took the initiative to stand up and clasp his fist towards Mo Wuji. Regardless of the age, those who are capable are the mentors. During this discussion, Brother Mo is my, Gong Yangxue, mentor. Hong Jin and Wu Yunsheng was even more grateful towards Mo Wuji because their rewards this time round was far beyond what they expected initially. Mo Wuji chuckled, "The three of you are capable, which was why it didn't take much for me to teach. I have also learnt a lot from the three older brothers here and I have definitely benefited a lot from this meeting. I have to go to the Yunxian Immortal Valley now, so we shall meet in the future if we have the opportunity." The three Pill Emperors instantly reserved a meeting with Mo Wuji back at the headquarters of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance before saying their goodbyes with a slight reluctance. Mo Wuji was also not lying when he said that his rewards from this meeting was no lesser than the few of them. It could be said that as long as he was given sufficient amount of Tier 6 immortal herbs, he was confident that he would be able to advance to become an honored grade Tier 6 pill king in the shortest possible time. Furthermore, the unique grade pills he concoct in the future would improve by yet another level. After sending the three Pill Emperors off, Mo Wuji said to Yan Shenling apologetically, "Senior Yan, I have really neglected you for the past 2 days." After saying this, Mo Wuji took the initiative to take out the Jade Token, which allowed one to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley, and said, "This is the Jade Token to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley and I ask for Senior to accept it." Yan Shenling hurried to reject him. "Elder Yan, I really didn't come for the slot to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley. The purpose of my visit with Lianxi was simply to express our gratitudes. Furthermore, Pill King Tan even benefited greatly from this trip here." Tan Liang sighed. This was indeed the case because after listening to the discussion between Pill Master Mo and the few Pill Emperors, I realized that I am only a frog in the well in terms of Pill Dao. Mo Wuji hurried to reply, "Senior Yan, I am considered to be Lianxi's friend. May I ask for Senior to not address me as elder but to address me by my name? Since Senior didn't need the Immortal Valley Jade Token, I shall keep it with me." With the 2 Jade Tokens with him, Mo Wuji didn't intend to waste it. He decided to give one to Lingu so that he could invite her to help find immortal herbs for him in the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Afterwards, he would just give some valuable pills to Lingu for her efforts. 2 is definitely better than 1 when it comes to searching for immortal herbs. Other than having a low cultivation level, he was also lacking in peak-grade immortal herbs. "Alright, Wuji, then I shall stand on ceremony with you." Yan Shenling didn't insist as she really started addressing Mo Wuji with his real name. After saying this, she seemed to have thought of something as she smiled and looked at Mo Wuji. "Wuji, you looked pretty young to me, so I wonder if you have a Dao companion." Mo Wuji was not one with low EQ, so after hearing Yan Shenling's question and noticing Wen Lianxi's lowered head, he understood the meaning behind Yan Shenling's question. To be completely honest, Wen Lianxi was indeed a decent girl, but the pity was that Mo Wuji's heart was not even with him. All he wanted to do now was to bring Xin Shuyin back to life. Mo Wuji hurried to respond, "I have a Dao companion, and even though you won't be able to meet her now, I am sure that you will meet her someday." Mo Wuji spoke with confidence that he could bring Xin Shuyin back to life, but Yan Shenling understood it as Mo Wuji's Dao companion had yet to arrive from the cultivation world. Traces of disappointment flashed by her eyes as she glanced at her daughter. Even though Wen Lianxi wasn't extremely deep in love with Mo Wuji, hearing Mo Wuji's words made her a little disappointed. However, she regained her composure very quickly because there was nothing between them to begin with. Then I shall bid my goodbye now, and my watering immortal city will always welcome Elder Wuji you to visit us. Yin Xianling stood up because her main purpose here was to find her son-in-law, so if Mo Wuji had a Dao companion, there was really nothing more for her to say. Mo Wuji stood up as well. Many thanks Senior Yen, and I have a pill house in the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, so whenever you need any pills, feel free to find me there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, The Illogical Mo Wuji. Chapter 555, The Illogical Mo Wuji. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Yunxian Immortal Valley was not very far away from the Yongning Immortal City. It would at most take half a day even if Mo Wuji were to fly over alone. When Mo Wuji and Lin Gu reached the Yunxian Immortal Valley, this place was already filled with all sorts of cultivators. Mo Wuji had experienced too many of such situations, so he was well aware that whenever a place with immortal herbs was about to open, it would be filled with cultivators waiting outside. Moreover, the Yunxian Immortal Valley was filled with high-tier immortal herbs, and it rarely opened. Even though less than 100 people would enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley, the number of businessmen here was insane. It could be said that almost every peak-grade merchant house in the entire immortal world would be here. This was because there was a particular time that the Yunxian Immortal Valley would be opened, and when it reached the specific time, the Yunxian Immortal Valley would open automatically. If the Yongning Immortal Domain wished to open it before the specific time, it would have to be within 3 years of the designated time. Early opening would require a large number of immortal spiritual veins, and the Heavenly Emperor of the Yongning Immortal Domain exhausted a total of 10 immortal spiritual veins to open the Yunxian Immortal Valley ahead of the designated time. This showed how desperate the Heavenly Emperor was for the Yunxian Immortal Valley to be opened. Restrictions were placed around the Yunxian Immortal Valley, and the cultivators outside could feel the increasing density of the immortal energy from within. Because Mo Wuji was one of the top 3 of the alchemy competition and also an honorary elder of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, majority of the cultivators outside came up to greet him the moment he arrived. This should be the young and promising Pill Master Mo, right? A clear voice could be heard, and an extremely elegant-looking man walked over with a smile on his face. This was a tall cultivator with tiny eyes. Even though he looked extremely elegant, Mo Wuji only need one look at this man and his entire body felt uncomfortable. It felt as though countless of caterpillars were crawling up his body, a feeling of extreme disgust. Moreover, this person's cultivation was so unbelievable that Mo Wuji even suspect that his cultivation level should be much higher than the second president of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance Sharphorn Immortal Ruins branch, as well as Morong Xiangyu's mentor. This person was definitely a dangerous figure, so Mo Wuji clasped his fists cautiously. I wonder how may I address your excellency? My name is Wan Fan. Pill Master Mo is a busy man, so it is only normal that you don't recognize me. This cultivator smiled but still maintained his elegance. Mo Wuji eyes shrink slightly because he really don't recognize this fella, but he was definitely not unfamiliar with the name Wan Fan. This fella was actually someone who could be considered to be on the same level as the Heavenly Emperor of the Yongning Immortal Domain. Sect head of the Vast Ocean Immortal School, the Zero Heaven Immortal Domain's peak sect. He had nothing against the sect head of the Vast Ocean Immortal School, but the key was that he had a huge enmity with the Vast Ocean Immortal School. Vast Ocean Immortal School star-grade genius Bai Chi Tian was killed by him, and Fu Bei of the same Vast Ocean Immortal School was also slashed by Mo Wuji's saber before escaping. Now that Wan Fan was here, nothing good would come out of this. It was no wonder Mo Wuji felt that this person was dangerous, because this man was definitely here to kill him. So you are the reputable sect head Wan? Mo Wuji clasped his fist casually, and since the two of them were meant to be nemesis, there was no need for pretense. Wan Fan stared at Mo Wuji for a while before smiling. I've heard that Pill Master Mo had been to the Broken World not too long ago, so I was wondering if Pill Master Mo had met my two good-for-nothing disciples, Bai Chi Tian and Fu Bei, of the Vast Ocean Immortal School in the Broken World? Mo Wuji said faintly, I have met too many people in the broken world, and other than a few exceptional cultivators whom I remembered their names, I couldn't recall any other names. Ha, one fan laughed out loud. Pill Master Mo was a natural genius, so you would naturally not remember these mediocre people. In actual fact, the purpose of my visit here today is to strike some deals with Pill Master Mo. I know that Pill Master Mo has 2 jade tokens to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley, and I would like to trade for 1 jade token with Pill Master Mo. Of course, the price would be decided by Pill Master Mo, and regardless of the price, Pill Master Mo would be a distinguished guest in the vast ocean Immortal School. As for the past matters, I, one fan, will forget everything. Mo Wuji sneered. This fellow was actually threatening him. He, Mo Wuji, was not someone who was afraid of threats. Mo Wuji's guess was that one fan should be an immortal veteran, but so what if he was an immortal veteran? My apologies, I have arrangements for both my jade tokens, so I am unable to take it out to trade with this Dao friend here, Mo Wuji replied calmly. One fan's face turned cold and his tone became serious. My vast ocean Immortal School star-grade genius by Chi Tian had not returned from the broken world, and I heard that he met you inside? Mo Wuji responded faintly. I have already said that I've met too many people inside. I will definitely not remember every Tom, Dick, and Harry I meet inside. Alright, you have guts. One fan's killing intent shrouded his entire body as if he was about to explode in anger. Mo Wuji grabbed his honored grade tier 4 Pill King Jade token and his immortal energy seeped into it. A purple light shot out, and in just a few breaths, 2 cultivators wearing the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's robes appeared in front of them. These 2 people seemed to know Mo Wuji's origins and immediately greeted him. Elder Mo called for us? Mo Wuji just learned how to ask for help using his Jade token, and he didn't expect it to be this effective. This showed how powerful the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance was, and in fact, as long as an important figure of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance was around, there would be hidden protectors from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. Perhaps because of this, no one dared to offend the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. These 2 people were evidently stronger than the 2 enforcers from the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance previously, and Mo Wuji used his spiritual will to sense that these 2 people should be in the Immortal King realm. Even though both of them were still far weaker than one fan in front of him, they were not people one fan could use his aura to suppress casually. Mo Wuji nodded and pointed to one fan. This person threatened me just now, so I shall hand him for you 2 to handle. One fan's expression changed drastically, because even though the vast ocean Immortal School was powerful, it was definitely not a match for the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. He didn't expect Mo Wuji to be this fearless to summon the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's enforcers even when he didn't say any words of threats. If he knew that Mo Wuji would complain so casually, he would definitely not be so long-winded with him. Even if he had to kill Mo Wuji, he would also do it in the dark. The 2 Pill Dao Immortal Alliance enforcers were both wearing sesame-colored robes, and the slightly taller enforcer's eyes landed on one fan before saying calmly, Sect Head One, your vast ocean Immortal School is not a small sect, so are you sure you want to provoke my Pill Dao Immortal Alliance? As the taller cultivator spoke, the other enforcer had already grabbed a faint gold messenger arrow talisman. One fan was definitely not someone they could deal with, so they would need reinforcement too. One fan was shocked, because how would he know that Mo Wuji would be so illogical to take out his Jade token even after he didn't do anything? He hurried to take a step forward and clasped his fist. 2 Dao friends here, it was a complete misunderstanding earlier on. If I wanted to act against Pill Master Mo, given my strength, why would Pill Master Mo still be standing there unharmed? Perhaps the way I spoke caused the misunderstanding, so Pill Master Mo, please forgive me. The 2 Pill Dao Immortal Alliance enforcers clearly didn't want to act against the vast ocean Immortal School over a small matter like this, so both of them looked over to Mo Wuji. Even one fan knew that Mo Wuji had a complete control over the situation here. If Mo Wuji were to take this seriously, even if he killed Mo Wuji instantly, his vast ocean Immortal School would immediately become one of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance's enemy. Mo Wuji was naturally not so foolish to act against one fan now. Without mentioning that one fan might act like a cornered dog by jumping over the wall desperately, Mo Wuji had a pile of more important matters to settle now. He gave one fan a cold glance. Sect Head One, please be more cautious as you speak in the future. Your vast ocean immortal school can threaten others, but please don't ever threaten me ever again. After saying this, Mo Wuji clasped his fist towards the two Pill Dao Immortal Alliance enforcers. Many thanks to these two Dao friends for your timely help. If anything were to happen to me in the future, both of you can help me report. To plead for Pill Emperor Nong Yong, Pill Emperor Gong Yangshua and Pill Emperor Hong Jun to seek justice for me. Because the culprit would definitely be the vast ocean immortal school. One fan heard this and almost spat out blood because he didn't even do anything. All he did was to use words in killing intent to threaten Mo Wuji, and Mo Wuji framed him so shamelessly. Furthermore, there was nothing he could do now, and given Mo Wuji's character, who knows if he would hurt himself if he tried to act against Mo Wuji? The two enforcers stared coldly at one fan without saying anything. One fan helped extremely dismayed as he simply grunted and left. At a moment like this, there was nothing for him to say. Big brother Mo, don't you think you went a little overboard? After the three of them left, Lingu asked Mo Wuji cautiously. Mo Wuji shook his head helplessly. Not at all, because do you know that even if I were to kneel down and hand that old J*RK the Jade token to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley, he would still kill me eventually. Since this is the case, why should I stoop so low to do that? Mo Wuji was well aware of how a shameless person like Wan Fan would act, and that any act of trying to please him would not change his resolve to kill Mo Wuji. Therefore, he decided to be ruthless, to let his opponent know of his status and that he was not someone his vast ocean immortal school could offend so casually. Lin Gu understood Mo Wuji very quickly and sighed. Despite Mo Wuji threatened Wan Fan, leaving the Yongying immortal domain would still be filled with a lot of dangers. A old J*RK like Wan Fan would appear as if he was afraid of the threat of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, but he would definitely not let Mo Wuji off in his heart. Wan Fan believed that whether it was Mo Wuji or any important figure of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance, the moment Mo Wuji was dead, the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance couldn't publicly accuse the vast ocean immortal school even if they guessed it was done by them. Boom! An extremely oppressive sound was heard and a path appeared in front of everyone. The path exuded dense immortal energy, and there were three huge words floating above the path: Yunxian Immortal Valley. Kuei Fingyun's voice could be heard. May I ask all those cultivators with a Yunxian Immortal Valley Jade token to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley, and those without the tokens to stay behind? Cultivators to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley must be below the Grandee stage, otherwise, you would be denied entry. Because of the early opening of the Yunxian Immortal Valley, the total time to pick immortal herbs would be reduced to half a year. When he heard this, Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief because he was afraid that anyone could enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley. It was good that they had restrictions on the level of the cultivation. What he didn't know was that the Yunxian Immortal Valley was a place to harvest immortal herbs, so strong experts were never allowed to enter. This was to prevent the destruction of the immortal spiritual vein during a fight between two powerful experts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, The Secret of the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Chapter 556, The Secret of the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji and Lin Gu followed the crowd of people onto the path which would lead to the Yunxian Immortal Valley. The moment the duo entered, Spiritual Will could no longer detect the situation outside. Despite containing extremely dense immortal energy in the air surrounding them, Mo Wuji didn't see any high-grade immortal herbs. He separated from Lin Gu because if they wanted to maximize their effectiveness in search of immortal herbs, it wouldn't make sense for them to stick together. Lin Gu was in the great circle of the Xian Immortal stage and was prepared to enter the Grandee stage anytime now, so there was basically no one here that could threaten her. Mo Wuji was only in the early Xian Immortal stage, but he was almost as strong as the intermediate Xian Immortal stage expert, so there was nothing to worry about. The reason why not too many people were allowed to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley at once was mainly because of the worry that people might fight for immortal herbs here. The Yunxian Immortal Valley was vast and boundless, and they only allowed 100 people to enter at one time, so there was basically no need to fight for any herbs. In fact, even meeting someone else in this vast valley would not be easy. At the same time, there wasn't much danger in the Yunxian Immortal Valley, and it could be said that out of all the immortal herbs' secret realms in this world, the Yunxian Immortal Valley was the one everyone wanted to enter. Mo Wuji kept running as his spiritual will kept extending outwards too. After a few days, Mo Wuji started to furrow his brows. In the few days that he had entered this place, he had neither met a single person nor a strand of high-tier immortal herbs. Not mentioning the high-tier immortal herbs, Mo Wuji didn't even see any tier 5 or 6 immortal herbs. If this continued on, this Yunxian Immortal Valley would really not live up its name. Mo Wuji increased his speed, and after 7 to 8 days, he finally came to a halt when he saw a copious rain immortal grass. The copious rain immortal grass was a tier 6 immortal herb, and it was also the main spiritual herb for the concoction of the immortal copious pill. It could be considered to be the most ordinary tier 6 immortal herb and the one which was of the least value. Mo Wuji picked this one stalk of immortal herb up before sending it into his undying world. He didn't bother continue searching, because what was the point of him entering the Yunxian Immortal Valley if it was this pitiful? After half a month, Mo Wuji didn't find any immortal herbs, so he gave up running around to search for these herbs. He started installing some spiritual will triggered restrictions and a few more concealed spiritual will triggered restrictions a few kilometers apart of each other. This was so that as long as someone passed by his trigger within hundreds of miles of him, he would be able to sense them. These triggers that Mo Wuji installed were not meant for everyone, but specifically the 5 cultivator which came from the Yonging Immortal Domain. Yunxian Immortal Valley was opened up early by the Yonging Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyun, and everyone was well aware of his main purpose of opening it early. It was so that he could find a specific peak-grade immortal herb to advance into Immortal Emperor. How could Kuei Fengyun not be aware of the current situation in the Yunxian Immortal Valley? Since Kuei Fengyun knew about the absence of these high-tier immortal herbs, why was the purpose of opening it early? This proved that Kuei Fengyun must have had a secret motive, and his secret motive would lie with the 5 cultivators from the Yonging Immortal Domain. As long as Mo Wuji was able to find one of the 5 fellas, he would be able to find out if Kuei Fengyun knew of the problem with the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Despite having installed the trigger restrictions, Mo Wuji was still feeling slightly regretful. He regretted that he didn't create some spiritual imprints before entering the Yunxian Immortal Domain. If he managed to place the spiritual imprints on the 5 cultivators from the Yonging Immortal Domain, he would be able to use his own spiritual imprint to track these 5 fellas. The truth was that when he just entered the Yunxian Immortal Domain, he felt this premonition. After everyone ahead of them had already left, the 5 fellas from the Yonging Immortal Domain took their time at the back. However, Mo Wuji had the same adrenaline rush as everyone else to find the immortal herbs in the shortest possible time, so why would he notice or care about such small details, yet? A few days had passed, and while Mo Wuji was still installing some more restrictions to extend the area he could cover, he sensed that one of his restriction was triggered. He hurried to stop installing the array flags and dashed back to the restriction that was triggered. Mo Wuji's wind-escaped sacred art had already reached the definite wind realm, so as long as there was wind, he would be able to travel a great distance without leaving any trace. Using his fastest speed to reach the particular restriction, Mo Wuji was very disappointed. The person who triggered his restriction was not from the Yonging Immortal Domain. Mo Wuji had seen this fella talking to a pill king of the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance. It seemed like this fella was a helper for the Pill King and was not from the Yonging Immortal Domain. Noticing that the fella had a face full of disbelief and disappointment, Mo Wuji knew that he must have been the same as him and had failed to find any high-tier immortal herbs. Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered with this fella as he went off to continue installing more restrictions. After a few more days, Mo Wuji had already installed over 10 restrictions and had caught up with about 4 fellas who triggered his restriction during these few days. The pity was that none of them was from the Yonging Immortal Domain. This made Mo Wuji extremely disappointed, and he started to suspect if he was installing these restrictions in the right direction. These cultivators from Yonging could have already changed direction. If he started to install more restrictions in the other direction at a time like this, it would evidently be too late. Mo Wuji sighed, as this was indeed a situation of man proposes, God disposes. Mo Wuji could have predicted everything else but not the scenario in which the Yunxian Immortal Valley was empty. Perhaps he wasn't the only one who didn't expect this, and that everyone else who coveted for the chance to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley would never have expected to see nothing here. Just as Mo Wuji was considering if he should continue looking for herbs further in and see what would he find half a month later, one of the closer restriction was triggered. Mo Wuji hurried over with not much expectations, and he was instantly excited the moment he saw the cultivator who triggered his restriction. It was young, petite girl with tan skin. However, Mo Wuji was certain that this female cultivator was a cultivator from the Yongying Immortal Domain. As long as it was a cultivator from the Yongying Immortal Domain, things would look good for Mo Wuji. If this female cultivator was looking cluelessly like himself and with not much immortal herbs on her, it would mean that even Kuei Fengyun was unaware that the Yunxian Immortal Domain was empty. Mo Wuji's cultivation level might be slightly weaker than this female cultivator, but his actual strength and experience would definitely surpass her. Moreover, he was so proficient in his wind escape sacred art such that she didn't even realize that Mo Wuji had already concealed himself near her. The female cultivator didn't stop in her tracks for too long, as all she did was to pause for a moment before moving again. Mo Wuji hurried to follow behind her, and after an incense worth of time, Mo Wuji was finally able to tell the difference. The difference between her and the rest of the cultivators who triggered his restriction was that this female cultivator was not looking out for immortal herbs around her. She occasionally took out a positioning ball to look around her before changing direction. As for the positioning ball, even though Mo Wuji didn't dare to use his spiritual will to check it out, he was certain that something was wrong with it. A few more days had passed and the female cultivator finally came to a halt. She checked her positioning ball for a while before standing still and checking it over and over again. Mo Wuji was hidden near her as he used his spiritual will to observe her surrounding. Initially, Mo Wuji thought that this piece of land was no different from any other piece of land and that it was just a wasteland with slightly denser immortal energy in the air. Dense immortal energy was not something extraordinary because as long as one was in the Yunxian Immortal Valley, there wasn't a spot with little immortal energy. After 1 hour, Mo Wuji finally felt something was amiss and that this was definitely a concealed restriction, a natural one. He had seen too many natural concealed restriction in his life before, and one example would be the hiding spot of Jinglingbei back in the Lost Continent. In the Broken World, the position of the draining immortal King Dao fruit was also a fine example. This place was definitely a peak-grade natural concealed restriction and was of an even higher grade than the one with the draining immortal King Dao fruit in it. This petite girl should be aware that there was a restriction here, but because of her poor understanding of array Dao that she couldn't see it. It had already been half a day since Mo Wuji noticed it and this girl was still clueless. The woman checked the area and her positioning ball for another 2 full days, and when she still didn't manage to find it, she stopped observing her surrounding. Mo Wuji guessed that she was about to leave, so he hurried to place a temporary spiritual imprint on her. This type of temporary spiritual imprint would only last for 5 months. After 5 months, this spiritual imprint would be automatically removed from her body. Mo Wuji had already made his calculations to know that the Yunxian Immortal Valley would be shut off after about 5 months, and if her spiritual imprint was still on her when she left this place, Kuei Fengyun would definitely be the first one to notice it. Kuei Fengyun was a heavenly emperor and was also a snakehead figure in the Yongying Immortal Domain, so Mo Wuji really didn't want to offend a fella like him. Indeed, after Mo Wuji's spiritual imprint was finished, the petite girl left in a hurry. Mo Wuji didn't continue tailgating her as he started to examine this concealed restriction. After experiencing the concealed restriction in the Broken World, Mo Wuji was more knowledgeable in terms of natural concealed restriction. After this woman left, Mo Wuji took a total of 3 days and had found a method to enter. He refined a pile of array flags and started to enter the array. Without mentioning the fact that Mo Wuji alone wouldn't be able to break open the restriction by force, even if he could, Mo Wuji wouldn't choose a method like this. The truth was that for natural concealed restriction, as long as one was able to understand it well enough, one wouldn't need to use array flags to enter. The reason Mo Wuji refined a pile of array flags was not just for entering the concealed restriction but also to conceal the entrance that he found concurrently. Even if someone else were to come by here in the future, he would need at least a few months to find the new entrance. After a few months, even the lilies were dried up since Mo Wuji first entered the Yunxian Immortal Valley. He suffered a huge setback in terms of months wasted, and now he was worried that the petite girl might find her partner and come back. Mo Wuji's guess wasn't wrong, because just after a while, the petite girl really brought two other people back here, and these two were cultivators from the Yongning Immortal Domain. However, Mo Wuji wasn't aware because he was simply too captivated with the sight in front of him. In front of him was a land full of green Bodhi flowers. The Bodhi flower was a Tier 7 immortal herb, and it was used to concoct the peak-grade green Bodhi pill used for healing purposes. A stalk of such an immortal herb was easily worth a pile of immortal crystals, but yet he saw a large piece of land full of these herbs. The best part was that he had only just entered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, The Unexpected Rewards. Chapter 557, The Unexpected Rewards. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Kuei Fengyun was indeed scheming, and it seemed like Lin Gu was right. This fellow was simply putting on an act, all these while about the Yunxian Immortal Valley. There was another universe inside the Yunxian Immortal Valley, and that was these natural restriction arrays. Inside these natural restriction arrays were large amount of peak-grade immortal herbs, and it seemed as though only Kuei Fengyun was aware of the positions of these natural arrays. Fortunately, Mo Wuji was able to realize this in time, because otherwise, he would be wandering about aimlessly. Mo Wuji calmed his excited self as he gathered this large land of green Bodhi flowers together before sending all of it, including some of the soil, into his undying world. Following which, searching for immortal herbs would simply be too easy for Mo Wuji. After Mo Wuji collected these Tier 7 Bodhi flowers, he saw another small piece of land with Tier 6 Micro Snow 6 leaves. There were over 300 to 400 of these Micro Snow 6 leaves. Micro Snow 6 leaves was a good herb because not only was it the main immortal herb for the concoction of the snow bean pill, it was a supporting herb for many other immortal pills. The snow bean pill was a pill to help cultivators reduce their hellfire within their heart during cultivation, and it was especially effective for some cultivators who were about to break through into the next realm. After the Micro Snow 6 leaves, Mo Wuji found about 7 to 8 stalks of Morning Blood Rattan, a Tier 7 immortal herb. This immortal herb was used for concocting the Tier 7 trio revolving solitary blood pill, and this was an extremely valuable pill used to replenish a cultivator's blood in vital essence. This was only the start of a series of surprises to come, as very soon after keeping the Morning Blood Rattan, Mo Wuji found some Sight Wimple Immortal Leaf. The Sight Wimple Immortal Leaf was a Tier 8 immortal herb which Mo Wuji didn't have a single stalk with him. The only useful part of an immortal herb like the Sight Wimple Immortal Leaf was the leaves on top, and each stalk had 2 leaves. The Sight Wimple Immortal Leaf was the main immortal herb for the concoction of the Dry Wimple Pill, something which Mo Wuji had always wanted. This pill would be able to conceal or change a cultivator's aura or appearance. The pity was that even though Mo Wuji managed to find the Sight Wimple Immortal Leaf, he knew that given his current pill Dao strength, he wouldn't be able to concoct the Dry Wimple Pill. Following which, Mo Wuji found yet another bunch of 100 Channels Leafless Fruit. The 100 Channels Leafless Fruit was also a Tier 8 immortal herb which was used to concoct the Immortal Channel Nirvana Pill. For cultivators below the Immortal Reverent level, having an Immortal Channel Nirvana Pill was equivalent to having one more life. Despite not being able to concoct this pill with his current strength, Mo Wuji was still indescribably excited. He came for the sole purpose of the Underworld Heartflower, and since there were so many precious high-tier immortal herbs here, the chances of finding the Underworld Heartflower would increase by multiple folds. After finding the Sight Wimple Immortal Leaf, Mo Wuji finally realized the true value of this Yunxian Immortal Valley. It was no wonder countless of cultivators, including pill emperors, couldn't control their urge to visit this place. In half a month, Mo Wuji managed to collect the green Bodhi flower, morning blood rattan, sight wimple immortal leaf, 100 channels leafless fruit, scarlet dawnfrost, wild rose heavenly fruit and many more tier 7 and 8 immortal herbs. The total stocks of immortal herbs he collected was over 1,000, which was evidently a reward he would never have expected. Much to Mo Wuji's disappointment was the fact that he still couldn't find the underworld heartflower. In fact, he had yet to find a single stalk of any tier 9 immortal herb. Just as Mo Wuji finished digging up the tier 7 wild rose heavenly fruit, he heard ticking sounds. Because Mo Wuji was inside a natural restriction, spiritual will was suppressed within the restriction too. At the same time, because it was a natural restriction, it was extremely silent inside and Mo Wuji would be able to hear clearly any slight movement in the area. When he heard the ticking sound, Mo Wuji hurried towards the direction of the sound immediately. In front of him was actually a crooked old tree with half of its lower body gone. Droplets of crystal clear liquid fell from the lower half of the tree into a stone pool. The stone pool was half filled with crystal clear liquid and an extremely fresh fragrance was emitted from it. Mo Wuji sensed this energy and clenched his fist excitedly. As a pill king, he was well aware of what was in front of him. This was a peak grade item and was as good as a tier 9 immortal herb, but was in fact much more valuable than most of the tier 9 immortal herbs. This was a billion years immortal wood marrow. A billion years immortal wood marrow might not have been through a billion years, but any stock of this billion years immortal wood marrow would have at least been through millions of years. This immortal wood was not just referring to any immortal wood but a peak-grade immortal wood which merged with the heaven and earth's immortal energy at the end of its life cycle before producing the purest and most valuable immortal wood marrow. The value of the immortal wood marrow was dependent on the type of wood and the age of the wood. The moment the immortal wood marrow had finished dripping, this immortal wood would be completely withered. However, no matter what type of immortal wood it was, the immortal wood marrow was something so valuable one cannot purchase it with millions of gold. Mo Wuji instantly took out some array flags because he didn't wish to touch the immortal wood which was producing the immortal wood marrow. The moment he took this wood away, there was a high possibility that it would wither and die without the environment that it was used to. However, he really wanted to plunder away the entire stone pool of immortal wood marrow. With the help of the array flags, Mo Wuji was able to transfer these immortal wood marrow into massive jade buckets of his own. After which, Mo Wuji sent these jade buckets into his undying world happily before looking at the old immortal wood with some regrets. Countless of years later, this place would be filled with immortal wood marrow yet again. Mo Wuji realized that something was amiss when he realized that the pool wasn't even big. Who knew how many years had this immortal wood been dripping the immortal wood marrow, so how could the pool not be filled up? At the thought of this, Mo Wuji used his spiritual will from his spirit storage channel to scan the place. Very soon, he realized that there was a stream of leakage at the bottom of the pool which wasn't visible to the naked eye. This stream extended to somewhere far away, and as Mo Wuji's spiritual will followed the stream, he found out that it eventually led to a massive, cold, and secluded gorge. There seemed to be some simple restrictions within the gorge, so Mo Wuji's spiritual will was unable to sense it anymore. Mo Wuji hurried across the stone pool and landed right outside the gorge. The restriction was very simple and Mo Wuji only needed to lift his hand to open it. The moment Mo Wuji lifted the restrictions, he saw two clear-cut sides. One side was a land filled with immortal herbs while the other side only had a fruit tree and the trees only had a gray fruit on it. Anyone who entered through here would notice the gray fruit immediately. This was because the gray fruit was emitted a strong spirituality, as if something incredible was calling out for him. Mo Wuji could even sense that the moment he managed to gain insights of this gray fruit, he would be able to step into a whole new level. This was definitely an illusion, but this also showed how extraordinary this gray fruit was. After Mo Wuji's eyes swept across the gray fruit, his eyes fell on the large land of immortal herbs. Mo Wuji couldn't stop trembling at the sight of what was in front of him because in one glance, he was able to recognize what the immortal herb was. It was what he had been looking for, underworld heartflower. Even though there was a flower in the name of the underworld heartflower, it looked just like a grass. Mo Wuji had never seen an underworld heartflower before but had read the descriptions of it from the grass, wood, stone book. The book described it to look like a grass, and within the leaves of the grass was a small, thin green flower. The green flower had the same color as the grass, so if one didn't look at it carefully, one wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Mo Wuji took a step forward and saw that there was a small green flower within every stalk of this grass. This was indeed the underworld heartflower. Mo Wuji would find it perfectly normal if the underworld heartflower was gray in color in an environment like this, but the underworld heartflower was actually green in color as if it was photosynthesizing. There was a total of 81 stalks of the underworld heartflower here, so how could Mo Wuji not be excited? After he dug up all of the underworld heartflower and transferred it into his undying world cautiously, he shifted his eyes back onto the gray fruit. He really had no seen a fruit like this before, but there was a description on the grass, wood, stone which seemed to fit this fruit. It was written to be the Emperor Dao fruit, grows alone, rare and gray in color. In the short description, it didn't even describe its usage or its growing environment. Mo Wuji still believed that this was the Emperor Dao fruit and that it could be the fruit that the heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyun of the Yongning Immortal Domain was looking for. It seemed as though Kuei Fengyun knew of its existence in this place, which was why he sent a few people into the Yunxian Immortal Valley to find it. Whether or not it was the fruit that Kuei Fengyun wanted, since he had already seen it, there was no reason for him not to take it away. Mo Wuji plucked the Emperor Dao fruit off the tree before locking it in a jade box. The moment the Emperor Dao fruit was removed from the tree withered and disintegrated into a void very soon after. Even though Mo Wuji managed to collect over tens of underworld heartflower, he didn't think that the origins of it was simple. Not everywhere had the immortal wood marrow in these underworld heartflowers, and the Emperor Dao fruit was actually grown after being irrigated by the immortal wood marrow. Under normal circumstances, who would use the immortal wood marrow to water the underworld heartflower? The underworld heartflower was a Tier 9 immortal herb, but the immortal wood marrow was also equivalent to a Tier 9 immortal herb. Having collected the underworld heartflower and a total of 81 of them, Mo Wuji was finally at peace with his heart because he had achieved his purpose of entering the Yunxian Immortal Valley. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't leave the Yunxian Immortal Valley now, he had intentions to leave already. Even though the other immortal herbs might be good or valuable, it wouldn't be attractive enough to stop him from searching for Tsin Shuin's soul. A few months had passed, and even though this natural restriction was not considered to be small, Mo Wuji had searched the entire place once. He had even searched every small corner of the place, and Mo Wuji basically collected every immortal herb which was above Tier 6. Other than the immortal wood marrow, Emperor Dao fruit and underworld heartflower, Mo Wuji also collected 3 undying holy bamboo. The undying holy bamboo was also a Tier 9 immortal herb, and to most of the cultivators, it was much more valuable than the underworld heartflower. The undying holy bamboo could be used to concoct a peak-grade body-tempering immortal pill, the Tier 9 undying Dao pill. After using this pill, even if the cultivator didn't use to temper his body, it would maintain a certain toughness in the cultivator's body for a few days, and even flames would not be able to harm the body during this period of time. It would be the most suitable pill for one to use during a lightning tribulation. Mo Wuji didn't even need to concoct the undying Dao pill, because as long as he had the undying holy bamboo, he would be able to exchange many good items with it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, Escaping the Yongning Immortal Domain. Chapter 558, Escaping the Yongning Immortal Domain. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Before the transfer radiance from the Jade token, which was used to enter the Yunxian Immortal Valley, lit up, Mo Wuji had basically collected all the good items within this restrictions. Mo Wuji took out a portion of the Tier 7 and 8 immortal herbs to put in his storage ring as he left everything else in his undying world. Moments after transfer radiance flashed, Mo Wuji was wrapped in a white light to be transferred out of the Yunxian Immortal Valley. When Mo Wuji's legs touched the solid ground, he was already at the place where he entered from. Many businessmen were already eagerly waiting for cultivators to be transferred out. Even though many of them were aware that the items these cultivators collected from within the Yunxian Immortal Valley would not belong to them alone, these businessmen were still hoping for the best. After all, cultivation resources in the immortal world were depleting faster than they were growing, hence, cultivators were already seeing lesser high-tier immortal herbs than ever. Even if they managed to see some tier 7 and above immortal herbs around, they were all grown by people. As for a natural place like the Yunxian Immortal Valley, it would only be opened once every few thousands of years. There were indeed some cultivators who took out a portion of their immortal herbs to sell, but Mo Wuji had no intentions to do so. In one glance, Mo Wuji managed to spot Lin Gu. Concurrently, Lin Gu spotted Mo Wuji too as she hurried over to him. How was it? There seemed to be very little immortal herbs inside, and after wandering about for a few months, I only managed to collect a few ordinary herbs, Mo Wuji said anxiously. Ah. Lin Gu heard Mo Wuji's words and was dumbfounded immediately. I'm sorry, brother Mo, I didn't remind you beforehand. What happened? Mo Wuji responded. Lin Gu answered, there are no high-tier immortal herbs at the periphery of the Yunxian Immortal Valley, and one needed to travel for about 4 to 5 months before reaching the place with more immortal herbs. In fact, the total time to collect immortal herbs would only be around half a month. I also found out about this only after I realized there were no high-tier immortal herbs in the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Mo Wuji's eyes fell on all the cultivators who entered the Yunxian Immortal Valley and soon realized that he was too smart for his own good. He couldn't be blamed because, like all the other cultivators who were not from the Yonging Immortal Domain, he wasn't too familiar with the Yunxian Immortal Valley. He was also as clueless as some of the other cultivators when he wondered why there were no immortal herbs in the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Afterwards, these cultivators must have cracked their brains to realize what was happening and dashed inwards madly before finding the region with immortal herbs. On the other hand, he was too focused on thinking that there was something wrong with the Yonging Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor Kuei Fengyun. If he didn't suspect Kuei Fengyun, he would have soon realized the problem and ended up rushing inwards like all the other cultivators. The fastest one would then be able to find the region with immortal herbs which were yet to be collected. It was also because of his suspicion that he managed to track the cultivators from the Yonging Immortal Domain to find that natural restriction eventually. At the end of the day, he succeeded by a lucky stroke, as not only did he manage to collect what he needed, he managed to snatch the Emperor Dao fruit that Kuei Fengyun wanted, as well as a whole pile of high-tier immortal herbs. So what have you collected? Mo Wuji asked. Lin Gu's eyes revealed traces of apologies as she said in a low tone, I have collected quite a bit, but I didn't get what you needed. I am really. Seeing the numerous pill refiners conversing with the businessmen around here, Mo Wuji knew that this was not the place to talk, so he transmitted a message to Lin Gu, we have to leave the Yonging Immortal Domain now. Do you have a way to sneak out? Otherwise, I will be prepared to purchase some masks for disguise. Lin Gu transmitted back to Mo Wuji straight away, no need, we will not use the transfer array here to leave. We are already on the outside of the Yonging Immortal City, so all we needed to do is to enter the void outside the Yonging Immortal Domain, and I will be able to ignite a spatial diversion escape talisman. What grade is it? Mo Wuji asked anxiously. Mo Wuji had to be anxious because after hearing Lin Gu's words before entering the Yunxian Immortal Valley, he knew that he had stolen what Kuei Fengyun wanted. Once Kuei Fengyun found out about what Mo Wuji had taken, how would he be able to leave? It wasn't hard for Kuei Fengyun to find out about the truth, because as long as he gathered the 5 of them, he would be able to find out what happened inside the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Grade 8 Spatial Diversion Escape Talisman. As long as we are able to leave the Yonging Immortal Domain and enter the void, this talisman would be able to bring us out of this domain. Even an immortal emperor might not be able to find us, Lin Gu replied convincingly. Mo Wuji said immediately, "There is no need for any hesitation now, so let's leave immediately towards the Six Paths Immortal Domain to find your mother first." Given Mo Wuji's experience and the fact that he was a rebirther, how could he not know the importance of leaving early at a time like this? Lin Gu didn't continue inquiring for the reason as she dashed out of the crowd with Mo Wuji into their flying ship and out of the periphery of the Yonging Immortal City. After they left the Yonging Immortal City, Mo Wuji threw out multiple array flags as he installed a spatial spiritual will trigger array before taking out his own flying ship. Lin Gu's flying ship might be good, but it couldn't be compared to his. His grade 7 flying ship was given by Pil Dao Immortal Alliance's Pil Emperor Nong Yong, and it was the main reason why Mo Wuji had such a good impression of Nong Yong. "This is a grade 7 flying shuttle?" Lin Gu was not clueless as she asked curiously the instant Mo Wuji took out his flying shuttle. Mo Wuji nodded his head. "Yes, this is a grade 7 flying shuttle which was given by a senior of the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance." Lin Gu exclaimed, "This senior must be really generous. A grade 7 immortal shuttle like this is not something ordinary people in the Devil Moon Immortal School could acquire. This shows how concerned the senior was for your safety." Mo Wuji suddenly had a realization because previously, he believed that Nong Yong asked this flying shuttle from the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance because of his admiration of Mo Wuji. Only after listening to Lin Gu's words, he realized that this flying shuttle could be given by Nong Yong himself and not by the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance. No matter how wealthy the Pil Dao Immortal Alliance was, they shouldn't be able to gift a grade 7 flying shuttle so casually to him. The next time he saw Nong Yong, he really thanked him personally. Just as Mo Wuji was about to board his flying shuttle, he could feel someone triggering his spatial spiritual will trigger restriction. He said with an ugly expression, "Someone is chasing after us and the grade of the flying treasure is not low." Before entering the Yunxian Immortal Valley, Mo Wuji was worried that one fan would be after him, but presently, he was more worried about the Yonging Immortal Domain's Kuei Fengyun. "Should we go back now?" Lin Gu started worrying because the two of them were simply too weak. Mo Wuji shook his head. "There's no use because heading back would be equivalent to seeking death. Let me think of the fastest way to enter the void. I have an idea. There is an open-air city square called the Rogue Immortal City Square located about 1,000,000 miles away from here. Inside the black market of this city square, there is a transfer array which would lead to the Baiji Immortal City. Baiji Immortal City was located right at the periphery of the Yonging Immortal Domain, so once we leave that place, we would be in the void," Lin Gu explained as quickly as she could. Afterwards, she added in, "The key is that not many people know about this transfer array in the Rogue Immortal City Square. I am only worried that before we could even reach the transfer array, we would be caught up by whoever was chasing us." Mo Wuji answered confidently, "Lin Gu, we shall leave for that city square now. Let go of your flying ship now and let it head towards the opposite direction of where we are heading to before boarding my flying shuttle." Even though a grade 6 immortal flying treasure was precious to Lin Gu, her mother's health was more important to her. She didn't even hesitate as she set her flying treasure to fly towards the opposite direction alone. Mo Wuji brought Lin Gu onto his flying shuttle as he headed towards the Rogue Immortal City Square. Mo Wuji was chased all the way from the cultivation world, so he was gifted as to how to escape his predators. He knew that whoever was chasing them followed his own preconceived idea, which was to follow the energy emitted from Lin Gu's flying ship. When that fella caught up with Lin Gu's flying ship and realized that it was empty, they would have reached that city square. The moment the two of them boarded his flying shuttle, their speed increased significantly. As compared to Lin Gu's flying ship, their current speed was at least 2 times greater. Mo Wuji's prediction was not wrong because after half an incense worth of time, a silver flying car soared across the place where they stopped previously. Without slowing down, the silver flying car dashed towards the direction of Lin Gu's flying ship. Mo Wuji increased the speed of his flying shuttle to the maximum, and if he was not careful, he might lose control when using the normal spiritual will. The grade 7 flying shuttle was indeed the fastest because in less than 2 hours, Mo Wuji and Lin Gu appeared in front of the Rogue Immortal City Square. There were quite a lot of people in this city square, and there were even a lot of grand immortal stage cultivators around. Mo Wuji and Lin Gu found the location of the transfer array very quickly, and even before they could exchange for the local currency, they purchased the transfer tickets to the Baiji Immortal City immediately. From the time the duo entered the city square to the time they left, they took less than half an incense worth of time. Soon after the two of them left the city square, a silver flying car entered the city square. Very soon after, the person controlling the silver flying car entered the same transfer array towards the Baiji Immortal City. Concurrently, in the Castellan mansion of the Yongning Immortal City, Kuei Fingyun's face was as black as a burnt pot. Standing in front of him were the 5 Xian immortal cultivators he sent into the Yunxian Immortal Valley. Presently, their faces were all extremely pale because they managed to screw up a task so simple. Tell me exactly what had happened. Kuei Fingyun's words sound like it came straight from hell, as he had already lost his elegance and cool that he displayed back at the alchemy competition. If one had to describe his tone, it would be gloomy. Every word of his brought along a gloomy coldness which would make one shiver. After saying this, he turned to a person behind him and said, "Immediately stop the transfer array in the Yongning Immortal Domain, and then inform every cultivator who entered the Yunxian Immortal Valley that they need to cooperate to complete the Yunxian Immortal Valley's map." Roger that. The cultivator behind Kuei Fingyun was like a shadow, because the moment he answered Kuei Fingyun, he disappeared in a flash. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, The Imposing Devil Moon. Chapter 559, The Imposing Devil Moon. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. We should be safe now. We have already left Yongning Immortal Domain and entered the void, Lin Gu said in slight relief atop the flying shuttle. She and Mo Wuji didn't stop to take a rest during the entire journey. The moment they emerged from the transfer array at Baiji Immortal City, they immediately retrieved the flying shuttle and charged out of Baiji. Then when they reached the edge of Baiji, they entered into the void. Mo Wuji's expression was still solemn as he said, "No, we are not safe yet. I seem to have a sense of irrational fear. Lin Gu, hurry and ignite the spatial escape talisman." As he spoke, Mo Wuji already kept the flying shuttle. Lin Gu had utter belief in Mo Wuji's judgment. The moment Mo Wuji said those words, she immediately ignited the escape talisman. Even if the grade of this talisman was any higher, she would not hesitate to use it. The escape talisman began to emit a faint light, and faint tears began to appear within space. Thereafter, the light completely enveloped Mo Wuji and Lin Gu, and they disappeared without a trace. Needless to say, Mo Wuji's premonition was extremely accurate. In less than a quarter of an incense's time after Mo Wuji and Lin Gu left, a man with a mask and a high hat stopped at where Mo Wuji and Lin Gu just left. He stared at the space where the two of them disappeared from, and ominous glints continuously flashed through the eye holes of his mask. A whole half an incense's time passed before that ominous light gradually faded away and the man turned to leave. Clearly, he also knew that it would now be impossible to chase after Mo Wuji and Lin Gu no matter what he did. At this instant, Lin Gu and Mo Wuji were back on Mo Wuji's flying shuttle, rapidly moving towards 6 Paths Immortal Domain. Only by this time did Mo Wuji completely calm down. Lin Gu fetched a storage ring and handed it to Mo Wuji. "Brother Mo, these are the immortal herbs I collected from Yunxian Immortal Valley. You can take them." Mo Wuji sent his spiritual will in. He soon discovered that while Lin Gu didn't collect as many immortal herbs as she did find several hundred strains of Tier 7 immortal herbs, over 100 Tier 8 immortal herbs, and several Tier 9 immortal herbs. Mo Wuji said, "Lin Gu, keep the immortal herbs that you need. Then tell me which are the pills you require. I will concoct one batch of every kind for you." There were some valuable immortal herbs inside the ring too, but Mo Wuji didn't really care too much about them. What he needed now was a large amount of high-tiered immortal herbs, so that he could advance to the Pill Emperor level. Lin Gu shook her head. "I don't need any immortal herbs or any immortal pills. As long as you can help treat my mother, I will be satisfied." Mo Wuji felt rather awkward. it wasn't that he wasn't willing to help Lin Gu. This time, he was prepared to give it his all to help her. However, what he learned wasn't the Tao of medicine, and he wasn't an immortal doctor. His wholehearted effort might not necessarily yield results. If he wasn't able to treat Lin Gu's mother, then he would truly owe Lin Gu too much. There was no need to talk about all these high-tiered immortal herbs that Lin Gu just gave him. Just that grade 8 spatial escape talisman would have already cost countless piles of immortal crystals. Mo Wuji kept the ring, then handed 7 to 8 jade vases to Lin Gu. These are the Grand E True pills and immortal cleansing Grand G pills that I concocted. There are also several vases of healing and cultivation pills that are very useful for the Grand E and Grand G immortal stage. I believe that you would find them useful. In the future, you can also find me for the pills you need to advance to the Grand Luo Immortal and Immortal King stage. Even though I'm unable to concoct them now, I believe that I will definitely be able to do so in the future. Many thanks, Brother Mo, then I will be keeping them. This time, Lin Gu didn't reject him. The pills that Mo Wuji gave her were indeed very useful. Even though she could also get them back at her Devil Moon Immortal School, how could the immortal pills that her school get be better than ones from an honored great pill king like Mo Wuji? Moreover, each one of these pills were important resources for the sect. As a 8-star genius, she could get these pills easily, but to average disciples, these pills were far too expensive. Mo Wuji did not give Lin Gu the immortal wood marrow as the value of the immortal wood marrow was too high. He believed that Lin Gu definitely wouldn't covet his immortal wood marrow, but it would be hard to say for the other people in Devil Moon Immortal School. If Lin Gu were to ever reveal the existence of the immortal wood marrow, then his little life might very well end in the Devil Moon Immortal School. For this sort of thing, he could give it to Lin Gu when his abilities were higher. It wasn't necessary for him to do so now. The flying shuttle traveled at extreme speeds. In less than half a year, the flying shuttle reached Six Paths Immortal Domain. They had entered Starlying Immortal City, the immortal city at the outermost fringe of Six Paths Immortal Domain. Lin Gu pointed towards Starlying Immortal City and said, even though Starlying Immortal City isn't the city of the Six Paths Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor, it is considered one of the top 10 cities in the Devil Domain. In the future, if you obtain the Underworld Heartflower, if you want to get to the Soul Condensing Immortal Pool, you would need to pass through Starlying Immortal City. In Starlying Immortal City, there's a transfer array to the peripheries of Six Paths Ruins. The Soul Condensing Immortal Pond, which lies between Six Paths Immortal Domain and the Underworld, is within the Six Paths Ruins. Actually, I didn't come out of Yunxian Immortal Valley empty-handed. I managed to find the Underworld Heartflower in some hidden corner. I was worried that the Yonging Heavenly Emperor would think that I took his item, which was why I anxiously wanted to leave Yonging Immortal Domain, Mo Wuji explained. Now that they were already here, there was no need for him to continue hiding. Ah! Lin Gu exclaimed in pleasant surprise, then she immediately said, Brother Mo, regardless of whether you are able to save my mother, I will follow you to the Soul Condensing Immortal Pond. Many thanks. Mo Wuji clasped his fists towards Lin Gu. If it was for some other thing, perhaps he might reject Lin Gu politely. However, this matter involved finding Xin Shuin's lost soul. If anything could increase his hopes of succeeding, he wouldn't let go of it. Lin Gu, after all, was someone from the Devil Domain. She was more familiar with the Soul Condensing Immortal Pond than him. Starlying Immortal City wasn't very far from Devil Moon Immortal School. A few days later, Mo Wuji and Lin Gu had already arrived outside Devil Moon Immortal School. Ever since Mo Wuji entered the immortal world, he had visited several big immortal cities. He had even went to Yonging Immortal Domain's Heavenly Emperor City, Yonging Immortal City. However, Mo Wuji hadn't really visited any big sections. The Devil Moon Immortal School, regardless in the Six Paths Immortal Domain or the entire immortal world, held a great reputation and name. Standing at the gate to the Devil Moon Immortal School, Mo Wuji could fully feel the sect's imposing aura. At the same time, he understood why the sect was called Devil Moon. The defensive array at the gate of the sect formed huge clouds of black fog. Above the black fog, floated two words, Devil Moon. Above these two words, there was even the faint outline of a crescent moon. "Brother Mo, follow me." Lin Gu waited for Mo Wuji to keep the flying treasure before calling him over. Thereafter, she held a jade token and walked towards the devil fog-covered gate. As Lin Gu approached, a clear bluestone path appeared from the foggy gate. When Mo Wuji followed Lin Gu along the bluestone path, he saw huge patches of greenery, mountains, and rivers. How was this devilish? This was simply heaven in the mortal world. 1. It even seemed to have an additional vast and majestic heavenly energy which Yongying immortal domain lacked. In the wide and spacious sect, not only did Mo Wuji saw several buildings, he also saw cultivators moving around rapidly in the sky. Lin Gu gestured towards Mo Wuji, then she started to walk into the air. Mo Wuji followed Lin Gu and discovered that the Devil Moon Immortal School actually didn't have any air restrictions. The Devil School was truly different in the way they operated. If it was another sect, they definitely would have restricted the air within the sect. An hour later, Lin Gu brought Mo Wuji in front of a tall mountain. The mountain was protected by restrictions, and outside the domain of the restrictions, there was a huge stone tablet which wrote Moon-Seeking Mountain. Mo Wuji guessed that Lin Gu stayed in the Moon-Seeking Mountain. The restrictions were soon released and a delicate and pretty woman bowed towards Lin Gu. Ao Song greets senior sister Lin Gu. Lin Gu returned the greetings before asking, "Ao Song, is my mother better?" Ao Song shook her head with a distressed expression. "Master's spirit channels are still blackening, and it seems to be getting faster." A few days ago, the schoolmaster came to visit, but the schoolmaster was also helpless. Thereafter, the schoolmaster left the school, saying that he would to the Pill Dao Immortal Alliance to request the help of a pill emperor. But after explaining this in low spirits, Ao Song lowered her head. By the side, Mo Wuji didn't say anything. When he heard blackening spirit channels, his heart started pounding. He had the elemental storage channel. His elemental storage channel was able to perfectly heal his meridians. It should also be possible for spirit channels. And this Ao Song was actually the disciple of Lin Gu's mother. This woman was the intellectual kind of beauty, and her bearings and demeanor reflected her perfect upbringing. What shocked Mo Wuji was that this Ao Song was actually a grand immortal. It was even higher than Lin Gu. She had a higher cultivation than Lin Gu, but she still addressed Lin Gu as senior sister. In Mo Wuji's perspective, Lin Gu should have suppressed her cultivation in order to enter the broken world. It should be because of this that she got overtook by Ao Song. "Is my master out from his closed doors?" Lin Gu asked as she swiftly proceeded into the mountain. Ao Song sighed and said, "No." After senior Uncle Gu went into closed doors, he had never came out once. Lin Gu entered hastily and she didn't introduce Mo Wuji. Even so, Ao Song still bowed slightly towards Mo Wuji and made way for him. The architecture on Moon-Seeking Mountain was very simple. There were basically 7 to 8 buildings connected to one another. Mo Wuji followed Lin Gu along a winding stone path before they reached an exquisite-looking house. There were all sorts of flowers outside the house. Not only was this place rich with immortal spiritual energy, it even contained the pleasant fragrances from these flowers, causing one to feel carefree and relaxed. The inside of the house was also neat and tidy. Tucked inside the house, there was an immortal wood incense bed. The outside of the bed was a bedding made of extremely fine silk. A woman with a pale white face lay on that bed. Besides her pale skin, this woman was actually more beautiful than Lin Gu. Around her, there was even a sort of indescribable spiritual fragrance. "Mother." Looking at this pale, beautiful woman, Lin Gu hurriedly went to the side of the bed and kneeled by its side. Tears continuously dripped out from her eyes. Ao Song also had a downcast expression as she stood by the side with low spirits. Mo Wuji could see that when Lin Gu wasn't around, Ao Song had taken care of Lin Gu's mother pretty well. "Lin Gu, you've returned." The woman leaning against the immortal incense wood bed struggled to open her eyes. She revealed a smile as she arduously said that sentence. "Yes, mother, I've returned. I have invited an impressive pill refiner over. I believe that he would be able to save you." Lin Gu pointed towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's gaze did not turn to Lin Gu's mother, but stood glued to the immortal incense wood bed. 1. I wanted to use heaven on earth, but that's not right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, Lin Gu's mother's illness. Chapter 560, Lin Gu's mother's illness. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Lin Gu's mother did not seem to mind Mo Wuji's lack of courtesy. She also did not seem to mind that Mo Wuji was really young. She only smiled and said, I've troubled you by getting you to travel this long journey with Lin Gu. I'm truly sorry. Mo Wuji returned to his countenance and hurriedly clasped his fists and said, Senior's words are too heavy. Lin Gu has helped me tremendously. I'm only afraid that my capabilities are too low and I'm unable to treat Senior. Lin Gu's mother laughed softly. That's okay. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't be able to control his own life and death, much less me, someone who's far from being an immortal emperor. Mo Wuji nodded, then said to Lin Gu, you can go out first. I would like to examine Auntie's illness alone. Lin Gu stood up, her eyes were slightly red. It was Ao Song, however, who frowned slightly and immediately said in a light voice, This immortal doctor, it's not that Lin Gu and I don't trust you, but why must we leave for you to examine the illness? I see Master as my very own mother. It wouldn't really affect you if Lin Gu and I stay here. Even though Ao Song spoke lightly, Mo Wuji could hear the meaning implied in her words. She and Lin Gu did not want to leave, and she did not feel comfortable leaving a man alone with Lin Gu's mother. Lin Gu hurriedly said, Junior sister Ao Song, brother Mo has an upright and forthcoming character. Let's just wait outside. Hearing Lin Gu say this, even though Ao Song was still rather unwilling, she could only nod her head and follow Lin Gu out. After Ao Song and Lin Gu left, Mo Wuji lifted his hand to form several soundproofing and concealment seals, hiding everything that was happening in the room. Seeing Mo Wuji form seals, Ao Song wanted to go back and question Mo Wuji, but she was stopped by Lin Gu. Towards Mo Wuji, Lin Gu had the utmost trust. Can you tell me the specifics of what happened? Only after forming the seals, Mo Wuji sat beside the bed and asked. It was not that Lin Gu's mother did not look down on Mo Wuji, but it was deep in her bones to not give Mo Wuji any face. There was no need to talk about how Mo Wuji was someone invited by Lin Gu. Even if he was an immortal doctor, she would do the same. But the moment she saw Mo Wuji form those seals, she knew that she had underestimated him. With a few casual movements to form seals, there was no need to talk about Lin Gu. Even she, herself, might not be able to do it. Perhaps her cultivation was countless of folds higher than Mo Wuji, but when it came to the Tao of arrays, she was far from this Mo Wuji in front of her. Noticing Lin Gu's mother's hesitation, Mo Wuji hurriedly added, Senior, my name is Mo Wuji, I'm considered a pill refiner, and I am also extremely good friends with Lin Gu. Senior, please don't worry, any words that you say here today definitely wouldn't be spread out. Lin Gu's mother struggled to prop herself up, indicating her respect, and she spoke softly, Pillmaster Mo, the fact that Lin Gu invited you here definitely means she looks up to your ability. Lin Gu is my daughter, and even though she had been following her master to train in the recent years, I am still very clear of her personality. She definitely wouldn't trust any random person. I'm merely older than you in age, but I don't deserve to be called senior. My name is Shergulan. If you respect me, then please call me Aunt Lon. We're all cultivators here and we naturally go against the laws of heaven, so there's no need for such trivialities. Alright, Aunt Lon. Mo Wuji nodded. He also didn't care too much about this. Even pill emperors call him brother, so such small matters naturally wouldn't be placed in his mind. Shergulan revealed a satisfied expression, then she continued, Those years ago, I had just given birth to Lin Gu, so I went to search for the immortal wood marrow alone. Eventually, I believed that I was poisoned by Tarsal Soul underworld poison. Even though I rushed back, I was still too late. After some time, my sea of consciousness began to solidify, my bones turned black and my spirit channels also became black and turbid. The sect had expended great efforts, and even Lingu's master Gu has also spent much time and effort, but they were still unable to treat me. Senior was poisoned? Mo Wuji was inwardly thinking that if it was truly poison, then things would be easy. What poison couldn't he get rid of? However, from Shergulan's tone, it did not seem like she had been poisoned. As for the tarsal soul underworld poison that Shergulan mentioned, Mo Wuji knew about it. This poison was colorless and odorless, it was extremely hard to notice. The moment one got afflicted with this poison, his sea of consciousness would gradually harden and shrink, his bones would become black, his spirit channels would blacken and his cultivation would become weak. Eventually, he would be reduced to an ordinary mortal that had no cultivation, and die. Shergulan said that she went to search for the immortal wood marrow after giving birth to Lingu. Clearly, she must have wanted to improve Lingu's innate talent. Yes, the immortal wood marrow had another important function. When it was used to wash newborn babies, it would cause the newborn baby's talent to be incomparably outstanding. Lingu was an 8-star genius, and her skin was soft and smooth like a mirror. She might have been bathed with the immortal wood marrow before. After hearing Mo Wuji's words, Shergulan shook her head. At the beginning, the sect head and I, as well as Lingu's master, all thought that I had been poisoned. Thereafter, an incredibly reputable immortal doctor came to the Devil Moon Immortal School, and after examining me, he said that I wasn't poisoned by the tarsal soul underworld poison, but had been afflicted by an illness. Did he say what illness it was? Mo Wuji asked hurriedly. Shergulan sighed. Before he managed to do so, something happened. God's immortal domain's immortal Emperor Luan Kai's beloved concubine fell gravely ill. Immortal Emperor Luan Kai forcefully called for multiple peak immortal doctors and pill refiners from the various immortal domains to examine his concubine. It was just that after he left, there was no further news from that immortal doctor. Mo Wuji thought in his heart, that immortal Emperor Luan Kai sure was tyrannical. That immortal doctor was still examining Shergulan, and he actually called the doctor back. This was also knowing Shergulan's status. So many years had passed and no news returned, it was likely that something bad had happened. Shergulan could tell Mo Wuji's doubts. She said, that immortal doctor is called Cheng Chinha, he's one of the 9 great immortal doctors of the 7 immortal domains. Naturally, immortal Emperor Luan Kai would call for him. There's no need to talk about him, immortal Emperor Luan Kai probably also called for the other immortal doctors. I've heard of that person before. Mo Wuji nodded. He really did hear of Cheng Chinha before. It seemed like Han Qingru was the one who mentioned him. This person's name had even spread to the corner of Yonying. One could clearly tell how impressive he was. Mo Wuji said, Aunt Lan, can you send me your wrist to take your pulse? Mo Wuji did not know how to measure a person's pulse, but he did have the detoxification channel which he could use to check if Shergulan had been poisoned. Shergulan responded with an an and brought her wrist out. Her wrist was pale white without even a single hint of blood. The moment she brought her wrist out, Mo Wuji could see the black bones underneath her skin. Clearly, Shergulan's illness was indeed very serious. Or to put things in other words, if no one came to treat her, she shouldn't be able to endure for much longer. The moment Mo Wuji's hand landed on Shergulan's wrist, his detoxification channel twitched slightly, before it immediately went back to normal. The detoxification channel didn't go and detoxify anything, but Mo Wuji was very clear that Shergulan had been poisoned. Moreover, this poison was serious to the point that his detoxification channel wasn't willing to actively detoxify it. Mo Wuji's spiritual will entered into Shergulan's body and he soon had another discovery. There was a peak-grade immortal herb within her body. This herb was called Soul Margin Grass. Soul Margin Grass was a Tier 6 immortal herb. However, the price of this herb was very low, because it couldn't be concocted into a pill, it could only be used to brew tea or wine. The tea brewed by this immortal herb could be used to strengthen a cultivator's soul, and it also had some benefits to a cultivator's spiritual will. However, the actual benefits are very little, and the taste also wasn't very good, thus, very few cultivators would use it to brew tea or wine. Not only were there traces of that immortal herb within Shergulan's body, they were in large amounts. Mo Wuji's gaze quickly turned to the teapot on the table beside the bed, and he soon discovered that the tea within had been brewed using soul margin grass. Mo Wuji took a cup and drank a cup of the tea. It wasn't that he wanted to try this tea, but because with Shergulan's illness, there was completely no use in drinking soul margin grass. Moreover, in the grass, wood, stone, there was a special notice: keep away from underworld incense wood. Grass, wood, stone had also introduced the underworld incense wood. Whether it was the appearance or smell, it was exactly the same as the immortal incense wood. Even their functions were roughly the same, they could both calm the mind. However, there was a difference between the underworld incense wood and the immortal incense wood. The underworld incense wood absorbs dark underworld energy. Thus, after some time, faint black marks would appear on its surface. For these black marks, one only needed to lightly rub them for them to disappear. On the other hand, the immortal incense wood wouldn't have such black marks. There was no need to talk about black marks, even dust would automatically fall off the immortal incense wood. Thus, there was no need to wipe the immortal incense wood as it would stay clean by itself. The reason why Mo Wuji stared at the immortal incense wood bed previously was because he found it very weird. On the edge of the bed, there was dust, and it wasn't simply at one spot. Seeing Mo Wuji drink her soul-strengthening tea, Shergulan got rather curious. However, she only had an additional sense of solemnity and she didn't ask anything further. After Mo Wuji drank the tea, he did indeed feel a soul-strengthening energy filling him. Even though this energy was rather weak, it was definitely there. From the looks of it, the tea brewed from soul margin grass could indeed strengthen the soul, but it didn't have any additional functions. Mo Wuji then placed his hand on the underworld incense wood, but there wasn't any reaction. Mo Wuji frowned slightly. Grass, wood, stone said that there would be a clash between the soul margin grass and the underworld incense wood, but he didn't know what that clash was exactly. A whole 10 breaths of time passed, but Mo Wuji still didn't get any reaction. He then moved his find to the black area. This time, the moment his finger landed, his detoxification channel twitched slightly before immediately regaining its calm. Mo Wuji immediately activated his detoxification channel, forming a circulation path with the rest of his meridians. Instants later, Mo Wuji found a trace of an almost undetectable poison in his body. Mo Wuji immediately retracted his hand and sighed inwardly. This thing was indeed impressive, even his detoxification channel wasn't willing to sweep it away. Moreover, the symptoms of this poison was really similar to the tarsal soul underworld poison. Aunt Lan, can you tell me about your disciple, Ao Song? What is she like? Where was she from? Mo Wuji now knew what Shergulan's illness was, but it wasn't as simple as removing the poison with his detoxification channel. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, Treating the Illness. Chapter 561, Treating the Illness. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Shergulan startled slightly. What kind of person was Ao Song? She immediately understood the meaning behind Mo Wuji's question. Mo Wuji actually suspected her disciple Ao Song. She immediately shook her head. It could be said that in her heart, Ao Song had a place similar to her own Darling Gu. Her daughter had spent many years outside searching for immortal herbs to heal her spirit channels, as well as help find immortal doctors to treat her illness. It was Ao Song who stayed by her side to take care of her. Just when Shergulan was about to speak, the seals that Mo Wuji installed had been activated. Ao Song's voice could be heard. Master Mo, can I come in? What? Mo Wuji frowned slightly, but he didn't say a word. Shergulan sighed. If it was one breath ago, she definitely wouldn't believe that there was something wrong with Ao Song. But now, her thoughts had been shook. Ao Song had cultivated for so long, didn't she know that immortal doctors hate to be disturbed? Pillmaster Mo, open the seals and let Ao Song in. Shergulan's voice was low, and it even seemed to contain a hint of grief. Mo Wuji released the seals and Ao Song immediately entered the room. She immediately asked anxiously, "Master Mo, how is my master's illness? Can she be saved?" Her voice was still warm, and it even contained the hints of care and anxiety. Mo Wuji really wanted to ask her, did she transmigrate from Hollywood? Mo Wuji sighed and said, "I originally had some inklings, but unfortunately, because of your disturbance, I lost that chain of thought. Tell me, do you wish for me to treat your master or not? If you don't wish for me to treat her, then I will leave immediately. There's no need for me to continue staying here." An expression of awkwardness appeared on Ao Song's face and she hurriedly said, "I naturally hope that Master Mo is able to treat my master. It's just that I'm afraid that my master's illness would be aggravated." "Sorry, Master Mo, I'm not specifically blaming you." Even though Ao Song spoke very slowly, even a fool could tell that she was worried that Mo Wuji would worsen Shirgulin's illness. Mo Wuji said calmly, "Even if I'm unable to treat your master, I wouldn't worsen her illness." Lin Gu. The last two words was Mo Wuji trying to call Lin Gu over. This woman was a little too annoying. Ao Song hurriedly added, "Lin Gu had gone to see Senior Uncle Gu. She should be returning soon." "Alright, then you can go out first. I will continue to examine your master's illness." Mo Wuji's voice was slightly cold. Ao Song apologized once more, then carefully left the room. The moment Ao Song left, Mo Wuji closed his seals. And at the same time, he sent out a message. "You sent Lin Gu a message?" When Ao Song came in, Shirgulin didn't say anything. But now, when Mo Wuji sent a message, she took the initiative to ask him that question. Mo Wuji nodded, "Yes, I'm worried that when Lin Gu returns, she would be incited by Ao Song to disturb me." Shirgulin didn't ask any further, but said, "Ao Song is the daughter of one of my friends. Because my friend died, I took her in and treated her as my own daughter." Shirgulin spoke in a very hazy manner, but Mo Wuji also wasn't interested in the specifics. He said, "Aunt Lan, I can indeed treat your illness, but after I treat it, you will still need some time to recover. But if you continue to keep Ao Song by your side, then even if an impressive immortal doctor came, he still wouldn't be able to treat your illness. Can you tell me the reason why?" Shirgulin asked. Mo Wuji pointed to her bed and said, "This bed isn't made of immortal incense wood, but underworld incense wood. And the tea that you're drinking is brewed from soul margin grass. If my guess is correct, Ao Song was the one who gave you this bed. And every day, Ao Song would rub your bed for you, and she was also the one who suggested the soul margin grass tea." Shirgulin was stunned. Even though this bed wasn't given by Ao Song, Mo Wuji's second sentence was correct. Ao Song did, indeed, rub the corners of her bed, and she did it routinely without any hint of impatience. Even though she had told Ao Song that it wasn't necessary, Ao Song would still come and rub her bed. As for the soul margin grass, it was indeed suggested by Ao Song. Ao Song said that this tea could strengthen the soul. That part was true. Seeing Shirgulin's blank look, Mo Wuji said in a straightforward manner, "When these two things are placed together, it will cause a poison similar to that of the tarsal soul underworld poison. Even the symptoms of the poison are roughly the same as the tarsal soul underworld poison." Actually, immortal Dr. Chang Chinha wasn't wrong when he said that this poison wasn't the tarsal soul underworld poison. Actually, Ao Song is still ignorant. If truly understood things, there's completely no need for her to continue brewing you soul margin grass tea. Continuing to let you drink the soul margin grass would not speed up the effects of the poison. It could be said that the poison has already been completely converted to an illness, and this illness would cause the solidification of your sea of consciousness and the blackening your spirit channels. Thus, simple detoxification is not able to treat you. But you can treat me? Shirgulin stared at Mo Wuji in astonishment. Mo Wuji nodded, "I can treat you, and it would only need a single day. But when I'm treating you, no one is allowed to disturb me, and you need to be unconscious. Mo Wuji was going to use his detoxification channel to expel the poison from Shirgulan's body, and at the same time, use his elemental storage channel to heal Shirgulan's blackened spirit channels. Only he had such methods. As for Shirgulan's solidified sea of consciousness, there was no problem with that. The moment the poison got removed, and her spirit channels healed, her sea of consciousness would recover by itself. Whether it was his elemental storage channel or his detoxification channel, they were both Mo Wuji's biggest secrets. He definitely wouldn't tell these secrets to Shirgulan, even if she was Lingu's mother. "Alright, then treat me now," Shirgulan did not hesitate to say. Mo Wuji nodded, but he did not start right away. Instead, he sent out another message, before installing seals around the room. Lingu found it very weird. She received a message from Mo Wuji, but the contents of the message were very particular, saying that if she trusted him, then she wouldn't interrupt him while he was treating her mother. Lingu naturally trusted Mo Wuji. Even if Mo Wuji didn't send this message, she wouldn't have interrupted him. What she didn't know was that when she was visiting her master, Aosong had already disturbed Mo Wuji. The reason why she found it especially weird was that after that message, Mo Wuji sent another one. The contents of this message was very simple: during the process of the treatment, even if the sky collapses, don't interrupt me. 2 messages had come consecutively. Even though Lingu didn't know why Mo Wuji was so cautious, she could understand Mo Wuji's meaning behind the messages. She knew that Mo Wuji would know that she would not disturb him. Thus, the reason why he sent those 2 messages was because he didn't want Aosong to enter. As she recalled about the concern that her junior sister Aosong had towards Mo Wuji before she left to find her master, Lingu subconsciously hastened her footsteps. She was really worried that her junior sister Aosong would touch Mo Wuji's seals. "Senior sister, is there any news about senior Uncle Gu?" The moment Lingu arrived outside her mother's room, Aosong asked her worriedly. "My master is still behind closed doors." "Aosong, you seem rather worried?" Lingu could naturally see Aosong's worry. Aosong shook her head. "I also don't know why, but I'm concerned about master. That master Mo is too young. When Lingu heard that Aosong was suspicious of Mo Wuji because of his age, she hurriedly said, "Aosong, there's no need for you to worry. I personally witnessed Brother Mo's abilities before. Even a pill emperor might not be as good as him." A look of shock flashed through Aosong's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by an expression of relief. Within the seals, Shirgulan had already lost consciousness. Mo Wuji was already gone all out in using his detoxification channel to expel the poison within Shirgulan's body. With the circulation of his detoxification channel, black energy from within Shirgulan's body got swept up, before finally condensing and forced out as black droplets from Shirgulan's fingertips. This time, Mo Wuji was merely expelling the poison. He didn't convert the poison energy into immortal spiritual energy. For one, doing so would waste too much time. Secondly, this wasn't his own poison. If he was the one that was poisoned, his detoxification channel and his other 107 meridians could form small circulation paths, and then merge to form a large circulation path. That way, he would only need 2 hours to get rid of the poison. But now, he needed to spend an entire day, and that was if he didn't convert the poison energy to immortal spiritual energy. As the poison formed droplets, Mo Wuji stored them into a jade case. At first, Mo Wuji thought that he would only need a day to complete his treatment. But now, a day had passed, but he merely removed the poison. He would need another day to heal Shirgulan's spirit channels. Fortunately, Shirgulan's cultivation was on the brink of ending, and she didn't have much immortal elemental energy flowing through her spirit channels. She also didn't have many blackened spirit channels, just a few. 2 entire days passed and Mo Wuji finally completed his treatment. After expelling the poison and healing her spirit channels, Mo Wuji casually sent some life force into Shirgulan. The moment this crisp life force entered Shirgulan's mind palace, she opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt something different in her body. For several decades, she had never felt immortal spiritual energy. But now, she could actually absorb immortal spiritual energy so easily. Thereafter, the immortal spiritual energy formed a circulation path within her body. It was also at this instant that her solidified sea of consciousness started to heal rapidly. I'm already healed? You really treated me, it's actually true. Shergulen lifted her arms and she no longer saw the black bones underneath her skin. She could not help but cry and mutter to herself. No one could understand what she was feeling right now. As a cultivator, being unable to cultivate and slowly wait for your death was simply the worst sort of torture. In merely 10 over breaths of time, Shergulen sat upright. Mo Wuji knew very clearly that he could only treat her because of his detoxification channel and his elemental storage channel. Shergulen didn't have any heavy injuries, so she only needed a few years to completely recover. Shall I keep this underworld incense wood bed? Now that he had saved Shergulen, Mo Wuji wanted to immediately leave Devil Moon Immortal School. He took the initiative to remind the rejoicing Shergulen. Shergulen regained her countenance, her eyes were filled with gratitude. Thereafter, she shook her head, there's no need to keep it. Help me call Lingu and Ao Songyan then. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, I've never been afraid of you. Chapter 562, I've never been afraid of you. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mother, you're. When she noticed Shergulen sitting upright without the black color underneath her skin, how could Lingu not know what had happened? She started to cry emotionally. In her heart, the reason why her mother was ill for over 100 years was because her mother had gone to find her an immortal wood marrow. If her mother's illness could not be treated, then she would never live with a healthy conscience. Ao Song was also startled. A hint of aghast flashed through her eyes, but she immediately spoke in a pleasant voice, I'm going to inform the Grand Elder. With that, she turned and left. Mo Wuji turned towards Shergulen. He wanted to see whether Shergulen would ask Ao Song to stay. A hint of dejection flashed across Shergulen's eyes as she shook her head towards Mo Wuji. Even she knew that Ao Song was going to use this chance to escape from the Devil Moon Immortal School. Since Mo Wuji was able to heal Shergulen's illness, it would mean that what she did had already been revealed. The reason why Shergulen called Ao Song over, and the reason why she didn't choose to remove her underworld incense wood bed, was because she still had a remaining strand of hope. She hoped that Ao Song would realize her mistakes and apologize to her, then this matter would be forgotten. Shergulen's magnanimity had to be praised. Ao Song had screwed her for such a long time, but she still hoped that Ao Song would make amends. If it was Mo Wuji, he definitely wouldn't have let Ao Song off. Such an incident was recorded in the books of Earth's history as well. During that time, Han Shan asked Sherde, if the world has slandered me, cheated me, humiliated me, laughed at me, made light of me, scolded me, and lied to me, what should I do? Sherde replied to Han Shan, you only need to tolerate him, permit him, avoid him, be patient to him, respect him, ignore him, and after a few years, you will look at him with a different light. Sherde was preaching for a psychological victory. With this method, some people ended up living much happier than others. But at the same time, some ended up disdained by the world, with nothing left to their name. The reason why Shergulen let Ao Song escape was because she wanted Ao Song to learn to give up on her hatred. But if Mo Wuji was the one who answered Han Shan, he would say, then you beat him, punch him, then beat him again. If you can't beat him, then come back after a few years, then beat him, punch him, and continue beating him. What left Mo Wuji confused was that Ao Song only made it to the door before she suddenly stopped. She slowly turned her head, her face no longer had the same excitement and emotion that she had previously. Instead, she stared indifferently towards Shergulen and Mo Wuji and said, I forgot. The combined power of the three of you shouldn't be enough to deal with me. Ao Song was a grand immortal, Mo Wuji was at the early Xian immortal stage and Shergulen was in the great circle of the Xian immortal stage. Shergulen had just recovered and it would take a few years before she could regain her cultivation. Junior sister Aosong, you. When she heard Aosong's words, Lingu was shocked still. She stared at Aosong in aghast. She completely didn't know what was going on. Aosong acted as though she hadn't seen Lingu. She didn't even respond to Lingu's words as she took a few steps forward and opened her palm. Shergulen, I believe you should already know the cause of your illness, right? Originally, I wanted to repay you for passing on your Tao by allowing you to die quietly. But since you're not willing, then don't blame me for doing this. A faint light that was curved like a crescent moon appeared within Aosong's palm. That faint light seemed to have been formed from nothing. However, Mo Wuji was very clear that it wasn't formed from nothing, nor was it a skill. It was a true immortal equipment. You're the one who harmed my mother, you cruel and unscrupulous thing. Lingu finally reacted and was instantly torn apart with emotions as she furiously wanted to charge towards Aosong. Mo Wuji pulled Lingu back and said calmly, "Allow me." He knew that Lingu definitely wasn't Aosong's opponent. Simply charging up like that was akin to courting her own death. Lingu knew of the incident where Mo Wuji almost killed a grandee immortal with a single slash. She calmed down and didn't continue to charge forward. Instead, she retrieved her magic treasure and walked to Shergulen's side. The moment Mo Wuji and Aosong battled, she would need to protect Shergulen. Shergulen grabbed her own storage ring, and her expression immediately changed. The reason why she dared to allow Aosong in was because she had a grade 8 attack-type talisman in her storage ring. There was no need to talk about one Aosong. Even if 100 Aosongs came, she would be able to deal with it. But when she touched her storage ring, she found that she still wasn't even able to open it. Her sea of consciousness had just come back to live, and it would need at least a day for her to recover her spiritual will. For her to activate that talisman, it would need at least half a month. She had just recovered and she still wasn't used to a body which couldn't absorb immortal spiritual energy and use spiritual will. Wait, Aosong, let Pillmaster Mo and Lingu go. I will surrender myself to you. Shergulen reacted much faster than Lingu. She understood that the three of them combined wouldn't even be able to deal with Aosong and she immediately resolved herself. Mo Wuji extended his hand to stop Shergulen from speaking. A gray saber then appeared in his palm. Aosong, since I dared to treat Aunt Lon in front of you, it means that I had never been afraid of you. Come on then, let me see how powerful a grandee immortal like you is. Mo Wuji only needed a single glance to tell that Aosong was a grandee immortal. If Mo Wuji couldn't even discern that simple fact, how could he have lived till this day? To be honest, he didn't even fear Aosong. If he feared Aosong, he wouldn't have treated Shergulen on the spot. Lingu, hurry and bring Pillmaster Mo away. Shergulen saw that Aosong didn't have any intentions of letting them go. She struggled to move but she was still too weak. Aosong was surrounded with killing intent, her grandee immortal domain swept towards Mo Wuji. If it wasn't for Mo Wuji, all this wouldn't have happened. Mo Wuji also burst forth with his domain. Mo Wuji's domain was the whirlpool domain. Even though the level of Aosong's domain was higher than Mo Wuji's, the moment their two domains met, Aosong immediately felt an intense whirlpool force grinding her domain apart. Mo Wuji didn't even utter a single word of nonsense as he directly slashed forward with his saber. Towards a grandee immortal, Mo Wuji would not hold back. Immortal elemental energy was violently swept up, forming a saber light that was tens of meters long. The saber light was then shrunk by Mo Wuji, the killing intent within it was concentrated and staggering. Crack! Aosong's domain was never a match for Mo Wuji's domain. Now, with Mo Wuji's attack, her domain was instantly torn apart. The terrifying saber light cleaved downwards. Aosong subconsciously started to shudder in fear. Before this, she had never regarded Mo Wuji as a threat. This was because Mo Wuji was merely in the early Xian immortal stage and there wasn't a hint of spiritual aura around him. She only needed one look to tell that he was a trash with poor talent. How could she have expected that Mo Wuji was so terrifying? He merely opened his domain and slashed his saber, and she was immediately put at a disadvantage. She even started to worry for her life. By this point, Ao Song no longer dared to underestimate Mo Wuji. The faint crescent light shone with greater intensity, transforming into a solid, tangible crescent blade which she used to block Mo Wuji's saber light. Boom! The two lights clashed, the surrounding seals were instantly destroyed and a sharp, ripping saber energy soared into the sky. Ao Song was sent flying by Mo Wuji's violent killing intent as she crashed against the door. A trail of blood flowed down Ao Song's forehead. Fresh blood continued to seep out, dripping onto the floor. If Mo Wuji's saber light had been a little stronger, or if she was slightly slower, then that slash of Mo Wuji's would have slashed her brains apart. Ao Song no longer dared to fight with Mo Wuji. However, Mo Wuji had no intentions of letting this woman go. He took a step towards Ao Song, the saber in his hand began to glow, and at the same time, his whirlpool domain began to run rampage around the area with greater intensity. His killing intent soared rapidly. In his eyes, Ao Song was already dead. Ao Song could clearly feel that change in the surroundings. A gray light of desolation appeared in her eyes. She never expected Mo Wuji to be so strong. Initially, she even thought that Mo Wuji might have been concealing his power. But after facing that slash of his, she knew very clearly that Mo Wuji was indeed in the early Xian immortal stage. It wasn't that she had never heard of a Xian immortal matching against a Grand immortal. But those were cases of great circle Xian immortals fighting against average, early Grand immortals. Even though she wasn't the strongest Grand immortal, she definitely wasn't the weakest. And this Xian immortal in front of her shouldn't even be in the intermediate Xian immortal stage. This strength was simply hitherto unheard of. She gritted her teeth as she prepared to unleash her trump card. No matter how Mo Wuji was, he was merely a Xian immortal. At this point, Shurgulan finally reacted. A hint of astonishment also ran through her eyes. Like Ao Song, she had never met a Xian immortal that was as powerful as Mo Wuji. No wonder why Lin Gu didn't go to help Mo Wuji but came to her side. From the looks of it, Lin Gu already knew of Mo Wuji's power. An average Xian immortal was completely unable to match him. Mo Wuji's second slash was bursting with even greater killing intent. Even Shurgulan and Lin Gu could clearly feel the intense killing intent. "Pillmaster Mo, please let her off this once, let her go," Shurgulan said with great difficulty. In the end, she still could not help but plead for Ao Song. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. If it was him, he would never have let Ao Song off. But since Lin Gu's mother had said those words, it wasn't right for him to continue attacking. He could only loosen his domain and his killing intent. At almost the same instant that Mo Wuji loosened his domain, Ao Song gave up on fighting and immediately fled. When she saw Mo Wuji's sure-kill slash, she knew that Mo Wuji had let her off. She knew that perhaps she might be able to battle with Mo Wuji. But with Mo Wuji's power, she would still eventually lose. Mo Wuji didn't pursue her. He only placed his saber in his ring and lifted his head into the sky. A middle-aged man in gray robes came walking downwards. Mo Wuji immediately retreated. He knew that this fella had come because of his attacks. This fella was at least an immortal king expert. When facing this sort of expert, he would definitely be insta-killed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, Whirlpool at the Six Paths Ruins. Chapter 563, Whirlpool at the Six Paths Ruins. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Senior Sister Lon, you've recovered? When the gray-robed middle-aged man saw Shurgulan, he immediately uttered in pleasant surprise. As for the saber light of killing intent conjured by Mo Wuji, he didn't even ask about it. Quan Fong, you've come. The disappointment in Shergulan's face had already been concealed. It's Pillmaster Mo, who Lin Gu had invited from far away, who treated me. The middle-aged man called Quan Fong looked around the surroundings before he asked, has that senior Pillmaster Mo that you asked about left already? Lin Gu hurriedly said, Senior Uncle Fong, Brother Mo is still here. As she said that, she pointed towards Mo Wuji. Your Master Mo. Quan Fong forcefully swallowed the word senior. You're the one who treated senior Sister Lan. With Mo Wuji's age, he truly couldn't be called senior. Anyone only needed one look to tell that he was a cultivator that was even younger than Lin Gu. Moreover, his cultivation was much weaker than Lin Gu. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said, I don't dare deserve the title of a master. I am Mo Wuji, and I was indeed the one who treated Aunt Lan's illness. A hint of mad glee appeared in Quan Feng's eyes. He immediately bowed towards Mo Wuji and said, Master Mo, I also have a friend who suffers from a similar condition to Senior Sister Lan. May I ask if you are able to go over and take a look? Mo Wuji said apologetically, I'm truly sorry, but I'm temporarily in a rush. Even if I were to go over, it would need to wait till I'm done with my matter. But even though Quan Fong desperately wanted Mo Wuji to follow him, he still suppressed his anxiety. Of course. Naturally, Master Mo's matters take the priority. May I know what's Master Mo's matter? Perhaps I, Quan Fong, am able to help you with that? Lin Gu explained, Senior Uncle Fong, Brother Mo is going to the soul-condensing immortal pond. Quan Fong startled, and he hurriedly asked, Lin Gu, not long ago, you sent a message, saying that you need a placing to get to the soul-condensing immortal pond. Even before Quan Fong could finish speaking, Lin Gu bowed and said, yes, I promised Brother Mo to help him to get to the soul-condensing immortal pond. But then, Master Mo. Quan Fong looked awkwardly towards Mo Wuji and asked, do you need a long time for your treatment? The moment Mo Wuji heard those words, he understood the meaning implied by Quan Fong. He quickly replied, that's uncertain. Sometimes, it would require a long time, sometimes, it would only need a few months, or even shorter. The reason why he helped Lin Gu before heading to the soul-condensing immortal pond was because of the favor he owed Lin Gu. Lin Gu was the one who helped him get to the soul-condensing immortal pond. She was even the one who told him about the Yunxian Immortal Valley, which gave him the chance to obtain the underworld Heartflower. Now, what Quan Fong was implying was for him to help with the other treatment before heading to the soul-condensing immortal pond. Mo Wuji wouldn't do such things. Indeed, Quan Fong continued apprehensively, Master Mo, is it possible, on the account of Lin Gu, for you to help examine my friend's illness? Rest assured, if you need my help with anything, as long as I, Quan Fong, am able to do it, I will definitely help you. If it was anywhere else, Quan Fong wouldn't have minded if Mo Wuji went off first. However, Mo Wuji was heading to the soul-condensing immortal pond. There, if an immortal emperor was unlucky, he would also die. Thus, how could Quan Fong dare to wait for Mo Wuji to only treat his friend's illness when Mo Wuji returns? Mo Wuji was a capable master. Another encounter with him was as rare as a phoenix feather or a Chilin's horn. Moreover, if he were to meet Mo Wuji again, he, Quan Fong, was merely an immortal king. How was he going to invite such a master to help him? How could Mo Wuji not tell the meaning behind Quan Feng's words? His face sunk. No matter what, he would not let another matter delay his trip to the soul-condensing immortal pond. Even if Lin Gu could only get them to the soul-condensing immortal pond because of Quan Fong, he still wouldn't do it. Because he had already repaid his debt of gratitude to Lin Gu, he had already treated Shergulan's illness, that was already repaying what Lin Gu asked for. Shergulan could tell that Mo Wuji was unhappy. Mo Wuji was a capable young cultivator who hid his capabilities well. He would definitely be an expert no weaker than an immortal emperor in the future. This sort of person should be befriended, not offended. Thus, she immediately interrupted and said, Quan Fong, since Pillmaster Mo has an urgent matter to tend to, let's wait till Pillmaster Mo returns before we discuss anything further.
Right, I was wrong.
Quan Fong also knew that his words were inappropriate and he hurriedly apologized to Mo Wuji. Lin Gu was clear about Mo Wuji's current intentions. She hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior Uncle Quan Fong, I will be bringing Brother Mo to the soul-condensing immortal pond. My mother has just been healed of her illness, and none of her cultivation remains. May I ask for Senior Uncle Quan Fong to bring my mother to the healing mountain?"
She did not talk about Ao Song.
Her mother would naturally tell Senior Uncle Quan Fong about it after she left.
Lin Gu, you can rest assured. I will treat Senior Sister Lan's recovery as my #1 priority.
Hurry and bring Master Mo to the soul-condensing immortal pond. After Master Mo returns, we definitely have to invite Master Mo as an esteemed guest of our Devil Moon Immortal School, Quan Fong said. Lin Gu bid farewell to her mother, then hurriedly left with Mo Wuji.
She was clear that Mo Wuji was very anxious.
Now that Mo Wuji had helped to treat her mother, she was willing to help him with anything, much less bringing him to the soul-condensing immortal pond. After Mo Wuji and Lin Gu left, Quan Fong finally remembered that saber of killing intent that he saw and he hurriedly asked, "Senior Sister Lan, who was the one that battled here?
And who caused this blade scar?" "Ao Song was the one who poisoned me." Shirgulan only said half a sentence before Quan Fong reacted and asked in surprise, "Then who was the one who fought against Ao Song?" "Ao Song had advanced into the Grand Immortal stage not long ago."
On the other hand, Shirgulan had just recovered from her illness. One look and anyone could tell that she didn't have any sort of combat power.
Since that was the case, who was able to defend against Ao Song? It was Pillmaster Mo.
Until now, I still can't believe that Master Mo was able to defend against Ao Song.
And he made it look easy.
Shirgulan's voice was filled with slight shock.
Could he have concealed his cultivation? Quan Feng's spiritual will turn back onto the blade scar. There was still faint killing intent lingering on the blade scar.
Shirgulan shook her head. No, not only didn't he conceal his cultivation shouldn't be more than the intermediate Shin Immortal stage. I believe that with his power, even the Devil Immortal School's #1 genius, Lu Jia, wouldn't be a match for him.
In the later generation, I guess that only Luo Ling Immortal Domain's Great Sword Path's Feng Shijian could be a match for him. Quan Fong inhaled deeply.
After a long time, he finally said, "So impressive. What exactly did such a person come from?"
Shirgulan answered, "I also do not know."
Lin Gu spent more than a year trying to invite him to help. And when he came, he cured my illness, sent Ao Song away, then left with Lin Gu. You saw it too, he seemed to be in a rush to get to the soul-condensing immortal pond. I wonder which of his important loved ones had died.
All right, when I came, I seemed to have seen Ao Song running away anxiously. You let go of her?
At this point, Quan Fong recalled the scene of Ao Song fleeing. Shirgulan sighed, but she didn't answer.
Quan Fong knew that Shirgulan did not wish to speak about Ao Song.
In Six Paths Immortal Domain, Lin Gu's identity was like an all-access pass. After Mo Wuji and Lin Gu reached Starling Immortal City, Lin Gu only needed to flash her identity token and they wouldn't meet with any obstacles.
The two of them didn't even need to queue to use the transfer array to the Six Paths Ruins.
The Six Paths Ruins wasn't merely a place where the soul-condensing immortal pond was, it was also a mine filled with precious ores.
Lucky cultivators could even find ancient immortal caves there.
It was exactly because of this that there were large numbers of cultivators heading there. Just queuing to purchase the transfer array tickets would take 1 to 2 days.
Six Path Ruins. Even though it could be considered to be part of Six Paths Immortal Domain's territory, it was actually at the very edge. The Six Paths Ruins was like an ocean, the things floating on it were like the icebergs floating in an ocean. In reality, these floating things were continents. Some of these continents were as huge planets, while others were as small as chicken eggs. Whether it was the big continents or the chicken egg-sized ones,
there were boundless treasures to be found in them.
For example, those chicken egg-sized stones could contain a pocket dimension that was bigger than an entire planet.
Thus, over the countless years, countless of cultivators had come here and had found countless of treasures. The soul-condensing immortal pond was in the deepest regions of the Six Paths ruins. It was also in the most dangerous area, the Six Paths whirlpool. At this instant, Mo Wuji's flying shuttle was rapidly progressing inwards. In this gray void, his flying shuttle was like a shooting star, disappearing into the depths of the Six Paths ruins. Even though many people saw this flying shuttle, no one went to obstruct it. Anyone that could possess such a flying shuttle definitely wasn't a simple person. 2 months later, the flying shuttle stopped. In front of Mo Wuji and Lin Gu was a huge void whirlpool. It was as though Mo Wuji was at the Pacific Ocean, witnessing the formation of a huge whirlpool. However, this whirlpool wasn't formed from water, but various kinds of light that came from the void.
Mo Wuji finally understood Quan Feng's concerns.
That was no need to talk about the dangers of the soul-condensing immortal pond itself.
Just getting past this whirlpool was not a simple task. Brother Mo, the soul-condensing immortal pond is after this whirlpool.
The soul-condensing immortal pond is in between the Six Paths immortal domain and the underworld. The only things that could leave from the underworld and get to the soul-condensing immortal pond are souls. This whirlpool is very dangerous because not even spiritual will can penetrate it. If you're unlucky, you might even get ripped apart, Lin Gu pointed to the whirlpool and said. Lin Gu mentioned luck, not ability. Whether one got torn apart by the whirlpool wasn't related to ability, it was completely related to luck.
Mo Wuji nodded to Lin Gu and said, Lin Gu, thanks for helping me. You can go back first, I won't be sending you off.
I'm giving this flying shuttle to you, take it as a compensation for your losses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 564, Bring Mo Wuji here quickly. Chapter 564, Bring Mo Wuji here quickly. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Lin Gu shook her head, no, Brother Mo, I'll go in with you.
You said it too.
Surviving the whirlpool leading from Six Path ruins into the soul-condensing immortal pond is completely based on luck. If you go in with me, there's the chance that you'll perish.
Mo Wuji said as he calmly looked at Lin Gu.
If it weren't that dangerous, he would really have wanted to ask Lin Gu to tag along. After all, he did not understand the soul-condensing immortal pond very well, and another person would mean another source of help. In response, Lin Gu also calmly stared back at Mo Wuji while speaking, Brother Mo, back then I pledged that I would not refuse any request from you as long as you saved my mother. Moreover, you will not be able to condense the spirit by yourself in the soul-condensing immortal pond. Normally, one person would be guarding the physical body whose spirit is being condensed, while another would be controlling the underworld heartflower. You won't be able to do everything if you go in alone.
Only after hearing Lin Gu's explanation did Mo Wuji understand that things were not as simple as he thought they were.
Thus he did not reject her offer, bowing respectfully towards Lin Gu while speaking, regardless whether we manage to save Sun Shuin, I, Mo Wuji, will always remember the assistance you've rendered me.
Lin Gu grinned.
When Mo Wuji saved her mother, she had already recognized him as a friend. Mo Wuji extended his spiritual will into the whirlpool, and indeed it was ground to bits by the void blade radiances in the whirlpool. This made his heart sink. Since the void blade radiances could destroy his spiritual will, it meant that the spiritual will in his spirit storage channel would meet a similar fate. So Mo Wuji formed his spiritual eye, and an invisible beam of spirit light shot into the whirlpool, after which the individual spatial blade radiances became clear. A thin, almost invisible crack in the void was detected by Mo Wuji not far away from the bottom of the whirlpool. Although the crack was only a small sliver in the air, Mo Wuji knew that once he came in contact with the crack in the void, he would immediately be cut into two.
There was no doubt about it. However, Mo Wuji still heaved a sigh of relief. As long as his spiritual eye could see the crack in the void, it meant that he could safely arrive at the soul-condensing immortal pond. He had it all planned out. If his spiritual eye was of no use, he intended to use one page of the Book of Luo to protect himself. The Book of Luo was extremely strong, and hence was likely to be able to block the crack in the void. But since his spiritual eye could see them, naturally there was no use for the Book of Luo. Lin Gu, you previously mentioned that one needed a slot to enter the soul-condensing immortal pond, but we've made it so far without many obstacles. Mo Wuji only began to ask Lin Gu about the issue of the slots after he no longer had other things to worry about. The reason he asked was because his spiritual eye could see the slot, and if this attempt to enter failed, he might try again a few more times in the future. After all, he had 81 stalks of the underworld heartflower. Lin Gu replied, actually, there are people guarding the outer borders of the soul-condensing immortal pond. Even though I only applied for one slot, but I can bring a group of people in with me, as long as I am present. You were worried about the soul-condensing immortal pond, so you didn't notice any of them. Finally, Mo Wuji understood what was going on. No wonder Lin Gu kept standing at the front of the flying shuttle. Now it seemed like he had to succeed on this try, otherwise, it wouldn't be this easy to enter this place next time. Lin Gu, let me carry you in. Mo Wuji had his spiritual eye, so by carrying Lin Gu, he would ensure both of their safety. Okay. Mo Wuji thought that Lin Gu would ask for a reason for his request, but surprisingly, she agreed and immediately jumped onto his back. This made Mo Wuji rather awkward, as thoughts of Lin Gu's fair skin and her two round peaks filled his mind at that moment, just as they were pressed firmly on his back. It was thanks to the self-control that Mo Wuji had as a Xian immortal cultivator that his mind did not drift off to think of other things. However, what he didn't know was that every move made by Lin Gu was intentional, from the moment that she bent down. Lin Gu was not a woman who was adept at using tricks, and also an extremely conservative person, but not to the extent that she would mind such an act. No matter how conservative she was, after many years of influence from the outside world, Lin Gu had heard of some women that used their good looks to obtain large amounts of resources for cultivation. Selling her body for cultivation resources was something Lin Gu would definitely not have done, but for her mother, she was willing to do anything. She did not understand how to make use of a woman's charm, and could only use the low-level tactic of showing some skin to seduce Mo Wuji. She didn't even care about her life anymore, so why would she question Mo Wuji over something as trivial as skin contact? In other words, if Mo Wuji wanted to become a couple with her, she would agree without any hesitation. This was not because she really liked Mo Wuji that much, but it was completely out of gratitude. What Lin Gu did not expect was that Mo Wuji would leap straight into the whirlpool once she got onto his back. Without any preparation. Not even drawing out any defensive magic treasures. On top of that, Mo Wuji sped forward at high speeds, blocking most of the spatial blade radiances outside of his domain. Occasionally, one or two would break through his domain, but they would be intercepted by Mo Wuji himself without affecting Lin Gu at all. Brother Mo, you should slow down. You have to completely rely on your luck to pass through this place. No matter how fast those that entered this whirlpool were, they could not prevent being torn apart by the cracks in the void. Feeling that Mo Wuji was simply going too fast, Lin Gu frantically reminded him. Mo Wuji replied, "You don't have to worry, I know." Since his spiritual eye opened, regardless how big or small the cracks in the void were, he could go around them. Initially, Lin Gu was still rather scared, but she soon found out that no matter how fast Mo Wuji went, they did not meet any cracks in the void at all. She even suspected that Mo Wuji had some means to sense the positions of those cracks so that he could steer away from them in advance. If that was so, then he would have been a little too amazing. Once such news spreads, there would be countless people coming to look for him. However, Mo Wuji was not aware of what Lin Gu was thinking. Other than her initial actions that made him feel kind of weird, he forgot about everything else since the moment they entered the whirlpool of void blade radiances. At this point,
all he wanted to do was go faster, hence he increased his speed to the maximum.
With his spiritual eye guiding the way, there was no need to worry about any cracks in the void.
This speed wasn't much slower than any immortal emperor's either. Although immortal emperors were not afraid of ordinary cracks in the void, they still had to be extremely careful when entering this place and use their own means to avoid those cracks. If they were careless, they might accidentally perish in there. Of course, after reaching the level of immortal emperor, they would have their own top-grade defensive magic treasures, which would serve as an alert to cracks in the void while not being able to handle the cracks completely. Mo Wuji sped down the whirlpool with Lin Gu, while at the same time a thin and tall man from God's immortal domain, who was wearing the crown of an immortal emperor, was frowning. This immortal emperor was one of the top immortal emperors of God's immortal domain, Immortal Emperor Luan Kai. It was rumored that Immortal Emperor Luan Kai's strength had reached the peak of the Immortal Emperor stage, while in reality cultivation was not his priority. He had a woman that he loved, called Ding Zhu, who was his concubine. In his heart, this woman was as important to him as his Tao.
However, for some reason unknown, Ding Zhu suddenly fell ill and went into a coma.
Hence, Immortal Emperor Luan Kai invited almost all of the immortal doctors over. But in the past 100 years, Ding Zhu remained in her comatose state, with no improvement to her condition. On this day, under Immortal Emperor Luan Kai's orders, tens of immortal doctors came forth to take a look at Ding Zhu before discussing her case. From their looks, Luan Kai knew that this day was just like any other day, without any concrete results. This made him very frustrated, but at that moment, a red-haired woman hurriedly brought in a flying messenger sword. The message on the flying messenger sword was very simple. There are rumors that a young cultivator named Mo Wuji appeared at Devil Moon Immortal School.
This person can cure Ding Zhu. Hong Ling, who sent this flying messenger sword? Immortal Emperor Luan Kai didn't bother with the immortal doctors in the house anymore and left immediately. Hong Ling quickly followed behind him while explaining, it was sent by Su Fei City's Castellan. He said there were at least over 10 immortal cities that have a similar advertisement pasted all over their streets, each of them with the same words. Hong Ling, immediately go to find out who this Mo Wuji is, and who put up those adverts. Luan Kai commanded. Roger.
Hong Ling agreed and swiftly left. After she left, killing intent rose up in the corner of Luan Kai's eyes. A random young cultivator with no background could actually save Ding Zhu's life. Whoever dared to make a fool of him would definitely be turned into a river of blood. If he could find the person that wanted to make use of him, he wouldn't mind letting the other party know why he was called Immortal Emperor Luan Kai. As for that Mo Wuji, he had to investigate the matter further too. He would rather have gone down the wrong path than to miss a chance to save his beloved concubine. Not long after, Hong Ling returned. So? Before Hong Ling could speak, Luan Kai stood up to ask. With an agitated expression, Hong Ling spoke, I didn't manage to find out who put up the adverts. I only know that this guy completely changed his appearance and masked his aura. But as for Mo Wuji, he is indeed an impressive immortal doctor. Shergulan of Devil Moon Immortal School was cured by him. Shergulan is now in closed-door cultivation, and I heard that her cultivation is recovering quite rapidly.
Shergulan? I know now.
Quickly bring that Mo Wuji over here. I need to meet with him as soon as possible. Immortal Emperor Luan Kai also stood up in a bout of excitement. He was aware of Shergulan's case, as one of the 9 great immortal doctors, Cheng Xianhe, had taken a look at her before, but could not heal her at that time. Who would have known that someone else could cure someone that one of the 9 great immortal doctors could not? Wouldn't he want to meet this immortal doctor immediately? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, Searching for Tsin Shuin's Soul. Chapter 565, Searching for Tsin Shuin's Soul. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
2 days later, Lin Gu was sure that Mo Wuji indeed had the ability to detect cracks in the void in advance. Although she was prepared to risk her life in here with him, but if she could live, why not? Mo Wuji's speed kept increasing too, and on top of that he had achieved minor success in his wind escape technique, thus by the third day, he had brought Lin Gu to a stop above a gray pool. Ripples propagated through the surface of the pond, as it was filled with water. But Mo Wuji was aware that it definitely was not water. Its aura was permeated with densing energy, together with something that he couldn't really wrap his finger around. Other than that, the immortal spiritual energy present was incomparably dense, which made him suspect if it was denser than inside the immortal training pool at Piltdown Immortal Alliance's Sharkhorn Immortal Ruins branch. However, the immortal spiritual energy here was fused with thick yin energy, making it unsuitable for cultivators to cultivate in. Precisely because this was an immortal essence pond mixed with densing energy, Mo Wuji believed that the soul-condensing immortal pond was the place for cultivators to regain their souls. Lin Gu, do we take out the physical body first before using stimulating underworld heart flowers in the soul-condensing immortal pond? Mo Wuji asked. Lin Gu replied with a serious tone, if we did it that way, it would all be over. The underworld heart flower is an invaluable treasure to all broken souls. Most cultivators will retain their own memories before reincarnating, so once you activate the underworld heart flower, it will attract countless souls over, and in the end even if the soul you are seeking is within the group, it will be torn to bits by the other souls. This made a chill run through Mo Wuji's spine. He was thankful that he had agreed to Lin Gu's request, otherwise, a serious problem would have arose from his experimentation. Before Mo Wuji asked any further, Lin Gu spoke again, Brother Mo, you must first take out the physical body, then refine the underworld heart flowers through it before scattering them into the soul-condensing immortal pond. This way, only the body's soul will be able to sense the aura of the underworld heart flowers and move over here quickly. In the end, the soul will fuse with the physical body through the assistance of the underworld heart flower. Lin Gu, tell me, how should I do this? Gazing at the boundless pond, Lin Gu sighed, as the underworld heart flower is too valuable an immortal herb, it's already very difficult to obtain a single stalk, thus the one stalk must be used effectively. After igniting the aura within the flower, you have to use your spiritual will to prevent it from randomly spreading out. That way, you can increase your chances of the lost soul sensing its own physical body. This was also why I said that the more underworld heart flowers, the greater likelihood for a cultivator's body to be reunited with its spirit. This is because the more underworld heart flowers, the greater the radius it can spread out to. With this, the chances of a soul lost in the underworld sensing his body would increase too. At the same time, the higher the cultivation level of the cultivator controlling the flower, the higher the probability of success, as he would be able to better control the flower's aura's movement in a wider range. Even though Mo Wuji had 81 stalks of underworld heart flowers, he still took in a deep breath of cold air while looking at the seemingly endless soul-condensing immortal pond. With such a large area to cover, he wouldn't be able to control the whole pond even with 800 flowers. Lin Gu immediately sensed what Mo Wuji was thinking, and quickly explained, Brother Mo, we don't have to spread the underworld heart flower's aura through the whole pond. Each of the 7 great immortal domains have their own restricted areas, so wherever your friend died at, that will be the area which we use the underworld heart flower. Otherwise, no matter how many flowers you have, you won't be successful. In response, Mo Wuji answered, I rose up from Yongying Immortal Domain, and my friend died in the cultivation world below Yongying Immortal Domain. A jade slip appeared in Lin Gu's hands. Brother Mo, this is a map of how the pond is split into different immortal domains. Yongying Immortal Domain is also in it, with about 500,000 meters in radius. Phew! 500,000 meters. It was still an area his spiritual will could control. However, it's a pity that my jade slip is rather simple. If there were more detailed drawings of the areas in the pond, you could know where your cultivation world is at, and the success rate would be higher. Lin Gu sighed. At this point, Mo Wuji did not hide anything any further. Lin Gu,
I obtained 70 to 80 stalks of underworld heartflower, so it shouldn't be an issue to control an area of 500,000 meters wide.
Moreover, shrinking the search radius may not be that good. After all, souls can move in the underworld. Ah! Lin Gu was stunned by Mo Wuji's words. 70 to 80 stalks of underworld heartflowers? Such a large fortune.
Even back when Six-Path Immortal Domain's Guy Ao was searching for his daughter, Guy Fian's lost soul in the underworld, he only used 2 stalks of underworld heartflower. Soon she regained her senses, and excitedly replied, "Brother Mo, if you really got that many underworld heartflowers, then as long as your friend's soul has not completely dissipated, there's at least a 80% chance for you to save her."
Mo Wuji nodded his head.
His spiritual will had already found the area corresponding to Yongying Immortal Domain, and as predicted by Lin Gu, it was indeed about 500,000 meters wide. Landing in the center of the correct area, Mo Wuji raised his hands and set up a floating array, took out Xin Shuyin from his undying world, and placed her in the array. As she floated above the soul-condensing immortal pond, the Yin energy and immortal spiritual energy in the air quickly formed a connection with her. Once Lin Gu saw Xin Shuyin, she was secretly shocked. What a beautiful woman this was! In all honesty, as a star-grade disciple of Devil Moon Immortal School, Lin Gu herself was a ravishing beauty. She had also seen countless beauties in her time, but there weren't many that could hold a candle against Xin Shuyin. Although Xin Shuyin did not have a soul anymore, but Lin Gu could still see that she was of a very low cultivation level. But despite that, and not possessing a soul, she still had a unique immortal aura about her, so once this woman rose to the immortal realm, and her elemental energy turned to immortal elemental energy, how captivating would she be?
Brother Mo, she looks like she still has a rather dense aura of vitality?
Lin Gu finally realized what made Xin Shuyin different from others. Normally, after a cultivator died, without a soul, the aura of vitality of the body would gradually fade away over time, but for Xin Shuyin, not only did she still have vitality in her, it was very thick too. Frantically, Mo Wuji replied, "I am a pill master, and I made many vitality pills to place by her side."
This should be the reason why.
These words were blatant lies to Lin Gu. In reality, he had placed the purple gourd next to Xin Shuyin, and within it lay the breath of Hongmeng.
With something like that around, she would remain full of vitality even without a soul. Brother Mo, she's very pretty. Lin Gu didn't give it much thought.
She knew that Mo Wuji was a Tier 5 honored grade pill king, and it shouldn't be that difficult for one to do something like this.
What she was more concerned about was Xin Shuin's beauty.
No wonder Brother Mo did not care about her or the other female geniuses, and also wanted to save her that badly.
So Brother Mo actually liked such a woman. With Mo Wuji's talent and ability, only such a woman would be fitting for him indeed.
Gazing at Xin Shuyin, who was lying flat in mid-air, a tinge of nostalgia emerged in Mo Wuji's eyes. Her name is Xin Shuyin.
She's a woman who treated me very well. I owe her a lot. Brother Mo, don't worry.
You have so many underworld heartflowers, so you'll definitely be able to save Sister Shuyin.
Lin Gu comforted him.
Thank you for your well wishes. If I can really save Shuyin, you'll be our greatest benefactor.
Mo Wuji sincerely replied. Brother Mo, we have always been friends.
I will help Sister Shuyin just like how you helped my mother. Lin Gu spoke while drawing out her magic treasure. Before continuing, you can start agitating the underworld heartflowers, and slowly guide them through the area in the pond that corresponds to Yongying Immortal Domain.
I will guard Sister Shuyin.
While her cultivational level was higher than Mo Wuji's, Lin Gu was aware that she might not have been as strong as him. The effectiveness of him stimulating the underworld heartflower's aura would definitely be greater than if she did it. With a quick nod, Mo Wuji took out 3 stalks of underworld heartflower at once, and refined them through Xin Shuin's body, completely immersing their aura into the soul-condensing immortal pond. After that, his spiritual will controlled the aura to move in a particular direction. His physical location did not change, and soon he took out 5 more flowers to stimulate. Lin Gu, who was watching from one side, could only be stunned at how rich Mo Wuji was. Even when immortal Emperor Gai Ao was searching for his daughter's lost soul, he was not anywhere as generous as Mo Wuji. Underworld heart flowers were being expended like they cost nothing. Each time, Mo Wuji used 3 or 5 stalks in a bunch, and only after stimulating 10 bunches, using up over 40 flowers, did he stop. At this moment, there was no need for him to take control anymore. Within the whole 500,000-meter radius were underworld heart flowers with Xin Shuin's aura. When this aura spread out, only Xin Shuin's soul alone would be able to detect it. Even if other souls could get in contact with it, they would not be able to sense the flower within. What an immortal emperor accomplished, Mo Wuji did as well, except that the immortal emperor used his own abilities, while Mo Wuji used his great fortune. Moreover, Mo Wuji's method of using underworld heart flowers as though they were free, was many times stronger than what Heavenly Emperor Gai Ao did. The underworld heart flower aura that Heavenly Emperor Gai Ao spread out had become very sparse by the time it reached the underworld. On the other hand, Mo Wuji used tens of underworld heart flowers, hence even in the underworld, their aura still remained rather strong. Of course, Mo Wuji was still disadvantaged, as Xin Shuin's cultivation level was much lower than Gai Fian's when her soul entered the underworld. The weaker one's soul, the harder it would be to sense the aura of underworld heart flowers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, Xin Shuin's Soul. Chapter 566, Xin Shuin's Soul. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Since the olden days, regardless whether in the world of mortals or cultivators, there were rumors of reincarnation. The mortal world made many guesses regarding this, and all they had were random pieces of news, so they were not particularly sure about reincarnation. But for cultivators, reincarnation existed. However, reincarnating would not be of much use to most cultivators as they would lose their memories of their past lives, so even if they did reincarnate, they would become an existence completely unrelated with their past life. In reality, this was the same for most mortals too. Many people would often dream of scenarios completely unrelated to their current life, when in fact those were shards of memories from their past life. As such, the story of Mengpo's soup arose in the mortal world, that every soul had to cross the Naihe Bridge and drink a bowl of Mengpo's soup before reincarnating. Precisely because cultivators knew that memories of their past lives would be lost after cultivation, most cultivators were unwilling to reincarnate after their souls entered the underworld, or they would use any means possible to prevent their memories from disappearing during reincarnation. Some extremely powerful cultivators could actually retain their memories forcefully after reincarnation, and they would subsequently return to being one of the strongest of their generation. The underworld was originally the place where the corruption of souls' memories and consciousness happened, and after spending a sufficiently long time in there, one would automatically proceed for reincarnation, never to be seen again. Although this is the case, the number of leftover souls in the underworld kept growing. At this point, a tiny weak soul was carefully wiggling its way around a corner full of souls. Just like the others, she did not want to reincarnate. This was because she would no longer know who she was after reincarnating, so what's the difference between going or not going? Instead, she would rather stay here and have her memories slowly fade away. There are some things, even if you just remember it for a moment longer, would be better than not remembering anything in a new life. The only downside was that there were too many souls around, so she was looking for a slightly larger area for herself, but it was a difficult task to complete. Now she was drifting towards the outside of the group, and based on her estimates, she would only have a few years left. Once these years were up, her memories and consciousness would be completely taken by the underworld, and she would go straight for reincarnation. All she wanted was to find a quiet corner, and gradually reminisce about everything that had happened to her since she started cultivating. Her mother, heaven-seeking palace, and everything that happened between her and Mo Wuji. If Mo Wuji were here, regardless how sparse the soul had become, he would be able to sense that this was Xin Shuin's soul. What set her apart from other souls was that, while weak and sparse, Sin Shuin's soul was complete, and not some broken soul.
At this point, Sin Shuin felt a familiar aura, her body.
Strong emotions overwhelmed her, which almost caused her soul to break apart.
Souls and primordial spirits were different.
Primordial spirits could escape, but a soul was merely a sort of sparse form of consciousness. After a primordial spirit was destroyed, it could be remade, but if a soul was destroyed, there was basically no way of remaking it. Mortals did not cultivate, hence most of their souls remained in a sparse state, unable to retain their memories or intelligence. However, it was different for cultivators, as their memories were not only stored within their primordial spirits, but also in their souls. When a cultivator died, it meant that his primordial spirit was destroyed, and that his soul and body became separated. As the soul has no way to re-enter the physical body, it would automatically enter the underworld. Once in the underworld, there was no chance of finding one's physical body. Even the strongest person could only use means to protect his own consciousness to remain as himself. No one could leave the underworld to search for their body, and on top of that, most cultivators' bodies had been destroyed after they died. Because of that, Sin Shuin was very surprised to actually feel the aura of her physical body. One had to realize that she had died in the restricted space outside of the cultivation world, and she believed that Mo Wuji would have preserved her body. But no matter how capable he was, he shouldn't have been able to bring her physical body to the underworld in slightly over 10 years. The souls in the underworld varied in strength, but regardless how strong a soul was, it could only be a little denser and survive for a little longer. They generally did not possess any offensive abilities, except for a small minority that cultivated with unique soul techniques. Sin Shuin's soul was sparse, but could still barely make it out from the large group of souls. Souls in the underworld had unparalleled speed, hence despite how sparse her soul was, she sped through the area swiftly. But this speed came at a price. Her soul became thinner with every moment. Days later, Sin Shuin's soul had become so sparse to the point that it almost could not be seen any further. If she had stayed in one corner without moving, her soul might have survived for years, maybe even decades. But since she rushed through the underworld so quickly, there were barely over 10 days left for her. Another 10 days passed, and just as she couldn't keep it together any longer, she felt a giant whirlpool. Her physical body lay on the other side of the whirlpool, which gave off vibes of hell, giving off an aura of death. Sin Shuin hesitated for a short moment, before she charged headfirst into the whirlpool. She wouldn't have lasted long without going in, so why would she have cared so much? Once inside, she could feel an aura belonging to her much more clearly. Her speed dropped, and sadness overwhelmed her. Her physical body was right in front of her, but her soul could not last long enough. At that moment, a familiar aura was brought into her through the whirlpool, immediately condensing her spirit. Emotions welled up inside as Sin Shuin was definite this time that the aura did come from her body. Moreover, the aura that had condensed her soul was actually from the grade 9 immortal herb of legends, Underworld Heartflower. She had heard of the Underworld Heartflower before, as some of the stronger souls did mention it. His immortal herb seemed to be very rare, and not only could it condense a soul, but also allow one to find her own body in the underworld. Could someone have brought her physical body to her? As soon as her soul became denser, Sin Shuin frantically increased her speed. While her soul turned from sparse to dense, and subsequently as she charged off, a soul hidden at the corner of the whirlpool revealed itself. This soul was almost at the level of a rather dense primordial spirit, and it seemed to have a solid shell of sorts. He stared in shock as Sin Shuin's soul left, as he mumbled to himself, "There's actually someone who's summoning this ant of a soul with underworld heartflowers. What a waste, a waste." Without another word, the dense souls followed behind her. In his eyes was a look of excitement. He could not sense the aura of Sin Shuin's physical body, but he could see her soul. As long as he followed behind her, he could continue absorbing the aura of the underworld heartflower to strengthen his soul. No, he did not have to absorb the underworld heartflower. All he had to do was to consume the soul in front of him.
Why had he hid at the border of the whirlpool for so many years? Wasn't it to enter the soul-condensing immortal pool from this place and out from the underworld, so that he might return to the immoral world? As long as he could return to the immortal world, he was confident that he could resculpt a body for himself. Having his soul create a body might have been a joke for others, but it was not to him, July. He had spent countless years in the underworld, and not only did his soul not dissipate, but it had become denser instead. Based on his original plan, he would emerge from the soul-condensing immortal pond in a few hundred years' time. However, since he had met someone that was using the underworld heartflower to condense souls, how could he not mooch of this from behind? He just had to absorb some underworld heartflowers through the soul in front and he could have the chance to get out of the underworld in advance. Sin Shuyin continued her mad rush through the whirlpool. Souls were made of pure consciousness, much more ethereal than primordial spirits, hence all souls had the natural instincts to avoid all cracks in the void. Thus, a few days after entering the whirlpool, Sin Shuyin was still safe and sound. On top of that, as she met with more of the underworld heartflower's aura, her soul became denser and denser. Mo Wuji was not the same as other people. He was simply too generous, to the point that almost every nook and cranny of the area had been filled with the aura of underworld heartflowers. At the same time, the soul following behind Sin Shuyin was become more restless by the second. He could seat Sin Shuyin's denser soul, which created an itch in his heart. How he dreamed of kicking her to one side and absorbing all those underworld heartflowers for himself. But he was also aware that if he did so, he would only be able to absorb the aura once. Only by staying behind Sin Shuyin and waiting for the moment that she was about to charge out of the soul-condensing immortal pond, would he be able to benefit the most when he gobbled her up then. Many days passed once again, and fear began to rise up in the soul. The amount of underworld heartflowers that Sin Shuyin absorbed was simply too much. Even an immortal emperor shouldn't have had such a large fortune, right? If he met with a top-tier expert, how would he still eat Sin Shuyin up? As he thought about this, the soul did not want to wait any longer. He intended to consume Sin Shuyin earlier, and once he did so, he could absorb all of the underworld heartflower aura that had not completely dissipated in her. Who knew, perhaps he would be able to absorb an underworld heartflower with a smidge of her physical body's aura. If that was the case, then all of the benefits he gained over the years wouldn't even be comparable to this one. Sin Shuyin had spent quite a number of years in the underworld, so she was not that naive either. Soon she noticed the dense soul that was chasing after her. Souls harming one another was very commonplace in the underworld, and on top of that, she knew very clearly what the underworld heartflower meant for souls. Hence, she sped up wildly, not even stopping to absorb the aura of underworld heartflowers anymore. But Sin Shuyin's soul was just too weak. Although she had absorbed some underworld heartflowers, she was nowhere close to the level of that dense soul which was chasing after her. As the aura of her body wafted over, Sin Shuyin knew her physical body was near. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, Xian Immortals also have a world of their own. Chapter 567, Xian Immortals also have a world of their own. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. If the aura of the underworld heartflowers was too weak, Mo Wuji would have had to constantly guide it, to allow it to fill up every corner. But because he was too rich, he used up over 40 stalks of underworld heartflower at one shot. Hence, without much guidance, the underworld heartflower's aura filled up the whole area, and as a result, Mo Wuji just had to keep watch beside Sin Shuin's body, and did not need to do much guiding. It had been almost a month, and Mo Wuji still did not sense the aura of Sin Shuin's soul. By then, he was frantic. If Lingu did not tell him that it was still impossible for someone of his cultivation level to enter the soul-condensing immortal pond, he might have really went in to take a look. But since he couldn't, Mo Wuji planned to spend a little more time, continue to use underworld heartflowers, and expand the search area a few tens of times larger. Just as he was panicking,
he felt the aura of Qin Shuin's soul. Mo Wuji had been with Qin Shuin for very long, and her body had always resided in his undying world. Although they were not husband and wife, but no one in the world would know her better than him. However, he soon sensed that something was wrong. His spiritual will detected that Qin Shuin's soul seemed to be fleeing from something frantically, with a strong soul following closely behind her. In a few moments, she would be gobbled up. Rage rose up from within, and without a shred of hesitation, Mo Wuji charged straight into the soul-condensing immortal pond, slashing at the soul behind Qin Shuin. As the soul was about to grab Qin Shuin, Mo Wuji's grey blade descended from above. No matter how brutal the soul was, it couldn't help but dodge. At the same time, Qin Shuin felt that Mo Wuji was approaching, so she leapt at her body immediately. Both Qin Shuin's soul and physical body were not even at the level of an immortal, and under the influence of the Tier 9 immortal herb, Underworld Heartflower, they merged together as soon as they came into contact. It was because her physical body had been kept in flawless condition, even containing dense breath of Hongmeng. Thus when her soul and boy fused, the spiritual aura gradually grew stronger. At this point, her spirit started to recover, and her primordial spirit quickly grew. Yet, Lingu did not have the time to look at Qin Shuin. She stared shockingly at Mo Wuji. Previously she had told him that one could not go into the soul-condensing immortal pond, otherwise it would be courting death. But Mo Wuji still jumped in, and despite her screams, she knew that nothing she said would help anymore. The present scenario had unfolded before her clearly, and if Mo Wuji had hesitated for a single moment, Qin Shuin's soul would have been swallowed by the soul behind. Ha ha ha! A shrill laughter echoed out. The soul that Mo Wuji slashed at had failed to consume Qin Shuin, surprisingly broke out into laughter. Zhu Lai couldn't help but thank the heavens for delivering a perfect body to him. Mo Wuji's body was young, and definitely had talent to be able to reach Xian immortal stage at such a young age. Why did he want to leave the underworld? Wasn't it to forge a physical body for himself? Creating a new body was the best, but what was the most convenient method? Possession, and next in line was to find Xiantian treasures. The immortal world had produced so many experts since its formation, so how could any Xiantian treasures still be found? Hence the most reliable method would be to possess someone. Possession was easy, but finding a perfect target was difficult. There were indeed many top-notch geniuses in the immortal world. However, those geniuses were all core disciples of large sects, and it went without saying that core disciples were all protected by experts or high-level techniques. Even some core disciples themselves were not easy targets to mess with. Moreover, he was a soul, not even a primordial spirit. Once he reached the immortal world, his strength would drop a few levels further. In such a situation, it was simply too difficult to find a good target for possession. Coincidentally, someone was sent to his doorstep to be possessed, and it was even a perfect target. Souls were after all just souls, so he could not sense how mortal and ordinary Mo Wuji was, hence he thought that Mo Wuji was a top-notch genius. Now Zhu Lai completely gave up on Qin Shuin's soul, directly charging into Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness. To him, Mo Wuji's cultivation level was a godsend. Someone that could use that many underworld heartflowers had to be a top-notch expert. Who would have expected an ordinary cultivator like Mo Wuji? His precious motivation for consuming Qin Shuin's soul was the possibility that the person summoning her soul was a strong expert, but since it ended up being a mere Xian immortal stage cultivator, there was no need to worry anymore. Possession by soul was actually much simpler than possession by primordial spirit, as souls were harder to deal with in the sea of consciousness than primordial spirits. Once the soul entered Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness, Mo Wuji knew that something was wrong. But this was still of secondary concern. The main problem was that the Yin aura in the soul-condensing immortal pond was constantly corroding his body, immortal elemental energy, and even his spiritual will too. On top of that, a strong Yin force was pulling at him from the bottom of the pond, causing him to lose all chances of charging out of the soul-condensing immortal pond. Even though Lingu did not speak of it, Mo Wuji was aware that he had no chance to surviving after falling into the underworld. Unless he had some superpowers, a mere Xian immortal cultivator was dead meat after entering the underworld. Immediately, Mo Wuji made a decision. He threw the unrefined page of the Book of Luo to Lingu, shouting out, "Lingu, refine this page of the Book of Luo and leave with Shuyin. Help me take care of her." After he finished his sentence, the heavy yin energy from the bottom of the soul-condensing immortal pond dragged Mo Wuji away. At this point, he couldn't bother about being pulled into the underworld or the yin energy, as the soul had begun the possession process in his sea of consciousness. Obviously, this soul also didn't want his physical body to be destroyed in the underworld. Pain seared through Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness, and that soul was stunned too, as he did not see any primordial spirit in the sea of consciousness. This was the first time he had encountered a cultivator without a primordial spirit. Inside Mo Wuji's sea of consciousness, there was only a large, borderless lake of violet immortal elemental energy. On top of that, the sea of consciousness was extremely large, possibly even larger than some immortal kings, which made him much happier than before. Soon, the soul found out how to possess Mo Wuji, swallowing Mo Wuji's soul and controlling Mo Wuji's mind palace. After rescuing Xin Shuyin, Mo Wuji had calmed down. His cultivation level might have been much lower than the soul trying to mind palace, but he still had a secret of his own, undying world. When he thought of this, Mo Wuji immediately opened his undying world, and at the same time a soul rushed into it. Dense breath of Hongmeng oozed out, causing the soul to pause momentarily, followed by intense excitement welling up from within. He had finally found a God-given opportunity of his own. No wonder this ant-like Xian immortal was so strong and rich. It was because this guy had breath of Hongmeng which was hidden in the deepest reaches of his sea of consciousness. Sensing that Mo Wuji's soul rushed to the location of the breath of Hongmeng. This soul followed right behind. It wasn't really careless on his part, as any other person wouldn't have thought that Mo Wuji would have a world of his own. Those with their own worlds were men of legends, and there might not even have been a single person like that in the entire immortal world. Of course, many great powers could possess different spiritual worlds, but those were not worlds of their own. Even if those worlds were refined by their owners, once they were opened up, the aura of the world would give it away as an artificial one. The undying world was a world belonging to Mo Wuji, and although it was not complete, but this world was created by him. This world was fused with his sea of consciousness, so there wasn't anything different between them. Inside the world, he governed over everything. An extremely strong cultivator might have been able to shatter his incomplete undying world after entering it, but this soul definitely did not have the ability to do so. It didn't matter that Mo Wuji was inside the soul-condensing immortal pond. His body couldn't enter the undying world, but there were still many means at his disposal to deal with this incomplete soul before him. The moment the soul entered his undying world, he closed off the world completely, and nothing could exit it anymore. The scholar's heart flame was unleashed inside the undying world. Wave after wave of fire flew towards the soul, burning it continuously. Only then did the soul realize that this was a world that belonged to that ant-like Xian immortal cultivator. "Let me out! Let me out! I'll tell you how to get of here." The soul panicked and screamed wildly. He knew that only something that Mo Wuji needed would be able to move him. Now Mo Wuji was being dragged by the aura of the underworld. Perhaps even before he reached the underworld, he would have been torn to bits by the void blades in the whirlpool or the cracks in the void. However, how could Mo Wuji have had the energy to care about this soul? He felt that his immortal elemental energy was rapidly disappearing, and his spiritual will increasingly grew weaker. A few void blades whooshed past his body. The weakened Mo Wuji knew that he had passed through the soul-condensing immortal pond. Now what he faced was the whirlpool of void blades, similar to the one he faced before entering the soul-condensing immortal pond. The whirlpool had many cracks in the void within it too. Forcibly, Mo Wuji's spiritual will took out one page of the Book of Luo, wrapping himself in it, and using all of the strength in his body to charge into a crack in the void. Rather than having his physical body destroyed in the underworld and his soul sent for reincarnation, it was a better option to try his luck by entering a crack in the void. He had already refined this page of the Book of Luo by about 40%, and there was still some chance to live inside of the crack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, Where Am I? Chapter 568, Where Am I? Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Once inside the crack in the void, the aura of the underworld disappeared completely, but a much wilder void aura tore through him. Mo Wuji's spiritual will and immortal elemental energy had been completely expended, and his body was corroded to the point that it looked as though he had just been taken out from a pot of boiling magma, bloodied and full of frightening wounds. At this point, he even lost the ability to look within his sea of consciousness, much less take out healing pills. The only thing he could do was to hide within the partially refined page of the Book of Luo and not move. Sin Shuin's body had always stayed by Mo Wuji's side. He not only used the breath of Hongmeng to nourish it, but also used the vitality within his vitality channel to try to awaken her. Not only ago, her soul had absorbed a large amount of underworld heart flowers, so it had perfectly fused with the physical body upon contact. What kind of treasures were Tier 9 immortal herbs in the breath of Hongmeng? Even if Sin Shuin was a real immortal instead of a low-leveled cultivator, the underworld heartflower could still easily fuse her soul and body together to revive her. Before 2 hours were up, Sin Shuin opened her eyes and sat up. She could feel the intense changes to her spirit channels. Every spirit channel was filled with burning spirituality. While she had just woke up, she knew that her aptitude was nothing like it was previously. But before she could search for Mo Wuji, an even more shocking thing happened. New spirit channels began to open. 94-95. This continued until 102 spirit channels appeared. There was no need to cultivate intentionally, and the surrounding immortal spirit energy gushed into her wildly, raising her cultivation level at an insane rate. The unguided immortal spirit energy filled her to the point of bursting, so she had no choice but to calm down and cultivate. Her cultivation technique was Typhoon Formula, which wasn't something any low-level cultivation technique could compare to. Its speed of absorbing immortal spirit energy was unparalleled. Nihility God Stage, True God Stage, Worldly Immortal Stage. Lingu stared at Sin Shuin in disbelief. She knew that Sin Shuin's cultivation level was very low, but she didn't expect her to have such heaven-defying talent. Being able to cultivate here was nothing surprising. After all, Sin Shuin had absorbed the aura of the underworld, so she could cultivate above the soul-condensing immortal pond. What shocked Lingu the most was the rate that Sin Shuin's cultivation level increased. In slightly over 10 days, she had reached the great circle of earthly immortal stage. As long as one did not advance to heavenly immortal stage, there would basically be no lightning tribulation in the immortal world. Hence, lightning tribulation awaited Sin Shuin if she continued to advance her cultivation level further. Elder Sister Shuin, Brother Mo went into the soul-condensing immortal pond. Lingu said with a sad tone as she saw Sin Shuin stop cultivating. While Sin Shuin could sense that Lingu's cultivation level was much higher than hers, she did not even find it unusual that Lingu had called her elder sister. The only thing on her mind was Mo Wuji charging into the soul-condensing immortal pond. It took a short few breaths of time for her to completely wake up, and she recalled that Wuji had slashed at the soul behind her as she charged out of the soul-condensing immortal pond. After which, he dove straight in. By now, while she was unsure why Mo Wuji could achieve all this, it was clear that her body was brought over by Mo Wuji, and the underworld heartflowers were obtained by him to search for her soul. Without saying a single word, Sin Shuin leapt up towards the soul-condensing immortal pond through the floating array platform that Mo Wuji set up. Lingu was shocked, and quickly pulled her back with a large hand formed with immortal elemental energy. Do you want to die? This is the soul-condensing immortal pond that's linked to the underworld. The yin energy inside is frightening, and now you have a physical body. You're no longer a soul, so once you go in, it'll be courting death.
Lin Gu chided.
Gazing upon the gray lake-like surface of the soul-condensing immortal pond, Sin Shuyin mumbled to herself, Wuji jumped into the soul-condensing immortal pond for me, where should I go now? Lin Gu could understand that Sin Shuyin did not mean that she had no physical location to go to, but it reflected that her heart was empty, with nowhere to look towards. Elder Sister Shuyin, in the past I did not understand why Brother Mo put his life on the line to save you, but now I do.
But you also have to think for him. Do you know how difficult was it for him to rescue you? To obtain the underworld heart flowers, he offended Heavenly Emperor Ifang. To come here, he gave up much more. It wouldn't be right if you took Brother Mo's efforts to save you lightly after he had just rescued you. Lin Gu said sincerely while looking at Sin Shuyin. These words stunned Sin Shuyin for a moment. She understood what Lin Gu was saying, but what was the point of it if Mo Wuji used his life to exchange for hers? Initially, she was willing to give up her life for Mo Wuji because she had recognized him as her husband. This was not only because he had seen her body in full glory at the Thorny Windgate, but more importantly as he was Rogue Cultivator 2705, the person that could have given up his life to save her. Her mother had told her in the past, if she met a person that could die for her, then she should marry him. If she also died for him when he was in danger, then it would be true love. This was why she ignited her vitality to rescue Mo Wuji, to save the person that had already become her husband in her heart. The scene before her soul crumbled remained crystal clear in her mind, as she told Mo Wuji, I'd really like to find out what it feels like to have a Tao companion. Her mother had said before, this was love. She had never thought that she could be revived and meet with Mo Wuji once more. It was a pity that their reunion lasted for mere breaths worth of time, before Mo Wuji swapped places with her. She went to the side of the living while Mo Wuji went to the underworld. When could she and Mo Wuji both be alive and become true Tao companions? The two of them roaming the immortal world side by side. Seeing Mo Wuji gazing into space, Lin Gu sighed and continued, if you continue living and work hard on your cultivation, perhaps in the future you will be able to enter the underworld to save Brother Mo. If you continue wasting away like you are now, then there's no chance of that happening at all. But Wuji doesn't even have his physical body anymore. Sin Shuyin mumbled deep inside, Lin Gu knew that chances saving Mo Wuji was near zero. Without a physical body, there was no way to revive Mo Wuji even if they used 10,000 stalks of underworld heart flowers. Thus she just sighed to herself, and ceased speaking. Unexpectedly, Sin Shuyin was the one who calmed down. She looked into the soul-condensing immortal pool and said, maybe I can enter the underworld directly to bring back Wuji. She did not gain anything in the underworld, but at least heard of rumors that a supremely strong person once tore through the dimension of the underworld to take a soul away. Perhaps there would be one day that she could cultivate to this extent, then she would bring Mo Wuji's soul away. When she thought of this, Sin Shuyin became calm. She had to work harder on cultivation. Thank you, Elder, for saving me. Did Elder come here with Wuji? Sin Shuyin knew that Lin Gu's cultivation level was many times greater than hers, so even though she did not know why Lin Gu referred to her as elder sister, she couldn't disrespect Lin Gu. With quick waves of her hand, Lin Gu replied, my name is Lin Gu. I'm friends with Mo Wuji. You are Brother Mo's, so it's natural for me to call you elder sister. Lin Gu wasn't completely sure of Sin Shuyin's relationship with Mo Wuji, hence she could only mumble her way out of it. Seeing that Sin Shuyin still had things to say, Lin Gu stopped her, before continuing, let's not argue about titles and honorifics. You can just call me Lin Gu. The title elder makes me feel like a stranger. Upon hearing that, Sin Shuyin didn't argue any further. She knew that many things had happened, so she sat down and asked, Lin Gu, can you tell me what exactly happened here, to compel Wuji to come here to save me? Regarding Mo Wuji's past, Lin Gu didn't know much. But for the incidents that occurred after Mo Wuji arrived at the Sharphorn Immortal Ruins, she had a rough idea of them.
Without withholding anything, she recounted it all to Tsin Shuyin, and at the end, she took out the page of the Book of Luo. While passing it to Tsin Shuyin, she explained, "Brother Mo left this page of the Book of Luo before he left. Refine this first, then we should be able to leave this place and return to the immortal world." The fame of the Book of Luo long preceded it, and Lin Gu was very touched that Mo Wuji would trust her enough to lend it to her. Which cultivator wouldn't eye the Book of Luo? She wasn't an exception either. But she valued her friendship with Mo Wuji even more. On top of that, there was the gratitude she felt towards him too. As someone willing to give away her life to him, what was a page of Book of Luo, thought? That's right, the Book of Luo could help her bring Tsin Shuyin out of the whirlpool. There was no doubt about it. What kind of thing was the Book of Luo? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, A Foreign Place. Chapter 569, A Foreign Place. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. After some time, Mo Wuji awoke. However, he was being enveloped by the power of the Book of Luo. Even his spiritual eye couldn't penetrate outside, much less his spiritual will. As he felt the Book of Luo continuously traveling between worlds, Mo Wuji sighed inwardly. He closed his eyes and continued to try and recover his cultivation. Years passed, but Mo Wuji was still unable to absorb a single hint of immortal spiritual energy. At the same time, he couldn't use his spiritual will. Since he couldn't use his spiritual will, it meant that he wasn't able to open his storage ring and use his healing pills. Without pills and immortal spiritual energy to help him, his injuries were recovering at an extremely slow pace, making Mo Wuji feel rather helpless. However, Mo Wuji's mood was not bad. Even though he knew that the Book of Luo was bringing him out of the immortal world due to the void tear, he didn't really mind. At least, he managed to accomplish his goal. When he fell into the soul-condensing immortal pond, he saw Tsin Shuin's soul merging with her fleshly body. All this while, Tsin Shuin's demise was the shackle which caused him to be unable to forgive himself. During that time, if he burned his life force, perhaps he might have been able to bring Tsin Shuin away. This was because he had the wind escape technique. Even though it could not compare to Tsin Shuin's typhoon formula at that time, it wasn't lacking by much. However, when he was surrounded, he only thought about killing to his heart's content. He never thought about igniting his life force to escape. Wah! Waves of ear-splitting sound resounded loudly. Mo Wuji jolted. He knew that the Book of Luo was bringing him into another world at extreme speeds. Otherwise, he shouldn't have felt anything from the Book of Luo. Mo Wuji was also very clear that it wasn't because he hadn't completely refined the Book of Luo. Fortunately, this was the Book of Luo. If it was some other treasure, it would already have shattered into pieces. This buzzing sounds lasted for more than a month. Mo Wuji, who lost his cultivation, was unable to bear it, and he eventually fainted. By the time Mo Wuji woke up, he didn't even know how much time had passed. He struggled up and immediately felt that the power of the Book of Luo had disappeared. Mo Wuji concentrated for some time, but he was still unable to gather his spiritual will. He could only conjure a small strand of spiritual will which revolved around his body. Even the spiritual will in his spirit storage channel had been depleted. That strand of spiritual will was unable to allow him to open his storage ring. However, there was one thing that Mo Wuji could confirm: he had landed on a continent. He could only bite his fingers, dripping blood on the Book of Luo, and forcefully use his willpower to get the Book of Luo to revert to its original size. A blinding beam of sunlight came shining down. Mo Wuji felt a great sensation of comfort throughout his body. At this point, he also realized that there wasn't a hint of immortal spiritual energy in his surroundings. Not only wasn't there immortal spiritual energy, there wasn't even a strand of ordinary spiritual energy. Could he have been transported to an ordinary mortal world? Mo Wuji hurriedly kept the Book of Luo close to him, before he stood up and started to scan his surroundings. He seemed to be standing within a wheat field that had already been harvested. Some loose wheat straws were scattered about, and there were a few tiny birds pecking on scattered bits of wheat seeds. Even though he knew that he was being taken away from the immortal world, when he witnessed this scene in front of him, Mo Wuji's heart still sunk. Not only did he get taken away from the immortal world, the place that he was taken to was nowhere near to the cultivation world. Usually, such large-scale wheat fields wouldn't be found in the cultivation world and the immortal world. Whether it was cultivators or immortals, they fuel themselves with energy from the heaven and earth. Except for social gatherings, they would rarely eat wheats and grains. Even during those gatherings, they would eat food or fruits which contained large amounts of spiritual energy. Mo Wuji then turned towards himself. His clothes were torn and tattered, his skin had been cored by the soul-condensing immortal pond, there were scars throughout his body. It was a startling sight. Even his face had a terrifying scar and a trail of dried-up blood. He looked like he was a zombie that just climbed out from a grave. Even so, Mo Wuji still heaved a sigh of relief. The fact that he could preserve his fleshly body was entire because of that page of the Book of Luo. Morong Xiangyu gave 2 pages of the Book of Luo to him, which was equivalent to saving his life. Even though he knew why Morong Xiangyu gave them to him, he still felt grateful towards her. Since he was still unable to retrieve the clothes from his storage ring, Mo Wuji could only head towards the nearby river and wash himself. Even though he knew that there wasn't any spiritual energy, Mo Wuji still sat down and tried to cultivate. However, the truth disappointed him. There truly wasn't a bit of spiritual energy here. As he cultivated, Mo Wuji felt some other form of energy. However, he wasn't able to discern exactly what that energy was. Mo Wuji stopped cultivating and carefully walked out of the wheat field. At the very least, he needed to find another person and ask that person about where he was. On a road not far away, a flashy sports car whizzed by. What left Mo Wuji shocked was that the sports car actually leaped over a slower car that was in front of it. Could he have returned to Earth? How many years had it been? Earth's technology had already advanced to such a level? It couldn't be so coincidental, right? He was just thinking about returning to Earth, and he really did? An old farmer, whose beard had already turned half white, walked over. Mo Wuji hurriedly went forward and bowed. "Senior, may I ask what place this is?" When the old man saw the staggering scars on Mo Wuji's body, his heart started pounding. He then began to size Mo Wuji up. After some time, some random noises came out of his mouth. However, Mo Wuji was unable to understand exactly what this old farmer was saying. Mo Wuji's heart sunk. Back on Earth, he was an esteemed academic. He was adept with many different languages. Because he would go to all sorts of remote places in search of rare herbs, he even knew of the different African dialects. However, he didn't understand a single word that this old farmer was uttering. There was only one possibility: this place wasn't Earth. The old farmer noticed that even after he spoke for a long time, Mo Wuji's face still remained blank. He then pointed to a direction, and another random bits of gula noises came out of his mouth. Mo Wuji could only clasp his fists in gratitude, then walked in the direction that the old farmer pointed to. Half a day passed. The number of people Mo Wuji encountered gradually increased. Many of them were carrying mobile phones, and there were many different kinds of cars. This led Mo Wuji to once again believe that he had returned back to Earth. However, the language which he didn't understand a single bit of brought him back to reality. Mo Wuji's appearance looked rather frightening. Not only did he have scars throughout his body, he was also wearing ancient-looking robes. Wherever Mo Wuji walked, passers-by would subconsciously avoid him. Mo Wuji did not mind. He began to have a rough understanding of the situation. This place seemed to have some sort of order. At least until now, he did not see any startling or sudden incidents. Now that he had landed in a place like this, Mo Wuji gradually formulated a plan. Firstly, he would need to learn the language here.
Secondly, he would need to find out exactly where he was. Lastly, he needed to recover his powers. Only by doing this would he have a chance of leaving this weird place. This place did not have any spiritual energy, so sticking around in the wilderness wasn't going to recover his power. He could only follow these people to the city and gather more information. After walking for another 10 minutes, Mo Wuji found himself in front of a bus stop. Seeing the crowd board the bus, Mo Wuji climbed on too. Because he didn't have a ticket, Mo Wuji intended to freeload. Thus, he didn't occupy a seat, but went to the steps at the back and sat down. The quality and class of this bus was much better than that on Earth. What left Mo Wuji surprised was that no ticket attendant came to him. Mo Wuji had scars throughout his body, but because of his honest appearance, no one avoided him this time. Of course, no one came to talk to him either. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, the bus started to move. The moment the bus left the bus stop, a man with a simple mustache came to Mo Wuji and uttered some random gibberish. Mo Wuji saw the ticket presser in the man's hands and immediately knew that this man was the ticket attendant. Mo Wuji felt rather helpless. He was already sitting on the steps, but this ticket attendant still came to him. From the looks of it, this fella knew that he didn't have the money to pay for the ticket. Mo Wuji apologetically spread open his palms. The meaning behind his actions were very obvious. He had no money. The ticket attendant clearly understood the meaning behind Mo Wuji's actions. He instantly frowned and uttered some noises, then he pointed outside the bus. Mo Wuji knew that this ticket attendant was asking him to get out. At this instant, the bus had stopped and the door opened. Mo Wuji sighed, but he could only stand up. This person was bent on collecting his ticket fare, so what could he do? What didn't the people here have sympathy? I already look like I'm in dire straits, and I'm not even sitting on the seats. You wouldn't die if you didn't collect one less fare from me. Even though he thought of this, Mo Wuji wasn't a shameless person. He slowly stood up, picked up the dirty wooden stick that he found from the wheat field, and prepared to get off the bus. Even though it would take a longer time, he only needed to follow along this road and he would eventually get to the city. Just at this instant, a thin boy stood up. He blocked Mo Wuji. At the same time, he took out some wrinkled notes and passed them to the ticket attendant, and said some words to the attendant. Even though there was a look of annoyance in the attendant's eyes, since someone had came forward to buy Mo Wuji a ticket, he could only drop it. Mo Wuji also knew that this little boy had helped him purchase a ticket. He hurriedly clasped his fists and thanked the boy. The boy didn't understand his words, but he knew that Mo Wuji was thanking him. The boy smiled and waved his hands, then pointed towards his seat. Mo Wuji, however, didn't go to the seat. He continued to sit on the steps at the back. Seemingly noticing that Mo Wuji's attitude was not bad, the surrounding people began to size Mo Wuji up. It was just that Mo Wuji's wretched appearance didn't give them much to see. An hour later, the bus stopped at a bigger bus stop. At the entrance of this bus stop, Mo Wuji saw a busy street filled with people. He knew that he had truly came to a planet that was similar to Earth. This wasn't a cultivation planet. Instead, it was a place with rather advanced technology. Even though he was a Xian immortal, Mo Wuji truly felt lonely here. This was a foreign city, he had no friends nor family here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, Enjing Academy. Chapter 570, Enjing Academy. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. In the cultivation world, when there was a difference in language, one only needed to purchase a language jade letter and he could learn all about that language in a few breaths. However, that was impossible here. This should be an ordinary planet that didn't have anything like spiritual jade letters. Mo Wuji decided that he would first find a place with books and learn the languages and texts here.
Even though he lost all his abilities, he was still a Xian immortal. Not eating and drinking shouldn't pose a problem to him. Right at this moment, a clamoring noise could be heard in front of him. Mo Wuji hurriedly moved towards the noise, and to his astonishment, he saw a woman in ragged clothing being dragged on the road by a car. The woman had already fainted, and because of the rough surface of the road, there were scars continuously being formed on her body. She looked no better than Mo Wuji. "1" a sharp voice cried out behind Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji turned and saw a thin figure furiously charging to the car that was dragging the woman. Mo Wuji only needed a single glance to tell that it was the little boy that bought him the bus ticket. Mo Wuji hurriedly took a few steps forward. However, he couldn't even help himself now, much less help others. At his instant, that little boy had already grabbed the rope that was dragging the woman. Fortunately, the car stopped. A man with an indifferent expression stepped out from the car. Following which, a few soldiers came forward. The little boy remained fearless, bawling as he shouted towards the man and the soldiers. Thereafter, he turned towards the crowd and said something loudly. The crowd then seemed to support this boy. After some time, a man that looked like a squad leader walked over and said a few sentences to the soldiers surrounding the little boy. Thereafter, the soldiers actually removed the woman from the ropes. The little boy hurriedly tried to support the woman up, but unfortunately, he was too weak and wasn't able to do it immediately. Mo Wuji wanted to go forward and help, but by this time, 2 people from the crowd had already helped the little boy and brought the woman to the side of the road. Only at this time did Mo Wuji get a clear look at the woman. Her eyes were closed tight, there were spots of blood all over her face, her hair was messied, and there were rope marks all over her neck. With the support of several people from the crowd, the boy supported the woman out of the road. After some time, they disappeared. At this point, Mo Wuji felt rather worried. He didn't know why that woman was being dragged on the road, but regardless of the reason, it wasn't a good sign. This place definitely wasn't a kind place. It was best if he understood where he was immediately. Mo Wuji roamed around the streets for some time before finally discovering a bookstore. The bookstore was not much different from bookstores back on Earth. There were many people picking up books and reading them. Mo Wuji hurriedly walked in. He tried his best to conceal himself among the crowd, to avoid the notice of the workers here. After all, with his current appearance, if the manager of the bookstore were to see him, he would very likely get chased out. Mo Wuji soon discovered the bookshelves that contained books on the language here. Even though Mo Wuji's spiritual will wasn't enough to open his storage ring or his undying world, he did have a bit of spiritual will. Moreover, he was also a Xian immortal. With the help of these books, he only needed half a day to have a good grasp of the language here. Thereafter, things became simpler. Mo Wuji started to flip through the maps as well as history books. A rough image of this world formed within his mind. He was currently in a country called Liang, and Liang wasn't the biggest power here. Above Liang, there was a religious school called the East Mon religion. It also had another name called the True Mon religion. This city he was in was called Anjin. It was a decent-sized city in Liang. Additionally, Mo Wuji found various kinds of technological devices in this bookstore, such as electronic books, intelligent notebooks, books that could speak, etc. What left Mo Wuji surprised was that he found some books about cultivation the mind. Even though these books seemed to have unintelligible content, it was enough to show that the people here cultivated. This left Mo Wuji elated. If they could cultivate, it meant that they could absorb spiritual energy. As an immortal, spiritual energy was dispensable to Mo Wuji. But now, it was the most important thing to him. He needed to recover his power, so first, he would need to recover his spiritual will. Then, with his spiritual will, he could open his ring and use the things inside to regain his power. The bookstore is closing. Everyone, please return your books and leave the bookstore. A loudspeaker sounded beside Mo Wuji's ear. Mo Wuji only just realized that except for 1 to 2 other people, most of the people in the bookstore were already gone. He hurriedly returned the book in his hands and walked out of the bookstore. To him, this day's worth of reading was enough. He wasn't seeking to learn about the things in this world, he only needed a rough understanding. A young girl walked out of the bookstore at the same time as Mo Wuji. When she lifted her head and saw Mo Wuji, she subconsciously hastened her footsteps.
Mo Wuji, on the other hand, stopped and said apologetically, "Hello, may I ask how I may get to Enjing Academy?" Mo Wuji learnt about Enjing Academy from the bookstore.
Many of the books in the store were compiled by Enjing Academy. It was an integrative academy where one could learn about technology, as well as cultivation.
Mo Wuji asked about Enjing Academy because he wanted to see if the cultivation in this world was the same as the one he knew.
He also wanted to see if there were places in Enjing Academy which had spiritual energy.
"You wish to go to Enjing Academy?" Even though the young girl didn't immediately run away, she took 2 steps back and stared at Mo Wuji warily. Mo Wuji finally got a clear look of this young girl.
She was delicate and pretty, with long jet black hair, clear black pupils and an elegant nose bridge.
It was an Eastern kind of beauty.
She was roughly 1.65 meters tall and she looked very serene. Her only flaw was that her chest was like a chopping board. She did not look like a young girl in her prime. So as not to scare this girl, Mo Wuji took the initiative to take half a step back before he continued, "Yes, I wish to go to Enjing Academy.
Can you please point the directions for me?" Seeing Mo Wuji take half a step back, the young girl calmed down. Mo Wuji's full body of scars did not look as scary as she previously thought it to be.
She hesitated for a brief moment before she said, "I'm a student at Enjing Academy.
I'm going back right now, you can follow me."
The moment she finished those words, she regretted it.
Why did she allow this stranger to follow her? What if this person had malicious intents? What could she do? What kind of person was Mo Wuji?
He was an experienced man. He immediately caught the pangs of regret the girl felt after she replied him. He did not give her a chance to retract on her words as he immediately clasped his fists and said, "Then, many thanks." He was worried that Enjing Academy was too far away. Even if this young girl pointed out the directions, he might still get lost.
After hearing Mo Wuji's words, the young girl hastily turned and walked away. She didn't even give Mo Wuji any prior warning. Mo Wuji did not mind as he followed behind this girl.
He maintained a constant distance of 3 meters away from her. Soon, Mo Wuji knew that he was right, Enjing Academy was indeed far away, and he would need to go round several streets and even leave the busy town area. If he was by himself, he wouldn't know how long he would have took to get there.
Lu Yueshuan was truly feeling regret.
She should not have stayed in the city bookstore till late.
The academy had so many books, why must she go to the city bookstore? And if that wasn't enough, why did she allow this scary-looking man to follow her?
She intentionally increased her speed, but she soon discovered that no matter how fast she walked, that scarred man would always be 3 meters away from her. After leaving the town area, the number of people on the streets became lesser.
There were also fewer street lamps. Lu Yueshuan no longer dared to turn her head back.
Her ears constantly heard the sound of footsteps behind her. She continued to hasten her footsteps. What left her slightly at ease was that the man behind her didn't close the gap after they left the busy town area. After another long, half an incense's time, a brightly lit area appeared in front of them.
Lu Yueshuan finally heaved a sigh of relief.
She stopped and turned to Mo Wuji. "The brightly lit area in front is Enjing Academy.
I will be leaving first."
With that, she didn't even wait to receive Mo Wuji's thanks, as she left with hasty footsteps.
It even seemed like she was running away. Mo Wuji could only say thanks from a distance. Mo Wuji's mood didn't improve because he arrived at Enjing Academy.
On the contrary, his mood got worse.
Here, he didn't feel any sort of spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, this academy was no use to him. At this instant, he could only enter the academy with a strand of hope that there was some sort of spirit gathering array inside. Otherwise, what were the students here cultivating? Just when Mo Wuji was pondering over these matters, the girl that ran away actually came back. With a face full of fear, she cried out anxiously towards Mo Wuji, "This big brother, someone is trying to grab me, please help me." After saying these words, she seemed to come to an understanding. There was nothing that Mo Wuji could help her with. Just when she intended to continue running, Mo Wuji suddenly pulled her to his side. At the same time, he scattered some rocks and sticks around their surroundings. "Don't move, they're coming." In the concealment array, Mo Wuji could feel Lu Yueshuang struggling. He hurriedly hushed her with that sentence. Under the yellow streetlights, Lu Yueshuang could see multiple young men enter into her sights. She started to shiver. She knew that she couldn't escape now. However, Mo Wuji's concealment array had already been fully installed. He was an esteemed Xian immortal expert that could install grade 5 immortal arrays. Even though he didn't have his cultivation, his skill with arrays was still there. Even though he didn't have his array flags, he could still use rocks and twigs to create a concealment array. It was impossible for this array to hide from powerful cultivators, but it was more than enough to deal with ordinary mortals. 1. Some indiscernible language that Mo Wuji hadn't learnt yet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, Mo Wuji's Pointers. Chapter 571, Mo Wuji's Pointers. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. What left Lu Yueshuang shocked was that these men that were chasing after her actually sped past her. She was clearly in plain view, but they did not seem to react to her at all. After another 10 breaths of time, those men were already in the distance, clearly worried that she had escaped. "You know of the enigmatic art of escape?" Lu Yueshuang stared at the scarred Mo Wuji in astonishment. Her voice was slightly agitated. She personally witnessed Mo Wuji scattering some stones and twigs to install something, and because of that, those men that were chasing her could no longer see her. Enigmatic art of escape? Mo Wuji thought of the enigmatic art of invisibility back on Earth. These two things really sounded the same. But in reality, what he did was install a concealment array. There was no spiritual energy powering this array, so it would be useless against slightly powerful cultivators. His array merely made use of the various positioning of the stones and twigs to misdirection the men's sights. In other words, it was merely a diversionary technique. The enigmatic art of invisibility was actually similar to a diversionary technique, but it was at a slightly higher grade. Chinese history is filled with wonders. During the ancient times, a few impressive strategists made use of the enigmatic art of invisibility to deal with their enemies. These included Zhang Zia, Zhuge Liang, etc. But when the truth of the matter was revealed, this enigmatic art wasn't some Taoist magic, but diversionary techniques. The enigmatic art of escape mentioned by Lu Yueshuang should be similar to the enigmatic art of invisibility. Mo Wuji shook his head. "No, I merely used a little diversionary technique. It's just a parlor trick that I managed to learn in my free time. It's not worth mentioning. I think it's best if you hurry and return before those guys return. Otherwise, it would be troublesome." "Many thanks, big brother. I'm called Lu Yueshuang. I'm an intermediate class mana cultivation student at Enjing Academy." Lu Yueshuang was sure that Mo Wuji wasn't a simple person. She immediately bowed and expressed her thanks. Mo Wuji hurriedly asked, "How do you cultivate mana? Do you absorb the elemental energy from your surroundings?" When Lu Yueshuang heard that Mo Wuji didn't even know about mana cultivation, she started to believe in Mo Wuji's previous words. He really might have picked up on the enigmatic art unintentionally. She explained, "I'm also not sure. I'm only in the intermediate class.
Only students in the advanced class can feel the mana from the heaven and earth and cultivate it. But
advanced students can feel mana at any time and at any place? Mo Wuji spoke really quickly and in an urgent manner. Lu Yueshuan shook her head. Perhaps some geniuses can.
However, a majority of them can only feel the mana in a mana array installed by a mana array master. Alternatively, they could also use mana stones. As she got to this point, Lu Yueshuan looked hesitantly in the direction that those men disappeared from. She knew that she shouldn't speak to Mo Wuji any further, and that it would be best for her to leave immediately.
Mo Wuji noticed this and said, "You should head back first." "Oh right, is there any way I can enter in Jing Academy?"
Lu Yueshuan gritted her teeth, and after a few breaths' time, she said, "I can bring you in."
"Follow me." When Mo Wuji heard those words, he didn't ask any further as he hurriedly followed Lu Yueshuan.
He really wanted to know if those mana stones were spirit stones. And if those mana arrays were spirit gathering arrays. There were 6 security guards at the entrance of the academy.
Lu Yueshuan brought out a wood token and showed it to the guards. Then she pointed towards Mo Wuji and said, "This is my personal bodyguard."
The security guards immediately opened the gates.
They didn't even ask any questions. However, as Mo Wuji followed Lu Yueshuan in, he clearly noticed expressions of shock among 2 of the guards when Lu Yueshuan appeared. Ostensibly, they didn't expect Lu Yueshuan to arrive back safely. One look at their expressions in Mo Wuji could easily tell that those 2 fellas were informants for those guys that were chasing Lu Yueshuan. "Lu Yueshuan, those guards seem to those guys informants," Mo Wuji whispered softly. Lu Yueshuan nodded, "I know.
Actually, as long as I make it back to the entrance of the academy, even if they have informants, those people wouldn't dare to do anything to me. They know that I left the academy today, which was why they were waiting outside the entrance."
As the 2 spoke, they already entered in Jing Academy. Lu Yueshuan's footsteps were slow.
Mo Wuji guessed that she still didn't know where she could house him. Mo Wuji knew very clearly, if he wanted to enter that array, or obtain that mana stone, he would need to befriend Lu Yueshuan.
Thus, the moment they entered in Jing Academy, Mo Wuji said, "My name is Mo Wuji.
My greatest wish is to be able to see a mana stone, or to experience a mana array installed by mana array masters."
"Brother Mo, I know that you're interested in this area. Otherwise, you wouldn't have learnt the enigmatic art of escape. However, if you want to study in Jing Academy, it would be quite hard."
As she said this, Lu Yueshuan paused for a brief moment, then she continued, "I do have an idea.
Not long later, there will be an assessment for the advanced mana cultivation class. If I work hard, I might be able to enter. Every advanced student can bring a personal guard into the mana array for personal protection. By that time, he can be my bodyguard. It's just that it will do you injustice. Why would Mo Wuji care about injustice and a fake role?
He just needed to recover a bit of his spiritual will, then he would easily be able to leave this planet."
It won't.
"I'm willing to do that," Mo Wuji said, "but how long will it take for you to enter the advanced class?" "I intend to take the advanced assessment half a year later."
"I believe that I should be able to succeed," Lu Yueshuan said resolutely. "Half a year?" Mo Wuji was slightly dumbfounded.
If he had to stay in this planet for half a year, he might as well go elsewhere and search for other opportunities.
He definitely wouldn't wait here for half a year. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji said with a tinge of unwillingness, "Is half a year the shortest time? Can it be even shorter?"
Lu Yueshuan answered awkwardly, "There is an assessment 3 days later, but I'm sure that I will fail, so I won't be going for it."
Mo Wuji frowned and went into deep thought. After some time, he asked, "Then can you let me see your cultivation manual?"
Lu Yueshuan was placed in an uncomfortable position and she shook her head. "Brother Mo, it's not that I don't want to lend it to you, but when I entered the school, I had to sign an agreement. I can't casually lend the school's mana cultivation manuals to anyone,
Since that's the case, is there anything you don't know? Why don't you try asking me?
Mo Wuji suddenly thought that he had created his own cultivation technique from nothing. He didn't even have spiritual roots, but he managed to open 108 meridians. He didn't believe that he wasn't able to help Lu Yueshuang and bring her to the advanced class. Lu Yueshuang hesitated for some time before she finally said, "Brother Mo, this." It wasn't that she was contemplating about a question to ask. Mo Wuji didn't even know about mana cultivation, so how was he going to solve her doubts? Isn't he scamming her right now? You can try asking a simple question first. If I'm unable to even answer that, then you don't need to ask any further, Mo Wuji said. He had seen some books on cultivation back in the bookstore. The contents recorded inside were all over the place and he wasn't even able to make sense of them. But after hearing Lu Yueshuan's words, he started to form a faint understanding of what he read. Mana was very likely an inferior form of spiritual energy. This sort of spiritual energy was different from the one back in the cultivation world, which was why he wasn't able to feel it. As a result, he didn't understand those things that he read about. But if he were to get his hands on a low-grade mana absorption manual, he might grudgingly be able to get by. The reason why it was grudgingly was because these methods were simply inferior to the point where it would force people to bite their fingernails in anger. Cultivation was so simple, but they purposely wanted to take their pants off before they fart. No, that's not the right analogy. It should be, they took their pants off, waited for a few hours, then they farted. Alright then. When I'm cultivating mana, when the energy is moving towards my dantian, some of the mana disperses, and what I'm absorbing is merely useless impurities. Before Lu Yueshuang could finish, Mo Wuji said, "That's simple. To condense elemental energy, you would need to compress the energy first, before cultivating it. The reason why you're unable to resonate with the spiritual energy. No. The reason why you are unable to resonate with mana is because you didn't compress it. You can try using the extreme meridian, the extreme spirit channel to absorb the energy, then through the cyclic wood spirit." Wait, Brother Mo, what's the extreme spirit channel? Lu Yueshuang interrupted Mo Wuji's words. Mo Wuji furrowed his brows. He guessed that Lu Yueshuang hadn't even opened a single spirit channel yet, or worse, she might not even have opened her spirits. He hesitated for a moment, but he still pointed to a position at the bottom of Lu Yueshuang's throat and said, "This is the entrance of the extreme spirit channel. If you haven't opened your extreme spirit channel, I can help you. But try it out first, see whether you are able to feel mana from that point." Lu Yueshuang did not hesitate to follow according to Mo Wuji's instructions. In merely a few tens of breaths, she stared at Mo Wuji in pleasant surprise and said, "Brother Mo, I'm able to easily to dissociate mana. Where's that cyclic wood spirit channel?" Lu Yueshuang's voice didn't only contain the emotions of pleasant surprise, it even contained a hint of excitement and anticipation. Mo Wuji only taught Lu Yueshuang the method that ordinary cultivators used. It wasn't really anything much. Even when cultivators cultivate, the spiritual energy that they absorb would contain impurities. These impurities need to be removed in the extreme spirit channel, then compressed in the cyclic channel. Different spiritual roots would result in different cyclic channels. What Mo Wuji didn't expect was that Lu Yueshuang was actually able to dissociate mana even though she hadn't opened her spirit channels. Soon, Mo Wuji understood what was going on. He hurriedly asked, "Lu Yueshuang, before you started cultivating mana, was there some sort of spirit opening or anything similar?" Lu Yueshuang nodded eagerly. "Yes, all students that enter in Jing Academy's mana cultivation class would need to go through an opening of the mana roots. Only students with mana roots can cultivate mana. Many people are unable to open their mana roots, so they aren't able to cultivate." So it was truly like that. Since that's the case, Mo Wuji was confident that he could send Lu Yueshuang into the advanced class. The only thing that left Mo Wuji worried was that the mana here didn't contain any spiritual energy. Because he had tried cultivating previously, He didn't feel any sort of spiritual energy, just some unfamiliar energy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 572, Descendants of the Pan Clan. Chapter 572, Descendants of the Pan Clan. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji was slightly perturbed as he taught Lu Yueshuang of the circulation path. Lu Yueshuang's talent was clearly not bad. Mo Wuji only taught her once and she was already able to do it. In her excitement, Lu Yueshuang was almost out of breath. She hurriedly stopped cultivating mana and looked at Mo Wuji excitedly. Brother Mo, I'm not in the advanced class yet, but I'm actually able to resonate with mana. Lu Yueshuang suddenly stopped speaking. She seemed to have thought of something. She then continued speaking with greater excitement. Brother Mo, if we were to teach others of your method, then wouldn't everyone be able to feel mana in the shortest time possible and be able to cultivate mana? As she thought of this, Lu Yueshuang became especially clear that what she just learnt was incredibly impressive. It was simply a revolutionary discovery. If this was shared with everyone, then... Mo Wuji nodded. That should be the case. Some things are as thin as a piece of paper. The moment that paper is pierced open, you will realize that it was actually very easy. Now that you can feel mana, can you take the assessment for the advanced class? Lu Yueshuang eagerly said, as long as I can feel mana, then I will definitely get into the advanced class. That's good. After you enter the advanced class, think of ways to get me to a mana array, Mo Wuji said. That's for sure. The assessment to advance to the advanced class will be 3 days later. Oh right, Brother Mo, can I teach this method to others? Lu Yueshuang looked towards Mo Wuji expectantly. The moment she revealed this method, this would cause a huge upheaval in the entire world. Mo Wuji went silent for a brief moment before he asked, what's the highest level that one can get by cultivating mana? I heard that the highest level is the Magic Emperor, but that's only stories of legend. It's said that Magic Emperors can traverse across the sky and burrow into the earth. With a flip of his hand, he can create fire or form winds. Truly a legendary existence. Lu Yueshuang faced upwards as she said this excitedly. Mo Wuji was speechless. Traversing the sky and burrowing into the earth? Weren't ordinary cultivators capable of doing that? Creating fire and forming winds? Even the lowest level cultivator could use a simple fireball skill. As he heard this, he no longer had any interest in the mana cultivation here. He said in a straightforward manner, actually, I didn't teach you anything that's particularly important. You can feel free to share it with others. In reality, Mo Wuji had only taught Lu Yueshuang a simple energy condensing method. This method was different for different people. Not everyone could gather mana in the same cyclic wood spirit channel as Lu Yueshuang. Mo Wuji was, after all, the great progenitor of the reverse immortal mortal technique. His immortal mortal technique was already completely different from the original immortal mortal technique. He was also especially sensitive to elemental energy. Thus even without his cultivation, he could still feel that Lu Yueshuang had wood-type spiritual roots. It was exactly because of her wood-type spiritual roots that he asked Lu Yueshuang to start gathering mana from her extreme spirit channel, then channel it away from the cyclic wood spirit channel. It wouldn't necessarily be the same for other cultivators. Moreover, condensing mana was just the first step of a billion steps in cultivation. There's still a whole great journey ahead of her, and in that journey, one would need to continuously improve upon their methods. Everyone's methods would eventually differ, so while Mo Wuji helped Lu Yueshuang with this cultivation technique, it would not work for every single person. That means I can share this with others, and be the creator of a new generation. Lu Yueshuang started to get emotional. Actually, the creator of the new generation was Mo Wuji. She was simply a test subject, but being the first test subject was also an honor. Mo Wuji smiled slightly. Actually, I wouldn't advise you to do that.
It's not because this thing is very valuable, because it's not worth any money at all. But because not everyone will be the same as you and use this method to feel mana and absorb it for cultivation. Moreover, you talked about magic emperors previously. Do you think that magic emperors don't know how to absorb mana? Since they know how to do it, then why didn't they share that method? For one, they might be protecting their secret and they aren't willing to share it with others. Another possible reason would be that their methods are similar to what I taught you. The methods are specific to themselves. That's why, it's better for you to say that you managed to feel mana by randomly trying different methods. That would be more suitable. Mo Wuji was far more experienced than Lu Yueshuan. He was all too clear about the greed of human beings. If you only had a bowl of rice and you shared half of it to another person, some people would think that you had a whole warehouse of rice that you didn't share with them. Many thanks, Brother Mo, I understand. Can I acknowledge you as my teacher? Lu Yueshuan was already sure that Mo Wuji definitely didn't learn some of the enigmatic arts of escape by chance. He was definitely an expert. Mo Wuji waved his hand and said, I don't have the qualifications to teach others, nor will I accept disciples. Moreover, I would be leaving this place very soon. Of course, when I'm here, you can feel free to ask me any questions related to cultivation. Mo Wuji wasn't bragging when he said the final sentence. He was the progenitor of his own cultivation technique. Even if a Grand Luo immortal asked him a question, he was confident that he would be able to answer it. Much less a Lu Yueshuan who had yet to even cultivate. Many thanks, Brother Mo. In Nanjing Academy, those without an identity token aren't allowed to roam around freely. How about Brother Mo stay with me? At this instant, Lu Yueshuan wasn't worried about Mo Wuji staying with her, but Mo Wuji leaving her. What kind of place are you staying at? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. Lu Yueshuan explained, when I entered the school, I was the first place in the assessment. So, I got a room of my own, and that room can be divided. Okay. Mo Wuji immediately agreed to Lu Yueshuan's suggestion. If Lu Yueshuan successfully entered the advanced class, he would only stay here for at most half a month. In this half a month, he would try to find ways to open his storage ring or his undying world, then find ways to leave this planet. Lu Yueshuan's living accommodations were not bad. Even though her building was slightly remote, her room wasn't small. In the center of the room, there were some wooden planks. Even without Mo Wuji doing anything, Lu Yueshuan had already swiftly divided the room. Clearly, those wooden planks were specially there to divide the room. Brother Mo, please rest. I will go handle my application for the advanced class assessment. After settling Mo Wuji in, Lu Yueshuan said impatiently. She was indeed rather impatient. Even though she said that she was slightly confident in getting into the advanced class half a year later, that confidence wasn't very substantial. But with Mo Wuji's pointers, she was sure that she would definitely advance to the advanced class 3 days later. In Nanjing Academy, there was no case where a person who could absorb mana was denied from entering the advanced class. Okay. Alright, I want to ask you a question. Previously, on the street, I saw a car dragging a woman along the road. That woman was riddled with injuries, and if not for her brother, she would have been dragged to death. What's with that? Mo Wuji thought of the scene that he witnessed previously. Lu Yueshuan spoke in a hushed voice, I know of that woman you're talking about. They are followers of an evil religious sect. It's said that they practice witchcraft. The Holy Church has continuously been placing pressure on their clan, and now, it seems like the two siblings are the only people left of their clan. The older sister is called Pan Xian and the younger brother is called Pan Jie. According to rumors, Pan Jie caught the eye of a magic master, but after that magic master left, there was no longer any word from him. But it was because of this, when the Holy Church oppressed the two of them, they would still show some restraint in front of Pan Jie. The two of them are surnamed Pan? Mo Wuji asked quizzically. Lu Yueshuang spoke at an even softer voice as she answered, "Yes, I heard that the Pan clan is very amazing. My grandfather once told me this in secret, that both the East Mon religion and the West Mon religion were started by branches of the Pan clan. But now that the Pan clan is in dire straits, the Holy Church actually said that the Pan clan were cult followers."
There's such a thing? Mo Wuji was truly shocked. Lu Yueshuang nodded. Brother Mo, these words are only for you to hear. You definitely can't share them with anyone else.
Seemingly unaware of what she was doing, Lu Yueshuang continued to speak in greater detail. "There was this time, when I found an old, derelict scroll that the Pan clan used to be extremely strong to the point where they could control space and all beings in creation. And I even heard that the Pan clan had an even more powerful ability, that is physique tempering."
Physique tempering? Mo Wuji exclaimed.
He had always been looking for a physique tempering technique. Unfortunately, the ones he found in the immortal world were seriously lacking. They were completely unable to catch his eye. And his immortal mortal technique was not at the point of being a true physique tempering technique. Mo Wuji didn't have any experience in this area, so he was truly unable to create his own technique. Now that he heard of the Pan clan's physique tempering technique, Mo Wuji subconsciously started to think of the witch race of myths. According to classics of the mountain and sea, the witch race were the descendants of Pan Gu.
When it comes to physique tempering, who could compare to Pan Gu?
As he thought of this, Mo Wuji decided that the moment his cultivation recovers, he would go to find that pair of siblings. There was no need to talk about how Pan Jia had helped him previously and that he should help them in return. Mo Wuji also wanted to find out more about the physique tempering technique.
Yes, physique tempering.
The Pan clan has already been oppressed to such a degree, but the Holy Church continues to oppress them. It's exactly because the Holy Church suspects that the siblings are hiding the Pan clan's physique tempering technique, Lu Yueshuang explained.
3 days passed in a flash.
At this instant, Anjing Academy's Mana Cultivation Hall was filled to the brim with all sorts of students. This was because today was the assessment date for the advanced class. Usually, most of the students being assessed would be from the intermediate class. Occasionally, there would also be elementary class students and some students from other schools. The assessment had yet to start, but the name list for the assessment had already been pasted outside the school courtyard.
I'm not seeing things right? Lu Yueshuang actually registered for this advanced class assessment? Didn't she just enter the intermediate class? A girl cried out in surprise from the crowd.
Perhaps she doesn't need to wait for 3 years like everybody else if she fails, another girl snickered. I heard that breast size is inversely proportional to IQ. Too bad for me, I'm just too stupid. I wonder when I can take the advanced class assessment, a girl said eccentrically.
Just at this moment, Lu Yueshuang walked by.
Her face was calm, as though she didn't hear any of these girls discussing about her. She hated these flies, otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the city bookstore instead of the school library. Every time she went to the school library, she would hear these flies buzzing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 573, Assessment for the Advanced Class. Chapter 573, Assessment for the Advanced Class. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations.
The Anjing Academy's Mana Cultivation Hall was already fully filled with not only students but also teachers, some businessmen, reputable figures of the Anjing city and even some members of the imperial family. Most of the students came to observe the assessment while the teachers were here to look for students that they wanted. Just as how students must look for a good teacher, a teacher must search for good students too. Normally, students of the elementary and intermediate classes would not have their own exclusive teachers, but once they reached the advanced class, they would be able to choose a teacher to be under. The quality of the teacher would affect the future achievements of the student. Similarly, the talent and ability of a student would affect the teacher's future performance. Teachers with better performance would not only get to pick even better students in the future, their pay would increase significantly too. As for those businessmen, they came for investments. The moment they spotted a good seedling, they would invest generously in the nurturing of the student they believed had potential. Members of the imperial family came for about the same reason as these businessmen.
Because Lu Yueshuan was a student taking the assessment, she was able to sit in the front row. Lu Yueshuan? What are you doing here?
The moment Lu Yueshuan sat down, a female student beside her asked with a surprised look on her face.
In terms of looks, this woman was much prettier than Lu Yueshuan, and in terms of figure, even if Lu Yueshuan were to ride a horse, Lu Yueshuan would never be able to catch up with her.
Her chest was not considered extremely tempestuous, but it was just the right size.
As compared to Lu Yueshuan's chopping board-like chest, it was like heaven and earth. Ah, I understand now.
Are you here for the advanced class assessment? The beautiful woman asked without waiting for Lu Yueshuan to answer.
After saying that, she subconsciously looked at Lu Yueshuan's chest. Normally to other female students, Lu Yueshuan didn't bother about such trivial matters, but in front of this female student, she was unable to remain emotionless.
The female student in front of her was called Yun Mo, a person who surpassed her in both appearance and figure. More importantly, even her results were better than Lu Yueshuan. Both of them were first in their district and got into the Yinjing Academy simultaneously.
Mo was indeed much smarter than her, because if it wasn't for Mo Wuji's help, Lu Yueshuan wouldn't even be qualified to be taking the advanced class assessment at this moment.
As for Yun Mo, she was evidently smart enough to take the assessment.
Yes, I am here to take the assessment, Lu Yueshuan calmed herself before answering in a gentle tone.
Don't tell me that you have a new way of condensing mana? We will be having the assessment later, so once you fill up the numbers later, you can't back out as you wish, Yun Mo sighed at this moment before continuing. Yueshuan, I know you are eager to do well in everything, but you cannot force your way through everything.
Lu Yueshuan didn't reply Yun Mo because she hated Yun Mo's almighty tone, as she talked as if she was much more gifted than Lu Yueshuan since birth.
Pangha, I knew you were going to register and you are indeed here. Yun Mo didn't mind Lu Yueshuan's act of ignoring her as she shouted loudly at a youth who just walked through the entrance.
Yun Mo, you are even earlier than me.
Yueshuan, did you register for the advanced class assessment too? A slightly tall man walked in and greeted the two of them with a clear voice even before he reached them.
Lu Yueshuan answered with a low voice before lowering her head.
In front of this youth, she had a sense of inferiority within her.
Pangha, Yinjing Academy #1 genius.
Not only was he the #1 genius, he was also the #1 handsome man. He had a natural handsome face and was always having a lazy smile on his face as if nothing in the world could ever bother him. This was also the truth, because no matter how tough something was, the moment it reached Pangha's hands, it would be solved easily. This was not all, because Pangha's family background was also extremely eye-catching. His clan was ranked as the top few in the country of Liang. Even outside of the country of Liang, there were businesses which belonged to his clan almost everywhere. In other words, he was true capable and powerful child of a wealthy family. In the Yinjing Academy, there were girls everywhere who were secretly in love with Pangha.
Lu Yueshuan was the same, as she had an extremely good impression of Pangha.
However, her love for Pangha was like all the other girls, hidden in the depth of her heart. If there was a person who could match up well with Pangha, that would only be Yun Mo. Yun Mo was also the #1 in the Yinjing Academy in terms of qualifications and appearance.
Yueshuan, did anyone say anything to make you do this?
If you do not wish to take the advanced class assessment this time round, I can help you say something.
This is nothing embarrassing, because have you seen any students who just made it into the intermediate class take and pass the assessment for the advanced class?
In the entire history of the Yinjing Academy, the number of such cases are so rare I could count with one hand. Pangha was not only handsome, as he even spoke with much empathy and understanding. Yun Mo added in, that's right, I have already told her that the advanced class assessment is not something you can take in a hurry, because it would affect what you achieve in the future.
Yueshuan, how else must I explain to you? Not everyone can be like Pang Ha. As Yun Mo was saying this, Lu Yueshuang seemed to have forgotten that she entered the Yinjing Academy the same time as Yun Mo. Thank you, but nobody forced me to do anything. I am not a child, so I can make my own decision. Lu Yueshuang's sense of inferiority suddenly died down.
As for Yun Mo's hypocritical words, Lu Yueshuang felt like vomiting when she heard them. She clearly recalled that in one of the mini-tests in the elementary class, her test result was much better than Yun Mo's. Afterwards, there were rumors of her cheating in the test, and a few female students who were on closer ties with Yun Mo started to make fun and tease her chest as an excuse. At this moment, 2 men and 1 woman walked onto the examiner's podium. The 3 of them were wearing the teacher's robe while holding onto something in their hands. The mana cultivation hall finally quietened down as everyone knew that the advanced class assessment was about to begin. The advanced class assessment had always been extremely harsh because normally out of the 1,000 or 2,000 students who registered to take the assessment, less than 20 would be officially accepted. This meant that the acceptance rate was equivalent to only about 1%. Out of the 3 people who walked in, an elder wearing the teacher's robe came forward before clearing his throat and speaking in a clear voice. Greetings, my fellow teachers, students, and friends from all over the country. I believe everyone here recognize me, but I shall still introduce myself. I am Li Guangyi of the advanced class. The 3 examiners for the assessment today would be myself, Feng Jun and Shang Jining. In the past, the advanced class assessment was only held once a year before recently changing to twice a year. The total number of students participating in the advanced class assessment this time round is 1934, and we are prepared to accept 20 students. The assessment content would be the same as previous years, and the first would be genius selection. May I invite those students who can sense or even absorb mana to come on stage. Those who can pass the genius selection assessment would no longer need to take the second part of the assessment and would be sent straight to the advanced class. Naturally, there would be a lot of teachers looking for genius like this, so you are free to choose your own teachers then. Without further ado, let's begin the genius selection assessment. Those who believe that they could pass the genius selection assessment, please head onto the stage now. Everyone's eyes fell on Pang Ha because during every advanced class assessment, there would at most be 1 person who could enter the genius selection assessment. Most of the time, there would not be anybody stepping onto the stage. In the test this time round, if there was 1 person who was the most likely to pass the genius selection, that would be Pang Ha. Pang Ha stood up, maintained his gentle smile as he walked to the stage. The first thing he did was to bow politely to the crowd in the hall before bowing respectfully to the 3 teachers in front of him. And Jing Academy 3rd Intermediate Class student Pang Ha wishes to take the genius selection assessment. Nothing wrong with the identity, so permission granted for Pang Ha to take the genius selection assessment. After saying this, Li Guangyi pressed a white button on the judging panel before a futon of radius 1 meter rose from the center of the stage. Beside the futon was a mini display screen. Li Guangyi pointed to the futon before saying, Pang Ha, step onto the futon and start to condense your mana. After you are done, we will give you a score to determine if you are able to pass the assessment. Yes, many thanks, Teacher Li. Pang Ha bowed once more before sitting on the futon in front of many eyes. The entire mana cultivation hall was in absolute silence as they observed Pang Ha. Everyone was also well aware that there were 3 mana stones below the futon which Pang Ha was sitting on. As long as Pang Ha was able to absorb mana, the exhaustion of the mana stone would be displayed on the mini display screen beside him. This display screen was not some sort of array display screen but a real electronic display screen. In fact, this electronic display screen was able to simulate the exhaustion of the mana stone and display it live for the onlookers and teachers to observe. The instant Pang Ha sat on the futon, he started using his own methods to absorb mana. Everyone in the hall was quiet as they carefully observed the white display screen. One would not be able to tell if the mana was absorbed with the naked eye, so everyone had to watch and observe the display screen. After 1 hour, the display screen was still white without any movement. Despite so, nobody in the hall was particularly worried because everyone knew that no matter how talented Pang Ha was, he should not be able to condense mana in just an hour. Only Lu Yueshuang sighed in her heart at how a genius like Pang He was unable to sense mana to condense it in an hour. This showed how amazing her mentor, Mo Wuji, truly was.
Mo Wuji was not even much older than her, so how could he be so incredible?
One must know that she only took about 10 breaths of time to sense, condense, and absorb mana when she was learning from Mo Wuji. Half an incense had passed and the white display screen finally showed some faint green-colored fog. The fog rose slowly as if it was solidifying in the air. These faint green fog caused a surge in the atmosphere in the entire hall as people started to cheer madly. It was indeed fun to watch the genius selection assessment, to watch students like this start condensing mana even before entering the advanced class. How powerful would he be in the future? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 574, Fighting for Lu Yueshuang. Chapter 574, Fighting for Lu Yueshuang. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations.
Pang He's arms started making strokes in the air, and with every stroke, there would be more green fog appearing in the display screen. After an incense worth of time, the faint green fog had already filled up 1/3 of the display screen before he finally stopped before opening his eyes and standing up. Afterwards, he bowed towards the 3 examiners. I, Pang He, am done with the assessment, hence, I am ready for the comments from the 3 teachers. But
Li Guangyi nodded.
Not bad, even though you were still unable to control or absorb mana, you were already able to condense it.
You are only 1 step away from absorbing mana.
My score for you is 66 points and you have passed the genius selection. I deem you fit to join the advanced class. The man seated beside Li Guangyi also commented, Pang He is indeed the #1 genius of my Njing Academy. After entering the intermediate class for only about 3 months, you are already capable of condensing mana.
Not bad at all. My score for you is 74 points and I deem you fit to enter the advanced class too.
Pang He hurried to bow to the examiners as thunderous applause was heard from the crowd. 2 examiners had already given their go-ahead, so even if the last examiner gave a bad score, he was still able to enter the advanced class. Seated at the bottom of the stage with everyone else, Yun Mo looked enviously at Pang He. Only a talented man like Pang He would be able to enter the intermediate class for only 3 months, condense mana, and even pass the genius selection assessment to join the advanced class. I must work hard too, to earn a placing in the advanced class.
Even though Yun Mo didn't continue saying, Lu Yueshuang knew what was in her heart.
Yun Mo didn't want to let Pang He surpass her too much till the point that she didn't have the opportunity to catch up with him.
This made Lu Yueshuang shake her head speechlessly.
When Big Brother Mo Wuji was teaching her how to condense mana, he said that the moment mana was scattered and was even separated, it would be considered a failure in condensation because one wouldn't be able to absorb the mana in a form like this.
If one were to absorb the mana forcefully, it would cause stagnation to one's progress and might even harm the spirit channels.
She had no idea what the spirit channel was, but she was certain that Big Brother Mo was right. The thin layer of mana Pang He managed to separate from the mana stones actually scattered, which meant that Pang He was actually still very far from successfully condensing the mana. Only because Li Guangyi and Feng Jun didn't wish to have no students in the Njing Academy passing the genius selection assessment, so they made an exception to accept Pang He. Moreover, Big Brother Mo even said before that beginners must be calm and at peace when cultivating so that mana would be able to circulate effectively in the spirit channel. Pang He's ridiculous movement of the arms was a mere show-off to show the crowd that he was able to condense mana.
It was not beneficial in the condensation of mana and might even work against him. Yueshuang, you seem to be unsatisfied with Senior Pang He's results? Are you going to take part in the genius selection assessment too? Lu Yueshuang's heart was indeed feeling slightly unsatisfied, and Yun Mo noticed it in an instant from the expression on her face.
Without waiting for Lu Yueshuang to reply, the female examiner out of the 3 examiners said, it was indeed quite impressive seeing how Pang He was able to extract the mana from the mana stones. However, he was still quite far from being able to condense mana, let alone absorbing the mana.
In other words, he could at most be considered to be able to sense the mana from heaven and earth. My score for him would be 42 points, and I don't deem him fit enough to pass the genius selection assessment. The crowd started roaring again as everyone started having discussions of their own. Wasn't that Shang genieing a little too strict? Despite this comment, Pang Hao was still respectful as he bowed towards Shang genieing to express his appreciation for the comment. The truth was that regardless of Shang genieing's score, it wouldn't affect his acceptance into the advanced class. Li Guangyi stood out to continue. Following the guidelines of the assessment, Pang Hao passed the genius selection and would be accepted into the advanced class. Are there any more students who wants to try the genius selection assessment? If no one is interested, may I invite all the students? Before Li Guangyi could finish speaking, Lu Yueshuang stood up. At the sight of Lu Yueshuang standing up, Li Guangyi stopped talking as he looked at Lu Yueshuang surprisingly. He couldn't believe there was still someone who wanted to take part in the genius selection assessment. Since this was the case, he had no choice but to let her try. Under normal circumstances, there were not many students willing to take the risk to take the genius selection assessment. Firstly, it was because the chances of success was extremely slim, and secondly, points would be deducted from the next test if one were to try and fail the genius selection assessment. Lastly, people would start making fun of the failure. It was already impressive that Pang Hao was participating in the genius selection assessment. Therefore, nobody in the hall could believe that there was still someone willing to take the risk. Lu Yueshuan turned to Yun Mo and said, "You are right, because I am indeed going to take part in the genius selection assessment." After saying that, Lu Yueshuan walked to the assessment stage as her heart felt much lighter at this moment. She finally managed to get back at the arrogant woman, so even if she failed, she would feel much more comfortable. And Jing Academy 4th Intermediate Class student Lu Yueshuan wishes to take the genius selection assessment. Lu Yueshuan bowed courteously towards the three examiners. Nothing wrong with the identity, so permission granted for Lu Yueshuan to take the genius selection assessment. Please proceed to the futon to condense mana, and you have a time limit of 2 hours. As much as Li Guangyi was reluctant, he could only agree. From whichever angle one was looking at, Lu Yueshuan was not wrong to apply for her chance to take the genius selection assessment. To be honest, Li Guangyi was blatantly being unfair, because when Pang Hao was condensing the mana, Li Guangyi didn't mention any time limit, but now for Lu Yueshuan, he actually gave a time limit of 2 hours. Lu Yueshuan didn't say anything as she didn't bother about the time limit at all. If she needed 2 hours to condense mana, she wouldn't even be trying for the genius selection assessment. Lu Yueshuang sat on the futon and followed Mo Wuji's guidelines to circulate her channels to start absorbing mana. In just a few moments, everyone looked shockingly at the faint green fog appearing on the display screen. So fast? When this faint green fog appeared, everyone in the hall started gasping in amazement. Even though the onlookers today were all of certain status, they were still in awe at Lu Yueshuang's speed of condensing the mana. Even a magic master might not have such incredible speed, right? Furthermore, this was not the end, because after 10 breaths worth of time, the entire display screen was fully filled. Li Guangyi wasn't the only one, as the two other examiners took a few steps forward astonishingly. Even before reaching Lu Yueshuang, they could clearly feel the dense mana which Lu Yueshuang was extracting. Lu Yueshuang stopped extracting the mana as she knew that this was more than enough. Right now, she was indeed capable of absorbing the mana, but without a proper technique, she wouldn't be able to convert the mana into her own strength even after absorbing it. She would only be wasting the mana stones if she continued. "I am taking this student." A white-haired elder got ahead of everyone as he rushed up to the stage. Even though he was quick, there were people quicker than him, as a long-haired woman literally jumped onto the stage before grabbing Lu Yueshuang's hand. "Your name is Lu Yueshuang, right? I am Zhan Xiang of the Jing Academy. Are you willing to be my student? I have a technique to convert mana which is definitely suitable for you." Zhan Xiang was not speaking blindly, because she really did have a mana conversion technique. However, the catch was that the technique required the technique user to absorb mana swiftly. In fact, even she couldn't absorb mana swiftly, but after she observed Lu Yueshuang's speed, she knew instantly that this technique was meant for Lu Yueshuang. Zhan Xiang, aren't we going according to first come first serve?
I have already said I would accept her as my disciple, the white-hair elder said furiously as his face was full of disgust. After this elder gave a piece of his mind to Zhan Xiang, he turned to Lu Yueshuang. You recognize me, right? You can make your own decision as to who you want to follow.
Because the two of them were snatching for Lu Yueshuang in public, those businessmen and high officials who were interested in knowing Lu Yueshuang had no choice but to stop in their tracks. They would have to at least wait till Lu Yueshuang choose her teacher.
Lu Yueshuang hurried to bow respectfully. Lu Yueshuang greets Teacher Yan and Teacher Zhan. These two were both the peak grade teachers of the advanced class in the Anjing Academy, and they would normally not accept any students. Even if Pang Qi wished to follow and learn under them, he might not even succeed. Now that the two of them were fighting for her, Lu Yueshuang still felt immensely fortunate, even though she knew that they were not even half as good as Mo Wuji.
Zhan Xiang looked at Lu Yueshuang and said, Yueshuang, you should say it yourself.
Who do you want to follow?
Lu Yueshuang thought about Mo Wuji's mysteriously effective teachings. She really didn't wish to pick either one of them.
However, she knew that Mo Wuji was not willing to accept disciples and that he was eager to leave this place, so she had no choice but to choose one first. Both of you are teachers that I, Lu Yueshuang, truly admire and respect, but... After saying but for half a day, she was still unable to pick one.
Li Guangyi chuckled, why don't we do this? Since student Lu Yueshuang is the best and most talented genius here, this shows that her potential is limitless.
Why don't both of you accept her as your disciple and both teach her one skill each? We must not put such a talented genius in a difficult spot. For Lu Yueshuang's assessment, my points for her is 100, and that I deem her absolutely fitting to study in the advanced class without any dispute. Yes, this is definitely worthy of a 100 points, Shang Jining, who gave Pang Ha 42 points earlier on, said loudly as she didn't even bother about how Pang Ha felt. Ha, I agree with both Teacher Li and Teacher Shang. It is naturally 100 points without any dispute, Feng Jun also added in cheerfully.
In the future, an unbelievable talent like Lu Yueshuang would bound to be famous, hence, the three examiners here would also receive great honor.
Yan Keys heard Li Guangyi's words and clapped his hands. Alright, this is a great idea. Both of us shall be her teacher then. Zhan Xiang was well aware of Lu Yueshuang's terrifying potential, because with a potential like hers, it wouldn't be impossible for her to become a magic emperor. She saw Lu Yueshuang having a hard time picking, so she nodded and said, Yueshuang, what do you think of both Yan Keys and I becoming your teacher? Lu Yueshuang hurried to bow. Yueshuang is willing, so may both teacher please guide me well in the future. Following which, Lu Yueshuang turned to express her appreciation for the three examiners. Yan Zik chuckled and said, I finally managed to get myself a disciple, so I cannot do without a gift for you. Come, let me know, what do you want? Lu Yueshuang replied without any shreds of hesitation, student would like to have a few mana stones to bring back for my own research. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, The Mighty Archbishop. Chapter 575, The Mighty Archbishop. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Yan Keys was shocked because even though mana stones were precious, he wouldn't bring it around with him. However, Zhan Xiang was already handing an exquisite embroidered bag to Lu Yueshuang. Yueshuang, my mentor has loads of this, so these are for you. Yan Keys blinked his eye as he grabbed a book to pass it to Lu Yueshuang. Yueshuang, even though I don't have any mana stones with me, I am giving this great book. Teacher Yan, you are really giving this? Li Guangyi stared surprisingly at the book Yan Keys was passing to Lu Yueshuang. Lu Yueshuang saw Li Guangyi's expression and knew that it must not be something simple, which was why she hurried to reject. Teacher Yan, I cannot accept this book. Since I want you to have it, you should have it. Yan Qi shoved the book into Lu Yueshuang's hands before widening his eyes again. Zhan Xiang added, Yue Shuang, Teacher Yan is also your teacher now, and since this is a gift from him, there is no harm for you to accept it. Go back and make your preparations while Teacher Yan and I discuss with the academy as to how to arrange your future practices and lessons. Roger that. Many thanks Teacher Yan and Teacher Zhan. Lu Yueshuan bowed respectfully once more before leaving the assessment stage. Lu Yueshuan was aware that all the other students still needed to take the next test, but the moment she stepped down from the stage and left the front row, all the businessmen and reputable people rushed forward.
Name cards fell like snowflakes on Lu Yueshuan's hands as words of congratulations and invitations were heard.
Of course, there were also all sorts of guarantees to support or sponsor her.
Eventually, because it was affecting the assessment afterwards, committees of the academy came out to disperse the crowd to let Lu Yueshuan leave the mana cultivation hall.
Once Lu Yueshuan left the mana cultivation hall, even more businessmen flocked towards her and the mana cultivation hall was emptied out. To most of the businessmen, no one else in the advanced class would have a future comparable to Lu Yueshuan. If they made an effort to know Lu Yueshuan now, they could be friends with a magic master or a magic emperor in the future.
Yunemo clenched her fists as she saw the popular Lu Yueshuan walking out of the mana cultivation hall.
The girl who she had been stepping on was actually able to bring away all the cheers and applause with her. At the thought of Lu Yueshuan standing on her head and the words she said before going on stage, she was so jealous that her heart was almost burning on kerosene. She must have learned witchcraft to be able to condense mana so quickly. I'll see how you show off after the Archbishop found out about this.
I can't believe Sister Yueshuan actually had such deep understandings as to how to condense mana. This is simply unbelievable, Pang Ha exclaimed surprisingly.
Yes indeed, she really knew how to conceal herself just like her. Yunemo was about to say chest before forcing herself to swallow the words because she didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of Pang Ha.
Pang Ha didn't seem to mind Yunmo's words as he continued looking at Lu Yueshuan's back view. In his mind, it was the scene of how Lu Yueshuan managed to condense and absorb mana.
If he could possess the ability of Lu Yueshuan coupled with the technique from his Pang clan, he could advance to become a true mage immediately. The instant a thought like that appeared, it was like a seed which had just started germination before growing rapidly like a weed in his heart. Lu Yueshuan had no idea how she managed to emerge out of the crowd, and all she knew was that when she was back at her own residence, her hand was filled with all the different name cards.
Big Brother Mo.
When she reached back at her residence, Lu Yueshuan finally came back to her senses and realized that all the credits should go to the Big Brother Mo who was currently living in her residence. He was the sole reason why she was able to be called the #1 genius of the academy.
In other words, whoever learned from Big Brother Mo would be a genius too. Ever since Lu Yueshuan opened the door, Mo Wuji had already heard her, but he simply didn't wish to move.
There was indeed a thin layer of energy here which was somewhat similar to spiritual energy. The pity was that he couldn't use it to cultivate. Mo Wuji observed magic cultivation before and was aware that magic cultivation used spiritual energy too and not magic energy. It is also not the mana used here. Now that Lu Yueshuan was calling out for him, he believed that she should have passed her assessment. Truthfully, it would be more odd if she didn't pass the assessment after teaching her how to condense mana. Mo Wuji walked out with a smile on his face. Yueshuan, congratulations on becoming a student of the advanced class.
Lu Yueshuan hurried to reply, this was mainly because of the method Big Brother Mo taught me.
I only needed a short time to pass the assessment today to become a student of the advanced class.
After the assessment, Teacher Yan Keys and Teacher Zhan Xian wanted to accept me as their student, so I agreed.
I know, my teacher should be you.
Mo Wuji shook his head, you did the right thing because you should know that I would definitely not stay long here. Big Brother Mo, I got you the mana stone.
Lu Yueshuan anxiously threw all the name cards on her hand away to one side as she took out the embroidered pouch from her waist.
Mo Wuji was even more anxious than Lu Yueshuan as he took over the pouch and took out a grey color mana stone.
The instant Mo Wuji got his hand on the mana stone, his heart went wild. There was really a trace of spiritual energy in the mana stone, and more importantly,
there was a type of mana aura exuding from it too. This was not the first time Mo Wuji had experienced a mana aura, but up till today, he had no idea what kind of energy this was. "Big brother Mo, is this thing useful?" Lu Yueshuang asked worriedly. Mo Wuji held onto the pouch in one hand while grabbing Lu Yueshuang's hand in the other. "Useful, it is indeed too useful. I am going to go behind closed doors to cultivate." "No, I'm at research for a few days, so help me guard and make sure no one comes near me." "Oh yes, if I am not out in time, there is no need to bring food to me because I have large amount of dry biscuits with me. I should be able to last for at least over 10 days. Even if Mo Wuji had no cultivation now, he wouldn't need to eat anything. Normally, Lu Yueshuang was afraid that he might be hungry, so she would send food to him on a regular basis. In order not to make himself look suspicious, Mo Wuji accepted the food for the past few days. "And, big brother Mo can rest assured that I will definitely not let anyone disturb you." After saying this convincingly, she handed a book to Mo Wuji. "Big brother Mo, this is a book from Teacher Yen and I think it should be a pretty useful book. Please take a look at it." Alright, Mo Wuji accepted the book before hurrying to close his door. He was desperate to be able to open his storage ring as soon as possible, and from the glance at the pouch earlier on, and he saw about 9 mana stones. Even though it wasn't a lot, the accumulated spiritual energy should be sufficient. Mo Wuji had no cultivation, so he could only use spiritual energy to get his own meridians to circulate. Even though a mana stone only contained an extremely thin layer of spiritual energy, Mo Wuji was still full of confidence. The main reason was because he possessed the elemental storage channel. The 9 mana stones might only be able to produce a small amount of spiritual energy, but as long as he gathered all these spiritual energies in his elemental storage channel, he should be able to open his storage ring in one attempt. The moment his storage ring was opened, everything would be simple for him. After Mo Wuji went behind closed doors, Lu Yueshuang was still not able to get over the hype. Previously, she was only a student with rather decent results in the Nanjing Academy, despite her being the number 1 in her district. In fact, almost everyone who made it into the Nanjing Academy was a number 1 in their own district. In this short period of time, she became the number 1 genius of the Nanjing Academy and even became a student of Teacher Yen Qi's and Teacher Zhan Xiang. After casually browsing through the pile of name cards, she saw Country of Liang's peak-grade businessman, Mi Clan, and a few other reputable figures of the Nanjing city. Bang! The door was instantly kicked open, which woke Lu Yueshuang out of her sweet thoughts and illusions. She stood up in shock as she looked at the 3 people coming in through her door. Other than these 3 people, there were even more people standing outside the door. Dean Gu. Out of the 3 people who walked in, Lu Yueshuang looked at the elder with a lost expression, as she didn't understand why the dean of the academy would bring strangers here to destroy her door of the number 1 genius of the academy. The dean Gu noticed Lu Yueshuang's lost eyes, so he lowered his head, feeling ashamed. No matter how big the dean of the academy was, he was unable to go against an archbishop. Now that the archbishop was here, what else could he have done? If he was alone, he could lose his life just like that, but he still had the entire Nanjing Academy to take care. "You are the Lu Yueshuang? The student who was able to extract, condense, and even absorb mana in a short period of time?" The long-faced youth, who walked in front, glared at Lu Yueshuang coldly. Lu Yueshuang was still at loss, so she could only answer, "Yes, I am Lu Yueshuang." The other black-faced middle-aged man heard Lu Yueshuang's acknowledgement before saying immediately, "Bring her away." Before Lu Yueshuang could even react, an enraged voice was heard, "Even if you are people under the archbishop, you cannot simply take my student from the Nanjing Academy away so casually." A furious Zhan Xiang charged in to stand in front of Lu Yueshuang. Lu Yueshuang's heart felt warm, and even though she didn't know what was happening, she knew that this was definitely not a trivial matter. This was because the person who instructed someone to bring her away was a someone under the archbishop, and Lu Yueshuang could tell from the logo on his shirt. Under normal circumstances, who would say no to a person working for the archbishop? Zhan Xiang was a mentor she just followed, and yet, she was so protective of her. Teacher Jean, you cannot be rash. This is the law Lord Feng Lu placed in the country of Liang by the Archbishop. Dean Gu of the Yinjing Academy hurried to point to the black-faced middle-aged man who wanted to bring Lu Yueshuang away. After he introduced him, Dean Gu pointed to the long-faced youth and said, "This is the Archbishop's magic master, Master Buo Luo Jin." Zhan Xiang adjusted her tone before saying calmly, "Dean Gu, no matter who is here, I will definitely not let them take my student away from the Yinjing Academy now. As a dean, what you should do instead of bringing them here is to stop them from taking our student away. How dare you go against the Archbishop's intentions? Bring her away too," the law Lord Feng Lu introduced by Dean Gu shouted madly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 576, Going to Pan's Siblings' Home. Chapter 576, Going to Pan's Siblings' Home. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Zhan Xiang sneered, "The Archbishop is definitely mighty, but doesn't he need a reason for everything he does? You can bring us away, but what is your reason?" But Feng Lu replied coldly, "Lu Yueshuang is secretly working with a witchcraft descendant and is secretly practicing witchcraft. How can we let such a person off? Since you want to defend a witchcraft descendant, you would naturally not be able to get away. So this is the reason." Zhan Xiang suddenly became depressed because how could she not know that the Archbishop was interested in Lu Yueshuang's fast mana condensing method? With the Archbishop around, even a perfect law would be a joke. Concurrently, Mo Wuji just managed to absorb the spiritual energy of the 9th mana stone into his elemental storage channel. At this moment, he heard that people working under the Archbishop was trying to bring Lu Yueshuang away, so he stood up immediately. Back when he taught Lu Yueshuang the method to condense and absorb the mana, he thought of something. He came from the cultivation world and he had seen too many people trying to outweed each other in the cultivation world. The method that he taught Lu Yueshuang was simply too appalling to the people here, hence, it might attract other people's attention. However, he could only teach Lu Yueshuang this method so that she could enter the advanced class as soon as possible. If the mana array was really able to let him sense spiritual will, even if the Archbishop and all his followers of this planet were to attack him, he would be able to exterminate them with a raise of his hand. The only thing Mo Wuji didn't expect was that the people of the Archbishop came so quickly. Lu Yueshuang just displayed his technique earlier on in the day and the people of the Archbishop had already arrived. Fortunately, Lu Yueshuang was not slow either, because just as she entered the advanced class, she managed to get him the 9 mana stones. "Hold on." Yet another voice was heard, and as Yen Keys rushed in as if he was about to explode. "The few of you are not allowed to bring my student away," Yen Keys said in a stern tone the moment he entered. Feng Lu laughed insincerely, "So it is Teacher Yen, I could only say sorry to you this time round. Even if you are one of the teacher protector of the country of Liang, you are still not capable enough to interfere with the matters of the Archbishop." There was one more part which Feng Lu didn't mention, and that was if Yen Keys insisted on defending Lu Yueshuang and Zhan Xiang, he would face the same consequence. No matter how strong the country of Liang was, it was equivalent to a small ant in front of the Archbishop. So why would the Archbishop care about the opinion of a small protector of the country of Liang? Lu Yueshuang suddenly commented, "When I was condensing the mana, I had a sudden realization to let the mana flow into this channel and then separate from this channel. This was how I managed to extract and condense mana, so what has this got to do with witchcraft?" Lu Yueshuang said while pointing to the position of the extreme spirit channel and cyclic wood channel which Mo Wuji taught her. "Hold on." Zhan Xiang hurried to stop Lu Yueshuang. "Yueshuang, this is the fruit of your labor, so why are you sharing it with them?" Lu Yueshuang shook her hand helplessly before saying, "They kept insisting that I was learning witchcraft, so I had to prove that I only managed to condense mana with a method I accidentally discovered. It was to prove that I have nothing to do with witchcraft." Truth be told, she got the acknowledgement from Mo Wuji previously that the method was not worth anything. It was because Mo Wuji didn't think much of this method that she was willing to say it out casually. However, what Mo Wuji didn't value here could be worth extremely much. Feng Lu's first reaction was to try and let energy in the surrounding enter the extreme spirit channel before realizing that Lu Yueshuan's words were indeed true.
This method of condensing mana could be more than 100 times more powerful than what he had learned previously.
Not only was the method fast, the mana extracted out was also extremely pure.
More importantly, Feng Lu knew that he didn't use a mana stone earlier on. A method which required no mana stones to extract mana from within the heaven and earth. How powerful would it be in the right hands? This was something even Feng Lu had not heard of. To the people here, there was a fixed method to cultivate with mana. The instance the wrong method was used, the body might be paralyzed in less severe cases, while in more severe cases, the person would die immediately.
Lu Yueshuan's trying of new methods was simply equivalent to courting death. When Feng Lu tried and realized that Lu Yueshuan was not lying, he stopped trying to absorb mana via the cyclic wood channel.
If he tried using this cyclic wood channel to absorb mana, he would realize that this method was simply not suitable for him.
Yan Keys added in, "Do everyone believe Yueshuan now?"
The Archbishop was after all a dictator of a large place, so don't you think it is a little overboard to bring my student away over such a small matter?
At this moment, Feng Lu's electronic communication device rang.
He grabbed the device, said a few sentences before hanging up and turned to Lu Yueshuan and said in a stern tone, "We are still investigating if you are practicing witchcraft, so before we come up with a conclusion, you are not allowed to leave the Anjing Academy." The moment he finished saying this, Feng Lu walked out in a hurry.
The Boluojin suddenly took a glance at Lu Yueshuan before leaving together with Feng Lu.
The embarrassed Dean Gu felt even more ashamed of himself as he left anxiously behind them. Zhang Xiang furrowed her brows as she watched the people walked away. "I am afraid that this matter had not ended. Yueshuan, you should stay here and don't worry, Teacher Yan and I will definitely not let the Archbishop bring you away."
Yan Keys nodded towards Lu Yueshuan to tell her not to worry.
After which, he left together with Zhang Xiang. No matter what happened, he had to do his best to help this capable student of his. After the crowd left, the first thing Lu Yueshuan wanted to do was to inform Mo Wuji, but as she turned around, Mo Wuji was already standing in front of the door.
Mo Wuji said to Lu Yueshuan, "I've overheard everything and that Teacher Zhang was right.
This matter has no ended and it is in fact, just the beginning." Mo Wuji was so experienced that after he heard Lu Yueshuan's words and observed Feng Lu's reaction, he knew that Feng Lu merely separated the mana using the extreme spirit channel and had yet to start absorbing mana. The moment he start trying to absorb mana using the cyclic wood channel, he would come to a realization that it didn't work. When that time comes, he would be back knocking at the door. Furthermore, Mo Wuji suspected that the Law Lord Feng Lu left in a hurry only because there was an emergency.
Otherwise, whether or not he was able to absorb mana, he would bring Lu Yueshuan away.
"Big brother Mo, you should leave first."
"I will definitely not sell you out," Lu Yueshuan hurried to say.
Mo Wuji shook his head, "No, whether you sell me out or not, they will find me soon.
However, I am indeed leaving and you are leaving with me. We are leaving the Anjing Academy." Up till now, Mo Wuji was not worried at all.
He stored some spiritual energy in his elemental storage channel, so the moment he made use of it, he would be able to open his storage ring. And once his storage ring was opened, his injuries would heal very quickly, and at that point in time, even an archbishop would be an ant to him.
"But we won't be able to leave here," Lu Yueshuan said worriedly.
Mo Wuji chuckled, "Of course we can leave. I am certain that the two fellas from the Archbishop was only giving you a warning verbally, and they might not ask the Anjing Academy's dean to guard you from leaving. Even if they were to do that, there would be some time before the order reached the guards of the academy."
"Big brother Mo, are you implying that we leave now?" Lu Yueshuan finally came to an understanding.
"Yes, we will leave right now," Mo Wuji said without hesitating.
"But where will we go?" Lu Yueshuan was still in a loss because she simply didn't know where to go.
In the Anjing city, she had no relatives or friend.
Mo Wuji replied calmly, we will head to the descendants of the witchcraft, the Pang siblings' house. Ah! Lu Yueshuang exclaimed before looking at Mo Wuji in shock. The Pan siblings were closely watched by the archbishop, so wouldn't heading there be sending themselves into the net? Despite her confusion as to why Mo Wuji chose to go there, she didn't suggest anything else. In actual fact, no matter where they hid, they would not be able to escape from the archbishop. The only difference would be how many days later would they be caught. Just like Mo Wuji's prediction, nobody came to stop Lu Yueshuang and Mo Wuji from leaving the Yinjing Academy. When the law lord of the archbishop ordered her not to leave the academy, it was equivalent to the most severe of orders, so who would expect Lu Yueshuang to be this daring to not put the words of the law lord in her eyes? After the two of them left the Yinjing Academy, they managed to find the small district where the Pan siblings were staying at. Mo Wuji had been in the country of Liang for a short period of time but had roughly guessed the economic status of this place. He was aware that the country of Liang was still quite wealthy and even the laws were done up pretty decently. After arriving at the district of the Pan siblings, Mo Wuji knew that the country of Liang had its fair share of poor people too and that he simply hadn't seen any before. This place was the poor people district and everywhere was covered with fragmented architectures. It would be a matter of time before this place was completely demolished. Piles of rubbish were found all over this area and people everywhere were wearing tattered clothes. Big brother Mo, the Pan sister and brother, lived in the broken cave in the east. I've seen them at that area before, Lu Yueshuang pointed out to Mo Wuji, a district which was slightly further away from where they were standing. Alright, let's head towards there now, Mo Wuji responded by quickening his pace. One reason why Mo Wuji came over was because he was intending to avoid the archbishop, or at least until he was fully recovered. There was another reason, and that was to get hold of the Pan sister and brother in time. The archbishop had already assumed Lu Yueshuang's method of condensing mana had something to do with witchcraft. Even after Lu Yueshuang explained that she accidentally realized this unique method of hers, coupled with the fact that the law lord had to leave because of an emergency, Mo Wuji was well aware that the archbishop would definitely be hot on Lu Yueshuang's heels the moment he understood things. Once he couldn't find Lu Yueshuang, he would definitely think of the Pan siblings at the first instance. He really didn't come here to hide but to protect the Pan siblings. Mo Wuji was eager to learn the Pan clan's method of strengthening his physique. What he wanted was not all of the Pan clan's physique tempering methods but the inspiration that came from the physique tempering method. With this inspiration, he would be able to depend on his 108 meridians and the Tao Revelation Meridian to gain insights on a physique tempering method of his own. Just like how he did with the Pill Refinement and Immortal Mortal Manual. As for the archbishop, he wouldn't need to fear him the moment he opened his storage ring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Pan Clan's Legacy. Chapter 577, Pan Clan's Legacy. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji and Lu Yueshuang bypassed through a few dirty small paths before noticing a lonely broken cave. A skinny boy with a thin waist was walking anxiously to the cave with a snakeskin pouch. Mo Wuji called out from afar, "Pan Jia." The young boy stopped in his tracks as he stared at Mo Wuji and Lu Yueshuang in confusion and astonishment. "How did you know my name is called Pan Jia?" The young boy walked over to Mo Wuji and asked. He recognized that Mo Wuji was the one he helped to purchase a bus ticket the other time, and he also recalled that he didn't tell Mo Wuji much. Mo Wuji explained, "Lu Yueshuang told me that both you and your sister were the nails in the eye of the archbishop. Lu Yueshuang took me in previously, but now she had offended the archbishop, so we have nowhere else to go except to find you. I know you are helpful." The instant Mo Wuji said this, he paused as he wanted to hear what Pan Jia would say at this moment. There were a lot of loopholes in the words of Mo Wuji, but Mo Wuji didn't believe a young boy like Pan Jia would think so far ahead. Pan Jia helped him once and was in a clan which inherited the legacy of the witch race, so if the Pan sibling was really able to teach him their witchcraft way of tempering his body,
Mo Wuji was really willing exchanged his cultivation technique in return. Mo Wuji didn't like to take advantage of others because he knew that the Pan clan physique tempering technique was definitely a peak grade technique in the immortal world. Once he received this technique, he would impart his own cultivation technique to the Pan siblings so that neither of them would owe each other any favor. What he was doing now would be to test Pan Jie to see what kind of cultivation technique he could impart to the Pan siblings. "It is that bunch of losers again, hurry up and follow me in." Pan Jie didn't even have any signs of hesitation as he said that. As to whether or not the arrival of Mo Wuji and Lu Yueshuan would implicate his sister and himself, he didn't seem to have given much thought about it. "Many thanks, Pan Jie, for helping me once more," Mo Wuji expressed his gratitude. Pan Jie smiled so widely that his white teeth were revealed. After which, he gestured for Mo Wuji and Lu Yueshuan to enter the cave first. The door of the cave looked like a wood used for scaffolding placed simply at the entrance. Just outside the entrance, there was also a simply constructed stove with a broken but usable pot on top of it. Before Mo Wuji even entered the place, he could already smell a strong moldy odor. The combination of the moist air and the moldy smell would even make a healthy person sick just by living in an environment like this, let alone a severely wounded person like Pan Wu. "Brother, you are back." On the right side of the cave was a wooden bed, and the blanket of the wooden bed was still considered clean. There was a woman with a body full of injuries lying on the bed, and she called out for Pan Jie the instant she heard that he was back. Mo Wuji only need one look at this woman to know that she was Pan Wu, the girl he saw on the street. The only difference was that Pan Wu no longer had any spirit with her, and there was an odd aura emitting from her. Even a fool would know that Pan Wu would not be able to last much longer. Despite knowing what happened to Pan Wu, Lu Yueshuan couldn't help but tear up at the sight of Pan Wu's sorry state. "Younger brother, we have visitors?" Pan Wu barely managed to open her eyes, but the light in her eyes looked extremely faint. Pan Jie hurried to reply, "Yes, these are two friends of mine. They were chased after by the people of the Archbishop and had nowhere else to hide, so they came to hide in our place." Pan Wu sighed before saying calmly, "Since they are here, let them stay here for the time being." Mo Wuji took the initiative to step forward and said, "My name is Mo Wuji, and back then, Pan Jie helped me once by paying for my bus fee. Now both of you are even offering a free place to hide. I am truly grateful to both of you." Lu Yueshuang didn't lag behind too much as she added, "Sister Pan Wu, I am Lu Yueshuang of the Yinjing Academy, and I am sorry to have troubled both of you." Pan Wu did her best to shake her head. "This is nothing, but I am fearful that both of you might not be able to stay here for the long term. They would definitely come to us soon." Lu Yueshuang saw Pan Jie carrying a washbowl over, so she hurried to help him before rinsing a towel to help Pan Wu wipe her face. Mo Wuji turned to Pan Jie and asked, "I wonder if it is possible for me to rest on the left side?" In the middle of the cave was divided by an old curtain, and while there was a bed for Pan Wu on the right, there was a sofa-like object on the right of the cave. Mo Wuji's guess was that it was where Pan Jie slept at night. "Big brother Mo, please rest well. I will be boiling some soup for my sister to drink." After agreeing to Mo Wuji's request, Pan Jie picked up the snakeskin bag as he left the cave. "Big brother Mo, I will be taking care of Sister Pan Wu, so you can go ahead and rest." Lu Yueshuang knew that Mo Wuji needed silence and time to himself, so she initiated to take care of Pan Wu after Pan Jie left. Mo Wuji didn't waste any time as he instantly started mustering that trace of spiritual energy in his elemental storage channel after he settled down at Pan Jie's sofa. In just a few seconds, the spiritual energy was converted into a thin layer of elemental energy. Mo Wuji made use of this elemental energy to support his spiritual will and broke through the seals on the storage ring immediately. Mo Wuji took out a pile of immortal crystals before shutting the storage ring again. Mo Wuji heaved a huge sigh of relief because with this pile of immortal crystals, he succeeded. Mo Wuji absorbed the energy from the immortal crystals at an insane rate, and in no time, both his elemental storage channel and spirit storage channel were fully filled. Simultaneously, his immortal elemental energy was completely replenished too. After swallowing several tier 5 and above healing pills,
both Mo Wuji's internal and external injuries were evidently recovering tremendously. In another 2 hours, Mo Wuji's strength had returned to the earthly immortal stage. Even though his internal injuries were still there, he looked perfectly fine on the outside. Mo Wuji was starting to worry that if he was fully recovered, he would be restricted by the rules of heaven and earth. He casually changed into a new set of clothes before using his spiritual will to check on his undying world. Concurrently, he sent the one page of the Book of Luo into the undying world. The undying world belonged to Mo Wuji entirely, hence, the moment his spiritual will was recovered, Mo Wuji could even sense tiny details like a breath of an earthworm. Previously, Mo Wuji knew that the broken soul in his undying world was not completely destroyed, so when he used his spiritual will to check on his undying world, he really found the shrinked broken soul at one of the corner of his undying world. However, this broken soul was trapped and unable to move a single inch by the scholar's heart. Mo Wuji sneered at how capable this broken soul was to be able to survive up till now. He threw out several restriction arrays to imprison this broken soul completely. Mo Wuji was prepared to take revenge on this broken soul afterwards, but even before his spiritual will left, the soul said in a trembling voice, "Dao friend, I, Zhu Lai, was truly blind to have found such a powerful Dao friend. As long as you can spare my life, we can discuss anything. I have traveled across the immortal world for countless of years and am aware of countless of secrets. I am willing to exchange my knowledge for my life." Mo Wuji never intended to forgive this broken soul because he nearly swallowed Sun Shuyin and even caused him to end up in this bullsh** tea place. He would have perished if it wasn't for the Book of Luo, so how could Mo Wuji forgive him? However, this was not the time to kill this broken soul called Zhu Lai, because it wouldn't be too late to deal with him even after he settled down. Big brother Mo, you. Lu Yueshuan looked shockingly at Mo Wuji because his terrifying scar had disappeared. This was not the only shocking thing, as Mo Wuji had also changed out of his torn clothings. Where did he get the new clothes from? Mo Wuji retrieved a pill to pass to Lu Yueshuan. "Yueshuan, let Pan Wu swallow this pill." Alright, Lu Yueshuan had seen too many unbelievable things from Mo Wuji, so even without asking where he got this pill from, she sent this pill into Pan Wu's mouth. A faint medicinal scent could be detected, and even Lu Yueshuan's spirit was lifted after smelling it. The instant the pill entered Pan Wu's mouth, it quickly turned into solution as it flowed through Pan Wu's entire body. The initially weak, tireless and feverish Pan Wu suddenly sat up on the chair as she looked shockingly at her lifted arm before looking at her body in disbelief. "I have recovered?" Lu Yueshuan, who had witnessed this, was too dumbfounded to speak as she instantly confirmed that Mo Wuji was not ordinary. Could this be a god pill? Lu Yueshuan was still trembling slightly as she asked. Mo Wuji chuckled, "Something like that, I guess. People of the Archbishop are about to knock on the door, so Pan Wu, what are your plans with Pan Jie?" Pan Wu jumped out of her bed before kneeling in front of Mo Wuji. "Can Big Brother please save us?" After saying half of what she wanted to say, she shouted towards the door, "Jie, hurry up and enter." Pan Jie heard his sisters shouting and darted in like an arrow. When he saw his sister kneeling on the ground, he asked doubtfully, "Sister, you've recovered?" "Jie, hurry up and pass the item of our Pan clan's legacy to Big Brother Mo," Pan Wu said without hesitating. Mo Wuji was also shocked as he hadn't even mentioned about this, and Pan Wu knew what he wanted? Was it that obvious? If it was that obvious, it was simply too awkward. As if she knew that Mo Wuji was at a loss, Pan Wu explained in a hurry, "My Pan clan's ancestors had similar techniques to Senior. It was only that in the later days, the legacy disappeared and was eventually non-existent anymore. One pill of Big Brother Mo actually saved a dying person like myself, and even my physique changed, which proved that you are naturally an extremely capable man. My Pan clan's legacy was almost died out, and this was a small portion of it that remained. I am only afraid that it wouldn't interest Big Brother Mo." Mo Wuji said with an evidently awkward expression, "I am indeed here to ask if the both of you have the legacy of the Pan clan. However, don't worry, because I won't take it forcefully from you."
I've seen the valuable treasures of the Pan clan's legacy, so I naturally wouldn't force it upon you. Even if you don't have the Pan clan's legacy, based on the incident that Pan Jia helped me once, I would also act against the Archbishop. Pan Jia had always listened and obeyed to every words of his sister without the need for her to repeat, so he rushed over to grab a small wooden stool from beside the door to hit it against the ground. A leather scroll, which Mo Wuji had no idea which generation it belonged to, dropped down as Pan Jia picked it up for Mo Wuji. Big brother Mo, this is the leather scroll containing the legacy of my Pan clan. Mo Wuji took over the leather scroll but looked at the entrance of the cave instead of looking through the scroll. The people of the Archbishop are here. Their speed was still slightly slower than I've expected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Archbishop of the East Mo Church. Chapter 578, Archbishop of the East Mo Church. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. I really didn't accuse you because you were really colluding with the Pan clan. A long-faced man glanced across at Lu Yueshuang as he said with a cold tone. Afterwards, his eyes fell back on Pan Wu before saying, "You are recovering pretty quickly, and so what else do you have to say now? Didn't you say that you didn't know any witchcraft legacy, so why would you be with the #1 genius who practices witchcraft?" Mo Wuji recognized this long-faced man called Bo Luojin, and according to Dean Gu, he should be a mage. Mo Wuji didn't recognize the other man Bo Luojin brought along with him. However, Bo Luojin didn't get him to enter the cave as he instructed him to keep watch outside of the cave. Pan Wu pursed up her lips without saying anything, but Bo Luojin didn't mind that Pan Wu remained silent because how he was feeling now was not coherent with the expression he displayed in front of everyone. He was extremely excited over this incident. Why would a mage like himself find trouble with Lu Yueshuang over such small incident? His motive was the same as Feng Lu, which was Lu Yueshuang's mana condensing and absorbing methods. When Feng Lu came to a realization that Lu Yueshuang's method didn't work when he tried to absorb the mana, he wanted to find Lu Yueshuang personally. However, the irritable archbishop decided to head over to the Yinjing city himself, so Feng Lu was unable to leave his spot. Bo Luojin requested for him to be the one to confront and bring Lu Yueshuang away only because he was also coveting for her technique. If he was able to obtain some sort of real and effective mana condensing method from Lu Yueshuang, he would kill Lu Yueshuang on the spot before leaving his hometown. Work for the archbishop? What would the archbishop mean to him if he became a true magic emperor? Presently, his heart was almost jumping for joy at the sight of Lu Yueshuang here in the Pan clan's turf. This meant that Lu Yueshuang really did obtain the witchcraft legacy, otherwise, why would she be with the Pan sibling? The archbishop was always going all out in his efforts to bring down witchcraft and claimed it to be a heterodoxy evil, but archbishop knew well that a witchcraft legacy passed down from generation was the true supreme cultivation technique. Even the basis of the teachings by the archbishop originated from the ancestors of the witch race. Since he decided to capture the Pan siblings and Lu Yueshuang, he would naturally kill the young-looking stranger, Mo Wuji. Bo Luojin's eyes fell on Mo Wuji and his eyes were instantly fixed on the ancient-looking scroll on Mo Wuji's hand. At this moment, his entire body was trembling. This is the legacy of witchcraft. Mo Wuji waved the scroll in the air without hiding anything. That's right, Pan Jia gave me this, so I am guessing it is the legacy. Immense amount of joy surged into Bo Luojin's body as he could no longer contain his excitement. He reached out his hand to grab the scroll in Mo Wuji's hand. However, he was instantly stunned as the entire space around him seemed to have solidified to restrain him. He was simply unable to move a single inch. Mo Wuji casually took the scroll back as he said, "There is actually one point that you are wrong about. Lu Yueshuang's cultivation technique was taught by me and it really had nothing to do with the witch race. Tell me, why isn't your law lord Feng Lu here? Given his level of greediness, he should be the first one here to find Lu Yueshuang. Archbishop Wu Dian is here, so he had to accompany the archbishop, hence, unable to come over." Bo Luojin felt a chill down his spine as he had met too many ordinary people as mage but not one like Mo Wuji. To be able to come up with this space that caused him to be immobile, even the Pope would not be able to do so. "Kill the person outside and bring me to the Vatican," Mo Wuji said peacefully, but to Bo Luojin, it was a terrifying sentence. Bo Luojin subconsciously tried to move his feet and he was surprised to see that he was indeed able to move. However, his body was only able to shift towards one direction, which was the exit where the Vatican believer was standing outside. At this moment, Bo Luojin had already given up on the idea of escaping because he was well aware that in the face of an expert like Mo Wuji, he would be making a fool of himself if he even attempted to escape. A sharp knife was drawn out by Bo Luojin and without any hesitation at all, he struck his knife towards the man standing outside the cave. A devastating cry was heard before blood splattered out. Lu Yueshuan cried out loud as she almost fainted at the sight of this. As for the Pan sibling, they appeared calm, but Mo Wuji could tell that they were a little shocked too. Despite the fact that the Archbishop of the East Mon Church don't visit the country of Liang often, the country of Liang's Vatican building was even more luxurious than the royal palace of Liang. The area that it covered was even more vast, with a wide, white jade stone path stretched all the way into the main hall. At this moment, there was a man whose age couldn't be guessed seated in the middle of the hall. He looked young, but there seemed to be this middle age or even elders' vicissitudes of life within him. It was also wrong to say that he was a middle-aged man because he looked like he was not beyond 30 years old. The only standout thing about his appearance was his long and hooked nose. Beside him was a middle-aged man wearing a crown, and even though he looked like his status was higher than the hooked-nosed man seated in the middle, he appeared to be submissive to the hooked-nosed man. This was because this hook-nosed man was one of the two most powerful men on this planet, East Mon Church Archbishop Wu Dian. The man with the crown was merely the king of the country of Liang, Chen Jicheng. In the country of Liang, Chen Jicheng was a powerful existence, but in front of the archbishop, he was nothing more than an ant. Law Lord Feng Lu, the Enjing Academy was located not too far away from here, so why is Bo Luoji not back yet? The seated archbishop asked. The black-faced Feng Lu hurried to bow to the archbishop, replying the archbishop. Your subordinate has no idea, so why don't I go over to check it now? Wu Dian said faintly, it's okay, let's just wait for a while more. Also, go send some people to bring the Pan clan's sister and brother over here too. I will ask the questions myself this time round. Roger. Feng Lu replied promptly because he was more aware than anyone else than the archbishop's calm tone was the scariest. The more calm the archbishop appeared, the more enraged he was on the inside. When he truly erupted, it wouldn't even take much for him to exterminate the entire country of Liang, let alone a law lord. Nobody dared to disobey the orders of the archbishop because the archbishop had the absolute authority. As long as the words came out from the archbishop's mouth, it had to be done unconditionally. Otherwise, there was only one word appropriate to describe the consequence. Death. Even though this had nothing to do with the country of Liang's king Qian Jicheng, he was still letting out cold sweat profusely and his back was equally as chilly. He knew about the unstable emotions of this archbishop, and he was aware that the extermination of the country of Liang could happen just by a sentence of this archbishop. Even so, the most terrified person in this hall was neither Chen Jicheng nor Law Lord Feng Lu but Enjing Academy's Dean Duchang. He wasn't afraid of losing his small life but fearful that Lu Yueshuan might have left the Enjing Academy daringly. The moment Lu Yueshuan left, even if she was caught back, the Enjing Academy would be doomed. He had heard of how vicious this archbishop was. Gu Cheng's heart was hoping that Lu Yueshuan didn't leave the Enjing Academy, but whatever he was fearful of, came true. Even before Feng Lu could leave the hall to instruct his men, a follower hurried in before kneeling and said, "Greetings, Archbishop. We have just received news that the student Lu Yueshuan had left the Enjing Academy and no one knew where she went. Master Mage had already went to search for her." Gu Cheng heard this word before his legs gave way and his heart sighed once more. If the heaven wanted the Enjing Academy to end here, it would be useless even if he were to kneel and beg.
One could imagine how huge the consequence would be for the Yinjing Academy now that Lu Yueshuang had left on her own.
Indeed, Wu Dian's face turned solemn as he said coldly, "Spread my order immediately. Give Yinjing Academy a bloodbath and do not leave even a single ant behind." But Gu Cheng could not longer take it as he dropped on his knees. He wanted to plead for forgiveness, but he had no idea how to do it. Shen Jicheng was also astonished because the Yinjing Academy was the foundation that the country of Liang depended on for survival.
The moment the Yinjing Academy was exterminated, the doomsday for the country of Liang wouldn't be too far away. Even if it was the Archbishop Wu Dian, Shen Jicheng couldn't care much anymore as he darted forward and got on his knees too. "May the Archbishop have mercy on us. Even if the Lu Yueshuan left the Yinjing Academy, she wouldn't have left far, and I promise to bring her here in less than an incense worth of time." Wu Dian remained emotionless. "Go ahead, if you cannot bring that Lu Yueshuang in time, your country of Liang can forget about existing anymore. As for the Yinjing Academy, it had to be exterminated. You unmerciful lord, you deserve to die." After Gu Cheng knew that the Yinjing Academy was beyond saving, he stood up as he pointed and cursed at Wu Dian. A follower of the Archbishop came forward to kick Gu Cheng off, and as he barely got up from the ground, Gu Cheng pointed at Shen Jicheng to reprimand him too. "And you, useless king, how could you let a cult control the fate of my country of Liang?" But Shen Jicheng's face revealed a guilty look because he was able to turn the country of Liang into a wealthy country, yet was unable to prevent the Vatican from committing all kinds of evils here. Bring him out to extract his skin before smashing his bones. Lit his entire house and family on fire before torturing every single person in the Yinjing Academy to death. Traces of anger finally appeared in Wu Dian's eyes because he couldn't believe there was someone daring enough to reprimand him in front of everyone here. "Even though your idea is **TTY, it seemed like you have some backbones," a calm voice interrupted Wu Dian's voice. It was only at this moment that people in the hall noticed that there were a few more people in the hall. The one speaking was a blue-shirt youth whose words seemed to be directed at Gu Cheng. "Archbishop, that is Lu Yueshuang and the Pan siblings." Feng Lu, who was on his way out, pointed out to Lu Yueshuang and the Pan siblings behind Mo Wuji. They even spotted Bo Luojin. Wu Dian saw Mo Wuji before glancing across to Bo Luojin. As a mage and his subordinate, Wu Dian was naturally aware of his strength. He was curious why Bo Luojin was so daring to remain speechless with his head down after entering the hall. Even Feng Lu noticed that there was something wrong with Bo Luojin. Because he was always the one who brought Bo Luojin out, he was fully aware of Bo Luojin's wild ambition. Previously, he was even afraid that Bo Luojin might escape far away after obtaining Lu Yueshuang's technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, Lifting of the Hand. Chapter 579, Lifting of the Hand. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Bo Luojin, you are very brave indeed. How dare you not kneel down to pay your respects when the Archbishop is right here? Feng Lu shouted when he saw Bo Luojin with his heads lowered throughout the whole time while he was in the hall. As the Archbishop of the East Mon Church, Wu Dian was ruthless and vicious. However, this didn't mean that he was a fool. Mo Wuji's silent entrance into the hall, his tone and attitude showed that he didn't put the Archbishop in his eyes. Naturally, he knew that Mo Wuji was definitely not an ordinary person. "Men, bring these mad people away." The moment Wu Dian's stern voice was heard, hundreds of men in black charged out from both sides of the hall. None of these men was any weaker than Bo Luojin, and every single one of them had serious killing intent. The moment these people appeared, black formless ropes were thrown towards Mo Wuji. Despite being a student of the Yinjing Academy, this was the first time Lu Yueshuang had seen such methods. For ordinary people like herself, this was already far beyond what she could possibly perceive. At this moment, there were slight movements in the eyes of Qian Jicheng because he was well aware of what these black ropes were.
Don't underestimate the hundreds of people here, because on a real battlefield, these hundreds were capable of going against tens of thousands of people. These black ropes were capable of cleaving off soldiers' bodies before forming a massive dragnet. The reason why the Archbishop was able to ride above many countries was because he had many other similarly terrifying methods. Mo Wuji didn't even budge an inch, and before the black ropes could come close to him, it stopped in mid-air. Following which, the black formless ropes turned into countless of sharp arrows before being shot right back at them. Hundreds of sharp arrows shot every single one of them in the forehead without any exception. Without any resistance, hundreds of people fell onto the ground. The place ended up being even more quiet than when they entered. Wu Jian hurried to stand up as red mist of blood surrounded him. His icy cold killing intent surged as if he was about to explode. Even so, he simply couldn't conceal the fear in his heart. Ever since he became the Archbishop, Wu Jian, didn't know what was fear. In his eyes, he was almost like God, as he had absolute control over everyone's life. One word was enough for him to send even a king to death. Presently, all he felt was fear. Even he couldn't apprehend Mo Wuji's method, because the mana ropes that he used against Mo Wuji was the epitome of the true power of mana, which even cold weapons could not fend against. However, this young man in front of him actually didn't move an inch, and yet these mana ropes turned into sharp arrows and countered. Who on earth are you? Seeing that Mo Wuji had walked over, Wu Dian's killing intent grew sharper. Wu Dian raised his hand and multiple red blade radiants were shot at Mo Wuji. Additionally, a few flames appeared as it filled up all the gaps between the blade radiances. Mo Wuji didn't bother moving, because whether it was the red blade radiance or the flame, they would instantly dissipate without a trace when it came close to him. In what seemed like a single step, Mo Wuji was already standing right in front of Wu Dian. Are you the Archbishop Wu Dian of the East Mon Church? Wu Dian's forehead started sweating profusely as he finally realized that he was no match for the young man in front of him. At this moment, he finally experienced the fear that Qian Jiqing and Chang Gu felt earlier on. A skillful friend like you would definitely be worthy to sit with the Archbishop of the East Mon Church. Please. Wu Dian leaned one side as he extended his arm to direct Mo Wuji to a seat beside his. Scram! Mo Wuji kicked, and Wu Dian looked like he was swept off his feet by an invisible force before landing roughly beside Qian Jiqing and Gu Chang. Death shrouded Wu Dian, and he clearly regretted coming over to Enjing. Mo Wuji didn't intend to sit on Wu Dian's seat because he was never interested in the position of the Archbishop. Honestly, it was really boring for him as a Xian immortal to be dealing with these people who were not even considered to be cultivators. Qian Jiqing finally felt relieved as he saw Wu Dian landed beside him in cold sweat. The technique that you want was what I taught Lu Yueshuang. Do you want to learn? Why don't you try absorbing mana from the cyclic fire spirit channel? Do you know where the cyclic fire spirit channel is? Let me teach you, it is right here, Mo Wuji said as he pointed to a spot on his middle dantian. Wu Dian subconsciously followed Mo Wuji's directions as he started absorbing mana from that spot. He was astonished when he managed to absorb mana at a rate at least 10 times faster than his average. One must know that as an Archbishop of the East Mon Church, his mana technique was naturally not something others could compare with. However, his mana technique was actually so much worse than a few casual sentences of this young man in front of him. Wu Dian is willing to surrender the position of the Archbishop to have a senior like you to be my mentor. Wu Dian kneeled down without any hesitation as he casually threw away all the honor that came with being an Archbishop. Mo Wuji didn't bother about Wu Dian. His eyes landed on Qian Jiqing, who was wearing a crown on his head. You are the king of the country of Liang? Qian Jiqing bowed. Yes, Your Excellency. Mo Wuji hurried to reply. Are you able to exterminate the entire East Mon Church and the West Mon Church immediately? The truth was that Mo Wuji didn't really put both the East Mon Church and the West Mon Church to heart, but he knew that the moment he left this planet, the East Mon Church would affect the lives of Lu Yueshuang and company if they were to continue existing. Moreover, Mo Wuji was extremely disgusted at the act of the East Mon Church dragging someone on the road using a car. The existence of the religion was simply cancerous. Chen Zhiqing was willing to plead for the safety of the Nanjing Academy, proof that he was still a decent governor. Chen Zhiqing is willing to do so, but I'm not strong enough to do it. The East and West Mon Church is many folds much stronger than the army of my country of Liang. Furthermore, there were other countries involved, so the moment I activate the army of my country of Liang, this country could perish in the hands of everyone else. Chen Zhiqing immediately got on his knees. Your Excellency, Wu Dian, is willing to pioneer the plan to help the country of Liang to destroy the East and West Mon Church, Wu Dian said convincingly. You ran out of chances. Mo Wuji lifted his hand and a wind blade flew over. Blood splattered out as the power holder for countless of years was slashed apart by the wind blade of Mo Wuji. Your Excellency, it was because of a disciple from the Nanjing Academy called Yun Mo who ratted on student Lu Yueshuang, and it was why we. Feng Lu, who was already at loss since a long time ago, saw how Mo Wuji slashed the archbishop so easily and knew that if he didn't try to save himself, he would be the next in line to suffer. Mo Wuji didn't even bother looking as multiple wind blades were shot out and Feng Lu, Bo Luojin, and several other followers were killed instantly. After finishing this, Mo Wuji took out a long sword to pass it to Chen Zhiqing. You can fight directly. At the same time, please spread the news of my appearance. If any country dare to obstruct you, you can obliterate the entire country. This sword can destroy everything no matter how far you are, no matter how many soldiers they have or no matter how strong they are. As long as you want to kill the opponent, draw out this sword. Even if millions of the Archbishop's followers were to act against you, you can still use this sword. Everything in front of my sword would turn into ash instantly. This sword had Mo Wuji's Tao spiritual will, and in a place like this, Mo Wuji believed that the army Chen Zhiqing brought with him should be able to destroy any resistance of the religion with the help of his sword. As for the other countries, they wouldn't dare to obstruct when they found out that the country of Liang was intending to destroy the East and West Mon Church. In fact, they might even render their assistance. Roger that. Chen Zhiqing, will obey your orders. Chen Zhiqing took over the long sword anxiously, as he was even trembling as he said that. He didn't think that Mo Wuji was lying because he had already witnessed Mo Wuji's unparalleled Tao methods earlier on. Mo Wuji said faintly, I will be cultivating behind closed doors here, and I will be fully aware of whoever you kill with this long sword. If you dare use this to kill the innocent, or use it to obliterate countries who didn't obstruct you, don't blame me for what I will do to you. Yes, this will be etched in my heart. Cold sweat started falling from Chen Zhiqing's back because he really did have the intentions to destroy some rival countries. After Mo Wuji said something like that, he dismissed that idea immediately. The mighty and powerful archbishop was not even treated like an ant in front of this young man, so how much could his life as a mere king of the country of Liang be worth to him? Go ahead, find me after you've settled everything. I will wait here for half a year, and if you have not exterminated the East and West Mon Church in half a year, you can blame me for not helping you anymore, Mo Wuji said to Chen Zhiqing. Mo Wuji saw the technology here, and even though he hadn't seen any nuclear weapons, their weapons must be rather decent if the level of technology was this high here. Chen Zhiqing heard that Mo Wuji was only giving him 6 months. He hurried to bid his goodbye. To him, this was an once-in-a-million opportunity. As long as he managed to destroy the East and West Mon Church, his country of Liang would be one of the greatest country on this planet. Therefore, he must take full advantage of this half a year that Mo Wuji gave him. Many thanks, Your Excellency, for saving my Nanjing Academy. After Chen Zhiqing left, Dean Gu of the Nanjing Academy rushed forward to express his gratitude. Mo Wuji responded, as a dean, you have to be fair. Even if you gave Lu Yueshuang to the Archbishop to kill and save the Nanjing Academy, the Academy would never be the same as it used to be. Go back first, there is nothing for you now. Gu Cheng knew that he had made a mistake and that if it was not for Mo Wuji, the Nanjing Academy would have already ceased to exist. He had already lost his brave, relentless attitude, so he would retire as the dean when he made it back to the Academy. After everyone else started leaving the Archbishop's hall and there was only Mo Wuji, Lu Yueshuang, and the Pan siblings left, Mo Wuji said, I am sure that all of you would have already guessed that I am not from this planet and that I had only just passed by here. I am unable to cultivate my doubt here, but of course, if all of you are willing to learn, I am still more than willing to teach you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, Army Arrived. Chapter 580, Army Arrived. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mentor, my sister and I are willing to follow you. Pangaea was very young, but he was not foolish. Given Mo Wuji's strength and skills, it can't go wrong to follow behind Mo Wuji. Big brother Mo, I am also willing follow you. Lu Yueshuang hurried to comment, because if it wasn't for the fact that Mo Wuji didn't wish to accept any disciples, she would have addressed him as mentor too. Mo Wuji said awkwardly, "It is not that I am unwilling to bring all of you away, but the truth is that I am about to leave this place too. The only problem is that I have no idea where could I go. It might not be possible for me to land in space." After saying this, Mo Wuji thought of something. How about this? I will give the three of you 3 storage rings and then I'll teach you how to cultivate for 3 months. The resources in the storage ring would be sufficient for you to reach the great circle of the earthly immortal stage. Whether or not you would be able to continue advancing from there, it would depend on your environment. Mo Wuji had as many treasures in his undying world as spirit stones and immortal crystals. He had more than enough to provide for the 3 of them to cultivate to the great circle of the earthly immortal stage. The only worry was that the Pan siblings and Lu Yueshuang might not be able to soar up into the immortal world after advancing to the earthly immortal stage. Because he had recovered until his earthly immortal strength, he didn't feel the pressure of the rules of heaven and earth as well as the calling from the higher world. What is a storage ring? Pangaea asked curiously. Mo Wuji extended his arm and a few jade chairs appeared. While the 3 of them were still in shock, Mo Wuji got them seated before passing on to them his knowledge of cultivation. The most recent big news of the planet Heavenly Crow was the defiance of the country of Liang as they activated their army to go against the East and West Mon Church. Countless of people believed that Chen Jicheng had went crazy, because if he wasn't crazy, why would he court his own death just like that? To many people, the country of Liang would soon turn into dust of the country of Liang. A few of the smaller countries wanted to please the Holy Church, so they activated their armies to go against the country of Liang. However, these small countries were soon swallowed and turned into cities of the country of Liang. The country of Liang's wild army made a few bigger countries anxious as well. They gathered their soldiers quickly so that the instant the country of Liang invaded, they would fight back instantly. However, many bigger countries soon realized that as long as they don't step in to obstruct the country of Liang would not attack them. This made many of the bigger countries confused, as the country of Liang really did seem like they were only going against the Holy Church. Even though they knew that the country of Liang would not be able to exterminate the Holy Church, they were happy just to see the Holy Church being attacked. Many countries stopped summoning their armies as they simply sat back and waited for the Holy Church to obliterate the country of Liang like breaking a branch from a tree. Very soon, all the other countries noticed something amiss as the country of Liang didn't get obliterated. Not only this, wherever the army went, followers of the Mon religion would be killed. Countless of the Holy Church followers switched sides and the power of the country of Liang expanded yet again. More importantly, they had full control and authority over their own country as they no longer had to listen to the Holy Church. A few countries started getting ready to cause troubles as well, because no countries would like to have the Holy Church stepping all over their heads. Now that the country of Liang had acted first, the Holy Church appeared as if its chances of victory was not that high. When the country of Liang hung the East Mon religion's archbishop's head outside of the city of Nanjing, these countries couldn't wait anymore as all of them started activating their armies to go against the East and West Mon churches. The truth knocked them in the head once more, as the power of the East and West Mon church was so much greater than they could handle. Even after East Mon religion's archbishop Wu Dian was killed by the country of Liang, there were still an endless stream of strong followers from the East Mon religion who was more than capable of holding the armies of a few big countries back. Only the army of the country of Liang was still able to go against the Mon religion, as they constantly killed all the experts that the Mon religion sent over. At this moment, some countries started finding the country of Liang to form an alliance. And for the country of Liang, they would never reject other countries' help they could provide by forming an alliance. With the help of the country of Liang, the alliance grew stronger. The East Mon religion collapsed extremely quickly, and the alliance army soon fought its way to the territories of the West Mon Church. The East Mon religion was one of the two big religious schools in the planet Heavenly Crow. On the other end of the planet Heavenly Crow was an even stronger West Mon Church. Even though the East and West Mon Church appeared to be on the same level, the truth was that the foundation of the West Mon Church was much more stable and its strength was even more concealed. Furthermore, there was an even bigger difference between the East and West Mon Churches. All the kings of the countries under the jurisdiction of the West Mon Church had all devoted their life to the West Mon Church's holy church. The West Mon Church's holy church palace hall was as big as a full middle-sized city. When the West Mon Church's Archbishop Bin Lanchi heard that a small country like the country of Liang had flagged their intent to destroy the West Mon Church, he really didn't take it seriously. A small country without magic techniques would actually think that they could exterminate the West Mon Church. In Bin Lanchi's eyes, the ignorant would really be the most fearless. Therefore, even though the country of Liang was fighting ferociously, he didn't even bother giving out an order, as he knew for certain that the East Mon religion would be able to wipe the country of Liang of the surface of this planet. However, when he heard that Wu Jian was also killed by the country of Liang, that the East Mon religion had already been exterminated and they had even fought into their territories, Bin Lanchi started to worry. A small mortal country should never be so powerful, no matter how advanced their technology was. Worst of all, they should have never been strong enough to defeat the East Mon religion. Bin Lanchi was initially unwilling to move, but when he heard that Wu Jian had been killed and the country of Liang had reached his territories, he made the decision to head out himself. Even before he could bring some followers to deal with the invading army of the country of Liang, his most loyal law lord Jin Hongyi hurried over anxiously with the latest piece of news. Noticing that Jin Hongyi was trembling, Bin Lanchi furrowed his eyebrows. "Hongyi, you are after all one of the most powerful magic master under my reign." Wu Jian only had the title but not the actual power and strength, so I guess the East Mon religion was nothing more than a bluff when it came to their fighting strength? A Wu Jian was killed and only a small army of mortals came over. What's there to worry about? Please speak your mind directly if you have anything to say. Yes, Archbishop. It seemed like the Bin Lanchi's words had an effect, as Jin Hongyi's tone became more stable. He took in a deep breath before replying. The country of Liang's alliance consists of 46 countries and had already destroyed 6 countries under our West Mon Church. There are still 11 countries fighting back, but in most regions of these 11 countries, most of the West Mon Church's followers had been killed. This includes Magic Master Han Hao, Magic Master Hui Jisheng and Magic Master Ping Jia. Additionally, Great Magic Master Qian Fengshan has also been killed. At this moment, the Alliance army had already reached the periphery of Maimechi City. What? Bin Lanchi was at a complete loss, because even if he was shocked at the fact that a few Magic Master had been killed, he still wouldn't have lost his composure. However, he simply couldn't keep it in when he heard that Qian Fengshan had been killed. Did you say Qian Fengshan was killed? Bin Lanchi asked word by word. Qian Fengshan was a great magic master and was an existence equivalent to a magic emperor. In the West Mon Church, his status was also high above the rest and was definitely not much weaker than Bin Lanchi. It certainly wasn't a simple matter if even his great magic master was killed. Jin Hongyi replied respectfully, "Yes, our great magic master Qian Fengshan was indeed killed." Explain to me every details of how Qian Fengshan was killed. Do not miss out a single word. Bin Lanchi's tone became extremely serious and contained a sharp trace of killing intent. Yes, many people saw the incident when the Holy Church's great magic master Qian Fengshan was killed. The country of Liang's king Qian Jicheng had a supreme sword, which was able to decapitate people's head from thousands of miles away. As long as Qian Jicheng drew out his sword, no matter how people tried to block him, they would all die without exceptions. Great magic master Qian Fengshan was also killed by Qian Jiqing's sword. In fact, Qian Fengshan saw the sword and wanted to avoid it, but no matter where or how he hid, the sword was still able to find and kill him, Jin Hongyi explained in great details. This means that all the other experts including Wu Dian was also killed by that sword? Bin Lanqi became more and more terrified. It seemed like this is indeed the case. I have no idea where Qian Jiqing got this sword, but I suspect that it was a magic treasure left behind by the witch races, Jin Hongyi replied cautiously. Why don't we kill him before he draw out the sword? Hearing that it might be a magic treasure left behind by the witch race, Bin Lanqi's brows moved a little before maintaining his original expression. There is no use because according to the news we received, all the weapons used against Qian Jiqing couldn't even reach him. They were all blocked by a ripple which can't be seen by the naked eye before falling to the ground, Jin Hongyi explained. Bin Lanqi nodded. It seemed like this person really did inherit the legacy of the witch race. After saying this sentence, Bin Lanqi remained silent for a long while before saying suddenly, invite spiritual master Hong Guang over here. Miqi City was where the old lair of the West Mon Church was located at. The defensive measures here were not great and the three big words West Mon Church hung were the biggest deterrents because who would dare attack the Miqi City, but. However, at this very moment, there was a large army of over millions of soldiers standing outside the Miqi City. Standing right in the forefront of the Yinjing City was the country of Liang's king Qian Jiqing. For a few months, Qian Jiqing was constantly at war, but his eyes were still burning with fire and enthusiasm. He had never fought such an enjoyable war, and even after fighting for a few months, his spirits were still high when his skin color turned into the color of dust. This war made him realize that in front of an absolute powerhouse, all kinds of plots would be useless and futile. In this case, he had the absolute power right now. Standing around him were about over 10 fellas wearing the war robe, looking imposingly at the opponent. These fellas were not soldiers of the army but kings of the individual countries. Qian Jiqing had appeared tremendously mighty, so these kings would also be willing to follow closely beside him. Previously, Mo Wuji thought that the planet Heavenly Crow's technology was decent and would at least not be any worse than his Earth. He believed that during war, they would also have fighter jets, grenades and a few cannons here and there. Until then, his sword would only need to be used to kill the opponent's brains and the battle would be won eventually. The truth was that under the rule of the East and West Mon churches, even though the planet Heavenly Crow's technology was rather decent, the technology for combat weapons were still not that great. Without mentioning grenades, they had only just developed rifles and had even yet to form any army formations. Because of this, Qian Jiqing decided to take it upon himself and kill his way through. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, Another Cultivator. Chapter 581, Another Cultivator. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Big Brother Qian, right in front of us, is the city of West Mon Religion's holy church, Miqi City. I heard that this city is a palace, and West Mon's Archbishop Bin Lanqi is staying in the palace. As long as we get rid of Miqi City, it would be equivalent to destroying the West Mon religion, an aristocrat explained to Qian Jiqing in a hushed voice. Before Qian Jiqing could even reply, some cried out in alarm, someone is walking in midair. Indeed, a gray-faced man with Buddhist beads in his hand began to descend upon them from midair. His gaze swept across the rows of soldiers in contempt. In his eyes, it didn't matter how many soldiers there were, they were all merely ants. However, when his eyes landed on the sword in Qian Jiqing's hands, his pupils instantly constricted. He immediately flashed towards Qian Jiqing, reaching for the long sword. If Qian Jiqing wasn't a veteran who didn't experience war over the past few months, he would really have been stupefied by that sudden action. But after experiencing the war, Qian Jiqing had a strong self-confidence. The moment he saw that man coming towards him, he immediately swung his longsword. Even so, his speed was really too slow. By the time the man approached him, his longsword had only just finished the slash. The longsword conjured a beam of white light, which stabbed towards the gray-faced man. The Buddhist beads in the gray-faced man's hands exploded to form countless of Buddhist threads. These threads formed the shape of wave which blocked the longsword. Tearing sounds reverberated through the air as the wave-like Buddhist threads were continuously ripped apart. The gray-faced man hurriedly flew backwards in surprise, all the way till he reached the outside of Michi City. His Buddhist threads had managed to defend against the sword light from the long sword. At the same time, the longsword flew back into Qian Jiqing's hands. Even though he had the upper hand on the exchange, Qian Jiqing was still at a loss. Ever since he had this sword, this was the first time he met someone that his longsword could not cut down. I never thought that a cultivator's magic treasure would end up here. Not only is it incredibly strong, it could even be wielded by you. The gray-faced man didn't make another move, he only spoke coldly. Perhaps Qian Jiqing's longsword was an incredible magic treasure, but he was not in a rush. In this planet, there was no one that could stop him, Hong Guang, from getting what he wants. Bin Lanqi greets Master Hong Guang. The pale white Bin Lanqi swiftly walked out of the city and bowed. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that the Archbishop of West Mon would be so reverent to an ordinary-looking man. No one knew that in West Mon, there was still a spiritual master above the Archbishop. Fortunately, the spiritual master Hong Guang had never asked about the matters of West Mon, he only cared about how West Mon could help him when he needed it to. The gray-faced Hong Guang nodded, "You do indeed have a reason to be scared. If I hadn't come, perhaps your head would soon be hanging outside the walls of Michi City." Bin Lanqi's heart pounded. He knew that this spiritual master Hong Guang wasn't a good man, but he was very sure that Hong Guang wouldn't lie about such matters. "Many thanks, Master, for your saving grace." Bin Lanqi hurriedly expressed his thanks, his eyes were filled with respect and sincerity. Hong Guang nodded, "Let me take a look at that sword." With that, Hong Guang stepped out and tried again to grab the long sword in Qian Jiqing's hands. He had already made sense of the situation. Besides this long sword being a little impressive, there was no other threat. Qian Jiqing wasn't even a mage. The moment he wasn't able to kill Hong Guang with his attack, Qian Jiqing's heart sank. The reason why he was able to bring his huge army here was primarily because of the sword in his hand. Now that his sword was unable to kill the other party, it would mean that this place was going to be his grave. On the second time that Hong Guang approached, Qian Jiqing wasn't even able to attack with his longsword as the other party's palm was already right in front of him. Sha! A sharp sound, which couldn't be heard by ordinary people, sounded. Following which, Qian Jiqing felt his hand become lighter. His longsword was gone. Hong Guang wasn't as flustered the second time as he had during the first. He had managed to directly snatch away Qian Jiqing's sword. However, he wasn't feeling elation at this moment, but shock. Around Qian Jiqing's body, there was actually a faint layer of a magic barrier. What kind of person was so powerful as to create such a lasting protective barrier around an ordinary mortal? At least, he wasn't that powerful. If there was really an expert behind Qian Jiqing, then he couldn't stay here for long. Regardless, he would need to make sense of the situation first. He, Hong Guang, wasn't going to simply run away like that. Planet Heavenly Crow was a planet that he had chosen with great efforts. It would be a huge waste if he were to leave with it getting things clear. Even though the Pan siblings and Lu Yueshuang were cleverer than the average person, and their talents were also amazing, Mo Wuji continued to stay behind and pass his teachings for close to 5 months. As for how much they were each able to absorb was mostly within his control. Fortunately, regardless of how much they were able to understand, the 3 of them should at least be able to preserve themselves on this planet. As for whether this 3 people spread around his methods, Mo Wuji wasn't too worried. This planet was lacking spiritual energy. The spirit stones, low-grade immortal crystals and pills were only enough to get each of them to the earthly immortal stage. Even if they choose to stay on this planet and spread his technique around, there wouldn't be any way for others to cultivate them. With the weak energy inside mana stones, no one would be able to achieve success even if they cultivated for centuries. As the Pan siblings and Lu Yueshuan proceeded to their closed-doors cultivation, Mo Wuji also prepared to go behind closed doors as well. There was still a remnant soul in his undying world, and besides that, he needed to research on the Pan clan's legacy technique. Just as this moment, he felt the barrier that he left on Qianjiqing being ripped apart. From Mo Wuji's perspective, Planet Heavenly Crow's strongest expert would probably be the East Mon Archbishop Wu Dian. Mo Wuji was sure that not even Wu Dian could easily shatter his protective barrier. Moreover, Wu Dian had already been killed, which means that there was a stronger expert on this planet. Immediately, he also felt that his longsword was no longer with Qianjiqing. Mo Wuji, who originally wanted to go behind closed doors, now left in Jin City on a single step. Archbishop Bin, you can go kill the people now. But being that fella who was wielding this sword to me, I will be waiting for you at my living quarters. As he finished speaking, Hong Wang turned and prepared to leave. He was going to research on the seals and magic within the sword, to examine exactly what kind of person left it behind. It might have been from an ancient power, or there might truly be another cultivator like him on planet Heavenly Crow. You're not going anywhere. Mo Wuji's warm voice resounded. Hong Wang turned around in astonishment. Who's this Dao friend? Seeing Mo Wuji soundlessly appear here, Hong Wang's entire skull went numb. He suspected that Mo Wuji's power was much higher than his. When Mo Wuji arrived, he actually didn't even feel any ripples in space. Soon, there was no need for him to suspect. Mo Wuji opened his palm, and without even using a skill, the longsword flew out of his hands and landed in Mo Wuji's palm. Senior. Hong Guang's gray face was now pale white. He regretted that he made this trip today. There was really another cultivator in this planet, and this cultivator was much, much stronger than him. Mo Wuji threw the longsword back to Qianjiqing. Continue doing what you were doing. I will leave very soon, so your speed might get slower. When the longsword got snatched away by Hong Guang, Qianjiqing's heart turned as cold as ash. He knew that without the longsword, it didn't matter how many people he brought, they would all turn to dust in front of West Mon Church. Mo Wuji suddenly appeared, then threw the longsword back to him. This let him fully understand the phrase, to come back from death's door. Wasn't the explanation for that phrase exactly what he was experiencing now? Yes, my lord. Qianjiqing bowed, his heart was ecstatic. Greetings, lord. Many of the leaders beside Qianjiqing bowed down. They already faintly knew that there was a supreme expert behind Qianjiqing. Now, that supreme expert had showed himself, who would dare to show disrespect? Bin Lanqi actually charged over and kowtowed on the ground. Bin Lanqi greets master. Mo Wuji already had an understanding towards mana. At this instant, as Bin Lanqi was right in front of him, he actually felt that Bin Lanqi's power was far superior compared to the Wu Dian that he had killed. However, this person was clearly a devious and evil man. He had a faint aura of death around him, and this death aura wasn't from Bin Lanqi himself, but from the people he killed. He had killed too many people, and more importantly, he killed without reason and simply out of fun. This was why there was such a disgusting death aura. Facing this sort of person, Mo Wuji couldn't even be bothered to respond. He lifted his hand and shot out a wind blade. Even though Mo Wuji casually shot that wind blade, he never expected for Bin Lanqi to be able to avoid it. But in reality, Bin Lanqi was actually unable to avoid it. This wind blade merely sliced off one of Bin Lanqi's arm. Bin Lanqi's skin was originally very white, but as his arm got sliced off, his face turned even whiter. He continued to look towards Mo Wuji and said, Master, Hong Guang had always been plotting against planet Heavenly Crow. The reason why I lead the West Mon is because I hope for a day that I'm able to stop. PFF. Mo Wuji lifted his hand and sent an energy blade over. Bin Lanqi's fingers from his other hand slipped off his palm. If it's just this reason, then there's no need for you to speak any further. Just because of the disgusting death aura around Bin Lanqi, Mo Wuji wasn't going to spare his life.
This sort of person would kill all life on this innocent planet and he wouldn't even bat an eye. Master, I also know a fire-type planet. It's not very far from our planet Heavenly Crow. There is an absolute treasure there. Bin Lanchi did not seem to have any intentions of stopping. The moment Hong Guang heard those words, his heart skipped a beat. He never expected for Bin Lanchi to have so many hidden cards. The reason why he was in planet Heavenly Crow was because of that fire-type planet that Bin Lanchi mentioned. Previously, he thought that he was the only one who knew of that planet. He never expected that a mere archbishop would know that there was a fire-type planet outside planet Heavenly Crow. In reality, when he knew that Mo Wuji was far more powerful than him, Hong Guang started brainstorming for ways to preserve his own life. Now that his biggest secret was being revealed by Bin Lanchi, how could he accept that? He hurriedly said, "Senior, I know of a place with a fire elemental bead." The moment the three words fire elemental bead came out, Mo Wuji's heart started pounding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, Origins. Chapter 582, Origins. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. In the shortest time possible, Mo Wuji made his decision. He rushed and said to Qian Jicheng, "I'll leave this place to you. Be a good king and let the people have happy lives. Otherwise, you would just be another East Mon church. Bring this message to my 3 disciples, ask them to continue to cultivate." At the same time, he established a grand plaza in Enjin City. At the center of that plaza was a statue of Mo Wuji. At the same time, the long sword that Mo Wuji gave him was placed in a tall memorial tablet. This memorial tablet was next to the statue of Mo Wuji, and it was only slightly shorter than the statue. These were meant to be constant reminders to him of Mo Wuji's words, to let the people have happy lives. Planet Heavenly Crow was wide and vast. Qian Jicheng was also unable to govern the entire planet alone. Moreover, Mo Wuji only gave him the longsword to eliminate the East Mon Church. Naturally, there wouldn't only be the country of Liang left behind in planet Heavenly Crow. Even thought there were many other countries in planet Heavenly Crow. Without exception, all of them had a statue of Mo Wuji, all in remembrance of Mo Wuji's contribution to planet Heavenly Crow. Mo Wuji was already out of planet Heavenly Crow. He had already left arrangements, got the Pan siblings and Lu Yueshuan, and the matters in planet Heavenly Crow had basically come to a conclusion. When he heard of the fire elemental bead, Mo Wuji knew that he probably wouldn't return back to planet Heavenly Crow. That was why he left some words behind before he left. Standing at the front of the shuttle pointing out the directions, Hong Guang's heart was in tenterhooks. Just based on this flying shuttle alone, he knew that Mo Wuji was much more powerful than him. Mo Wuji, however, didn't care much about him. Instead, he stared at Bin Lanchi and asked, "What else do you know besides that fire-type planet? And how did you even know of that planet?" Bin Lanchi was in constant worry over his little life. When he heard Mo Wuji's question, he hurriedly said, "I once sat on a spaceship. I saw that fire-type planet when I was on the spaceship. I have a spatial map here." As he finished speaking, Bin Lanchi anxiously brought out a map which indicated the position of various planets. Even though Mo Wuji considered himself a techie, after he started cultivation, he developed a headache when he saw this sort of spatial map. Why couldn't this thing be as simple as the cultivation world's positioning balls? Just one crystal ball and everything was settled. Who would need to accurately plot all these information on huge pieces of paper? Mo Wuji frowned, "Just like this? You're merely a mana cultivator, how would you even know what's a fire-type planet?" Bin Lanchi's heart sank. If he wasn't an ant in front of Mo Wuji, he would have already made a move. Answering, "Senior, that's because Hong Guang had given me some pointers on cultivation. That's why I know a thing or two," Bin Lanchi said, his voice trembling. "Then you have no value." As he said that, Mo Wuji grabbed Bin Lanchi and prepared to throw him out.
Bin Lanqi urgently said, "Senior, I also know that Hongguang has a witch race's legacy technique on him." Before Bin Lanqi had finished speaking, Hongguang had already respectfully presented an ancient scroll to Mo Wuji. With a flick of his hand, Mo Wuji sent a wave of immortal elemental energy towards Bin Lanqi, shattering all his channels and bones. Then, he threw Bin Lanqi into the starry sky. He casually scanned through the scroll that Hongguang handed him with his spiritual will. Indeed, it was exactly the same as the one Pan Jie gave him, just that the contents were different. This caused Mo Wuji to suspect that East Man's Wu Dian might also have such a scroll. However, he wasn't in the mood to go back and search for it. Compared to the fire elemental bead, the physique tempering could be placed to the side. Moreover, the introduction to the witch race's physique tempering technique might be within one of these two scrolls. You're not bad. In a small cultivation world, you actually managed to get to the golden immortal stage. Moreover, you're a golden immortal who has yet to convert to immortal elemental energy. When it comes to talent, you're really not bad. Say it then, where did you come from, and why are you saying in planet Heavenly Crow? Mo Wuji said after keeping the scroll that Hongguang gave him. Mo Wuji wasn't being sarcastic with his words. Not everyone could advance to the golden immortal stage using ordinary spiritual energy, and not convert to immortal elemental energy. If Hongguang's elemental energy had been completely converted to immortal elemental energy, his power would multiply by several folds. Of course, no matter how strong Hongguang got, he would still be an ant in front of Mo Wuji. Hongguang had already witnessed Mo Wuji's might, and he had also seen Mo Wuji's methods. He had long given up the idea of resisting. When he heard Mo Wuji's words, he hurriedly said, "I'm from planet Heaven Union, that's a cultivation planet. It's not very far from here. If Senior is interested, I can bring Senior over." Planet Heaven Union? Mo Wuji seemed to find those words familiar. It was just that he couldn't remember where he saw this planet's name. "Tell me about your origins." "Don't leave out a single bit," Mo Wuji said authoritatively. Yes. It was out of coincidence that I saw planet Heavenly Crow on my way back to planet Heaven Union. I discovered the mana-working planet Heavenly Crow. Using a certain method, it was possible to merge mana with spiritual energy, forming a much stronger elemental energy. Hongguang didn't dare leave out a single bit of information. Since Mo Wuji could tell that he was a golden immortal, it meant that Mo Wuji's cultivation was vastly higher than his. Mo Wuji frowned and said coldly, "No matter how strong that elemental energy is, how can it compare to immortal elemental energy? You're simply taking your pants off just to fart." Mo Wuji seemed to recall something. After that he immediately said, "Hurry and tell me your origin clearly." He had already recalled where he saw planet Heaven Union. He even saw the name Hongguang before. Hongguang seemed to think that Mo Wuji was bipolar, so he anxiously explained, "After I ascended to the immortal world, I offended someone there. That's why I don't dare to stay in the immortal world. I spent much efforts to secretly leave. Fortunately, I haven't converted to immortal elemental energy." "You're lying. If you dare speak another lie, there's no need for you to speak any further. Let me remind you, you haven't gone to the immortal world," Mo Wuji coldly interrupted Hongguang's words. Hongguang suddenly felt his skull turn numb. He seemed to be stripped naked and left on display. This guy in front of him was too acute, he didn't seem to be able to lie to this person. "I seek Senior's forgiveness. Because I was captured and placed in a prison. I was worried that Senior was one of the people who imprisoned me." Hongguang hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Mo Wuji's expression eased. He said faintly, "Seeing that you didn't lie this time, I will give you the opportunity to explain everything that happened on Half Moon Prison. Don't you dare to act dumb with me, because I'm very clear about your origins, Ni Hongguang." Hearing Mo Wuji saw the name Ni Hongguang, Hongguang's entire body seemed to be doused in icy cold water.
He never thought that even his surname would be known by this person in front of him. Of course Mo Wuji knew the other party's name. This fellow was within the books that he obtained from Yongning 11th prison. Mi Hongguan, Planet Heaven Union Cultivator, 6-star genius.
Yongning calendar year 7691, second day of the 6th month, advanced to the heavenly immortal stage. On the same day, he entered Yongning 11th prison, room 87.
Slow but honest personality. This was recorded in Yongning prison. However, Mo Wuji would never believe that this fellow was slow and honest. This fellow was simply sly like a fox, that was completely different from a slow and honest personality. Senior, Junior is indeed called Mo Hongguan. Just when I advanced into the heavenly immortal stage, I was captured and sent to Yongning prison. In Yongning prison, I acted simple and honest, and I managed to deceive them. Up till a few thousand years later, a person called Meng Yinsan came to Yongning 11th prison. Mo Wuji nodded. I know of that Meng Yinsan. Tell me, how did that Meng Yinsan break out of Yongning 11th prison, and where did he go?
Mi Hongguan was no longer surprised at Mo Wuji's knowledge of such things. He hurriedly said, I don't know where Meng Yinsan went, but it was true that he was the one who broke out of Half Moon prison. He killed the warden of Half Moon prison, opening the entrance to Half Moon prison. When many cultivators got wind of that, they all started to escape. I'm just one of the many. There were also some who didn't manage to escape and they ended up dying in their rooms.
Mo Wuji said solemnly, I already know of what you're saying. Tell me something I don't know, like why didn't Meng Yinsan refine Half Moon prison? Also, how did you manage to get back to Planet Heaven Union? Mi Hongguan's mouth went agape. Unfortunately, he also didn't know why Meng Yinsan didn't refine Half Moon prison.
After some time, he answered with a bit of worry, using a map that I had, I roamed around the universe for several thousand years and I finally came back to Planet Heaven Union system. It was also because of this that I came to find Planet Heavenly Crow. What were you doing in Planet Heavenly Crow? Mo Wuji was slightly disappointed. He was rather curious about Meng Yinsan and he wanted to know how godly that fellow was exactly. As a heavenly immortal, he managed to kill several golden immortals, and even Xian immortals, to escape from Half Moon prison. Mi Hongguan wanted to lie, but he personally witnessed Mo Wuji's sacred art which could see through lies. Mo Wuji even knew about his situation in Half Moon prison, so what else could he lie about? I first saw the fire elemental bead. Then, I thought of refining Planet Heavenly Crow, to use it as a defensive treasure to retrieve the fire elemental bead. When Mo Wuji heard these words, he could not help but sigh inwardly. This fellow was truly too vicious. Because of that greed, he was going to send billions of people to their graves. Even if the refining process didn't kill everyone on Planet Heavenly Crow, the planet would probably be incinerated during the process of retrieving the fire elemental bead. You also don't have any value in living. Mo Wuji directly grabbed Mi Hongguan and with a spit of immortal elemental energy, Mi Hongguan's primordial spirit was shattered. After keeping Mi Hongguan's storage ring, he threw Mi Hongguan into the starry space. By this point, he could already feel the faint energy from the fire elemental bead. He guessed that he was approaching the fire-type planet. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, The Person Protecting the Planet. Chapter 583, The Person Protecting the Planet. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Sparrow Translations. Mo Wuji did not check Hongguan's storage ring. Sensing the searing hot energy, he knew he was soon going to find a huge fire planet. Compared to the fire planet, Mars, back when he was on Earth, which was only called that in name, this fire planet was a true planet of fire. It was covered in flames and it was incomparably huge. Even with Mo Wuji's power, he couldn't approach it easily. From the looks of it, he had killed that Mi Hongguan too early. Even if he refined Planet Heavenly Crow, it wouldn't be enough to enter such a terrifyingly hot planet. Even if he recovered his cultivation and developed himself in his scholar's heart, it would still be a little difficult for him to enter this planet. Unless he refined the Book of Luo and used its protection to enter this planet and obtain the fire elemental bead. Refining the Book of Luo and recovering his cultivation wasn't especially difficult for Mo Wuji. His main problem now was that the more he looked at the planet, the more peculiar he found it. He even felt a sense of familiarity. Why does this fire planet evoke a sense of familiarity? There was only one answer: the sun. He had lived on Earth for countless years. The reason why Earth could sustain life could partly be attributed to the sun. Mo Wuji's heart sank. It wouldn't be such a coincidence, right? It would really be a huge coincidence if he landed in the Milky Way. It would be a coincidence within a coincidence if he encountered the sun. One must know that there are many stars like the sun in the Milky Way. It was simply too many to count. If it was really the sun, then he would only be 1 to 200 billion meters away from Earth. This sort of distance was an insurmountable distance to ordinary people. But to Mo Wuji and his grade 7 flying treasure, it wasn't considered far. In other words, if this was really the sun, it would mean that he could return back to Earth. However, Mo Wuji wasn't very happy. It wasn't because this was the sun and he couldn't remove the fire elemental bead. But because if this was really the sun, then things would be bad. If Hong Guang could discover this planet, it means that others could too. He could ignore it, but that didn't mean that others would. Even a cultivator like Hong Guang was willing to sacrifice billions of lives on planet Heavenly Crow just to get near this planet. If there were cultivators similar to him, why would they care that this sun was sustaining life on Earth and leave it be? Just when Mo Wuji was thinking of how he could protect this sun, a figure flashed towards him. Mo Wuji's hand extended and his saber appeared in his palm. With the help of his vitality channel, his injuries had already recovered. If not because he was worried about the pressures from the law of the heaven and earth, he would have recovered his cultivation to the Xian immortal stage a long time ago. Now that he met another cultivator, Mo Wuji remained fearless. If he was unable to beat this cultivator, he would at least be able to escape. Did this Dao friend come because of Morning Flame Star? A man approached Mo Wuji on a flying ship. He clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji had experienced many things in the immortal world. The moment this man appeared, Mo Wuji could tell that the other party's cultivation should be at the golden immortal stage. This cultivator's elemental energy should already be completely converted to immortal elemental energy, which was why his cultivation had been suppressed to the late heavenly immortal stage. When it came to combat power, this person was much stronger than Mi Hongguang, who hadn't converted to immortal elemental energy. However, in front of Mo Wuji, he was still nothing much. Morning Flame Star? Mo Wuji kept his saber and looked at this man in confusion. This really wasn't the sun? He soon came to an understanding that even if it was the sun, different people might have different ways of calling it. The man clasped his fists and said in a sincere tone, "That's right. This planet is called Morning Flame Star. A few 100 billion meters from here, there's planet Green which has hundreds of billions of human lives, and that's because of this Morning Flame Star. I also know this planet has a fire elemental bead, but that bead really cannot be taken away. The moment it gets removed, Morning Flame Star will gradually wither. At the same time, planet Green will fall into darkness and life will cease to exist." Planet Green? Mo Wuji muttered to himself. This really isn't the sun, but... Seeing Mo Wuji's silence, this man continued, "I was from planet Green, my name is Min Ji, and I have been here for over 2,000 years. Could it be that you're staying here to protect Morning Flame Star?" Mo Wuji cried in exclamation. Min Ji nodded, "Yes. Recently, there have been people eyeing Morning Flame Star. As a cultivator from planet Green, I definitely cannot allow people to destroy Morning Flame Star." Is that planet Green a cultivation planet? Mo Wuji asked doubtfully. Min Ji shook his head, "No, planet Green is an ordinary mortal planet. The reason why I could become a golden immortal was due to an opportunity one obtained by fate, which set me on the path to cultivation. Because I'm the only cultivator in planet Green, I'm the only one who can protect Morning Flame Star. Minji's voice was sincere and filled with resolution. When Mo Wuji heard all this, he was filled with respect. Whether it was the cultivation world or the immortal world, people like Minji were simply too rare. Even Lin Gu's willingness to sacrifice herself was because she wanted to save her mother. A person who was willing to dedicate himself to protecting his planet was a completely different concept. Moreover, the people of Planet Green might not know of his self-sacrifice. He's the silent light shining over all of them. At the same time, Mo Wuji also guessed that he was wrong. This star was similar, but it wasn't the sun. However, its function was roughly the same as the sun. Dao friend Minji, I am called Mo Wuji. I wonder whether Dao friend has a spatial map that you can show me. I seem to be lost. Mo Wuji clasped his fists and said in an extremely courteous manner. Seemingly not noticing Mo Wuji's astonishment, Minji handed a positioning ball to Mo Wuji and said, Dao friend Mo, I created this myself. It's a little crude. Mo Wuji hurriedly expressed his thanks and accepted the positioning ball. After seeing the positioning ball, he was sure that he was wrong. This wasn't the sun. Around this morning flame star, there were 36 other planets. This definitely wasn't the solar system. What left Mo Wuji pleasantly surprised was that this spatial positioning ball also had the positions of nearby systems. Clearly, this Minji had been put some effort into this. Dao friend Minji, can you sell this positioning ball to me? I'm exactly lacking this kind of positioning ball, Mo Wuji asked, feeling rather awkward. He was lost in space. With this positioning ball, at least he wouldn't be wandering around this galaxy aimlessly. Minji could feel that Mo Wuji wasn't a person who coveted the fire elemental bead, so he promptly replied, a meat positioning ball means nothing. Dao friend Mo, feel free to take it. Mo Wuji still retrieved a storage ring and handed it to Minji. Dao friend Min, there's some cultivation resources that I managed to obtain. I'm giving them to you. Minji had always thought that Mo Wuji's cultivation was not comparable to his, probably at the earthly immortal stage at the most. The reason why he was so courteous to Mo Wuji was because of his humble character. He had never felt that he wouldn't be able to beat Mo Wuji. The cultivation resources that Mo Wuji gave him were basically useless. He didn't even take a look inside the ring as he returned it to Mo Wuji. Many thanks Dao friend Mo, but I really don't need this. Mo Wuji could tell what was on Minji's mind. He laughed, perhaps it might be of use to you. Since we're all friends, now that I took your item, it's normal for me to give you something in return. If it was purely to befriend him, Mo Wuji wouldn't have given Minji so many things. He was moved by Minji's spirit. At this instant, he even wanted to go back to the sun and see if anyone was protecting it. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to go back. Then, alright. Minji could feel Mo Wuji's sincerity, so he accepted the ring. He also casually sent his spiritual will inside. When he saw the huge pile of immortal crystals and immortal pills, his hands started trembling. He almost dropped the jade vase in his hands. Immediately, he returned the ring back to Mo Wuji. Brother Mo, this is truly too much. I can't accept this. A thin layer of cold sweat seeped out the back of his neck. The reason why he had been so calm previously was because he knew that his power was vastly more than Mo Wuji's and that he could defend against Mo Wuji if need be. But when he saw the things that Mo Wuji gave him, he knew that he was wrong. His power wasn't vastly more than Mo Wuji's, but Mo Wuji's power was vastly more than his. The reason why he had cold sweat wasn't because he was worried that Mo Wuji could have killed him, but because Mo Wuji was handing these stuff over in exchange for the fire elemental bead. Mo Wuji passed the storage ring back to Minji and said, Dao friend Min, we're all friends here. These things are just a little token of my appreciation. There's no need to talk about how Morning Flame Star is being protected by you. It is the life star of planet Green, so even if you weren't here, Mo Wuji, wouldn't touch it. Minji took a deep breath and bowed deeply towards Mo Wuji. Many thanks for Brother Mo's magnanimity. I always thought that my ability was enough to defend Morning Flame Star, but today when Brother Mo arrived, I came to know that my ability is far from enough. Previously, Minji's thoughts were really true. It was entire out of coincidence that Mo Wuji was able to come to this place. Usually, the cultivators in the region were people from the cultivation world. There were extremely few immortals from the immortal world. As a golden immortal, he had no need to few any cultivators from the cultivation world. Moreover, the temperature of Morning Flame Star was too high, average cultivators wouldn't even be able to approach it. He stayed here to stop people who intend to use malicious methods to extinguish Morning Flame Star. Mo Wuji waved his hand and said, "It's also due to coincidence that I came here. Don't mind me speaking too much, but Brother Minji, when you have good intentions, there would occasionally be powerful experts entering this space. If there are experts that are roughly the same cultivation as me, then I'm afraid you might not be able to defend it." Minji sighed, "I know that too. It's just that this fire elemental bead was formed naturally. You know it too, when a fire-type planet gives birth to a fire elemental bead, the two will merge completely. If no one covets it, Morning Flame Star having a fire elemental bead would be a great thing for planet Green. Unfortunately, it seems like it is now a calamity." Mo Wuji sighed as well. He really couldn't help with this kind of thing. Moreover, he was sure that eventually, Morning Flame Star would be destroyed and the fire elemental bead robbed. He could only say, "Minji, I don't know what I can advise you. But if anything happens, you can find my store. I opened a pill house in Sharphorn Immortal Ruins called Tianji Pill Court." That's not right. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, Dao Friend please stop. Chapter 584, Dao Friend please stop. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. Brother Mo, what's not right? Minji looked at Mo Wuji, confused. Mo Wuji pointed towards the distant Morning Flame Star and said, "Dao Friend Min, you just said that the fire elemental bead formed not long ago. That means it wasn't there from the start?" When Minji heard this, he said with certainty, "Yes, that fire elemental bead formed not more than 5,000 years ago." "Is anything the matter?" Mo Wuji answered, "Of course. The fire elemental bead is formed from the pure fire essence when the heavens and earths open. It's something which can only form after countless ages. How could it form on a few thousand years?" After knowing that his undying world required the 5 elemental beads, Mo Wuji began researching on their formation. Before doing research, he really wouldn't know it. But after specially learning about the 5 elemental beads, he came to know about the extreme difficulty in their formation. Moreover, it could only be formed with primordial elemental essence. It definitely wouldn't form in a few thousand years. Minji was able to cultivate to such a level on an ordinary mortal planet, so he naturally wasn't a fool. The moment Mo Wuji said those words, he immediately came to an understanding. He said in shock, "Brother Mo, you're saying that nearby?" Mo Wuji nodded, "That's right. There should be a source of primordial fire elemental energy nearby. That fire elemental energy was originally going to condense a fire elemental bead, but with Morning Flame Star in the proximity, the fire elemental bead condensed fully by itself. Mo Wuji's words were very clear. Near this Morning Flame Star, there was a heaven and earth opening. The Xiantian fire merged with the Morning Flame Star, forming the fire elemental bead. Wouldn't that mean that there might be leftover energy? However, according to logic, there shouldn't be much remnants. Dao Friend Min, you've been here for many years. You've even know of the condensation of the fire elemental bead. Do you know of any other peculiarities in this area? Mo Wuji asked urgently. Minji had stayed in the region for thousands of years. Minji's understanding towards this space would definitely be more than his. Hearing Mo Wuji's words, Minji immediately thought of something and he said, "Brother Mo, there's really a matter. Before the fire elemental bead appeared, I researched on the morning flame star system. In morning flame star system, there were originally 37 planets. But all of a sudden, one of the planets exploded and moved away, leaving behind 36 planets. During that time, I didn't care too much about it. After all, 36 corresponded with the number of heavenly generals. If what Brother Mo says is true, then it might really be that planet. Then Dao friend Min, can you tell me what happened to that exploded planet?" Mo Wuji asked anxiously. "Brother Mo, you're going to chase after that planet? It has already been gone for several thousands of years." Minji exclaimed in shock. Mo Wuji's words were slightly absurd. What was cultivation? Besides innate talent, one required opportunity. The so-called opportunity, to many people, is the bit of chance to obtain some cultivation resources. In the cultivation world, if cultivators met the opportunity to get treasures, they called it fate. To a cultivator, the greatness of their fate would possibly affect their future accomplishments. Mo Wuji came from Earth. He was a greater believer of hard work. Sometimes, his opportunities of great fate was a result of his hard work. Through hard work, he created that opportunity. If one didn't work hard, then he would never have the opportunity. Just like that planet that exploded and moved away, an average person would give up all hope after hearing that it was gone for thousands of years. Mo Wuji, however, still wanted to take a look. Even though there were cultivators in space, they were in small amounts. Perhaps after these thousands of years, the remnants of that planet might not have been discovered. Perhaps he might be the one to get it? Mo Wuji laughed. "Dao friend Min, I'm already lost in space with no clue on how I can return to the immortal world. While I'm searching for a way back, I don't have anything much to do. So I might as well try my luck." Minji immediately bowed to Mo Wuji and said, "Brother Mo is principled and farsighted. You will always be my, Minji's, role model. Brother Mo, please take out that positioning ball. I will point the position to Brother Mo." These words of Minji were truly out of respect. From Mo Wuji's words, he knew that Mo Wuji was extremely persistent in his pursuit for cultivation and opportunities. He could also tell that the fire elemental bead was very important to Mo Wuji. Even so, Mo Wuji still had his principles which he adhered to. He was willing to go search for a destroyed planet that had already moved off thousands of years ago, for a primordial fire essence which might not exist, instead of directly taking the one right at Morning Flame Star. This was even after he knew clearly that another expert might destroy Morning Flame Star for it anyway. Moreover, Minji could also feel Mo Wuji's respect for him, and Mo Wuji was not a single bit petty, giving him, a stranger, so many precious things. Only such a person was worth responding. Why did he, Minji, stay to protect Morning Flame Star for? It's because Morning Flame Star is the light for Planet Green. It's the star that sustains life on Planet Green. As a person from Planet Green, it was natural for him to protect Morning Flame Star. However, Mo Wuji had completely no relations to Planet Green, but he still wasn't willing to lay his hands on Morning Flame Star. That's because of Mo Wuji's principles. Minji had also met with some cultivators from the immortal world. He knew that to those cultivators, there was no need to talk about 100 billion mortals. Even if it was 10 times that amount, they still wouldn't place the planet in their regard because of the fire elemental bead. Mo Wuji immediately retrieved the positioning ball that Minji gave him. The positions on the positioning ball were very clear. On it, there was the position of Morning Flame Star, as well as the 36 planets. That included Planet Green. Minji's spiritual will quickly entered into the positioning ball and he soon pointed to an empty patch of space and said, "This is where the planet exploded and this is the path that the planet took according to its trajectory after the explosion. This planet should already be out of the Morning Flame Star system. As he spoke, Minji had already drawn the rough direction taken by the planet on the positioning ball. Mo Wuji kept the positioning ball, then clasped his fists towards Minji and said, "Many thanks Dao friend Min for your help. In the future, if you have the chance to go to the immortal world, remember to find me if you need any help. I will take my leave now, we will meet again in the future." When Mo Wuji finished speaking, he brought out his flying shuttle and he soon disappeared into the empty space. Looking at the direction that Mo Wuji disappeared in, Minji muttered to himself, "Truly a peculiar person. If I do have a chance to go to the immortal world again, I must definitely pay a visit to Brother Mo." Mo Wuji's flying shuttle moved extremely quickly. In less than half, he exited Morning Flame star system and entered a completely new space. His time in space was indefinite, so Mo Wuji naturally wouldn't spend all his time rushing. According to the direction that the planet remnants moved in, he installed an array which allowed his flying shuttle to move by itself. He, himself, focused on his recovery. He wanted to know whether recovering his cultivation would incite the pressure from the heaven and earth. The moment he felt the great pressure, he would immediately restrain his cultivation. If not for the pressure of the heaven and earth, it would definitely be a good thing to recover his cultivation. In just a few days, Mo Wuji managed to recover his cultivation back to the Xian immortal stage. What left Mo Wuji pleasantly surprised was that after he recovered his cultivation, he still didn't feel any sort of pressure. There was only two possibilities why this happened. 1. This place was on the same level as the immortal world and his power wouldn't even need to be suppressed. 2. Because of his meridian cultivation method, he wouldn't even feel any sort of heaven and earth pressure. If it was really the latter, then it was simply a startling piece of news. Mo Wuji allowed the flying shuttle to continue flying as he entered his undying world. Ever since he was brought away from the spatial tear at the bottom of the soul-condensing immortal pond, this was Mo Wuji's first time in his undying world. "Dao friend, please spare my life." The moment Mo Wuji entered, Zhu Kai's soul cried out. Mo Wuji removed his scholar's heart and began to size up this discarnate soul. To be honest, a soul was able to condense itself to such a degree was amazing. Even Mo Wuji was impressed with this soul's ability. "You wanted to devour my Dao companion, and you even got me to this place. If not because of my methods, I would already have been screwed by you. It's impossible for me to spare you. I'm contemplating on whether I should use my fire to slowly burn you to ash, or use a soul-refining method to bring you to eternal death." Mo Wuji's tone was not kind as he said this. In reality, Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't do that. He hated troublesome things. To kill this soul, he only needed a ball of flame to solve the problem. Why would he go through so much trouble? The reason why he said that was because he knew this old thing definitely had some secrets. A soul without secrets definitely wouldn't get so strong. "I can pass you a soul forging art. I am able to leave to this day because of that soul forging art," Zhu Kai said hurriedly. "Inscribe it for me to see." Mo Wuji threw an empty jade letter to Zhu Kai. One look at Zhu Kai and he knew that there was nothing on that soul. Zhu Kai did not have a bit of hesitation as he immediately inscribed on that jade letter. After Mo Wuji saw the jade letter, his heart was shaking in shock. It is truly a huge world, and there are definitely countless geniuses. To be able to think of this soul forging technique, this person must definitely be a genius. He was also a genius, otherwise, he wouldn't have created the meridian cultivation method. However, he was still shocked by this soul tempering method. It was definitely a priceless treasure. Zhu Kai clearly believed that this method was enough for him to escape with his life. Because he had only inscribed the introduction of the soul forging art. There were no further descriptions. From the looks of it, Zhu Kai was very self-confident. He was sure that Mo Wuji would be tempted when he revealed this soul tempering technique. If it was an average person, they could indeed be tempted. Because this was definitely a supreme soul tempering technique. The moment one was successful with it, then he would never die.
Unfortunately, he met Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji directly kept the jade letter and he didn't even ask anything about the exact details at the back. He only said indifferently, "On account of this jade letter, I will not slowly burn you to death. You can die peacefully." Seeing Mo Wuji lift his hand, Zhu Kai cried out shrilly, "Dao friend, please stop." 1. The 36 heavenly generals are the deities that vanquish demons from Chinese myth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, The Ship with English on It. Chapter 585, The Ship with English on It. Translator, Sparrow Translations. Editor, Sparrow Translations. "Oh, do you still have something to say?" Mo Wuji said indifferently. Mo Wuji was clear that when facing this sort of cunning soul, unless death was right next to his face, it would be hard to get anything of true value from him. Preciously, this fella knew that his soul tempering method could not be hidden, which was why he revealed it. Even so, this fella only inscribed the simply introduction. "Dao friend, if I'm not wrong, Dao friend must have fallen into the soul-condensing immortal pond, and perhaps even the Een underworld whirlpool. The fact that you survived must definitely be because you entered a spatial tear. Usually, anyone who entered a spatial tear would find it very hard to get back to the immortal world. Even though I, Zhu Kai, am only left with a soul, I've been to many places. Wait till my soul condenses, I can find a path back to the immortal world." Zhu Kai said calmly. When Mo Wuji heard Zhu Kai's tone, he knew that this fellow was bent on bargaining with himself. That's the right way, Zhu Kai. This old thing must definitely have been afraid that he would simply be killed without a chance to talk, just like what Mo Wuji did to him previously. Mo Wuji even started to suspect that Zhu Kai's first plea for mercy was an act, all to get Mo Wuji to lower his guard. Mo Wuji threw the jade letter back out and said calmly, "Tell me about the method to get back to the immortal world, and finish inscribing the soul tempering method." Zhu Kai was not flustered. "Dao friend, we still haven't discussed the conditions. I, Zhu Kai, only want to preserve my life. Even if you want to place a soul imprint on my soul, it's also possible." The moment a soul imprint was placed, it would mean that his life was placed in Mo Wuji's hands. With a single thought, Mo Wuji could kill him. Back in the cultivation world, chance gave a soul imprint to Mo Wuji and became Mo Wuji's servant. However, Mo Wuji trusted chance. He definitely wouldn't trust this Zhu Kai. This person's heart was unfathomably deep and terrifying. This fellow was basically a ticking time bomb. They were now in his undying world. The moment they left the undying world, Mo Wuji guessed that his schemes would not win over this person's. Other people's soul imprint could control that person's soul. However, this Zhu Kai's soul imprint did not seem trustable. This person was an expert with tempering the soul. It would be weird if his soul imprint could be trusted. This fella had been in the undying world for so long, he would definitely know about his breath of Hongmeng. Keeping him was truly too dangerous. Mo Wuji threw a ball of scholar's heart out. "I've never thought of discussing any conditions with you." The PSS, sound of a burning soul, could be heard. Zhu Kai cried out on pain, "You can't kill me. You will regret it if you kill me. I know where the other pages of the Book of Luo are." When Mo Wuji heard these words, his killing intent only got even heavier. This fella knew too much. If this fella knew about the Book of Luo just because he managed to get to this world safely through the spatial tear, then he's truly too terrifying. Because at that time, even he, himself, was disoriented and didn't know what was going on. Crackle. After the PSS sounds, came the crackling sounds of the soul ending. With the power of the scholar's heart, Zhu Kai's soul had completely dispersed into nothingness. At the instant that Zhu Kai's soul dissipated, he only felt regret. In reality, Mo Wuji's guess was not wrong. After being sent into the undying world, Zhu Kai really wasn't scared. Instead, he was pleasantly surprised. He never thought that Mo Wuji would have such fate. What did he see in the undying world?
underworld heartflower, billion-year immortal wood marrow, and even a heavenly wood cane.
All these didn't even count for much.
What left Zhu Kai shocked was when he felt Mo Wuji's undying world. A mere Xian mortal was able to create his own world. How amazing must his cultivation technique be?
Moreover, this world had already merged with the earth elemental bead and the metal elemental bead. Actually, this also didn't count for much.
What left Zhu Kai's heart boiling was the breath of Hongmeng. He would risk his life for any one of these things, and now, they were actually all gathered in one place. There was no need to talk about how Mo Wuji controlled the undying world. Even if the undying world wasn't under Mo Wuji's control, he would still find ways to get close to Mo Wuji. In his eyes, Mo Wuji was a mere Xian mortal ant.
That bit of intelligence that Mo Wuji had probably wasn't even worth looking at.
When the time comes for him to take all these things away, Mo Wuji will even help him carry them. However, all these thoughts disappeared. He never expected for Mo Wuji to be so decisive. To not even care about the soul tempering method and simply destroy him.